Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 707, 707, You want to shake hands and call it a day. Well, look at this. Someone with a death wish. Not bad, I admire your courage. Shin watched as Saint Topman Warcury charged at him. The man's speed was impressive, and his aura was undeniably powerful. Shin estimated his strength was likely on par with Garp's. Sidestepping the man's punch with ease, Shin whipped his leg around in a powerful kick, striking him square in the abdomen. The sound was like a whip cracking against flesh. Crack! The distinct sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Saint Topman Warcury was sent flying backward like a rubber ball. Shin's expression remained placid, sending an elder flying with a single kick wasn't something to be proud of. So that's all you've got? You're a bigger disappointment than I expected. How about this? All 5 of you attack at once. Maybe that'll be a little more fun. Shin's eyes moved across the other 5 elders with undisguised provocation. Were they going to step up or not? If they attacked together, there might be some entertainment to be had. One of them alone simply wasn't enough for a warm-up. The elders exchanged grim looks. While Saint Topman Warcury wasn't the strongest among them, he was far from the weakest. In truth, the power gap between the 5 elders was negligible. Yet Shin had practically one-shot him. If they were in his place, could they have held out any longer? The thought gave them pause. They were hesitant to act, deciding it was better to wait for Akainu and the Marines to arrive. What they didn't know was that Akainu wasn't coming. He had been intercepted by Whitebeard and his crew, who had engaged him in a full-blown battle, a form of support for Shin, though he hardly needed it. Saint Topman Warcury staggered to his feet, clutching his broken ribs, stoically refusing to cry out in pain. His face was a contorted mask of fury, his eyes burning with the desire to tear Shin apart. Are you all right? Saint Marcus Mars asked. I'm not dead yet, Saint Topman Warcury growled, turning to the others. If we don't attack together, we'll be picked off one by one. I hope you all understand that. Compared to the others, he had a much clearer picture of the situation. If they didn't fight him, did they really think Shin Uzumaki would just leave them be? The moment he decided to strike, the initiative would be entirely his. They were already outmatched. If they let him control the fight, how could they possibly win? Indeed, the once arrogant elder no longer believed he was a match for Shin. He's right. Let's get this over with. I'd like to see what the 5 elders are truly capable of. Shin's gaze fell on the others with keen interest. Then let's not hesitate. Saint Ethan Baron V. Nusturo drew his blade, the Shodai Kitetsu, and a slash of dark energy shot towards Shin. Too slow. Your blade lacks speed. I'm truly disappointed, Shin said calmly. He sidestepped the attack with a slight turn of his body, then kicked out at Saint Ethan Baron V. Nusturo. Just like Saint Topman Warcury before him, the swordsman couldn't react in time. He was sent flying, following the same path as the first elder, though his injuries were even more severe. Saint Topman Warcury was built like a tank and specialized in physical combat, making him more durable. The swordsman, on the other hand, was not nearly as tough. Of course, a single kick wasn't enough to take him out. Though he coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked to be in bad shape, he could still fight. How about we call a truce? Saint J. Garcia Saturn asked Shin. A truce? Shin chuckled at his words. You think that's even a possibility? Did they think he had come all this way for nothing? His goal was to wipe them out. Instead of mutual destruction, why not end it here? Saint J. Garcia Saturn said. He held back his 2 hot-headed colleagues. Right now, stalling for time was their best bet. It was just the 5 of them here. Though they had brought men with them, their subordinates were too weak to pose any threat to Shin Uzumaki. They just had to hold out until CP0 arrived. Only those elites could provide any meaningful support. As for the celestial dragons, most of them were useless, corrupted by power, they possessed none of their own. Of course, they had their hidden aces, secrets even the elders weren't privy to, but those weren't here now. They could only rely on themselves. It was up to them to handle this, just as Lord Emu had commanded. Mutual destruction. That's hilarious. I'm genuinely curious, what makes you think you can hurt me? How about we test that theory? I'm eager to see what you've got. Shin's face was filled with disdain. Saint J. Garcia Saturn's expression darkened, but he was patient and held back his anger. I know you're trying to stall. But I suggest you don't waste your time. You think Akainu has time to come save you? Shin's deep-set eyes seemed to pierce right through the elder's schemes. Of course, he could see he was stalling. But it was pointless, Akainu was already tied up with Whitebeard. Don't ask how Shin knew. His observation haki was terrifyingly powerful, its range far exceeding a single island. The battle between Akainu and Whitebeard was well within his perception. Do you have a backup plan? St. J. Garcia Saturn's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Shin's expression, a seed of doubt was planted in his mind. Perhaps he really did have something else up his sleeve. After all, this was Shin Uzumaki, the most dangerous man on the seas. He was powerful, and he certainly wasn't a fool. Coming to marry Geos couldn't have been a reckless act. If they had known this would happen, they never would have provoked him. This situation could have been avoided entirely. Chapter 708, 708, The Life-Draining Shodai Katetsu. I didn't prepare any backup. I don't need any, Shin said calmly. Don't forget, if I make a move against you, do you really think the other powers on the sea will just sit back and watch? At Shin's words, the 5 elders fell silent. They had considered this possibility, and the conclusion wasn't a good one. If the other major powers united against them, their rule could be shaken. It wasn't an impossible scenario. Even the celestial dragon's authority could be threatened. Dragon, after all, was always looking for an opportunity. All right, enough with the pointless chatter. Let's get this over with. If you 5 won't make a move, then I will. With that, Shin kicked out, aiming for St. Ethan Baron V. Nusturo, who was the most injured among them. St. J. Garcia Saturn was fine, and St. Topman Warcury was tough enough to take a hit. St. Ethan Baron V. Nusturo's expression turned vicious. If you're going to kick me, I'll take your leg, even if it costs me. He swung his sword with brutal determination, willing to trade a blow to cripple Shin. A good idea, but the outcome was less than ideal. He had completely underestimated the speed and power of Shin's kick. The heavy impact sent St. Ethan Baron V. Nusturo flying, crashing into a distant building and disappearing into the rubble. In Shin's hand was a new sword, St. Ethan Baron V. Nusturo's blade, the Shodai Katetsu. So it really does have a backlash against its wielder. Anyone without sufficient strength would have no right to wield this blade. Shin gave the Shodai Katetsu a few test swings. It felt good in his hand. Excellent. This sword was his now. Once something fell into Shin's hands, it was never given back, especially something he found as satisfactory as the Shodai Katetsu. If it had been an average blade, he might have tossed it back. Give me back my sword. St. Ethan Baron V. Nusturo roared, his body covered in blood, his expression contorted with rage. For a swordsman, his blade was his life. To lose it was to lose his honor. Give it back. Don't be ridiculous. It's mine now, Shin said calmly. Tempest kick. Just then, St. Shepherd Jupiter launched a sneak attack, a blade of air shooting towards Shin. You must have a death wish. I wasn't even looking for you, and you just served yourself up on a platter. Shin spun and slashed. The air blade was instantly destroyed, and the sword light continued on, severing St. Shepherd Jupiter's arm. Pathetic. Shin glanced at the pale-faced man. His strength is beyond imagination. Attack together, or we'll all die. Hurry. St. Shepherd Jupiter screamed, seeing Shin turn his attention back to him. This was no time for old grudges. They had their differences, but standing together was their only hope. Let's attack together. Hopefully, CP0 will get here soon. We need to make as much noise as possible, St. Marcus Mars said. He then shot a blast of compressed air at Shin, an ability similar to Sengoku's shockwave. A devil fruit ability. Shin cut through the air cannon with a single slash, then appeared behind St. Shepherd Jupiter like a ghost, his sword aimed at the man's back. St. Shepherd Jupiter sensed the extreme danger and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Shin's sword pierced his heart. His face, twisted in agony, was a tragic sight. Blood poured from the wound, and with a pained cry, he fell to his knees, his face turning deathly pale. Still alive. You have a strong life force. Is your heart on the other side of your chest? Shin remarked, looking at the screaming men. St. Shepherd Jupiter didn't speak. He could feel his life force draining away. His once golden hair began to bleach into a withered white. Draining life force. No wonder they call it a cursed blade. Shin looked at the man's transformation, then glanced at the Shodai Katetsu in his hand. It was an incredibly malevolent cursed sword, one of the supreme grade blades, and among the strongest of them. Its power lay in its sinister ability to absorb the life force of those it killed. If a wielder couldn't master it, it would even drain their own life force. I'm coming to save you. St. J. Garcia Saturn moved so fast he left after images, rushing towards Shin. Your speed is impressive, Shin noted, then raised his hand. Universal push. The charging elder was suddenly hit by a powerful repulsive force and sent flying like a cannonball, his internal organs severely damaged. You're still not good enough. Shin glanced at the flying elder, then looked down. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter had managed to crawl away, but he was in a terrible state. His heart had been pierced, and much of his life force had been drained. His hair was now half white. Thanks to the incredible vitality of the people in this world, he hadn't died yet. But it was only a matter of time. You're in this state, yet you continue to struggle. Is there any point? Fine, let me just send you on your way. Universal pull. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter, who had just managed to crawl away, was helplessly yanked back by an unseen gravitational force. Shin swung his sword. With a clean, decisive swing, he took Saint Shepherd Jew Peter's head. The fight had barely begun, and Shin hadn't even gotten serious, yet one of the 5 elders was already dead. That's one down. Now it's your turn. Shin smiled faintly, kicking the corpse aside and turning his gaze to the remaining elders. Their expressions were grim. A chill of self-preservation ran down their spines, seeing one of their own fall so easily was a grim reminder of their own mortality. Of course, you can try to run. Assuming you can escape from me. But I don't think you have what it takes. Shin said, walking towards them. With each step he took, the 5 elders took a step back. They were truly afraid now, terrified of Shin. This look of mice before a cat, you're a real disappointment. Shin watched them, shaking his head. He was genuinely disappointed. They had no courage at all. Chapter 709, Another Elder Falls. Fire the cannons. Just hold him back for now. St. J. Garcia Saturn ordered. Instantly, a barrage of cannonballs rained down on Shin, who finally turned his gaze toward the distant artillery. Ah, I almost forgot about you little pests. Shin unleashed a terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki. The ground itself cracked and split under the force as countless men collapsed, knocked unconscious instantly. Some didn't just pass out, they died on the spot. Such was the overwhelming power of his Haki. Did you really think that cannon fodder could ever threaten me? Shin asked, gripping the Shodai Kitetsu as he faced St. J. Garcia Saturn. On the deck of the Pluton, Hancock was swooning, her hands clasped to her cheeks. Shin is so amazing. As expected of my husband, he's completely dominating the 5 elders. Are you having another one of your fangirl moments? Robin asked, glancing at Hancock with an amused sigh. Hancock didn't even bother to reply, her eyes glued to Shin. Looking at this, it's pretty clear he doesn't need our help at all, Nami commented. I feel like we could have just stayed home. If you want to help, Nami, I can personally send you down there, Khalifa offered with a cool smile. Would you like that? Heh, I'll pass. Those old men are no joke. Well, only 4 of them now. Nami shook her head. She wasn't a fool, she knew her own limits. Jumping down there would be suicide. Besides, would she really be helping? Or would she just be a liability? Nami had no intention of dragging Shin down. Khalifa, turn the Pluton around, Hancock suddenly ordered. Let's try firing a shot at those buildings. Those opulent structures were the residences of the celestial dragons. Seeing them standing so grandly, and knowing they didn't belong to her crew, Hancock felt no reservations about blowing them to smithereens. Understood. Khalifa nodded, using her float fruit to pivot the massive warship, aiming its main cannon at the distant architecture. Let's blow those pathetic cowards to kingdom come. I'd like to see them try and block a shot from the Pluton. A single shot from the Pluton could easily obliterate an island. While it might not be enough to destroy all of the Holy Land, it could certainly wipe out half of it. A cannonball flew from the Pluton, soaring unimpeded until it slammed into Mary Geos. The entire Holy Land shuddered from the impact. Whoops, looks like you blew it up, Shin remarked, glancing at the distant, now ruined structures. A huge chunk of the Holy Land had been reduced to rubble. Damn you. The 5 elders went ballistic. Imu was in there. They knew Imu wouldn't be harmed, but the blast would undoubtedly reach them. If Imu decided to hold them accountable, they'd be finished. The elders were thinking too far ahead. At a time like this, they were still worried about that. Had it not occurred to them that they were about to die? That single cannonball had likely killed countless celestial dragons. Shin had originally planned to use a Super Shinra Tensei to level the entire Holy Land, but it seemed his crew had beaten him to the punch. Imu-sama will never let you get away with this. You're a dead man, Shin Uzumaki. St. Marcus Mars snarled, his eyes fixed on Shin. Oh, really? Actually, I'm quite curious about this Imu myself. Why don't you tell me about them? Shin asked, completely unfazed. The overall power level of this world had its limits. As strong as Imu might be, could they really possess the power to destroy the entire world? If that were the case, Shin might take them seriously. But could Imu really be that powerful? You dare disrespect Imu-sama? No matter how strong you are, Shin Uzumaki, there's only one path for you, death. Saint Topman Warcury roared and charged, his fist like iron as he threw a punch at Shin. I don't know if I'll die, but I'm certain you will, Shin said calmly. He swung his blade toward the charging elder. Seemingly anticipating the attack, Saint Topman Warcury, whose observation haki had reached the level of future sight, was instantly enveloped in a suit of jet black armor. It was a full-body hardening of armament haki, an impenetrable defense that not even a swordsman like Mihawk could hope to break. A good try, but completely useless. Shin's blade sliced through the armament haki armor, leaving a massive gash on the elder's body. The blow nearly killed him outright, but one slash wasn't enough. Shin followed with another. A dark blade of energy cut through the air, and Saint Topman Warcury's body was cleaved in two, his life extinguished. Your strength is really not up to par. I'm not even serious yet, and you're already falling apart. Shin glanced at the two corpses. With 2 of the 5 elders dead, only 3 remained. We're no match for him. We have to run. St. J. Garcia Saturn said to St. Marcus Mars and St. Ethan Baron v. Nustero. St. Ethan Baron v. Nustero, however, stared at the Shodai Katetsu in Shin's hand. He had no intention of leaving. He had to get that sword back. St. J. Garcia Saturn and St. Marcus Mars paid him no mind. It was every man for himself now, survival was all that mattered. St. Ethan Baron v. Nustero remained, his resolve firm. He would either reclaim his sword or die trying. A swordsman's life was tied to his blade. Picking up a battered sword from the ground, he charged at Shin. I have to admit, I admire your courage. In my eyes, you're better than them, Shin said, gesturing to the 2 fleeing elders. I only want my sword back. The muscles in St. Ethan Baron v. Nustero's arm bulged as he swung, unleashing a black slash of sword energy that flew toward Shin. The ordinary blade in his hand shattered instantly, unable to withstand the force he channeled through it. Shin swung his own sword, tearing through the elder's attack. To die by my own Shodai Katetsu, perhaps this is my destiny. St. Ethan Baron v. Nustero seemed surprisingly calm, no longer fighting for his life. He appeared to have accepted his fate. What else could he do? Even if he fought back, he couldn't win, so he chose to accept it. Besides, he had been injured by Shin's earlier kick. He was no match for Shin even when he was at his best, armed and uninjured, let alone now. Chapter 710, Garp and Sengoku sit this one out. Shin killed St. Ethan Baron v. Nustero cleanly and swiftly. The men offered no resistance, seeming to welcome death. With 3 of the 5 elders now dead, only 2 remained, and they were fleeing towards the rubble of the bombed-out buildings. Shin didn't pursue them. He returned to the Pluton. The moment he stepped on board, Hancock rushed to his side and gave him an excited kiss on the cheek. Shin is so amazing, she gushed, her face lighting up with pure adoration. Why didn't you go after the last 2? Are you letting them go? Alvia asked, puzzled. Of course not. I'm waiting for the Celestial Dragon's hidden power to show itself. Chasing down 2 cowards is just plain boring. Shin said with a look of disinterest. There was no point in hunting them down. Now, he would wait. He refused to believe the Celestial Dragons would just sit back and take this. If they did, Shin would officially declare them the world's biggest cowards. The 2 fleeing elders pulled out a Den Mushi and immediately tried to call Akainu. But Akainu was in the middle of a war with Whitebeard, he had no time to answer. Damn it, Akainu. I suspect that bastard has betrayed us. St. J. Garcia Saturn seethed. If he had known this would happen, he never would have supported Akainu's rise to power. Akainu, fighting for his life against Whitebeard, had no idea he was being suspected of treason. What do we do now? We're no match for Shin Uzumaki. St. Marcus Mars's face was etched with worry, his former confidence completely gone. There's still Sengoku and Garp. We have to find a way to get them to help, St. J. Garcia Saturn said, thinking of the 2 marine legends. He immediately tried to contact them, but he couldn't get through. Let's sit this one out, Garp said casually. If they aren't wiped out, we're going to be in hot water when this is all over, Sengoku reminded him, glancing at Garp. It'll be fine. I don't think we'll have anything to worry about. Garp's expression was relaxed, much more so than Sengoku's. He wasn't worried in the slightest. He trusted Shin's strength. Since Shin had announced he would level the Holy Land, Garp believed Mary Geo's was already as good as gone. With a monster like Shin Uzumaki, even if the Celestial Dragons have a trump card, they're no match. The era of the Celestial Dragons might be coming to an end. Garp felt this was a good thing. Once the Celestial Dragons were gone, the world would be a better place. The Celestial Dragons were a bigger threat than any pirate. Many pirates didn't want to be pirates, they were forced into it by the Celestial Dragons. Of course, there were plenty of ambitious villains as well. I'll trust you this one time, Sengoku sighed, sitting down to have tea with Garp. The world's power structure was about to be reshuffled. What that would look like was no longer his concern. He was retired, he shouldn't worry so much. By the way, are you going to get involved in the fight between Whitebeard and Akainu? Sengoku asked Garp. While Sengoku could abandon those scumbags, he couldn't turn his back on the Marines he'd dedicated his life to. It'll be fine. Whitebeard is strong, but at most, he can hold off the Marines. He can't defeat them. You can rest easy about that. You know what Whitebeard is capable of. Garp was completely at ease, not worried at all. Of course, deep down, a part of Garp hoped that bastard Akainu would die. After all, Ace had died at his hands. Garp would never be able to get revenge himself, but that didn't mean he didn't want it. Even Garp had his personal feelings. While Sengoku and Garp chose to stay on the sidelines, the remaining 5 elders were on the verge of exploding with rage. Damn you, Sengoku and Garp. They're definitely doing this on purpose. St. J. Garcia Saturn cursed. Shin Uzumaki isn't coming after us. I wonder what he's planning. St. Marcus Mars waited for a while, but Shin still didn't pursue them. This gave them a moment of relief. Whatever the reason, as long as he wasn't trying to kill them, that was good enough. Let's go find Imusama first, St. J. Garcia Saturn said. St. Marcus Mars hesitated. Imusama still hasn't appeared. Do you think something happened? St. Marcus Mars suspected Imu was in trouble. Otherwise, why hadn't they appeared yet? With all this commotion, there was no way they didn't know. And what about the other celestial dragons? So many had died, yet none had shown themselves. Just as they were thinking this, several figures approached them. The elders could tell at a glance that they were from CP0. What took you so long? St. J. Garcia Saturn asked, his mood sour. If they had shown up earlier, maybe they wouldn't have been in such a pathetic state. Now they had been thoroughly beaten by Shin Uzumaki. Only 2 of the 5 elders were left. Even though they weren't exactly close, the death of 3 of their colleagues was not something they could take lightly. Chapter 711, CP0 makes their move. If you think you're up to it, go deal with Shin Uzumaki, St. J. Garcia Saturn to the CP0 agents, his voice tight with suppressed rage. Understood. One of the agents looked up at the Pluton floating in the sky, then launched himself into the air, using moonwalk to ascend. The others followed suit. Those guys, they must be from Cypherpole, Shin observed, watching the figures rise toward them. As the direct enforcers of the Celestial Dragons, CP0's members were incredibly powerful, far surpassing the other CP agencies. Some among them were even said to possess strength on par with a Marine Admiral. Shin, leave them to me, Hancock offered, stepping forward. All right, they're all yours. Shin nodded. With Hancock and the others' strength, dealing with this group wouldn't be a problem. Khalifa, bring the ship down. Shin said. There was no point in staying airborne. Khalifa nodded and used her float fruit ability to gently lower the massive ship. The CP0 agents, still ascending with moonwalk, were left momentarily dumbfounded. Are they mocking us? Gismonda, a tall and powerful member of CP0, said with fury in his voice. Rob Lucci, he actually joined CP0, Khalifa murmured, her eyes fixed on one of the ascending figures. He was once the strongest killing machine in CP9, hailed as a prodigy seen only once every 800 years. Considering his past strength, it wasn't surprising that he had the ability to join CP0. Aren't you going to join the fight? Shin glanced at Nami, who was sitting beside him, content to watch the show. Are you serious? You want me to go out there and get myself killed so you can cut me out of the profits? Nami shot back, glaring at him. Although Shin's training had made her much stronger, Nami knew her limits. If she went up against them, she'd be taken out in an instant. The auras these guys radiated told her everything she needed to know, they were on another level. In truth, Nami was underestimating herself. With her current abilities, she could probably trade a few blows with a CP0 agent, though she would ultimately still be outmatched. If we were in the sea, I could help, Shirahoshi said with a hint of regret. She could summon the Sea Kings, but they were currently on the Red Line, the highest point in the world. Sea Kings couldn't fly. It's all right, Shirahoshi. You don't need to fight. Just sit here and watch. Shin gently patted her head. Sugar then scooted closer, staring at him intently. Shin found her gaze a bit unnerving. He had no idea why she was looking at him like that. Sugar, why are you staring at me? Shin finally asked the little girl. I was wondering if I should fight, Sugar asked. You'd better sit this one out. Stay here and don't get in the way. You too, Monet, Shin said, his gaze shifting to Sugar's older sister. I'm a Logia user, you know. Are you just going to make me watch? Monet protested. She was a user of the snow fruit, after all. And does that change the fact that you're weak? Shin's blunt question left Monet speechless. Was she really that weak? Compared to Hancock, Momosaji, and Alvia, she was seriously outclassed. She'd probably even lose to Khalifa in a fight. The only person her age she could actually beat was Hina, and even that wasn't a sure thing anymore. Hina had gotten way stronger lately. At this rate, Hina might even be able to kick her ass. Better to know my place, she thought with a sigh. Strange, why haven't the other celestial dragons shown up yet? I've practically kicked down their front door, and they're still hiding. Shin found it odd. It's probably a matter of pride. They don't want to get their hands dirty too early. My guess is that once these CP0 agents are all dead, they'll have no choice but to come out, Robin suggested. As she spoke, Hancock and the others had already engaged the CP0 agents. There were 3 of them in total. CP0 was a small organization to begin with, and they had already lost 1 member. Hancock faced off against Gismonda, who seemed to be one of the strongest. But against Hancock, he couldn't gain any ground and was quickly beaten down. One of his arms had already been petrified and shattered by Hancock's love fruit. Alvia's opponent, an unnamed agent, was in an even more pathetic state, already charred black by her rumble fruit. Die, 1 billion volts, Thunder God. With a final, massive bolt of lightning, she blasted her opponent into cinders, leaving a trail of destruction across the holy land of Mary Geos. Alvia then returned to Shin's side. Rob Lucci was up against Momosaji. Momosaji had been a candidate for admiral, and after Shin's training, her strength had grown even more formidable. With her destruction fruit, a single slash from her sword could destroy anything it touched. Against her, Lucci could only rely on his incredible speed to constantly dodge her attacks. For now, he was barely holding on, his speed keeping him in the fight. Lucci was indeed impressive. The devil fruit he had eaten, the cat fruit, model, leopard, was nothing special, only enhancing his physical abilities. But Lucci had already awakened it. Zoan-type devil fruits weren't particularly powerful, but they were easier to awaken than other types. However, even an awakened Zoan only provided a boost to physical strength and recovery, nothing more. Momosaji unleashed a slash. Lucci, as nimble as a cat, dodged the attack and created some distance, his eyes fixed on her. Squelch. Just then, a line of blood appeared across Lucci's chest, and blood began to gush out. Even with his incredible reflexes, he hadn't completely avoided Momosaji's blade. Despite the searing pain, Lucci's expression remained unchanged, as if the wound wasn't his. He knew he didn't have time to worry about injuries. If he couldn't defeat his opponent, he was going to die. Chapter 712, annihilated in the blink of an eye. 6 powers, Rankyaku. Lucci, now fully transformed into his leopard-human hybrid form, used a fusion of shave and moonwalk, closing the distance to Momosaji in an instant and delivering a powerful kick. Faced with this attack, Momosaji's expression remained calm, showing no signs of alarm. Though the attack was incredibly fast, it wasn't enough to harm her. Momosaji's own speed surpassed Lucci's. Her figure vanished in an instant, moving so fast that even Lucci's observation hockey couldn't track her. Lucci was a genius, and his strength was formidable, but he was no match for Momosaji. Appearing behind Lucci in an instant, Momosaji swung her sword without hesitation. Sensing the impending danger, Lucci immediately used Iron Body to defend against the strike. Sharp reflexes, Momosaji couldn't help but comment. But it wasn't enough to block her attack. Her blade instantly broke through Lucci's defense, inflicting a massive wound. Lucci was sent flying by the force of the blow. Watching him fall, Momosaji's expression grew slightly more serious. I have to admit, this guy's pretty tough, Nami couldn't help but say. Nami knew how strong Momosaji was. To be able to last so many rounds against her was impressive enough. His skills are decent, but he's an enemy. I wouldn't mind letting him live otherwise, Shin said calmly. Since he was an enemy, Shin certainly wouldn't let Momosaji spare Rob Lucci. Shin was not the merciful type. 6 powers secret technique, life return. On the verge of collapse, Rob Lucci used this move, allowing him to freely control his body, hair, and even internal organs by infusing them with his consciousness. This technique was terrifying, but it placed an immense burden on the body, even shortening one's lifespan. It was a suicidal move, not something to be used lightly. But after using life return, Rob Lucci's power exploded. His wounds healed rapidly, and his speed increased even further. His attacks became sharper, his movements more agile. It's over. Watching Lucci use life return, Momosaji showed no signs of fear. In fact, her face was eerily calm. Then, Momosaji unleashed a slash. A terrifying sword aura, imbued with destructive power, shot out, obliterating everything it touched, including Rob Lucci. As for dodging, impossible. This was a locked-on attack. Unless Lucci's spirit was stronger than Momosagi's, allowing him to break free from her will, he couldn't dodge. But he wasn't. Hit by the sword aura, even Lucci's formidable defense was useless. Even with armament haki, he was instantly killed, not even a corpse left behind. The destructive power of the destruction fruit is too much. I'll have to be more careful when using it in the future. Momosagi watched as Lucci was completely annihilated. They're all taken care of. Am I the only one left? Hancock, realizing that Alvia and Momosagi had finished their fights, decided to end hers quickly as well. Otherwise, wouldn't it make her look weak? Hancock was extremely competitive, she would never allow herself to fall behind. Just die already. Hancock kicked out at Gismonda. Faced with her kick, Gismonda didn't dare to block. If he were hit by her perfume femur, he would be turned to stone. Petrification wasn't death, but if he couldn't reverse it and his petrified body was shattered, he would be dead. A single misstep could be fatal, a lesson Gismonda had learned at the cost of his arm. Now, with one arm gone, facing Hancock was even more difficult. Her attacks were growing more relentless, her aura as sharp as a blade. Gismonda felt he couldn't hold on. He wanted to escape, to regroup with the 5 elders and come back to deal with them. After all, Shin Uzumaki hadn't even made a move. If he did, what would happen? Before, Gismonda had thought the 5 elders were a bunch of useless old men. Now, he wouldn't dare to think so. It wasn't that the 5 elders were too weak, but that the enemy was too strong. Trying to run. Hancock noticed his intention and was instantly annoyed. They had all dealt with their opponents. If she let him escape, she would lose face. I won't let you escape. Hancock blocked his escape route, then swung aim no Habakiri. The blade flashed, creating a flurry of afterimages in the air. Countless attacks rained down on Gismonda. In an instant, his body slammed into the ground, already turned to stone. Hancock walked over and contemptuously kicked the statue, shattering it. If Gismonda hadn't tried to run and had chosen to fight to the death, he wouldn't have been killed so easily. It was precisely because he wanted to escape that he was so easily defeated. Shin, how did I do? Hancock came to Shin's side and asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Hancock was waiting for Shin to praise her, and Shin, seeing her expression, could guess what she was thinking. Of course you did great. My Hancock is the best. Shin was not stingy with his praise. With that, all 3 CP0 agents were wiped out. And from their appearance to their demise, not much time had passed. They were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The 5 elders, observing from a distance, were naturally shocked. Both St. J. Garcia Saturn and St. Marcus Mars were horrified. Shin Uzumaki didn't even lift a finger, and they're all dead. It seems we need to take more than just Shin Uzumaki seriously, St. J. Garcia Saturn said grimly. Before, they had only been focused on Shin. As for the women on his crew, the 5 elders had never paid them any mind. But now, they knew they couldn't afford to underestimate them. Just like before, they thought that even against Shin Uzumaki, they had a fighting chance. But reality had dealt them a cruel blow, showing them they had no such strength. The 2 remaining 5 elders looked at each other, then decided not to throw their lives away. Instead, they went to find the true powerhouses among the celestial dragons. Chapter 713, Are You Worthy? In the deepest part of Pangaea Castle in the Holy Land of Mary Geos, within the Room of Flowers, St. J. Garcia Saturn and St. Marcus Mars bowed respectfully before a shadowy figure. This figure was Imu, shrouded entirely in darkness. Also present were several powerfully built individuals of varying heights, the tallest of whom stood at a terrifying 10 meters. Even after being struck by Pluton's cannon, this place remained largely intact, a testament to its incredible durability. Imu-sama. The 2 remaining elders knelt on the ground, their gazes fixed respectfully on Imu. Did the CP0 agents die? Before Imu could speak, a tall, surprisingly young-looking man with strange tattoos on his face directed the question at the 5 elders. They were completely wiped out. Shin Uzumaki didn't even have to act, St. J. Garcia Saturn reported. Those CP0 grunts are as useless as you 2. One of the brawnier men shot a disdainful glance at the 2 elders. Faced with the insult, the elders could only swallow their anger. You fought with Shin Uzumaki. Tell me, how strong is he? Imu's voice, distorted by the shadows, questioned the 2 elders. Hearing their master's inquiry, they didn't dare hesitate. Your Majesty, Shin Uzumaki's power is overwhelming. We fear only you can deal with him. You think Imu-sama needs to lift a finger? I'll go deal with him myself, the brawny celestial dragon scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. The 2 elders glanced at the fool. To still underestimate Shin Uzumaki at this point. They secretly believed that even if Imu acted, there was no guarantee they could handle Shin Uzumaki. Oh. Did I hear someone say they were going to kill me? A lazy voice drifted in from outside as Shin's footsteps echoed through the hall. Well, I'm right here. Show me what you've got. Try not to make this boring, Shin said, striding towards them. Behind him followed the core members of the Kuja pirates. Of course, those without significant combat strength had been left outside. Alvia had also stayed behind to act as a babysitter, protecting Sugar, Vivi, and the others. What's your name, big guy? You seem to have a low opinion of me. Go on, give me your best shot. Let's see what kind of trash you are. Shin's gaze locked onto the brawny celestial dragon. He had to be one of them, though he wasn't wearing the signature bubble helmet. His bizarre, ostentatious clothing screamed celestial dragon. Only they would dress so absurdly to distinguish themselves from commoners. So you are Shin Uzumaki? At that moment, Emu, seated on the throne, stood up, their gaze fixed on Shin. Well, I wasn't expecting a woman, Shin said, a flicker of genuine surprise on his face. Emu. It's been a long time. Suddenly, Amatsuki Toki spoke, drawing Emu's attention. The moment Emu saw Toki, their brow furrowed. Why are you here? Could it be the time fruit? Emu stared at Amatsuki Toki with suspicion. Indeed, Emu and Toki knew each other. Whoa, Toki, you know her? Nami asked, her eyes wide with shock. Her gaze then snapped to Emu. According to what she knew, Toki had traveled here from 800 years in the past. If they knew each other, that meant Emu had been alive for over 800 years. Shin, this person is an old monster, living for so long. Nami said to Shin. Shin's expression remained perfectly calm. He glanced at the astonished Nami and said, if you wanted, you could live that long too. I've seen someone who lived for over 1,000 years. What's the big deal? Compared to Nami, Shin was completely unfazed. Kagaya Otsutsuki, for example, had been sealed for 1,000 years, but that was still a millennium. Compared to her, Emu's lifespan was nothing special. Really? Nami was still struggling to accept it. Even the long-lived giants probably couldn't live for 800 years. Wait, Shin, you said I could live for 800 years too? Nami suddenly asked. Not just 800. As long as I don't die, you won't die, Shin told her. Ah. Then what if you die? Nami's question made Shin clench his fist. He was sorely tempted to let her feel just how powerful that fist was. If I die, you can come with me as an offering. So you'd better behave from now on, or I might just kill myself and take you with me. Don't. Please don't do that. I haven't lived enough yet. I still want to live. Hearing Shin's words, Nami's face paled as she pleaded with him. Shin, Nami, are you two completely ignoring the situation we're in? Robin couldn't help but interject. Robin, you worry too much. With Shin here, is anything really going to happen to us? Why else do you think I had the guts to come along? Nami said to Robin with a completely composed look. She was originally supposed to stay on the ship, but she had insisted on coming, mainly to see the celestial dragon's treasure. Of course, the main reason she was so bold was that she knew there was no real danger. And if there was no danger, what was there to worry about? Am I worried? Robin was also perfectly calm. If anyone should be worried, it was Emu and the celestial dragons. Are you ignoring me? The brawny celestial dragon roared, then charged at Shin. And what if I did? Shin asked, his expression completely flat as he swung his sword. The blade in his hand was the Shodai Kitetsu, formerly belonging to Saint Ethan Baron v. Nusjiro. With a single slash, the entire room of flowers was cleaved in two. As for the celestial dragon charging at him, he was killed instantly, bisected by Shin's blade. So weak. Did you really expect my attention? An ant begging for the gaze of a dragon. How pathetic. Shin's voice was ice cold. The one-shot kill of a celestial dragon shocked the remaining ones into silence. Even Emu had to take him seriously now. The group of celestial dragons here were not the cannon fodder that had been blasted away earlier. They were all powerhouses, at least on par with Doflamingo, some even rivaling the admirals. Chapter 714, Grunts think you have a place in this dance. After Shin cut down the celestial dragon who dared to attack him, he made no further move. The other celestial dragons, likewise, remained frozen. With such a clear warning, who would dare to act recklessly now? Did they want to be cut down in a single blow too? They may have been celestial dragons, but they still felt fear. And right now, they were terrified of Shin's power. Toki, since you know her, what's your relationship with her? Shin pointed at Emu and asked Toki. If they were on good terms, Shin might consider holding back a little. If not, then there was no need for mercy. She hunted me in the past, Toki said, her expression complicated as she looked at Emu. We were once clansmen. That meant Amatsuki Toki had once been a celestial dragon. That wasn't entirely surprising. If one traced Vivi's lineage back far enough, her ancestors were also among the founding families of the world government. Oh, so you two have a history. Don't worry, I'll get revenge for you. Shin reached out and gently patted Toki's head, a smile on his face. Toki, on the receiving end of the head pat, felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. But deep down, it was mostly shyness. She didn't want to refuse. In fact, when she had seen Shin use the same gesture on Sugar and the others, she had felt a pang of envy. I didn't expect you to have this side to you. It seems my actions were correct after all. You were never fit to be the clan leader, Imu said mockingly, seeing Toki's reaction. Shin's ears perked up, but he didn't act, deciding to be a spectator for a moment. There was a story here, and Shin was curious to know what it was. He had a strong sense of curiosity, a bit of a gossip, though he would never admit it. Absolutely not. Don't try to make it sound so noble. This was all about your ambition. Toki's expression turned cold. You hunted me down to seize power, to fulfill your own ambitions. Why bother with such high and mighty excuses now? Toki's face was grim. Her journey through time hadn't been by choice, she had been forced into it to escape being hunted down and killed. Imu didn't deny Toki's words, simply stating, I never expected you to survive. You have more lives than a cat, managing to live this long. Back then, Imu hadn't known Toki had eaten the time fruit. If she had, Toki might not have had the chance to escape. But it doesn't matter. You'll die today. And you, Shin Uzumaki, no one can threaten my rule. Imu's gaze locked onto Shin. The 5 elders' plot against Shin hadn't been their own idea, it had come from Imu. She saw Shin as a threat, a major one, and wanted him eliminated. Anyone who threatened her rule had to be dealt with. She hadn't even spared Toki, who was as close as a sister, and had hunted down her entire branch of the family. She certainly wouldn't tolerate the existence of Shin Uzumaki. You think you have the power to kill me? I've heard that from plenty of people. What makes you so special? Shin let out a cold laugh. Now, take off that ridiculous mask. I want to see what kind of face you're hiding under there. Imu was currently wearing a mask that completely concealed her features, leaving her appearance a mystery. Shin was curious to see what she looked like, hoping she wasn't too ugly. He wondered what kind of power Imu used to live for so long. It was possible she had turned into an ugly old hag. Anything was possible. Shin now suspected Imu was hideous, why else would she cover her face? You're asking for it. Imu remained silent, but the celestial dragons couldn't hold back. Imu was their world, their king. They would not tolerate any disrespect towards her. I think you're the ones asking for it. I'll eliminate you right now. Hancock took a step forward, but just as she was about to act, Shin reached out and stopped her. Hancock, let me handle them, Shin said with a smile. Since my husband says so, I'll leave it to you. The fury on Hancock's face vanished, replaced by an incredibly sweet smile. Your mood swings are certainly fast, Robin couldn't help but comment. Hancock just glanced at Robin, then turned her attention back to Shin's retreating figure. You grunts think you have a place in this dance. You don't know your place. Shin's voice was chilling, as if it could freeze everything in its path. Super Shinra Tensei. An infinite repulsive force blasted outwards, causing the entire holy land of Mary Geos to tremble. The room of flowers was completely flattened. Shin's one move had leveled the area, and the dozen or so celestial dragons who had attacked him were all wiped out. Ah. Shin, you used too much force. All the jewels are gone. Nami cried, pulling at her hair. I was already controlling the force to keep you safe. You really expect me to care about worldly possessions? Shin shot a glance at the money-grubbing Nami. Sigh, what a shame. Nami was twitching with heartache. You might not care about these things, but you have to consider me. If you want them, you can go look in the ruins. Shin pointed at the distant rubble. I think I'll wait until this is all over. I feel safest by your side, Shin. Nami shook her head. Compared to treasure, her life was more important. Though Nami valued money more than life, if she truly had to choose, she would undoubtedly pick her own life. Running out on her own was too dangerous, the enemy hadn't been completely dealt with yet. She'd wait until it was all over. Indeed, Shin's Super Shinra Tensei had only wiped out the celestial dragons. As the king of the celestial dragons, Imu had not been killed. In fact, the moment Shin used Super Shinra Tensei, she had already begun to flee. Her observation haki was incredibly sharp. St. J. Garcia Saturn and St. Marcus Mars had also retreated early on, which was how they managed to save their own lives, though they were now severely injured. Chapter 715, you had your chance and you blew it. You managed to survive that. Not bad. Shin watched Imu in the distance, his gaze calm. She didn't appear injured, merely disheveled, and the mask she wore had fallen away. At the same time, Shin finally saw Imu's face. To be honest, she wasn't ugly in the slightest. In fact, her beauty was on par with Amatsuki Toki's. But Shin felt nothing, his expression remaining placid. At most, he felt a flicker of appreciation that she'd managed to dodge his Super Shinra Tensei. Hancock, I'll leave those two old bastards to you. Finish them off. Shin glanced at the two members of the five elders, who were heavily injured but somehow still clinging to life. They were damn hard to kill, surviving even that. But their luck was about to run out. There was no way they could escape from Hancock and Momosaji, they just didn't have the strength. I don't think we need to continue this fight, Imu suddenly said. Before, she had seen Shin Uzumaki as a threat, which was why she had ordered the five elders to deal with him. But now, having witnessed his true power, Imu realized he was more than a simple threat. He was a mortal danger. Under these circumstances, Imu had no desire to risk her life in a fight to the death with Shin. A fight to the death was not in her favor, it was far too risky. In the end, Imu wasn't even 20% sure she could win. Oh. And what do you propose? Shin didn't make a move, his calm gaze fixed on Imu. However, Hancock and Momosaji, who were now attacking the two remaining five elders, showed no signs of stopping. Imu paid them no mind. Even if they died, it didn't matter to her. They were just two subordinates. What did it matter if they were dead? How about we call a truce? Imu suggested to Shin. She genuinely wanted to de-escalate. We could rule this world together. Fearing Shin might refuse, Imu quickly added to her offer. A playful smirk appeared on Shin's face. Does she think everyone is like her? Does she think everyone is interested in ruling the world? Shin had no such interest. He looked at Imu with a flat expression. It wouldn't be long before he left the world of One Piece anyway. Why would he care about ruling it? Shin, don't you dare believe her. She can't be trusted, Amatsuki Toki immediately said, shaking her head. I agree. She can't be trusted. Shin nodded calmly. Amatsuki Toki, what is the meaning of this? Imu glared at Amatsuki Toki, her eyes filled with an endless killing intent. Amatsuki Toki met her gaze and scoffed, then said coldly, it means you can't be trusted. What do you think? Imu ignored Amatsuki Toki. She knew the hatred between them meant Toki would never give her the time of day. I don't think much of it at all, Shin said plainly. Just then, Hancock finally finished off the two five elders with the flat hats and long hair. If they had been at full strength, Hancock would have had a tough time killing them, and might not have succeeded at all. But they had already been grievously wounded by Shin's power. In their injured state, the five elders couldn't last long. Shin, do you want me to kill this woman too? Hancock asked. Hancock, you're no match for her. Shin shook his head slightly. The key issue was that Hancock couldn't beat her. Otherwise, Shin wouldn't have minded Hancock dealing with her. Hearing Shin's words, Hancock didn't argue. If Shin said she was no match, then she truly was no match. And Hancock could indeed feel a powerful threat emanating from Imu. Shin Uzumaki, you should think this through. Don't assume I'm at a disadvantage. I was just trying to avoid causing too much damage to the holy land of Mary Geos. Imu said to Shin, her expression cold. She was furious at Shin's rejection. No one had ever refused her proposals. She felt she had already made a huge concession by agreeing to share the world with him. And still, he had the nerve to refuse her. Did he really think she was a pushover? She hadn't ruled this world relying on her status alone. In this world, strength was everything. You know, I actually gave you a chance. You had an opportunity and you didn't take it. How pathetic. Shin suddenly shook his head and sighed. Imu frowned at his words, not understanding what he meant. What chance? I gave you a chance to run. If you had taken the opportunity to escape just now, I might have let you go. But you didn't. You've got some nerve. Imu was so angry she was trembling. When had anyone ever dared to speak to her like that? After being treated with reverence for so long, Imu was now shaking with rage, her icy gaze locked on Shin. Oh, are you mad? Shin looked at Imu calmly. Even if she was mad, what could she do? Are you trying to anger her? Nami glanced at Shin and couldn't help but ask. No. She just doesn't have a good handle on her emotions, Shin said to Nami with a smile. Imu is very strong. You should be careful, Amatsuki Toki reminded Shin. As she spoke, Imu had already drawn a strange-looking sword and was charging towards Shin. This woman's strength was perhaps the greatest Shin had encountered, at least, the greatest he had encountered in the world of One Piece. Not bad speed, but it's not enough against me. Shin raised the Shodai Katetsu, blocking her slash, then sent her flying with a counter-strike. To be honest, I don't go easy on women either. Are you ready for this? Shin held his sword in one hand and walked towards her, an overwhelming killing intent, one that conjured images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, enveloping Imu. At that moment, Imu felt as if she had been transported to a battlefield, a sea of blood, where she saw countless skeletons, and among them, she even saw her own. No, this is an illusion. Imu instantly sensed something was wrong. She used her mental strength to break free from the genjutsu, her face pale as she looked at Shin in the distance. She hadn't felt anything wrong, yet she had fallen into a genjutsu. She had almost been unable to break free. This was the most dangerous moment of her life. Chapter 716, Mythical Zoan. Shin, don't hold back. It's better to finish her off, or she'll be a problem later. Amatsuki Toki reminded Shin again as he prepared to attack. She had warned him before not to let Imu go. Besides their past feud, Imu was a threat that had to be eliminated. Do I look like the type to show mercy? Shin couldn't help but ask after hearing her repeated warnings. If your opponent were a man, I wouldn't be worried. But since it's a woman, I have my doubts, Amatsuki Toki said, glancing at Shin. Especially since this Imu was quite beautiful. What if Shin went easy on her? She had to consider that. In any case, Amatsuki Toki was somewhat worried. Amatsuki Toki, you really want me dead, don't you? Imu glared at Toki, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Of course I do. My parents died because of you, Amatsuki Toki said, her eyes filled with hatred. The enmity between them ran deep. If you want me dead, then come and kill me yourself, Imu sneered. I'm not a fool. In terms of strength, I'm no match for you. I won't make a move. Amatsuki Toki said with extreme calmness. Can you tell me how you've managed to live this long? Imu asked Toki. She had no idea that Toki had eaten the time fruit. All she knew was that when she had been hunting Toki, she had suddenly vanished. What happened after that was a mystery. She didn't know how Toki had escaped, or how she had survived for 800 years. Imu herself had lived so long because of the methods she had acquired, but how could Toki do the same? There's no harm in telling you. I ate the time fruit. I traveled from the past to the present. Amatsuki Toki didn't hide it. The ability of the time fruit to travel to the future was incredibly powerful, though unfortunately, it couldn't travel to the past. So that's how it is. Your luck is quite good, to have obtained such a powerful devil fruit. Imu said this, but she wasn't envious. The devil fruit she had eaten was just as powerful. Suddenly, Imu attacked, her palm wreathed in flames as she struck at Shin. It was a good sneak attack, but it passed right through Shin's body. Not elementalization, a spatial ability. Imu turned to look at Shin. She actually knew about some of his abilities. The intelligence the 5 elders had gathered had all been reported to her, so she knew about Shin's powers. For example, his spatial ability, his lightning, and his glint fruit powers. She just didn't know how he had acquired them. That feeling of hitting empty air after gathering all your strength, it doesn't feel good, does it? Shin asked with a light smile. He then instantly appeared behind Imu, grabbed her by the hair, and slammed her into the ground. His speed was so fast that Imu couldn't even react. By the time she felt the pain, she knew she had been attacked. Now, you all shouldn't have to worry about me holding back, right? Shin lifted Imu up and asked Amatsuki Toki, Hancock, and the others. Imu's face was now a mess of cuts and bruises. Shin then tossed her aside. Imu rolled on the ground, then glared at Shin with eyes full of hatred. She wanted nothing more than to kill him right now. No woman was indifferent to her appearance. Now that her face was ruined, how could Imu not hate him? At this moment, Imu's hatred was so intense she wanted to tear Shin limb from limb. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Not exactly a gentleman, are you? Robin couldn't help but say. Shin glanced at Robin, startling her. She cautiously took a few steps back, putting some distance between them. Why are you so scared? Besides, even if I did do something to you, I'd punish you in a different way. What kind of punishment? Nami, completely missing the blush on Robin's face, asked Shin curiously. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions, Shin said calmly. TCH, you really think I don't know anything? Don't treat me like a child. Nami's face showed her dissatisfaction. She was already a grown-up, why was she still being treated like a child? I'm going to kill you. Imu stood up, her body wreathed in flames. Looking at the high-temperature flames on Imu, Hancock and the others were a bit puzzled. Amatsuki Toki, do you know what devil fruit Imu has? Hancock asked. It looked like the flare fruit, but it definitely wasn't. The flare fruit had already been eaten by someone else. It had been won by Sabo in the Koritha Coliseum and eaten by him. I don't know what devil fruit she has either, Amatsuki Toki shook her head. Imu had never revealed it before, so Toki didn't know. But one thing was certain, her devil fruit was definitely not weak. The terrifying flames were probably even hotter than magma. Even from a great distance, they could feel the scorching heat. Turned to ashes together. Imu's expression was cold. Feathers appeared on her body, and her hands turned into wings. A mythical Zoan devil fruit. Those wings, is it a phoenix? Shin looked at her transformation and couldn't help but comment. Mythical Zoan devil fruits were even rarer than Logia types. In the flames, the wounds on her face began to heal, and the fire spread towards Shin. The terrifying temperature instantly vaporized the ground it touched, definitely several times hotter than magma. Hancock, you guys should leave first, Shin said to Hancock. Although this temperature was no threat to Shin, it was a considerable threat to Hancock and the others. All right, Shin, be careful. Hancock and the others nodded. They knew staying here would be useless, and they might even hold Shin back. I underestimated you before. Now I admit, you have earned the right to have my full attention. You should be proud, Shin said to Imu. Still talking big when you're about to die. I want to watch you turn to ash. Imu looked at Shin with a cold sneer, her voice filled with endless cruelty and hatred. She had to completely incinerate Shin Uzumaki to vent her anger. Chapter 717, a decent punching bag. This fire is pretty nice. A good way to warm up. Shin stood amidst the inferno, completely unharmed. Impossible. Imu stared at the unscathed Shin, her mind reeling. How could he be completely fine? Her flames could melt anything, even sea stone. Why were they useless against Shin Uzumaki? Are you shocked? Shin walked out of the flames and strode toward her, his true aura steadily rising. The oppressive force crashed down on Imu, making her body buckle. She nearly collapsed to her knees. Such powerful conqueror's haki. This was the strongest conqueror's haki Imu had ever felt. She unleashed her own, not hoping to overpower his, but simply to withstand the crushing impact. It's not that I'm too strong. You're just too weak, Shin stated plainly. Imu felt a surge of humiliation. No one had ever called her weak. To be told she was too weak was an insult she couldn't stomach. If you can't take it, don't force yourself. There's no point. Shin said, looking at Imu as she struggled against the pressure of his haki. The terrifying conqueror's haki caused the surrounding structures to crumble. The force of his will alone was affecting the physical world, cracking the walls of the entire flower room. Outside, Hancock and the others had returned to the Pluton. Why are you all back? Alvia asked Hancock, then noticed Shin wasn't with them. Where's Shin? That Imu is stronger than we thought. We'd only be a burden if we stayed, Robin explained. I see. Is Shin going to be all right? Alvia asked, her voice laced with worry. She immediately released her observation haki, enveloping the entire area to assess the situation. Sensing Shin's terrifying aura, Alvia let out a breath of relief. It seemed he was fine for now. Of course, Shin was fine. The one in real trouble was Imu, who was being completely suppressed. Shin's conqueror's haki alone had her pinned down, making it difficult for her to even move. Don't worry. With Shin's strength, he'll be fine. But I have to admit, that woman is surprisingly strong. Otherwise, I would have dealt with her myself. Hancock acknowledged Imu's power, then glanced at Amatsuki Toki, who felt a hint of malice in her gaze. Hancock, I can feel ill intent in your eyes, Amatsuki Toki couldn't help but say. I was just thinking, you and Imu are from the same era, aren't you? How is it she's so powerful, and you're so weak? Hancock's words were blunt, causing Amatsuki Toki's expression to darken. She didn't respond. How could they be compared? She had traveled through time to get here from 800 years ago. Imu, on the other hand, had lived through all those centuries. There was no comparison. The battle raged on. Imu had now completely transformed into a fire phoenix. Flames coiled around her body, far more destructive than the flames of Marco's phoenix fruit. The heat surpassed that of the magma fruit, and she possessed an incredible healing ability. It was like an upgraded version of the phoenix fruit. Boom. Shin kicked Imu, sending her crashing into the ground. Her flames were terrifying, but Shin was completely unfazed. A fire like this couldn't hurt him. The kick had broken who knows how many of her ribs, but she quickly got back up, her injuries healing at an astonishing rate. That healing speed of yours, it's almost on par with a six-path sage body, Shin remarked, watching Imu's rapid recovery. Imu had no idea what a six-path sage body was. All she knew was that she had to defeat Shin, to tear him to shreds. The sword she held was now glowing red-hot from the flames. With a single slash, she tore the earth apart and swung at Shin. Shin simply raised his hand and caught the blade. The extreme heat had no effect on him, his hand was coated in armament haki. Crack. The sound of shattering metal echoed as the sword broke into countless fragments. You make for a decent punching bag, Shin said, then threw a punch that pierced straight through Imu's body. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, which instantly evaporated in the intense heat. Die. A cruel smile twisted Imu's face as she clawed at Shin's handsome face. Whoa, can't have that. Trying to ruin this handsome face of mine, Shin thought, tilting his head just enough to dodge the attack. Shinra Tensei. A wave of repulsive force sent Imu flying. She crashed to the ground, covered in blood, looking utterly defeated. Susanoo. A black skeleton materialized around Shin, then grew flesh and sinew before being clad in armor. It sprouted legs and a pair of wings unfurled from its back. The 200-meter-tall behemoth stood tall, its mere presence inspiring dread. A fierce wind swept across the holy land of Mary Geos, tearing away the very top layer of the ground. What the hell is that? What kind of devil fruit did you eat? The massive hole in Imu's abdomen healed as she looked up at the terrifying armored warrior, feeling a fear she had never known. Even when she was being utterly crushed by Shin before, she hadn't been afraid. But now, faced with the overwhelming presence of the Susanoo, true fear crept into her heart. Would you believe me if I said I haven't eaten a devil fruit? Many people had asked Shin this question, and he always answered truthfully. But no one ever believed him. I don't believe you. What is your connection to Uranus? Imu asked angrily, convinced Shin was mocking her. She suspected he had some connection to Uranus, otherwise, how could he wield such terrifying power? Oh. Actually, I'd really like to know, what exactly is Uranus? A flicker of interest appeared in Shin's eyes. There weren't many things in this world that could capture his interest, but the ancient weapons were one of them. He already had Pluton, and Poseidon was the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. As for the mysterious Uranus, Shin knew nothing about it. But as the king of the celestial dragons, Imu had to know. Imu stared at Shin, her suspicions wavering. She had thought he was connected to Uranus, but it seemed he had no idea what it was. Chapter 718, The Death of Imu. Shin stared at Imu with great interest. Tell me what Uranus is. If you do, I might let you live. Shin, who had been about to command the Susanoo to attack, held back. Among the three ancient weapons, Uranus was by far the most mysterious. Humph, why should I tell you? Imu snorted. Transformed into a phoenix, she had grown to a massive size. She was dozens of meters tall, but compared to Shin's complete body Susanoo, she was nothing. Still, a sliver of hope remained in Imu's heart. Perhaps this giant was all bark and no bite, not as powerful as it seemed. With a beat of her wings, she launched a massive fireball at the Susanoo. The flame struck the armored giant, causing some minor damage. Seeing this, Imu's heart leaped with joy. But she had celebrated too soon. The damage was repaired in an instant, and her expression immediately changed. How did it recover so quickly? Imu thought in shock, then the sky suddenly went dark. Looking up, she saw a giant hand reaching for her. Imu flapped her wings, trying to fly away and escape its grasp. Not bad. You actually dodged it. Shin was slightly surprised that Imu had managed to escape his attack, but he hadn't been serious. From the wings on its back, the Susanoo drew a massive katana and slashed at the flying phoenix. Honestly, this phoenix wasn't much to look at. In fact, it was rather ugly. At least, by Shin's standards. At best, it was a little better looking than Ho-Oh, Pokemon, but not by much. So, Shin didn't hold back, slicing off one of the phoenix's wings with a single blow. The fiery bird fell from the sky, crashing to the earth as the Susanoo's blade continued its descent. Seeing the blade, Imu didn't dare maintain her phoenix form and quickly reverted to her human shape. The phoenix form was powerful, but its size made it an easy target. In human form, dodging attacks was much easier. She rolled away, narrowly avoiding the Susanoo's blade as it carved a deep scar across the red line. One of Imu's arms was gone. The wing that had been severed was her arm. Damn it. Flames flickered at the wound, and a new arm grew back. Limb regeneration. Shin was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected her to be capable of that. Marco's phoenix fruit couldn't do that. It could heal wounds quickly, but limb regeneration was impossible. Bansho Tenin. Shin, standing within the crystal on the Susanoo's forehead, used universal pull. Imu's body flew uncontrollably towards him. The dark fruit's ability. Imu shouted in shock. As far as she knew, only the dark fruit had a similar gravitational ability. She desperately tried to resist being pulled, but she couldn't. In the end, Shin grabbed her. He held her by the neck, his cold eyes staring into hers. Tell me about Uranus, or I'll have to kill you. Shin's voice was calm, but his body radiated a terrifying killing intent. Engulfed in his killing intent, Imu's body went cold, and she trembled. The threat of death was upon her, but she gritted her teeth and refused to say a word about Uranus. She was surprisingly tough. Did you really think I couldn't find out just because you wouldn't talk? Shin mercilessly used his soul extraction ability. With his 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen, reading her memories was effortless. You're useless to me now. If you had told me before, I might have spared you. Shin then crushed her soul. With her soul gone, Imu was dead. Even with the phoenix fruit that allowed for rebirth from flames, with no soul, death was absolute. Glancing at Imu's corpse, Shin ignored it and looked down at the ground, a strange light in his eyes. So Uranus is a person too, or rather, a living being. By reading Imu's memories, Shin had learned that Uranus, like Shirahoshi, was a living being. It was Uranus who had given Imu her phoenix fruit, and the celestial dragons served Uranus. And Uranus was sleeping beneath the holy land of Mary Geos. If it's sleeping, and all this commotion didn't wake it up, did it die in its sleep? Shin couldn't help but wonder. He then returned to his ship, the Pluton. Is Imu dead? Seeing Shin return, Amatsuki Toki immediately asked him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, she's dead. But let me ask you a question. Do you know about Uranus? Shin asked Amatsuki Toki. After all, she was from that era, she should know a lot. Hearing Shin's question, Amatsuki Toki first nodded, then shook her head, leaving Shin completely confused. What does that mean? Do you know or not? I've heard of Uranus, but I've never seen it. Amatsuki Toki didn't know much about Uranus either. Even if she had heard of it, she had never seen it. All right. Shin wasn't disappointed. He had already guessed that Amatsuki Toki might not know. Let's leave for now. Shin glanced at the ruins of the holy land of Mary Geos, then said to Hancock and the others. Hearing his words, Califa immediately used her float fruit ability, making the Pluton rise into the air and fly away. Shin, you must have learned something about Uranus, right? Robin asked Shin. That's right. Uranus is actually in the holy land of Mary Geos right now, Shin nodded. However, hearing his words, Robin looked at Shin with confusion. If he knew Uranus was in Mary Geos, why didn't he go find it? From what she knew, Shin was very interested in this. Was it dangerous? No, that couldn't be right. Even the celestial dragons had been wiped out. What danger could Uranus pose? Robin had defined Uranus as a tool, not a living being. Of course, Shin didn't think Uranus was dangerous. He definitely wanted to see this so-called Uranus, but to do so, he had to get the Pluton away from Mary Geos first, to avoid getting it caught in the crossfire. Chapter 719, Shin's speculation. After the Pluton flew clear of the holy land of Mary Geos, Shin hurled a 6-paths Raisin Shuriken back at the sacred city. With a deafening roar, the attack obliterated more than half of Mary Geos, and even the red line itself began to tremble. If I'd gone all out, Fishman Island, 10,000 meters below, would have been caught in the crossfire. Shin commented casually. After all, Fishman Island was Shirahoshi's home. If he accidentally destroyed it, she would probably cry her eyes out. You call that holding back? Alvia gestured toward the flattened remains of Mary Geos. If he had used any more force, the red line might have been completely shattered. Perhaps then, they wouldn't even need to pass through Fishman Island to reach the new world, he would have simply blasted a new path. You don't think that destroyed Uranus, did you? Robin couldn't help but wonder. I doubt it. It shouldn't be that fragile. Shin shrugged, then waited for Uranus to appear. Unlike Shin's calm demeanor, Amatsuki Toki was on edge. I don't think Uranus will be that easy to deal with. Since you said it's a person, Shin, and it's been alive for so long, who knows how strong it is now? Amatsuki Toki's face was filled with worry. Worrying is pointless. Or do you not have faith in me, Toki? Shin asked. At his question, Amatsuki Toki paused, her mind flashing back to the sight of Mary Geos being obliterated by a single, casual attack from Shin. That seemed to be just a whim on his part. Maybe she really didn't need to worry. No matter how powerful Uranus was, it couldn't possibly compare to Shin. Is that him? Shin's gaze shifted, focusing on a figure in the distance. The moment he saw the figure, Shin knew that was the so-called Uranus. It really was a person. Was it you who disturbed my slumber? Uranus's gaze fell upon Shin. His entire body was encased in heavy armor, his head covered by a large mask that completely concealed his face. How about taking off that mask so I can have a look? Shin asked with a smile. Die. Uranus let out an icy growl, and an endless torrent of flames surged toward Shin, turning the sky crimson. Shin's expression flickered with surprise. Weren't those the powers of Imu's phoenix fruit? How could Uranus use them too? But now wasn't the time to ponder that. He had to deal with the attack first. Shin summoned his Susanoo, which completely blocked the flames, shielding both him and the Pluton. You guys get out of here. I'll have some fun with this one. Shin said with great interest. Alvia and the others knew that even if they stayed, they wouldn't be of any help. This Uranus seemed ridiculously powerful. Shin could definitely handle it, but if they stayed, they'd be no different from cannon fodder. So, Alvia and the others left without hesitation, leaving Shin to face Uranus alone. As one of the ancient weapons, let's see what you're really capable of. I hope you can show me something interesting, Shin said with a faint smile, looking at Uranus. If Uranus was an ancient weapon, then someone must have created it. The question was, who? The celestial dragons. No, if it were them, they wouldn't be dominated by Uranus. Instantly, Shin thought of the mysterious D clan. Though the D clan was small in number, every living member was an incredibly powerful individual, like the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy. There were also Garp, Dragon, Ace, Roger, and others, all members of the D clan, embodying a certain will. They were called the natural enemies of the gods. If the celestial dragons called themselves the descendants of gods, then who was the god? It was possible that this so-called god was Uranus. Perhaps the D clan created Uranus, and then Uranus, unwilling to be a mere weapon, rebelled and destroyed the D clan's kingdom. That could be it. Though it was all just Shin's own speculation, it didn't mean he was wrong. Shin considered his ability to connect the dots to be quite strong. Hey, aren't you going to talk to me? You just keep attacking. Do you think I'm a pushover? Shin didn't move, letting Uranus continue his assault. All the attacks landed on Shin's Susanoo, but they couldn't even scratch it. The damage couldn't even keep up with his regeneration. Uranus ignored Shin's words, continuing his relentless attacks, making Shin wonder if this Uranus was broken in the head. You really think I don't have a temper? Shin controlled Susanoo to throw a punch at Uranus, sending him crashing down onto the red line. If his earlier guess was correct, and Uranus was the so-called god, then it was a perfect match. The Susanoo was also known as a divine technique. Legend had it that anyone who witnessed it was doomed. The Susanoo was destruction incarnate. Madara's version might have struggled against this ancient weapon. But Shin's Susanoo. Uranus didn't stand a chance. One punch had nearly finished him off. Impossible. No one is stronger than me. Uranus's injuries healed amidst the flames, and at the same time, lightning crackled around his body. Is that the Rumble Rumble fruit's power? What's going on with you? Shin looked at the ability his opponent was using. Was it really the Rumble Rumble fruit, or something else? As far as he knew, Alvia had already eaten the Rumble Rumble fruit. So how could Uranus still use its power? As Shin was pondering this, the lightning had already struck him. The brilliant bolts, carrying immense power, slammed into the Susanoo. Even the Susanoo's armor was cracked, but such a small fissure could be repaired in an instant. It was nothing to worry about. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Uranus used the power of the Glint Glint fruit. It seemed Uranus could use the abilities of any devil fruit. You're quite the cheat, aren't you? Almost more of a cheat than me, Shin couldn't help but say, looking at the man who was using all sorts of devil fruit abilities. Unfortunately, no matter what attack he used, its power wasn't that great. At least, it didn't pose a threat to Shin. He couldn't even break through Susanoo's defense. Are you done with your attacks? Shouldn't it be my turn now? Shin dispelled his Susanoo and cracked his knuckles. Though his attacks had no effect on him, being constantly attacked was still very annoying. Now, it was time for payback. Chapter 720, Are You a Psycho? The moment Shin declared his turn, Uranus must have sensed the danger, immediately going on the defensive. Boom. But it was useless. Uranus didn't even see how Shin appeared behind him. A single punch from Shin pierced through the armor on Uranus's body. Revealing his body, Shin's brow twitched. The sensation of the hit felt a bit off. It was as if he'd punched solid steel. This guy's defense was quite formidable. Perhaps he was using some kind of defensive ability, but it wasn't armament hockey. From the look of it, his opponent didn't seem to know how to use armament hockey, or even observation hockey. Shin pushed those thoughts aside. Since he was going to teach him a lesson, he might as well do it properly. His fists became a blur like rain, constantly striking Uranus's body. The armor on Uranus's body shattered, and the mask on his face was also broken by Shin's fists. It revealed a completely ordinary face, so ordinary that it was almost excessive. The kind of face you'd never be able to find in a crowd. I will kill you, you who defy the gods. Uranus's emotionless eyes stared at Shin, his entire being exuding an endless killing intent. Oh. You think you're a god? That's hilarious. Shin sneered at him. Why did anyone with a bit of power become so arrogant and think themselves a god? Just like Nagato Uzumaki, who also called himself a god. In reality, his strength was far from that level. The Uranus before him was definitely stronger than Nagato, but to call himself a god, he was still unqualified. You disrespect God. Die. Uranus instantly opened a door out of thin air and appeared behind Shin. The power of the door fruit, allowing one to open a door anywhere. It was a spatial type devil fruit ability. Don't bother with those kinds of spatial abilities in front of me. They're too weak. Shin used Kamui, letting his opponent's attack pass through his body. Then he reached out and grabbed his opponent by the neck. How can you use so many devil fruit abilities? Can you tell me? I'm very curious about that. Shin asked his opponent with a curious expression. He could use many devil fruit abilities because he had copied them. But how did Uranus unleash so many devil fruit abilities? Uranus, of course, wouldn't answer. Caught by Shin, Uranus's body turned into light and escaped from Shin's grasp. Right, I forgot. You can use many devil fruit abilities, so of course you can use a Logia fruit's elementalization. Shin smacked his forehead. Just now, Uranus had used the Glint fruit's elementalization to escape from his grasp. He should have used armament hockey that can hit Logia users. Unfortunately, Shin had forgotten. It's been a while since I had a real fight. My combat instincts have gotten rusty. If it were his past self, he definitely wouldn't have forgotten. The main reason was that Shin wasn't taking this fight seriously. The power Uranus had displayed was indeed impressive, far surpassing a marine admiral, even capable of instantly killing one. But in front of Shin, it was still not enough. That was why Shin hadn't taken him seriously. You won't escape from me so easily next time. So be careful, Shin reminded his opponent with a faint smile. No one can make me escape. I am the supreme god. Uranus stared at Shin coldly. Hey, are you some kind of psycho? Shin chuckled coldly, thinking this guy was completely insane. He felt he might have been wrong. Not just a psycho, but he also had a bad case of 8th grader syndrome. It seemed the beating he had given him earlier wasn't enough to make him see reality. I've always been a do-gooder, specializing in helping those who've gotten too big for their britches see reality, Shin said calmly. You will die. Uranus roared and charged at Shin, his body exuding a cold killing intent, and also a chilling cold. This cold was actually the power of the ice fruit, freezing even the air, and it was spreading towards Shin. Shin's brow twitched slightly, then his eyes turned into the 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen. Amaterasu. Shin said calmly. Black flames surged out and landed on Uranus's body, and the inextinguishable flames began to burn. The flames that would never extinguish until the enemy was completely burned, were actually very powerful. Though in the Naruto world, it had basically never killed anyone, its reputation greater than its actual effect. But when really used, it was still very powerful. Now Uranus was covered in flames. Even with the power of the ice fruit, he couldn't extinguish the flames. Inextinguishable flames. Uranus snorted coldly, then his body elementalized, directly escaping the inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu. Just as I thought. That move is useless against you. Shin had anticipated this. It was just a test, it didn't matter if it didn't work. Suddenly, a truth-seeking orb appeared in Shin's hand. Holding the blade formed from the truth-seeking orb, Shin looked at Uranus calmly. I wonder if you'll still be alive after being cut by a truth-seeking orb. The truth-seeking orbs were the enemy of all creation. Anyone without 6 paths power who touched a truth-seeking orb would turn to ash. The moment Shin took out the truth-seeking orb, Uranus felt an absolute sense of crisis, a terrifying sense of danger that was about to drown him. From this seemingly ordinary blade, Uranus felt a great sense of crisis, even making him feel a little scared. This blade absolutely could not be touched. If he touched it, he would definitely die. This was his intuition, and his intuition could never be wrong. You seem to be afraid. Shin looked at the subconsciously retreating Uranus, smiled faintly, and said. Just now, Uranus had directly retreated, he was wary of the sword formed from the truth-seeking orb. Uranus snorted coldly. Looking at the calm Shin, who seemed to not put him in his eyes at all, Uranus was very unhappy. I acknowledge your strength. How about joining me and becoming a god? Uranus suddenly invited Shin. Ha 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 ha. How interesting. If you want to back down, just say so. Shin laughed, looking at Uranus. What was this about inviting him to become a god? He had clearly seen he was no match and wanted to back down and make peace. Did he truly think Shin did not know? Hearing Shin's mocking laughter, Uranus's face grew darker and darker, and the aura around his body grew increasingly terrifying. No one had ever dared to laugh at him. All who had laughed at him were dead. Chapter 721, You Can Just Die Wondering. Shin watched as Uranus charged at him, sidestepping the attack with a swift movement. He considered whether he should just end it with a single slash. Truthfully, Shin wanted to understand the secret behind Uranus's ability to wield so many devil fruit powers. Many of the abilities he used had already been consumed by others. So the question was, how was Uranus able to use them? Shin didn't know the answer, but he desperately wanted to find out. Let's satisfy my curiosity. The blade that was about to strike was suddenly retracted by Shin. Otherwise, he could have likely killed Uranus in one blow. A truth-seeking orb. For anyone without six paths power, touching it meant being reduced to ash, or more accurately, being erased into nothingness. And Uranus certainly didn't have six paths power. So if the blade had connected, he would have been dead, his body completely disintegrated. Bancho 10 in. Hoping Uranus would just spill his secrets was a fool's dream, so Shin had to take matters into his own hands. A black hole-like gravitational force erupted from Shin's palm. It looked similar to the power of the dark fruit, but it wasn't the same. Shin's was clearly much stronger. Uranus, who was already charging towards Shin, was now pulled forward at an even greater speed. He panicked, his body no longer under his control. Unable to break free, Uranus suddenly used the power of the flare fruit, his body erupting into a sea of flames. A pointless trick. You think that'll work on me? Have you ever heard of armament hockey? Shin's hand turned pitch black, completely enveloped in armament hockey, and he directly grabbed the elementalized Uranus. Come to think of it, it was possible Uranus really didn't know about armament hockey. After all, he had been asleep for a long time. As for whether armament hockey existed over 800 years ago, perhaps it did, perhaps it didn't. Who knew when hockey was developed? After grabbing the fluid form of Uranus, Shin began to extract his soul. No soul. How do you even exist? Shin was genuinely shocked. This was the most surprising thing he had encountered since coming to this world. Without a soul, wasn't he just a puppet? But Shin could feel that he was definitely not a puppet. Well, that didn't stop Shin from reading his memories. Placing a hand on his head, Shin began to search through Uranus's mind. No wonder. So you were created from the devil fruit tree. Shin learned of Uranus's origin. It was almost exactly as Shin had guessed. The reason Uranus could use so many devil fruit abilities was because he was the devil fruit tree, the very source of all devil fruits. So a devil fruit tree actually exists. Thinking of devil fruits, Shin shook his head slightly. Even now, he couldn't quite figure out how they worked. After a user died, the devil fruit would reappear somewhere else. Shin didn't know the principle behind it. It was a strange phenomenon, and Shin had no desire to investigate it further. He probably wouldn't find anything out anyway. Alright, it seems you're useless now. Shin looked at Uranus. He knew everything he wanted to know, and he had no intention of keeping this guy around. He was a menace. Even though he was a creation, his ambition was enormous. It was better to destroy someone like him. It would be a service to the world. What did you do to me? Uranus asked Shin. He had no idea that Shin had just read his every memory. That. You can just die wondering. Shin said with a cold expression, then acted without mercy. A gray bone shot out. All killing ash bones. The gray bone pierced through Uranus's body. Where it struck, his body began to crumble. Like the truth-seeking orbs, the all-killing ash bones was a Kekkei Mora, one of the ultimate techniques. Anyone hit by it would be turned to dust. It was as terrifying as a truth-seeking orb. No, it was even more terrifying. A truth-seeking orb could be blocked by six paths power, but the all-killing ash bones could not. Just like that, Uranus turned to ash, completely and utterly gone. Shin wasn't surprised in the slightest that Uranus was killed in one hit. If he hadn't been, Shin would have been the one who was truly shocked. After dealing with Uranus, Shin turned and left, returning to the Pluton. Hancock and the others had seen him finish Uranus off. It was over in a flash. Shin, what are you waiting for? Let's get back to the holy land of Mary Geos. Nami shouted at him. Back to Mary Geos? What for? Hearing Nami's urgent plea to return to the holy land, Shin gave her a completely baffled look. What was left there now? Did you forget? The celestial dragon's treasure. We can't forget about that. Let's hurry back to Mary Geos. Even at a time like this, Nami hadn't forgotten about the treasure. Her obsession had reached a fever pitch. I think we should just forget it. Shin glanced in the direction of Mary Geos. He had already blown the place to smithereens. What was the point of going back now? How can we just forget it? Nami was clearly unwilling to give up. Even if it was almost completely destroyed, what if something was left? Nami felt she had to dig for it, no matter what. Otherwise, she would never be at peace. Hearing Nami's plea, Shin finally nodded in agreement. Otherwise, knowing Nami's personality, she would probably follow him everywhere, nagging him about it. He controlled the Pluton and flew towards the holy land of Mary Geos. Seeing the ruins, Nami was petrified. It was completely and utterly destroyed. Before, the holy land of Mary Geos was the highest point on the red line. Now, it was practically a basin. See? There's nothing here. Let's just go, Shin said, shrugging his shoulders. It's all your fault. Why did you have to hit it so hard? The celestial dragon's treasure is all gone now. I'm so heartbroken. Nami was in agony, looking as if she was about to faint. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Shin looked at Nami, who was kneeling on the ground, and shook his head helplessly. He hadn't realized her obsession was this severe. I think this is a kind of illness. Nami needs to be treated. Robin glanced at Nami, then whispered to Shin. Robin, you're right. Nami might really be sick. How pitiful, Shin said, looking at Nami and shaking his head, deliberately trying to provoke her. But this was probably just Nami's obsession. It was so deep that even now, she was still a complete money grubber. Chapter 722, The Celestial Dragons are finished. On the ruins of the holy land of Mary Geos, Nami was digging frantically with a small shovel. As for Shin and the others, they were just watching the show, laughing and joking as Nami dug for her so-called treasure. I think you guys are laughing at me, Nami said, looking up and glaring at Shin, clearly unhappy. No, you've got it all wrong. We're definitely not laughing at you. Shin quickly denied it. There was no way he would admit it. Of course he couldn't admit he was laughing at Nami. Then what were you laughing about just now? Weren't you laughing at me? Nami asked Shin angrily. No. Hancock just told a joke, and we thought it was funny. Isn't that right, Hancock? Shin said, turning to Hancock. Yes, that's right. I told a joke, Hancock said with a serious nod. Hey, you must think I'm an idiot, Nami said, clearly furious. You guys better come and help me dig. We'll split the treasure we find, 70-30. Nami felt that if she relied on herself, she could dig here for a year and not find anything. 70-30. Are you giving us 70%? Momosaji couldn't help but ask. But upon hearing Momosaji's words, Nami rolled her eyes. In your dreams. Of course I get 70, and you get 30. I get 70, you get 30. You don't think you should get more than me, do you? Nami said to Momosaji. Sorry, my mistake. You can keep digging. Momosaji immediately backed away. She had been thinking of helping, but she hadn't expected Nami to be so stingy. Forget it. She'd let her do it herself. Stop digging, Nami. The entire surface is gone. Do you really think anything would be left underground? It's impossible. Don't waste your time here. Robin said to the unwilling Nami. Arg, all that treasure, gone just like that. What a shame. Nami said, then dug one last time out of frustration. A blinding glint of light made her instinctively cover her eyes. Seeing the shiny object, Nami's eyes lit up. She immediately crouched down and picked up the reflective item. It's a gem. There really is something here. Nami was overjoyed. She hadn't actually expected to find anything, she was just unwilling to give up. Ha 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 ha, I actually found something. Shin, look. I found a gem this big. Nami immediately ran to Shin, holding a fist-sized gem. It was an aquamarine gem, as beautiful as the deep blue sea. What a beautiful gem, Shirahoshi couldn't help but say, looking at the gem. Yes, it is very beautiful. Here, it's for you, Shirahoshi, Shin said, taking the gem and handing it to Shirahoshi after a brief look. Ah, I couldn't. This is Nami's, Shirahoshi said, too embarrassed to accept it. Nami glared at Shin, furious. You're pretty generous with other people's money, aren't you? But then she looked at Shirahoshi. She was very fond of her, and Shirahoshi had helped her a lot. So, after a moment of hesitation, Nami said, since you like it, Shirahoshi, you can have it. It was a rare sight indeed. For a money grubber like Nami to give something away was no easy feat. Hancock and the others looked at Nami with surprise, almost thinking the person before them wasn't Nami at all. Don't worry, I'll give you some more gems. As Shin spoke, he used universal pull. Some undamaged jewels buried underground all flew up. These are all for you. Can we go now, you greedy little cat burglar? Shin said, then pinched Nami's cheek. If it were any other time, Nami would have been angry, but now she couldn't be bothered. Thank you, Shin. Nami excitedly kissed Shin on the cheek. Shin pushed the excited Nami away with a look of disgust. Is there really a need to be so dramatic? Nami, realizing what had just happened, glared at Shin. I'm not even embarrassed, and you're acting disgusted. If not for the treasure, the angry Nami would have probably tried to kill him. It's settled then. All of this is mine, Nami said, pointing at the treasure and looking at Shin. Yes, don't worry. No one's going to fight you for it. That stuff is worthless to me. Shin nodded. He was different from other pirates, he didn't care much for treasure. Then I'll take it all. Although less than 1% of the items were intact, they still piled up into a mountain of gold, showing just how wealthy the celestial dragons were. Let's go. Let's see what's happening on Whitebeard's side. Shin had completely leveled the holy land of Mary Geos. He wondered what was happening on Whitebeard's end. Though Shin didn't need Whitebeard's help, he was in a pretty good mood about Whitebeard's proactive assistance this time. Leaving the holy land of Mary Geos, Shin and his group headed towards the place where Akainu and Whitebeard were fighting. The great battle was not over yet. Whitebeard and Akainu were still at it. Akainu alone was no match for Whitebeard. But Akainu had Kizaru's help. With Kizaru's treacherous nature, though Whitebeard could beat them, he couldn't defeat them in a short time. As for the other pirates, they were being held back by Ryakujiu. Fujitora was out of commission, so he naturally wasn't participating. I think you guys can stop fighting now, Shin said in a calm tone after arriving. His calm words startled everyone. Seeing Shin's ship, both the Marines and the pirates stopped fighting. Staring at Shin, who had just arrived, Akainu felt a sense of dread. Shin Uzumaki, did you flee back here? Akainu questioned Shin. Flee back? Do I look like I fled back? And did you not hear the commotion from the holy land of Mary Geos? Shin snorted at Akainu, who fell silent. Thinking of the sounds he had heard earlier, his brow furrowed. Seeing Shin Uzumaki completely unscathed, Akainu had already guessed that the holy land of Mary Geos was likely in danger. The celestial dragons are finished. Hearing Shin's words, Akainu's body shook. Before, it was just a guess. Now that he heard Shin say it, Akainu didn't know what to do. Continue fighting Whitebeard. It seemed impossible now. With Shin Uzumaki here, if he continued to fight Whitebeard, the other party would definitely help him. And Akainu had something important to do, confirm the situation of the celestial dragons and the 5 elders. If they were really in trouble, the impact on this world would be catastrophic. Everything would spiral out of control, even more terrifying than when Roger started the Great Pirate Era. Chapter 723, I have no interest in this world. Akainu led the Marines away, his expression grim. If the celestial dragons were truly gone, the seas would descend into utter chaos. He also found himself questioning the very purpose of the Marines. The Marines had been established by the 5 elders as an institution to combat pirates. But now, with the 5 elders gone, what was their purpose? What were they even fighting for? Even a man as resolute as Akainu couldn't help but feel lost. Whitebeard didn't pursue Akainu. Even if he did, there was no guarantee he could finish him off now. Their grudge could wait. He was too stunned by what Shin had revealed, the celestial dragons were finished. What would be the fallout? The entire world would be shaken, and even Whitebeard couldn't predict where things would go from here. Thank you, Whitebeard. Shin said. Gururara. No need to thank me. This just settles the score between us, Whitebeard said with a booming laugh. I just never thought you could actually topple the celestial dragons. I, Whitebeard, declare you the strongest. Hearing Whitebeard's words, a strange expression crossed Shin's face. Had Whitebeard been possessed by Madara Uchiha? He had just stolen Madara's iconic line. This world is on the verge of a massive upheaval. I'm honored to witness this era, an era that belongs to you. Whitebeard spoke with a hint of emotion. If Roger was the one who started the Great Pirate Era, then Shin was the one who truly changed the world. The celestial dragons were a stone pressing down on everyone's heads. Whitebeard had never believed that even Dragon could overthrow them. But now, the celestial dragons had been erased at Shin's hands. This upheaval is something our Whitebeard pirates need to prepare for. Farewell. I'll treat you to a drink sometime. I'll pass on the drink. The sake on your ship isn't that great, Shin called back. He'd tried it once before and wasn't impressed. Whitebeard and his crew departed. I imagine it'll only take half a day for your name to spread across the entire world. Alvia said to Shin. Destroying the celestial dragons was an event too monumental to be covered up. Besides, there was no one left who would even try to cover it up. Honestly, I don't really care about that. Shin shrugged, completely indifferent to fame. But I bet some people are thrilled right now. I helped them achieve their goals, and I didn't even charge them a fee. I really got the short end of the stick. Shin thought of Dragon. The one who stood to gain the most from this was Dragon. He had done practically nothing, and now the celestial dragons and the 5 elders were gone. Actually, I think he'll come to you himself, Amatsuki Toki said to Shin. If she guessed correctly, Dragon would definitely come. He'd want to probe Shin's intentions. After all, even though Shin had left this massive prize on the table, Dragon wouldn't dare snatch it without permission. Shin and his crew returned to their territory. In truth, ever since he had eliminated the celestial dragons, the entire world was his territory. Sure enough, just as Amatsuki Toki had predicted, not long after Shin returned, Dragon arrived. Shin didn't turn him away. "We meet again, Dragon," Shin said with a faint smile. "Yes, we meet again." Dragon's gaze was complex as he looked at Shin and let out a sigh. "I never thought you could accomplish something like this on your own." He truly hadn't. To think that Shin Uzumaki, by himself, could completely overthrow the celestial dragons and turn the world upside down. "Alright, let's skip the pleasantries. Just tell me why you're here." Shin had no interest in small talk with Dragon. He was more interested in Dragon's purpose. "My reason for coming is simple. I want to invite you to be our leader and take control of this world." Dragon looked up at Shin with a serious expression. "Oh. And why would you offer me such a good deal?" Shin asked, looking at Dragon calmly. "Your strength. I don't have your strength. With your power, you can bring peace to this world," Dragon said with utmost seriousness. Only Shin was fit to be the king of this world. Dragon was being sincere. He had no personal ambition, he just wanted to change the world and free it from the rule of the celestial dragons. "Unfortunately, I have no interest in this world." Shin's expression was calm. For others, the chance to rule the world might be tempting. But for Shin, the world of One Piece was just a stop on his journey. He wouldn't stay here forever. Having seen more, Shin's perspective had broadened. His gaze was fixed on a much wider horizon, not just this little corner of the universe. Dragon looked up, his face filled with astonishment. To think he would refuse such an offer. "Actually, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere in any of this world's affairs." Shin waved his hand, making Dragon feel as if he were dreaming. He had made a great resolution to come and invite Shin to be the king of this world. If he could, Dragon would have wanted to change the world himself, but he knew his strength wasn't enough. And he had to see what Shin Uzumaki's intentions were. Dragon wouldn't dare to act on his own. Why? Dragon couldn't help but ask. Shin Uzumaki was the strangest person he had ever met. There's no why. By the way, if you happen to collect any devil fruits, you can hand them over to me. Consider it a trade. Shin waved his hand. Why become the king of this world? To Shin, it was worthless. The two of them had different perspectives, so Dragon couldn't understand Shin. "All right. Thank you," Dragon said to Shin with deep gratitude. Shin's words were a tacit approval of their actions. He wouldn't interfere, and that was all that mattered. "No need to thank me. Whether you can actually take over this world is still up in the air." Shin looked at Dragon. Of course, Shin was still optimistic about Dragon's chances. On the seas now, the only ones with the strength to contend for power were Dragon, red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, and Akainu. It was uncertain if Akainu would try to seize power, and red-haired Shanks was also an unknown. As for Whitebeard, he probably wouldn't get involved. At his age, Whitebeard was unlikely to participate. Besides, his ambition wasn't that great. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard's ambition was probably the smallest. He had experienced too much and had seen through it all, just like Shin. Because he knew too much, he had no ambition for this world. Chapter 724, Leaving the World of One Piece. After Dragon left, Hancock and the others looked at Shin, their confusion obvious. "Are you wondering why I don't want to rule this world?" Shin asked, seeing their puzzled expressions. "Is it because you have no ambition?" Robin couldn't help but say. "No, everyone has ambition. It's just that our ambitions are different. This world is just a stop on my journey. I can't stay here forever." Shin smiled and explained. "What do you mean, Shin?" "I don't really understand," Shirahoshi asked, looking at Shin with confusion. "The truth is, I came from another world. And it won't be long before I have to leave this one." Shin gazed at the distant sea. The system had already informed him that in a short while, it would be ready to take him to the next world, in about half a month. "You're leaving. Are you going to leave me behind?" Hancock hugged Shin tightly, her eyes welling up as if she were about to be abandoned. In reality, Hancock was terrified. She was genuinely afraid of being left behind by Shin, her heart filled with anxiety. Seeing the frightened Hancock, Shin shook his head slightly and reassured her. "Don't worry, Hancock. If I leave, I'm definitely taking you with me," Shin said to Hancock. "Really?" Hancock clung to Shin, not letting go. She had made up her mind to hold on to him for the entire time and never let go. "What about us?" Robin couldn't help but ask. "Of course, it depends on what you all want. If you're willing to follow me, I'll take you. If not, you can stay here. Shin shrugged. He would never force Robin and the others. If they wanted to leave with him, he would take them. Of course, if they didn't want to, he wouldn't force them. I'm coming with you. I don't have any attachments here, Robin said, a smile finally appearing on her face as the worry in her eyes vanished. Am I not an attachment? Alvia couldn't help but ask Robin. Are you not planning on leaving, mother? Robin asked Alvia in return, leaving her speechless. Of course she would leave with Shin. Even if Robin wanted to stay, Alvia might not. I'm coming with you, Shin. Shirahoshi said, biting her lip and hugging Shin, just like Hancock, refusing to let go. It's not like we have much of a choice, Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5 couldn't help but say. They had no attachments and were used to following Shin. In the future, they would naturally continue to follow him. Amatsuki Toki and Kalifa also agreed to leave with Shin. Now, only Nami, Princess Vivi, Momosaji, and Hina remained. It was up to them whether they wanted to leave this world with Shin. Once we leave, we can't come back. Nami asked Shin. That's right. We probably won't be coming back, Shin said, nodding seriously to Nami. Just as he thought Nami would give up on leaving, she suddenly broke into a wide smile. But you're the one who dragged me onto this ship, so you can't just dump me now. But, can you take my sister with us? Nami's greatest attachment in this world was her sister, Nojiko. If her sister left with them, Nami would be at ease. That depends on what your sister wants. Shin shrugged. If Nojiko was willing to go, Shin wouldn't mind having another person on board. What about you all? Shin looked at Momosaji, Princess Vivi, and Hina. Does Hina have any other choice? Hina said with a hint of resignation. She had gotten used to it and didn't want to leave. Momosaji felt the same. As for the last one, Princess Vivi, she had promised to be Shin's maid, and she wouldn't go back on her word. Since you've all decided, don't regret it later. You know there are no second chances in this world. Shin said to them. Once they left, there was no coming back. Of course we won't regret it, Momosaji said. I've never regretted my choices. Then I'll take you to say your goodbyes first. We'll be leaving in half a month. Shin prepared to take Shirahoshi and the others to say their farewells, and also to pick up Nami's sister, Nojiko. First, they went to Fishman Island, where they stayed for a few days. King Neptune was reluctant to see Shirahoshi go, but in the end, he respected her choice. Then they went to the kingdom of Alabasta, so Princess Vivi could say goodbye to her father. Finally, they went to Kokoyashi village. After Nami's persuasion, Nojiko agreed to leave with them. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. If Nojiko had been unwilling to leave, Nami wasn't sure if she could have made up her mind to go. Last stop, let's head back to Amazon Lily. I'm planning on taking the entire island with me. Shin's final plan was to bring the entire island of Amazon Lily into his system space. The main reason was that the system space was too empty. The people of Amazon Lily could liven things up, so Kushina and the others, who couldn't leave, wouldn't be so lonely. Besides, Amazon Lily was practically isolated from the rest of the world. Moving to a new place wouldn't be a big deal, and they wouldn't refuse. After spending a few days on Amazon Lily, the system's energy for dimensional travel was finally fully charged. They could now leave the world of One Piece. And the people of Amazon Lily were all willing to leave with them. After all, even their empress was leaving. Using his gravitational powers to control the entire island, Shin literally uprooted it and moved it into his system space. Shin, care to explain? Kushina shot Shin a dangerous look, and even Mikoto and the others were watching him with smiles that were far from friendly. My love, I do believe you owe us an explanation. Who are they? Hancock also asked Shin. Well, why don't you all get acquainted? I just remembered I have something to do. Feeling the murderous gazes on him, Shin quickly found an excuse and left, his figure vanishing in an instant. Tsunade, what do you think? Kushina asked Tsunade. Hey, do you even need to ask? When he gets back, we'll beat him to a pulp, Tsunade said, cracking her knuckles. Shin hadn't gone far. He had, of course, heard their conversation. On second thought, better not to poke the bear right now. He'd let them get acquainted first. Based on his understanding, they probably wouldn't fight. He shouldn't be the one to jump out and get himself killed. He'd wait until they were in the next world to deal with it. System, start the jump. Shin said to the system. A portal appeared in front of him. Having done this once before, Shin didn't hesitate and stepped right in, wondering which world it would lead to. Chapter 725, Soul Reapers, Soul Society. I can't believe I landed in such a rundown place. Shin stepped out of the spatial gate and surveyed his surroundings. He seemed to be in a wasteland, with dilapidated Japanese-style houses in the distance. There wasn't a living soul in sight, the area was completely desolate, making it impossible for Shin to identify which world he was in. Maybe I should check on the system space first, Shin muttered to himself. He was quite worried about the situation inside. Although he didn't think Kushina and the others would start a fight with Hancock, you could never be too sure. What if they really did? With that thought, Shin entered the system space. To his surprise, what he saw upon entering was the complete opposite of what he had feared. Not only was there no conflict, but the atmosphere was so harmonious it left him momentarily baffled. Hey! You've got some nerve showing your face again. Get over here so I can smash your face in. Kushina shot to her feet, activating her six-path sage mode. The ends of her hair floated in the air as she clenched her fists and glared at Shin. Ahaha, Kushina, you've got to be joking, right? You're not actually going to attack me, are you? Shin took a few steps back, chuckling nervously and contemplating a quick escape. Just try me. See if I don't smash you, Kushina said, watching him retreat. Alright, Kushina, that's enough. Stop trying to scare him. If you frighten him away for good, you'll be the one crying later. Mikoto gently chided her, and Kushina finally snorted and lowered her fists. Of course, Shin was subjected to a thorough verbal assault afterward, but seeing that their relationships were harmonious and no fights had broken out, he breathed a sigh of relief. This was good enough. He couldn't ask for more, as long as they didn't come to blows. Leaving the system space, Shin could now explore this new world with peace of mind. Everything about this world was a mystery waiting to be unraveled, and Shin felt a flicker of anticipation for what lay ahead. Looks like there are people over there. Shin activated his 9-tomo Sharingan, his vision extending for 100 kilometers, allowing him to see into the far distance. Using Yamatsu Hirasaka, he instantly appeared dozens of kilometers away, his gaze falling upon several figures wielding weapons. Not human. Sensing a strange power, Shin was slightly surprised. The energy felt more like that of a soul, what one would call a ghost. Who the hell are you, kid? The leader of the group, upon seeing Shin, questioned him arrogantly, a murderous glint in his eyes. You've got quite a temper, Shin remarked with a raised eyebrow. Boss, calm down. Look at his clothes, he's not just anyone. He could be a soul reaper. We're no match for him, let's get out of here. Just as the leader was about to act, his underlings grabbed him. Soul reaper. Hearing their words and sensing the unique energy they possessed, Shin had a good idea of which world he was in. Is this the Soul Society? Shin asked the souls. Lord Soul Reaper, this is the Rinnegan of the Soul Society. Don't you know? The leader, his previous arrogance gone, now looked at Shin with utmost respect. Seeing that they had mistaken him for a Soul Reaper, Shin didn't give them any trouble. Since this was the Rinnegan, he wouldn't be able to gather much information here. The Soul Society was where Soul Reapers and souls resided in the world of Bleach. The Soul Reapers and nobles lived in the Siriidii at its center, while the surrounding areas where other souls lived were called the Rinnegan. The Siriidii was the heart of the Soul Society. The areas of the Rinnegan closer to it were decent, but the outer regions were another story. The Rinnegan was divided into 80 districts in each of the 4 cardinal directions. Shin was currently in the 80th district of the East Rinnegan, an area not mentioned in the original story. If it were the 80th North District, Shin would have known it, that was the Zaraki District, Kenpachi Zaraki's home. While this 80th East District might not be as bad as the Zaraki District, it wasn't much better. Murder and robbery were rampant. Here, killing and arson were a part of daily life. Only the ruthless could survive. I've really landed in a great place this time. Shin couldn't help but sigh. This was a far cry from his arrival in the One Piece world. Back then, he had appeared on Amazon Lily, which was at least a decent place. But being in the Rinnegan is better. If I had suddenly appeared in the Siriidii, I'd probably be a public enemy to all Soul Reapers. Anyone who entered the Soul Society without a Soul Reaper's guidance was labeled an intruder, or Ryoka. Shin was a Ryoka, lacking any official status. Just like in the original story, when Ichigo Kurosaki and his friends broke into the Soul Society to save Rukia, they were considered intruders. I'm not a pure soul like the Soul Reapers and spirits here, I still have my body. I hope they don't mistake me for a Quincy. Shin, who was about to head to the Siriidii, stopped in his tracks. Ordinary people couldn't see souls, but with his 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen and the extreme spiritual power of his Een release, he could see them clearly. People with high natural spiritual power could see souls. Shin wasn't worried about not being able to see Soul Reapers, but he was worried about them seeing that he had a physical body. A living person in the Soul Society, the realm of souls, the Godii 13 of the Siriidii would probably not let him go. I haven't figured out the power levels of the Bleach world yet. Better not start a fight. In the One Piece world, Shin could act without restraint, but in the world of Bleach, he had to be careful. The captain commander of the Godai 13, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, that old man was too powerful. Though Shin wasn't sure he'd lose to him, he didn't want to fight him either. When Ryujin Jaka was released, Zanka no Tachi could generate temperatures equivalent to the sun's core. Even with his durability, he would likely be vaporized by the intense heat. Shin was immortal, just like Kagaya Otsutsuki, and couldn't be killed. But he had no desire to test the power of Zanka no Tachi. I could copy old man Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. Thinking of that terrifying fire-type Zanpakuto, Shin's heart burned with desire. Compared to Zanka no Tachi, the devil fruits of the One Piece world were nothing. But now was not the time to copy it. Shin didn't plan on going to the Siriidea yet. He wanted to study the erasure of this world first. The atmosphere was filled with erasure, spirit particles, but this was a remote area, so the concentration was low. Release represented the limit of spiritual power. Though Shin had never absorbed erasure, his soul was incredibly powerful. He wondered how much his strength would increase after absorbing erasure and converting it into Ryatsu. In the One Piece world, though he had obtained some devil fruit abilities, his overall strength hadn't increased much. The world of Bleach should give his power a significant boost. Chapter 726, The Vicious Unohana Retsu. Just as Shin was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and froze. You've hidden yourself well, but I still found you. Come out. Don't make me drag you out. Shin glanced to the side. How did you find me? A woman wearing a white captain's Haori walked out from a short distance away, her indifferent eyes fixed on Shin, her body exuding a bloody aura. She held a Zanpakuto, but its curve was noticeably more pronounced than other Zanpakuto. Unohana Retsu. Shin didn't answer her question, instead asking about her identity. The captain of the 4th Division of the Godai 13. But she was completely different from the gentle and peaceful 4th Division captain Shin knew. Even from a distance, Shin could feel the killing intent and bloodlust emanating from her. A human who has broken into the Soul Society, you know me. Unohana Retsu's body erupted with astonishing killing intent, her Ryatsu alone destroying everything in the vicinity. Amanamanaka. A flicker in Shin's eyes, and he transported her to another dimension. The Ryatsu she was unleashing could attract other captains. Are you the captain of the 11th Division? Looking at the murderous Unohana, who was completely different from the one he knew, Shin couldn't help but ask. Could this be before she became the captain of the 4th Division, when she was still Unohana Yachiru, the captain of the 11th Division? The Godai 13 each had their own duties. The 4th Division was the medical squad, while the 11th Division was the combat squad. Before she became the gentle Unohana Retsu, she was the greatest villain in the history of the Soul Society, the first Kenpachi, and the founder of the 11th Division's philosophy. Unohana Retsu was undoubtedly one of the strongest fighters in the entire Soul Society. Excluding the members of the 0 Division, only the captain commander could suppress her now. For a human, you know a lot about the Soul Society. Unohana Retsu's expression was extremely cold. What timeline did I cross into? Shin ignored Unohana and clutched his head, feigning a headache. If Unohana Retsu was still the captain of the 11th Division, then it had to be at least a few hundred years before the start of the story. Unohana Retsu was the first Kenpachi, and Kenpachi Zaraki was the 11th. Each captain of the 11th Division was a Kenpachi. After 10 more changes in captains, the start of the story wouldn't be too far off. Though the captains of the combat squad died quickly, who knew how long it would be before Kenpachi Zaraki became captain and the story began? Couldn't you have dropped me at the start? Shin complained to the system. Are you ignoring me? Unohana was extremely irritable. She drew her blade and slashed at Shin without any hesitation. Her body released a killing intent honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a terrifying Ryatsu sweeping across the entire ice world of Amanamanaka. Clang. Honestly, we have no quarrel. Why resort to this? And how did you find me? Shin didn't believe she had just happened to be there. She must have found him and then rushed over. When he first arrived in the world of Bleach, Shin had specifically scouted the area but hadn't found Unohana. So she must have come later. Unohana didn't answer Shin's question, slashing at him again and again without any mercy. Of course, since they had no relationship, there was no need for mercy. Shin held the Shodai Kitetsu, easily parrying her strikes. As a supreme-grade sword, it had no problem clashing with the Zanpakuto. Moreover, Unohana hadn't even released her Shirkai, let alone her Bankai. You've got serious skill, makes sense for someone bold enough to invade the Soul Society. Unohana's eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. The Unohana of this time wasn't the gentle captain of the medical squad, she was a vicious villain, infamous throughout the Soul Society. Looks like we have to fight. I can't guarantee your safety. Use your Bankai. Let me see the power of a Zanpakuto. Shin instantly appeared behind Unohana, and with a single-handed swing of his blade, a blindingly fast slash sent her flying, her blood staining her white haori red as it splattered across the ice. Shin's expression was calm. Even facing a beautiful woman like Unohana, he showed no mercy. A massive gash stretched across Unohana's back, from her neck all the way down to her waist. Despite such a severe injury, Unohana's expression didn't change, as if she wasn't hurt at all. She stood up and stared at Shin. How long had it been? How long since she'd last been wounded? Unohana was growing more and more excited. Yes, Unohana's personality was that of a madwoman. Battle maniacs were basically all crazy. Looking at the blood on the ice, Shin found himself wanting to complain, aren't soul reapers just souls? How can they bleed? He decided to just roll with it. No point getting hung up on this world's rules. Shin easily parried all of Unohana's sword techniques. Unohana prided herself on having mastered all schools and styles of swordsmanship, which was why she was also called Unohana Yachiru. Her swordsmanship was extremely strong. In this aspect, even that old man Yamamoto might not be able to defeat her. Well, only in terms of sword technique. In terms of overall strength, old man Yamamoto was definitely stronger. In fact, old man Yamamoto could be considered one of the ceiling-level powers of the Bleach world. Both major villains, Aizen and Yawatch, were very wary of him. Looking across the entire Bleach world, including the protagonist with his plot armor, old man Yamamoto's combat strength would at least rank in the top 5. The title of Strongest Soul Reaper was not just for show. It seemed he had gotten sidetracked. Unohana's combat strength was very strong, but in front of Shin, her swordsmanship was still not enough. Her technique was indeed slightly superior to Shin's. After all, Unohana had studied the way of the sword for hundreds of years, but her raw power was lacking. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Another wound appeared on Unohana's body, but her aura grew stronger. Not bad. I've learned a lot from you. Shin couldn't help but say to Unohana. Unohana's sword style had already been copied by Shin. In terms of swordsmanship, Unohana was indeed strong. Whether these techniques were useful to Shin or not, he would copy them first. This wasn't a copy made with a system card, it was done using his own eye's replication ability. Such techniques could be easily copied with the 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen. You're strong. Unohana said seriously. At this moment, Shin had earned Unohana's recognition. Only those stronger than her could earn her recognition. You too. Shin was telling the truth, Unohana was not weak. And this wasn't even her full strength. Unohana had yet to use her Zanpakuto's Shirkai and Bankai. Unohana's Shirkai, Minazuki, was for healing, but her Bankai was powerful, capable of dissolving anything it cut into blood. Chapter 727, I'll trouble you to teach me. Bankai, Minazuki. At last, Unohana Retsu unleashed her Bankai. Her blade transformed, becoming a wickedly curved katana. The very space behind her seemed to bleed, weeping crimson tears, while her sword dripped with fresh blood. Just the sight of her was pure terror. Most would have been frozen in fear, unable to even think of moving. But Shin was no stranger to a grim spectacle. He had seen far worse. This was hardly enough to intimidate him. Her spiritual pressure skyrocketed, dozens of times stronger than before. Shin gauged her aura. After activating her Bankai, her Ryatsu had spiked by several dozen times. Of course, a massive spike in spiritual pressure didn't translate to an equal multiplier in combat strength, but her overall power had still increased several-fold. Clang. Their swords clashed once more. This time, however, a chip appeared on the blade of the Shodai Katetsu. Shin's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't been using armament haki. He quickly coated the Shodai Katetsu in a layer of black haki. When their blades met again, the Shodai Katetsu remained unscathed. Unohana watched him, her mind racing. She had no idea what kind of ability he was using. It was a power completely different from spiritual pressure. Impressive. Your Bankai has boosted your strength considerably, but it's still not enough. Shin blocked one of Unohana's strikes, then countered with a slash of his own, sending her flying. It's been so long since I've felt the thrill of death's door. How exhilarating. A smile spread across Unohana's face. Against the blood-red backdrop created by her Zanpakuto, that smile was utterly chilling. It's time to end this. Shin sheathed his sword, then drew it again in a single, lightning-fast motion. A classic Iajutsu slash. The attack sent Unohana crashing to the ground. She now lay weakly on the icy surface, her breathing shallow. Are you closing your eyes, waiting for death? Shin asked, looking down at her. After a long moment, when no final blow came, Unohana opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion in them. You're not going to kill me. Not right now. You're more valuable to me alive than dead, Shin replied, shaking his head. Unohana was one of the most powerful soul reapers. Shin needed her to teach him how to use spiritual pressure. He even planned to infiltrate the Siriidii, and for that, he needed her help. A living Unohana was far more valuable than a dead one. Besides, they had no real grudge against each other. Why kill her? I don't know if this will work on you. Shin used the mystical palm technique. He had no idea if medical ninjutsu would work on a soul reaper, but it was worth a shot. Unohana felt a warm energy wash over her body, and her wounds began to close. The technique worked. Is that Kaido, healing Kido? Shin shook his head. He was using ninjutsu, not some healing Kido. Kido was an advanced form of spellcraft used by soul reapers, divided into 3 categories: Heido for offense, Bakudo for binding and defense, and Kaido for healing. You're human, aren't you? What is your purpose in the Soul Society? Unohana asked him. Whatever your purpose, you should leave. This is not a place for you. You may have defeated me, but there are at least 10 others in the Soul Society stronger than I am. Before Shin could answer, Unohana warned him. She wasn't wrong. There were more than a few people in Soul Society stronger than her. There was the head captain, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto, and the leader of the Royal Guard, Ichibe Hyasube, the monk who names all things. The 5 members of the Royal Guard possessed combat power equal to the entire Godai 13. Of course, at this point in time, the Royal Guard probably didn't have all 5 members yet. Kiryu Hikifuen, 4-1, almost certainly hadn't joined. Unohana was trying to persuade Shin to leave because he had spared her life. She refused to be indebted to anyone. Do you have a way to make it so others can't tell I'm human? Shin asked with a smile. After his fight with Unohana, Shin had a rough idea of where his strength stood in the world of Bleach. He was confident he could take on Yamamoto and not lose. Even if he had to face the Royal Guard as well, he wouldn't necessarily be defeated. But he still planned on infiltrating the Siriidii. He wanted to learn the ways of the Soul Reapers. Unohana's brow furrowed, and she shook her head. I can separate your soul from your body, but I can't hide your human identity. I see. Shin wasn't surprised. He hadn't really expected her to be able to. In that case, Unohana, I have a request. Teach me how to absorb spirit particles, Shin said. Why should I help you? We're not friends, Unohana said flatly. I did just spare your life. A little gratitude wouldn't be out of place, would it? Shin couldn't help but say. In that case, kill me. Unohana tossed her Zanpakuto towards him. You'd really just let me kill you? Aren't you going to get stronger and challenge me again someday? It's better to stay alive. How about this? You teach me about spiritual pressure, and I'll teach you swordsmanship. As he said it, Shin felt his face flush. He didn't really have anything to teach Unohana about swordsmanship. When it came to pure technique, Unohana was far more skilled than he was. The only reason he had been able to dominate her was because he was overwhelmingly stronger. You'll be my sparring partner in the future. Then I can teach you. Unohana stared at him for a long time before finally making her offer. That's no problem at all. Shin smiled. It was a win-win situation for him. Why would he refuse? Afterward, Shin brought Unohana out of the Amanamanaka dimension. By the way, why did you come here? Was my arrival really that loud? Shin asked her. Your arrival in the Soul Society certainly wasn't quiet. But the other Soul Reapers probably didn't notice. This place is far from the Siriidii. Unohana had been in the eastern Rakangai, which was why she had noticed the disturbance and come to investigate. It was unlikely anyone else would have. That's good. I was worried others would discover my tracks. That would have been a headache. Shin breathed a sigh of relief. He had just arrived in the world of Bleach and didn't want to become a public enemy of the Soul Reapers just yet. If Yamamoto found him, it would be a real hassle. His plan to infiltrate the Siriidii would have to wait until he could properly conceal his identity. He needed a way to make others see him as a Soul Reaper, not a human. Chapter 728, Persuading Big Sis Retsu to Study Medicine. Under Unohana's guidance, Shin began to voraciously absorb everything she could teach him about Soul Reapers, while also attempting to gather and absorb spirit particles to condense into spiritual pressure. You can actually absorb them. Unohana was surprised when he succeeded. But she didn't know much about humans. After a moment of surprise, she reasoned that perhaps some humans possessed such abilities. Just like the Quincy, who could also manipulate the spirit particles in the atmosphere to form weapons. But Shin's method of absorption was different from the Quincy's. If she didn't know for a fact that he was human, she would have mistaken him for a Soul Reaper. You've been out for so long without returning to the Siriidii. Will you be all right? A week had passed. In that time, Shin had made considerable progress. He could absorb spirit particles and already had a vast amount of spiritual pressure within him. This was even after deliberately restraining his absorption and considering the scarcity of spirit particles in the area. He was holding back to avoid causing a commotion and attracting the attention of other Soul Reapers. He didn't want to be so high profile. I'm the captain of the 11th Division. I'm usually fine, Unohana replied. By now, she and Shin had become quite familiar. Though she knew he was an intruder, she showed no hostility towards him. At most, she would challenge him to a duel. The Unohana of this era was a true battle maniac. The reason she was in the Rinnegan was because there were no battles to be had. Her hands were itching for a fight, and she was considering killing a few souls in the Rinnegan for sport. Yes, that's right. Unohana was a true villain. She was known as the greatest criminal in Soul Society's history. It was only after being defeated by Yamamoto that she joined the Godai 13. Shin nodded at her words, then used the multi-shadow clone jutsu. He was currently using his spiritual pressure to research a technique that could hide his true nature, a technique that would prevent other Soul Reapers from seeing him as human. This was something he had to research on his own. He had been at it for several days and had some leads, especially with the help of several thousand shadow clones. When it came to training, the shadow clone jutsu was the ultimate cheat code for training. Several thousand shadow clones were like several thousand people researching together, and their progress could be shared. In the blink of an eye, about half a month had passed since he arrived in this world. Shin returned to the system space to check on Kushina and the others. He had also managed to completely placate them. It wasn't easy for him, either. Afterward, Shin had successfully developed a way to hide his identity. Even Unohana, if she didn't already know, would never have guessed he was human. It seems you've succeeded. Unohana's expression was complicated. Aren't you going to kill me? I'm the only one who knows your identity. If you kill me, you can infiltrate the Soul Society completely. No one will ever find out. Unohana's expression became even more complicated as she spoke, wondering what he would choose. Do you think I'm that kind of heartless person? Shin asked, speechless. Then you're not worried I'll leak your identity? Unohana glanced at him. Not at all. I trust you won't. Shin smiled faintly, completely confident that Unohana wouldn't betray him. If she had wanted to, she could have done so long ago. The Bakudo spell, Tentikura, could be used to transmit messages to other Soul Reapers. If she wanted to expose him, she would have done so already. So, Shin trusted her. Then thank you for your trust. Unohana smiled. This was the first time Shin had seen her smile since they met. After all, the Unohana of this era was extremely cold. It's been a while since you've smiled. Your smile is a little stiff, Shin commented. Unohana's smile vanished, and her expression darkened. Shin, don't you know how rude that is to a woman? Unohana was not happy. Her hand was even on the hilt of her sword, as if she were about to fight him. Sorry, I've never thought of you as a woman. Shin shrugged. The current Unohana was practically a female Azura. Is that so? Unohana lowered her head, as if in thought. Could I trouble you for a favor, Unohana? Hearing Shin's words, the intelligent Unohana immediately guessed his intentions. You want me to take you to the Siriidii, don't you? She asked. Smart. You guessed it right away. We haven't known each other for long, but Big Sis Retsu seems to know me well, Shin said with a smile. Unohana glanced at him. What kind of a dress was Big Sis Retsu? But it wasn't wrong for him to call her that. He wouldn't be losing out by calling her sis. In terms of age, Unohana was much older than Shin. Even if you added up his age from the Naruto and One Piece worlds, plus his age before transmigration, it still couldn't compare to Unohana's. The lifespan of Soul Reapers was long. Though Shin hadn't asked, he guessed Unohana had lived for at least a few hundred years. So, will you help me? Shin asked. If Unohana helped him, he could get a legitimate identity. If not, he had other ways to get in. All right, I'll help you. Unohana nodded. This was probably the first time she had helped someone. But now, she and Shin could be considered friends. She didn't have many friends. The cold and distant her had none at all. Shin was probably her only friend now. Others would run away at the mere mention of her name. Big Sis Retsu, have you ever thought about studying medicine? Shin suddenly asked, making Unohana stop and look at him with confusion. I just feel that your Zanpakuto Shurikai is very suitable for saving people. He knew he was playing with fire, trying to push the greatest killer toward a path of healing, but Unohana's Shurikai was indeed the strongest healing type Zanpakuto. Unfortunately, the current Unohana only knew how to kill. She had no idea how to save people, and she hadn't even started learning Kaido. The reason Unohana started learning Kaido in the first place was to engage in even more thrilling battles. Perhaps I can consider it. Unohana glanced at Shin and nodded thoughtfully. Shin, I have a question for you. Anohana's expression turned serious. Go ahead. As long as it's not too difficult, I'll answer, Shin nodded, wondering what she wanted to ask. If it involved any of his secrets, Shin definitely wouldn't answer. After all, some things really couldn't be said. Chapter 729, Shin's Plan, Learning Kido. Are you the type who likes gentle women? Unohana Retsu asked Shin after a moment of hesitation. Shin had expected her to ask about his origins, but he never thought she'd ask something like this. I don't think there's a man alive who doesn't like gentle women, Shin replied, rubbing his nose. Oh. Unohana just said flatly, then fell silent. Following Unohana, Shin arrived at the Siri-Idi. To enter from the Rinnegan, one had to pass through one of the 4 great gates. This was the East Gate, the Siriaman. The guards saw Shin but, under Unohana's escort, didn't dare say a word. They entered with ease. That was surprisingly easy. Thanks to you, Retsu, Shin said with a smile. Without Unohana, he would have had to find another way to sneak into the Siri-Idi. He had to get in. He wanted to learn the Soul Reaper's Kido and, more importantly, about their Zanpakuto. Just as devil fruits were the most captivating power in the world of pirates, the diverse and powerful Zanpakuto were the signature of the Soul Reapers. Shin's first target was to copy the Ryujin Jaka of Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. He was also eager to see if he could achieve Shirkai and awaken his own Zanpakuto. For now, you should come back to the 11th Division with me, Unohana said to Shin. Even though he was inside, Shin was still an unregistered individual. But getting him a proper identity would be simple enough, a talented soul discovered in the Rinnegan. In fact, Unohana genuinely believed he was a genius, perhaps the most talented person she had ever met. It had only been a short time since he started learning about spiritual pressure, yet his was already on par with her own. All right. Shin nodded. He had nowhere else to go. To live here, he'd need Retsu's help. Don't worry, Retsu. I have no ill intentions toward the Soul Society or the Siri-Idi, Shin said. I'm not concerned about that. Unohana shook her head. Unlike Yamamoto, Unohana wasn't overly concerned with the Soul Society's security. She didn't have much affection for the Siri-Idi at this point, after all, she was still the Soul Society's most feared killer. Shin settled into the 11th Division's barracks. Upon arriving, he was surprised by how few members there were. Is the 11th Division always this empty? And where's the lieutenant? Shin couldn't help but ask Unohana. With only a handful of people around, he wondered if the combat-focused Squad 11 was really this threadbare. Our members died in the last campaign in Hueco Mundo. The lieutenant is dead too, Unohana said flatly, showing no particular sadness over the loss of her squad members. In truth, death was common in the 11th Division. Basically, anyone with a bit of sense who graduated from the Shin-O Academy would never join Squad 11. They were constantly fighting hollows, and casualties were just part of the job. The world of the Soul Reapers consisted of the world of the living, the Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. The world of the living was where humans resided, and the Soul Society was home to souls and Soul Reapers. Hueco Mundo was the realm of the hollows. Hollows were malevolent souls. When some people died, their lingering attachments to the living world prevented their souls from ascending. Some, tormented by their own sorrow, could corrupt and transform into hollows. Hollows preyed on humans and other souls, making them enemies of both Soul Reapers and Quincy, though Soul Reapers and Quincy now had their own blood feud. Hollows were also divided into several classes. There were the common hollows and the Minos. The weakest, newly formed hollows were only slightly stronger than humans. Then came the more powerful ones, larger in size and possessing some intelligence. These hollows were already a credible threat. Giant hollows, towering several stories high, were stronger than the average Soul Reaper. After them came the true Minos. The Jillian-class Minos were the foot soldiers of their kind, with power comparable to a Gotei 13 lieutenant. Ajuchas were mid-level hollows, and they were not numerous in Hueco Mundo. The conditions to become an Ajuchas were extremely demanding, it took thousands of hollows to produce even a handful of Ajuchas. Their strength was comparable to a Gotei 13 captain, though it depended on the captain. Someone like Unohana, while not able to one-shot an Ajuchas, could defeat one with ease. As for Yamamoto, a single slash would be enough. If he were to release his Shirkai, he could wipe out a whole swarm of Vasto Lord. Vasto Lord were the highest class of hollows. They possessed human-level intelligence and were extremely rare, there were probably only a few in all of Hueco Mundo. Their power was above that of a captain. Even Unohana, facing a Vasto Lord, couldn't guarantee a complete victory. Overall, if you took Yamamoto and the Zero Division out of the equation, Hueco Mundo's forces were stronger than the Soul Society's. You must have a reason for coming to the Siri-Idi, right? Unohana poured 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Shin as she asked. I do. I want to enroll in the Shin-O Academy. Shin didn't hide his intentions, telling Unohana his plan directly. The Shino Academy? Are you planning to become a teacher? Unohana couldn't help but ask. A teacher? Don't be ridiculous. I don't have the qualifications to be a teacher. I'm going there to learn. Shin was a complete novice when it came to the world of Soul Reapers. How could he possibly teach anyone? The powers he possessed were from different worlds. He couldn't teach them chakra, nor could he teach them Haki. Soul Reapers were spirits, how could they learn the Haki of the pirate world? Some of the physical techniques from the pirate world might be learnable, though. But even if Shin wanted to be a teacher, he wasn't qualified. He was still an unregistered soul. You want to learn Kido? Unohana wasn't stupid, she instantly understood Shin's goal. If you want to learn Kido, that's possible, but the Shino Academy doesn't teach the more advanced spells. Unohana herself hadn't studied Kido extensively. Right now, she was focused on swordsmanship and only knew a few simple spells. I do want to learn Kido, but that's only part of it. I'm more interested in getting a systematic education on what it means to be a Soul Reaper. Although Unohana had taught him some things, there were certain subjects she couldn't teach him. If it were the future Captain Unohana of the 4th Division, teaching him wouldn't be a problem. But the current Unohana, the battle-crazed warrior, wasn't particularly knowledgeable about the fundamentals of being a Soul Reaper. Chapter 730, The Shino Academy. After hearing Shin's plan, Unohana fell silent for a moment before looking at him. If you want to get into the Shino Academy, I can recommend you. The Shino Academy, the training institution for Soul Reapers, had been established by Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto over 1,000 years ago. It was responsible for training the members of the Kido Corps, the Stealth Force, and the Godai 13. As long as one successfully graduated from the academy, they could become a member of the Godai 13. As for those who couldn't graduate, they would become rank-and-file soldiers, responsible for managing the Rinnegan. This was a form of job placement. Even if they didn't become Soul Reapers, they could still find work. Souls from the Rinnegan could also enter the Shino Academy by passing the exams. For them, it was a chance to change their fate. However, the exams were extremely strict, and getting into the academy was not easy. Thank you. Shin thanked Unohana. Otherwise, it would have taken him a lot more effort. Captain, the Captain Commander has called a meeting for all captains. Just then, a Soul Reaper knocked on the door. I understand. A flicker of doubt crossed Unohana's eyes. Why a meeting now? It might be related to the 11th Division. The position of lieutenant in the 11th Division was vacant, and it couldn't stay that way forever. It was probably about that. Afterward, Unohana left for the meeting. Shin didn't wander around, staying in the 11th Division's barracks. Unfamiliar with the Siriitii, Shin had no desire to explore. He might as well use the time to increase his spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure here was certainly no match for the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was a harsh place, especially the remote 80th district. Not long after, Unohana returned. Shin glanced at her curiously, wondering what Yamamoto had said in the meeting, but he didn't ask. This is for you. You can start at the academy tomorrow. Unohana handed Shin an admission document. For her, arranging such a thing was simple. As for Shin's identity, a soul from the Rinnegan, it was basically untraceable. If the Soul Reapers had strict control over the Rinnegan, it wouldn't be so chaotic. Shin took the admission document. He really owed Unohana quite a bit now. He would have to repay her kindness in the future. Shin wouldn't forget the debts he owed. The next day, using the map Unohana had given him, Shin arrived at the Shino Academy and successfully enrolled. TSK, not a single familiar face. After enrolling, Shin had hoped to see some of the future captains, but there was not a single one. The future captains he knew of hadn't appeared yet, which meant they hadn't even been born. He had indeed transmigrated a bit too early. This stupid system, Shin grumbled. He was placed in an elite class. The Shino Academy was also divided into regular and elite classes. The regular classes were for those with the potential to become Soul Reapers but with average talent, while the elite classes were for those with connections or exceptional talent. Shin was a transfer student, and as such, he attracted a lot of attention. Of course, no one came looking for trouble. After all, there weren't that many idiots in the world, especially in the elite class. Even those who got in through connections weren't that foolish. Those with connections were mostly nobles who had received an elite education. Why would they randomly start trouble? In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Shin enrolled. He had long since mastered all the knowledge taught at the academy. He had learned some Heido and Bakudo, but none of them were high-level spells. They were all spells below number 30. To learn more advanced ones, one had to join a division and earn them through merit. Kido wasn't something you could learn just anywhere. The teachers at the school didn't know them, so of course, Shin couldn't learn them either. In fact, Shin had learned all the knowledge in just half a year. The remaining 2.5 years were spent just coasting. He didn't want to graduate so early. Geniuses always attract attention, and Shin didn't want too much of it. Sometimes, being low-key wasn't a bad thing, especially for Shin. In the future, he was destined to do things that broke the rules. He didn't want to be in the spotlight. At this moment, Shin held an Asachi in his hand. This was the Zanpakuto assigned to him. An Asachi was a Zanpakuto before its Shirkai, the strongest Zanpakuto with infinite potential. When a Soul Reaper achieved Shirkai, it would change according to their will. The final strength of this Zanpakuto depended on you. All Asachi were forged by the sword god, Otsunemeya. Otsunemeya was one of the captains of the Zero Division. In fact, the Zero Division had no members, only captains. Regarding the Shirkai of a Zanpakuto, Shin had absolutely no clue. In fact, Shin might not be able to achieve Shirkai like other Soul Reapers. The reason was simple, Shin wasn't just a Soul Reaper, he was also a human. Perhaps holding an Asachi wouldn't allow him to achieve Shirkai. But Shin wasn't too concerned. He wouldn't force it. It didn't matter if he couldn't achieve Shirkai himself. He could just copy other people's Zanpakuto then. He had always wanted to copy Yamamoto's Zanpakuto, but Shin had never even met him, so he had no chance to copy it. Leaving the Shin-O Academy, Shin headed for the 11th Division. It's about time I graduated. There's no point in staying at the academy anymore. The Shin-O Academy usually took 6 years to graduate, but some geniuses didn't need that long to be qualified. He had been coasting for 3 years now. Even if he graduated now, though he would be called a genius, he wouldn't attract too much attention. Shin, it's time for us to leave. Just as he returned, he heard Unohana's words. Leave. That's right. I'm no longer the captain of the 11th Division. As she spoke, Unohana turned, showing Shin the large number 4 on the back of her haori. She was now the captain of the 4th Division. She had no intention of leading Squad 11 any longer. So you really went into medicine? Shin wasn't surprised. Besides his past words, Unohana had shown signs of this in the past few years. And the current Unohana had really changed a lot. Before, just being near her, you could feel a thick killing intent. It made others not dare to get close. But now, Unohana had a gentle smile on her face, a completely different person from before. Even the old-timers in the Siriidii were shocked by her transformation, their jaws practically hitting the floor. The terrifying killer had changed so much it was hard to believe. But for them, it was a good thing. Chapter 731, The Graduation Exam. Since Retsu Unohana was heading to the 4th Division, Shin was going with her, it wasn't like he had anywhere else to stay. He could have remained in the 11th Division, of course. No one would have objected. But Shin had no desire to stick around. Besides Unohana, the squad was full of guys, battle-crazed maniacs with a screw loose. Shin had no interest in hanging out with them, it just wasn't his scene. With their departure, the 11th Division would get a replacement captain immediately. While other squads could afford a vacancy for a while, 11th Division, as a combat unit, had to be ready for battle at a moment's notice, especially with the escalating friction with the Hollows. You're saying you plan to graduate from the Soul Reaper Academy? Unohana asked, looking at Shin. Indeed, Shin had just told her his plans. He was ready to graduate. Which squad do you plan on joining after graduation? I think the 4th Division would be a good fit for you. Your unique healing Kido is incredibly powerful. I could make you my vice captain. Unohana said seriously to Shin. Thanks, but no thanks. The 4th Division sounds too boring. I have no intention of joining. Shin shook his head. The 4th Division was a medical unit, and he had no interest in spending his days healing others. Then which squad are you planning to join? Hearing Shin's refusal, Unohana didn't press the issue, though she would have liked for him to join her. She knew Shin had his own plans. I'm planning to join the 2nd Division, Shin said with a faint smile. The 2nd Division was in charge of executions, assassinations, and patrols within the Siriidii. Shin had his reasons for wanting to join. The patrols, in particular, would give him a better understanding of the Siriidii. Despite having been in the Soul Society for 3 years, he still wasn't very familiar with it. Most of his time had been spent at the academy learning the basics of being a Soul Reaper, and the rest was spent chatting and sparring with Unohana. The 2nd Division, huh? It's not easy to get in, but with your strength, you'll have no problem. Unohana nodded. And if that doesn't work out, I can always come back and freeload in 4th Division, Shin said to Unohana with a grin. The next day, Shin submitted his graduation application, and his instructor approved it immediately. However, an approved application didn't mean he had officially graduated. He still had to pass a final exam, much like the Ninja Academy, but this involved real combat. To graduate from the Soul Reaper Academy now, one had to prove they could take down a powerful hollow. There were no hollows in the Soul Society, of course, so they had to go to the world of the living to hunt them. Shin was also curious about the human world. A Soul Reaper vice captain was assigned to lead the graduating students to the world of the living for their exam. Shin wasn't the only one graduating, a few other students were as well. Some of them had already started forming teams of 2 or 3. So you're the genius Captain Unohana brought back from the Rinnegan. The vice captain in charge of the exam, responsible for ensuring the students' safety, walked over to Shin. Shin recognized him, Kayaraka Shunsui, one of Captain Commander Yamamoto's prized students. He appeared frivolous and lazy, but he was an incredibly sharp and meticulous man. He was still just a vice captain, not yet the captain of his own squad. It's worth noting that Kayaraka Shunsui was currently the vice captain of the 5th Division. Vice Captain Kayaraku, you seem quite curious about me. Shin said, noticing the other man's inquisitive gaze. I'm not the only one. After all, you're the one that monster brought back, Kayaraka Shunsui couldn't help but say. Oh. If I told Captain Unohana you called her a monster, what do you think would happen to you? Shin asked with a smile, and Shunsui shuddered. Please, I'm begging you, don't. I'd like to live a few more years. Kayaraka Shunsui was genuinely startled and quickly pleaded. Although Unohana had changed a lot, he was still terrified of her. Actually, Captain Unohana is quite gentle. You don't need to be so afraid of her. Hey, you're the first person to say that. You probably don't know her terrifying reputation. Kayaraka Shunsui shuddered again. He had witnessed Unohana's ferocity firsthand. It was against hollows, but it was enough to scar him for life. He couldn't even face the terrifying killing intent. Though Unohana had changed a lot. The shadow of the past still lingered, and Kayaraka Shunsui remained afraid. Looks like we're out of time for small talk. Shin's gaze fell on an approaching hollow. It was just a strong one, a little more powerful than a common, small hollow. He drew his blade, and with a single downward slash, the sheer pressure of his sword tore the hollow to pieces. Seeing this, Kayaraka Shunsui froze, stunned. Even he was a little surprised by the power Shin had just displayed. Compared to the other students, Shin's strength was on another level. The others had to struggle to defeat a strong hollow, but Shin had killed it in one shot. Then again, he was brought back by Captain Unohana. How could he be weak? After his initial surprise, Kayaraka Shunsui relaxed. It wasn't that surprising after all. Shouldn't he be strong? Otherwise, with Captain Unohana's standards, she would have never brought him to the Siri. It seems this exam is completely meaningless for you, Kayaraka Shunsui couldn't help but say. Roar. Just then, a roar echoed, and a massive figure lumbered towards them. Didn't expect to attract a big one, Kayaraka Shunsui said, still calm as he looked at the giant hollow. It was just a giant hollow. It might be stronger than the Soul Reaper students, but it was no match for a regular Soul Reaper. Can you handle it? If not, I can step in, Kayaraka Shunsui said to Shin. Oh. Then you can take it. Shin sheathed his sword and stood back. He had already passed the exam, there was no need to fight again. Kayaraka Shunsui shook his head. He could tell Shin wasn't incapable of fighting it, but simply too lazy to bother. He seems even lazier than I am, Kayaraka Shunsui couldn't help but say, feeling that Shin's personality was incredibly laid back. Oh well, no point thinking about it. He had to quickly deal with this giant hollow that had appeared out of nowhere. Though he didn't see it as a threat, it was still beyond the capabilities of the graduating students. Kayaraka Shunsui couldn't allow any casualties during the exam. If there were any deaths, it would be his failure. Even as Yamamoto's student, he wouldn't get off easy. Chapter 732, Kayaraka Shuinsui's Kaiten Kayakatsu. Heido number 31. Shikaho. Kayaraka Shunsui looked at the giant hollow, raised his hand, and released a ball of red fire. The fireball struck the giant hollow, severely injuring it. He then drew his sword and finished it with a single slash. Shin glanced over, then lost interest. It was only Heido number 31, its power wasn't that great. Shin wanted to obtain powerful Kido. To get his hands on numerous Kido, one way was to earn them through merit, but that was a slow process. Shin wanted to find another way, by going to the Great Spirit Book Gallery. It was located under the central 46 chambers. It was a massive archive that recorded all of the Soul Society's major events and secrets from ancient times to the present, and it definitely had records of Kido. It would even have information on forbidden Kido, and from there, he could also learn some of the Soul Society's secrets. Of course, it wouldn't have any secrets about the Soul King. Shin didn't want to know anyway, he already knew what the Soul King was. If there was one character in Bleach who had it the worst, it was the so-called Soul King. He'd been turned into little more than a limbless trunk. Shin didn't know all the secrets, of course. Bleach had many plot holes, especially concerning the Soul King. But from what was shown, the Soul King's fate was absolutely tragic. The nominal god, in reality, was just a tool. The Zero Division probably just guarded this tool. At this moment, Shin was considering how to get into the Great Spirit Book Gallery. It wouldn't be easy, especially since Shin wanted to sneak in without being discovered. What is that massive spiritual pressure? Just as Shin was pondering this, Kaiaraka Shuinsue's voice snapped him back to reality. He looked up at a giant figure in the distance. The spiritual pressure was strong, not much weaker than Kaiaraka Shuinsue's beside him. A Jillian-class Minos. Though it was his first time seeing one, Shin recognized it immediately. Its features were too distinct. A massive black body, a long, clown-like nose, a white mask, and a huge hole in its body, a cannon fodder character from Hueco Mundo. Though it was cannon fodder, it couldn't be underestimated. Even the now Vice-Captain Shunsui looked tense, he had never fought a Jillian before. Having just become a Vice-Captain not long ago, Kaiaraka Shunsui was a little nervous seeing a Jillian. Shin glanced at Shunsui, wondering if he could actually handle a Jillian. Shuinsue's spiritual pressure was a bit stronger than the Jillian's. With his Zanpakuto and various techniques, dealing with a Jillian shouldn't be too difficult. You guys, get out of here. Kaiaraka Shunsui shouted to the students. Shin, could you help me out? After shouting at the students, Kaiaraka Shunsui turned to Shin, making him feel a bit helpless. I'm just a student. Why are you asking me for help? Shin, now's not the time for jokes. To be honest, this is my first time facing a Jillian. I'm not confident. I hope you can help me out. I know your strength can definitely help. Thinking of how Shin had killed a strong hollow with a single slash, even a giant hollow would be no match for him. He should be able to hold his own against a Jillian. Besides, Kaiaraka Shunsui wouldn't let Shin be the main attacker, he just wanted him as support. Alright, I'll do my best to help, Shin nodded to Kaiaraka Shunsui. You all leave quickly, and remember to report this, Kaiaraka Shunsui shouted to the Soul Reaper students running towards the Senkaman. The Senkaman was the transportation tool for Soul Reapers to travel between the world of the living and the Soul Society. Passing through it would take them directly back to the Siriidii, very convenient. We know, Vice Captain Kaiaraku. Be careful. Sigh, why am I so unlucky? To encounter something like this on my first time supervising an exam, Kaiaraka Shunsui sighed. Jillian-class Minos, though common in Hueco Mundo, were generally not seen in the world of the living. It's starting to attack. You should be careful, Shin reminded Kaiaraka Shunsui. This guy seemed a bit unreliable. Was he going to have to step in? Though to Shin, a Jillian was just trash he could kill with a wave of his hand, he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength yet. Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar, Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer, Kaiten Kayakatsu. Kaiaraka Shuinsue's Zanpakuto transformed into a pair of dual blades, one long and one short. His spiritual pressure now completely surpassed the Jillian's. Should I copy Kaiten Kayakatsu? Shin glanced at Kaiaraka Shuinsue's Zanpakuto. Kaiaraka Shuinsue's Kaiten Kayakatsu wasn't weak, especially when the enemy didn't know its abilities. It was quite powerful. Kaiten Kayakatsu's Shirkai ability was to make children's games a reality. Anyone who stepped into its spiritual pressure range was forced to participate in the game, and all rules were set by Kaiten Kayakatsu. Win and you live, lose and you die, even the master of the Zanpakuto, Shunsui, was no exception. But the game wasn't completely fair. Since the wielder knew the rules better than the enemy and could change the game at any time, the wielder had an advantage. Takaoni. Kaiaraka Shunsui looked at the Jillian and flew up. The rule of Takaoni was that whoever was higher up wins. At this moment, Kaiaraka Shunsui, treading on a path of spirit particles in the sky, was naturally higher than the Jillian. With a single slash, his power enhanced, he clashed with the Jillian's Siro, instantly cutting through it and striking the Jillian's body. Boom. So it wasn't as strong as I thought. Kaiaraka Shunsui couldn't help but say. Not bad. Shin evaluated Kaiaraka Shunsui. His current strength was definitely greater than that of an average captain. Just as he finished his evaluation, Kaiaraka Shunsui was suddenly sent flying. A red Siro struck him, completely stunning him. What's going on? How can it fire two Siros in a row? Kaiaraka Shunsui looked a bit miserable, his eyes filled with disbelief. A Jillian Siro was a powerful attack, but it was slow to gather and release, making it easy to dodge. How could it fire another Siro so soon after the first? This Jillian isn't simple. Is it a mutation? Shin also looked at the Jillian with curiosity, but he wasn't too surprised. Among so many hollows, there were bound to be a few special ones. Weren't there a few special hollows in the original story? However, the power of the second Siro was clearly not as strong as the first. Otherwise, even if Kayaraka Shunsui wasn't killed, he would have been severely injured. This Jillian is smarter than other Jillians. It's running away, Shin reminded Kayaraka Shunsui. Perhaps because it felt it was no match for Kayaraka Shunsui, even after injuring him, the Jillian ran. Kayaraka Shunsui was stunned again. This was the first time he had seen a fleeing Minos. Chapter 733, the third seat of the second division. Can't let you get away. Though Kayaraka Shunsui was known for his laid-back attitude, he couldn't just let a Gilline escape, especially not in the world of the living. If it got away, there was no telling how much destruction it would cause or how many people would die. Besides, this Gilline was different. It showed the potential to evolve into an Arrancar, making it a threat that needed to be eliminated sooner rather than later. Shin glanced at Shunsui. Now's not the time to just stand there and watch, he thought. Drawing his Asachi, Shin unleashed a slash. The wave of pressure struck the Gilline's body, and the creature, which had been trying to flee, was left half dead from the single strike. Looks like I used a little too much force. Shin glanced at the Gilline. He was lucky he held back, or he would have killed it in one hit. It was just as Aizen had said, the strength to crush an ant without killing it is a difficult thing to master. Even so, Shunsui shot Shin a look. The boy's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He was more than qualified to be a third seat. If he could achieve Shikai, he could probably even serve as a vice-captain. What are you staring at me for? If you don't finish it off, it's really going to get away, Shin reminded Shunsui. Snapping back to his senses, Shunsui immediately acted. Though this Gilline was a cut above the rest, with Shuansui's power and Shin's support, it was easily dealt with. Shin considered copying the Hollow's power but decided against it. It was just a Gilline, hardly worth the effort. Phew, that was a close one. It's finally taken care of, Shunsui sighed, immediately deactivating his Shikai. While Shikai granted immense power, it also consumed a massive amount of spiritual pressure. Shunsui was almost completely drained. He was still weak at this point in time, having just been promoted from third seat to vice-captain. His power was limited. The Kayaraka Shunsui from the start of the main story would have had no trouble killing a Gilline with ease. Let's go. We're heading back, Shunsui said, getting to his feet. They passed through the Senkamen, returning from the world of the living to the Soul Society. Upon his return, Shunsui immediately filed his report. Due to the unexpected incident during the exam, only Shin had passed. The other Shinigami cadets would have to be re-evaluated. Having passed, Shin was assigned to the second division. Now clad in a black shihakusho, he was on his way to the second division barracks to report for duty. The current captain of the second division was Shihoin Kiyotaka, from the Shihoin clan, one of the 5 great noble clans. That's right, there were still 5. The Shiba clan had not yet been cast out, had not yet fallen from grace. Captain Shihoin, it's an honor to be under your command. Shin smiled at Kiyotaka. Though he had never appeared in the original story, as the head of the Shihoin clan and captain of the second division, his strength was undeniable. Shin, the position of third seat in the second division is currently vacant. Would you like to take it? The third seat was a position second only to the captain and vice-captain. Shin was surprised. He hadn't expected to become the third seat of the second division southwest easily. This probably has something to do with Unohana Retsu. Shin guessed. It was likely her doing. Otherwise, there was no way he would have been appointed to such a high rank right after graduating, with no merits to his name. Then I thank you for your faith in me, Captain Shihoin. Shin certainly wouldn't refuse. This was a good thing for him. He accepted with a faint smile. Shihoin Kiyotaka smiled back. Shin's guess was close to the mark. The main reason he had offered Shin the third seat was indeed because of Unohana Retsu. Knowing that she and Shin had a special relationship, this was a way to curry favor with her. The competition within the Siriidii was fierce, and the great noble clans were not always on friendly terms. If things were truly so peaceful, the Shiba clan would not have been cast out of the 5 great noble clans in the future. These schemes had nothing to do with Shin. He just felt that being the third seat would be beneficial to his plans. The Tsuneyashiro clan controls the Great Spirit Book Gallery. I wonder if they have any powerhouses. Shin didn't know much about the Tsuneyashiro clan, but they were no simple family. They knew all the history and secrets of the Soul Society and had an inseparable relationship with the Soul King and Central 46. Shin remained in the second division, actively taking on duties, especially patrols, which he often conducted himself. Shihoin Kiyotaka, unaware of Shin's plans, thought he was a capable and diligent subordinate and was very pleased with him. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Shin had familiarized himself with the entire Siriidii. Now, it's time for the real action to begin. Having thoroughly scouted the area, Shin prepared to infiltrate the Great Spirit Book Gallery and retrieve what was inside. In truth, he was being overly cautious. Even if he had to fight his way in, it wouldn't be difficult. Night fell. Shin's figure moved swiftly through the buildings of the Siriidii. Soon, he arrived at Central 46 and walked straight through the entrance. The guards seemed not to see him at all. Shin had used Jinjutsu to make them ignore him. Like he owned the place, he encountered no resistance and reached the Great Spirit Book Gallery, hidden beneath Central 46. There's no key, but a single door won't stop me. Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka and entered directly. So this is the Great Spirit Book Gallery? Looks like I've been discovered. Shin felt a little helpless. The moment he stepped inside, he felt a wave of spiritual pressure ripple outwards. Looks like sneaking in was bound to fail. Shin held a mask, the same swirling orange mask Toby wore. After putting it on, he began recording the knowledge in the Great Spirit Book Gallery. As expected, all the Kido are recorded here. Boom. Just as Shin had recorded most of the information, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended upon him, definitely captain level. The current head of the Tsuneyashiro clan had arrived, his gaze fixed coldly on Shin. Who are you? How dare you break into this place? I mean no harm. I'm just here to borrow a few things. No need to be so hostile. Shin said calmly. He had already altered his voice. If Madara Uchiha were here, he would have found that Shin's voice was identical to his own. Seize him. The Tsuneyashiro clan head shouted to the Shinigami behind him, and a group of them charged towards Shin. Well, looks like a fight is unavoidable. Watching the charging Shinigami, Shin threw a casual punch, and several of them were instantly killed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Tsuneyashiro clan head and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a loud crash, the man was sent flying into the ground. In a single exchange, he had been taken out by Shin. Chapter 734, Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji, Expedition to Hueco Mundo. Am I too strong, or are you just too weak? You couldn't even take a single hit. Shin said calmly after knocking down the Tsuneyashiro clan head. But no matter what Shin said, the men wouldn't hear it. He had been knocked unconscious by Shin's single blow. The other Shinigami were terrified. They were all members of the Tsuneyashiro clan. Seeing their own clan head, who was strong enough to be a Gotei 13 captain, taken out with a single blow left them paralyzed with fear. The opponent hadn't even used his Zanpakuto, hadn't even released a trace of spiritual pressure. He had crushed their leader with pure physical strength. So weak. With that level of strength, you shouldn't be showing off. After Shin spoke, a terrifying wave of spiritual pressure tore the other Shinigami to shreds. As for the unconscious Tsuneyashiro clan head on the ground, after a moment's thought, Shin decided not to spare him either. He picked up a nearby Zanpakuto and stabbed him, finishing him off. The other Shinigami probably know by now. Time to leave. Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka to open a black portal, stepped through it, and vanished. In the future, if Shin wanted to re-enter the Great Spirit Book Gallery, it would be easy. He could just use Yamatsu Hirasaka to go directly there. The next morning, the entire Gotei 13 held a meeting. The events of last night were no small matter. The head of the Tsuneyashiro clan was dead, and someone had infiltrated the Great Spirit Book Gallery. Yamamoto had to find the culprit. But that had little to do with Shin. At this moment, he was practicing Kido in the Ice Dimension, his personal training ground. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Unleashed after the full incantation, the terrifying power of Heido number 90 instantly shattered a mountain of ice. When casting Kido, one could choose to use the full incantation or omit it. Foregoing the incantation would naturally reduce the power. However, the power of any Kido ultimately depended on the user's spiritual pressure. An unchanted Heido number 31, Shikaho could be enough to take down a vice captain. The stronger your spiritual pressure, the more powerful your Kido. The destructive force of Heido wasn't fixed. The same applied to Bakudo and Kaido. After a day of training, Shin had basically mastered most of the Kido. With the cheat of shadow clones, his learning speed was naturally fast. And Shin's spiritual pressure was terrifying, so he could cast any Kido he learned. Some Shinigami, even if they obtained high-level Kido, couldn't cast them due to insufficient spiritual pressure. Just how terrifying was Shin's spiritual pressure now? Even Shin himself wasn't entirely sure. It was almost like his chakra, nearly infinite. Shin had never truly unleashed his full spiritual pressure. Among the Shinigami, there was probably no one who could surpass him in terms of spiritual pressure, not even the oldest Shinigami, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. Though Shin had only been exposed to spiritual pressure for 3 years, his soul was already extremely strong, the pinnacle of Een release, capable of creating matter from nothingness through mental power. So, it wasn't strange for him to possess such terrifying spiritual pressure now. Leaving the 2nd Division, Shin headed for the 4th Division. He was very familiar with the 4th Division, and the members of the squad were all very respectful towards him. Still not back. Shin waited in the 4th Division barracks. He didn't know when she would return from the meeting. Fortunately, Shin had time to spare. He was idle anyway, so waiting here was no problem. Around noon, Unohana Retsu returned. "How long have you been here?" Unohana asked upon seeing Shin. "A few hours." "That was a long meeting. What were you discussing?" Shin asked Unohana. He believed she wouldn't hide anything from him. Unohana gave Shin a deep look, then asked, "The one who broke into the Great Spirit Book Gallery last night and killed the Tsuneyashiro clan head, it was you, wasn't it?" Though she was asking, Unohana was 100% certain it was Shin. It was obvious that only Shin had the ability to do such a thing. It was an easy guess for her. "Yes, it was me." "Are you going to arrest me, Captain Unohana?" Shin asked with a smile. "That's not out of the question," Unohana smiled back. "Looking at you now, you don't seem worried at all that I'll expose you. Are you really that confident in me?" Unohana said, looking at the completely unconcerned smile on Shin's face. "You're right, I'm not worried. Based on my understanding of you, Captain Unohana, you probably won't say anything about this." Shin had absolute trust in Unohana. If the day came when she was no longer trustworthy, it would mean their friendship had come to an end. "Don't do something like this again. And if you really have to, please tell me," Unohana said to Shin. She didn't really care about anything else. She didn't even know the Tsuneyashiro clan head who had died. She was just worried about Shin. His actions were extremely dangerous. He might have gotten away this time, but what if he was caught by accident? Even if Yamamoto himself came, he wouldn't be able to catch me. The meeting was probably about trying to catch me, right? That's only part of the reason. The other reason is the matter of the expedition to Hueco Mundo. Unohana's expression turned slightly serious. The duty of the Gotei 13 was to protect the Soul Society and the order of the world of the living. Hollows were the ones who disrupted that order. So, every so often, a large number of Shinigami would form an expeditionary force to go to Hueco Mundo. This captain's meeting was partly about the incident he caused, and partly about the expedition to Hueco Mundo. "Shin, for you, this expedition to Hueco Mundo is also an opportunity," Unohana said to Shin. "What kind of opportunity?" Hearing Unohana's words, Shin couldn't help but ask. "The opportunity to be promoted to vice captain, or even captain, of course. This is a large-scale expedition to Hueco Mundo, and every squad has to participate. It's not uncommon for even captains to die in Hueco Mundo. When a captain died, their position would become vacant. At that time, as long as Shin had some merits, he could become a captain of the Gotei 13, wielding considerable authority." Chapter 735, Copying Yamamoto's Power. Become a vice captain or a captain? Shin considered it. He wasn't exactly thrilled by the idea, but it was a solid opportunity. He figured he might as well compete for a position. "In about 3 days, we'll be departing for Hueco Mundo. You should prepare," Retsu Unohana informed him. Shin nodded. The prospect of visiting Hueco Mundo genuinely interested him. By now, Shin had a solid grasp on the powers of a Soul Reaper, though his Zanpakuto had yet to achieve Shirkai. But Shin suspected his Zanpakuto might never achieve Shirkai, and honestly, he wasn't bothered. He could always just copy someone else's. Besides, he still had plenty of replication cards. Shin had exchanged all his common and advanced replication cards for divine ones. He now had 5 divine replication cards, which meant he could copy 5 Zanpakuto. And it wasn't just about copying the swords themselves, he could replicate the wielder's entire power set. "When we head to Hueco Mundo, Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto will be there, won't he?" Shin asked Unohana. Unohana paused for a moment at his question, then nodded. "Yes, Captain Commander Yamamoto will be there." Shin nodded knowingly. This was his chance to copy Yamamoto's power, to replicate everything he had. Yamamoto's strength was at its absolute peak right now. In fact, by the time the main story began, the old man wasn't as strong as he was in this era. It wasn't because age had weakened him, he already looked like an old man. It was because extended periods without a real fight would cause even his strength to regress. Like a boat sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you fall back. "You're not planning something, are you?" Unohana's expression turned serious as she watched him. Yamamoto was not someone to be trifled with. She herself had been defeated by him in the past, and he hadn't even used his Bankai. His Bankai, Zanka no Tachi, was incredibly powerful, but its sheer power was also its greatest drawback. Once activated, even if he stood perfectly still, it would cause the very matter of the Soul Society to evaporate and could ultimately destroy the world. The Zanpakuto Shin wanted to copy most were Ryujin Jaka and Kyokusuijetsu. Both were completely overpowered. Aizen was still hiding in some corner of the world, so for now, the only one he could copy was Ryujin Jaka. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight Yamamoto. And even if I did, I wouldn't lose. Shin said to the concerned Unohana. Hearing his words, Unohana relaxed slightly. Based on her understanding of Shin, even if he faced the captain commander, he wouldn't necessarily lose. At the very least, he could escape unharmed. After spending some time in the 4th division, Shin left and returned to the 2nd division. There, Kiyotaka Shihoin also spoke to him about the expedition to Hueco Mundo. Shin looked at Kiyotaka and shook his head slightly. Unohana had suggested he covertly eliminate Kiyotaka and take over as the captain of the 2nd division. But Shin wasn't that ruthless. His relationship with Kiyotaka was decent enough, he decided against it. Shin, you're coming on the expedition to Hueco Mundo. It's extremely dangerous, and I won't be able to protect you, so you must be careful, Kiyotaka Shihoin advised Shin. The 2nd division hadn't seen a true genius in a long time, so Kiyotaka had high hopes for Shin. He had even taught Shin the fundamentals of Shuinpa, Flash Steps, and the Shihoin clan's Utsusimi, Cicada Shell. The 4 pillars of Soul Reaper combat were Zenjutsu, swordsmanship, Ho-Ho, footwork, Hakuda, hand-to-hand combat, and Kido, spells. The Shihoin clan were the undisputed masters of Shuinpa, and his pointers were genuinely useful. Of course, Shin wasn't particularly interested in Shuinpa. It was no different from the Rokushiki Soru or the Shunshin no Jutsu from the Naruto world, they were all just movement techniques. For someone like Shin, who could freely manipulate space, they were of little use. As for Utsusimi, it was basically a high-speed substitution jutsu, leaving behind clothing or another object at the last second to evade an attack. A decent trick, but nothing special. Shin paid no mind to Kiyotaka's offer of protection. He certainly didn't need it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The search for the intruder who had broken into the Great Spirit Book Gallery was still ongoing. Since Shin was the culprit, they were never going to catch him. Today was the day of departure for Hueco Mundo, and Shin finally laid eyes on Yamamoto. System, copy Yamamoto's power. Consuming 1 divine replication card. Power of Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto replication complete. In an instant, Shin obtained all of Yamamoto's power. Besides the Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka, he also gained Yamamoto's Hakuda, Ryatsu, Kido, and even his centuries of honed combat techniques. The strength Yamamoto had spent countless years developing was replicated by Shin in a single moment. However, Shin noticed something unique about the copied Ryujin Jaka. For him, it felt more like an inherent ability. He hadn't received the physical Zanpakuto, but its powers had become his own. This meant he could use Ryujin Jaka and its Bankai, Zanka no Tachi, without even needing a sword, relying solely on his own body. He could even use his own Asachi, blank Zanpakuto, to perform the Shirkai and unleash its power. Gripping the Asachi in his hand, Shin noticed a slight change, faint red patterns had appeared on the blade. He then listened to Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto's speech. Yamamoto gave a few words of encouragement, didn't drag it on, and then opened the Garganta to Hueco Mundo. All 13 squads of the Godi I-13, including the 1st Division, would be heading to Hueco Mundo. However, Yamamoto would not be going. He needed to remain in the Soul Society. The 1st Division would be led by its vice-captain, Chojiro Sasakaibe, on this expedition. 2,000 years ago, Chojiro Sasakaibe had become Yamamoto's right-hand man. Though only a vice-captain, his strength was immense. Even some of the other squad captains might not be able to guarantee a victory against him. Hueco Mundo. I wonder if I'll run into a Vasto Lord. The only beings Shin considered a real challenge were the Vasto Lord, whose power surpassed that of a captain. He just didn't know if he'd be lucky enough to encounter one. After all, Vasto Lord were a rarity even in Hueco Mundo, finding one wasn't easy. I'd rather we don't. Shin, you probably don't know how strong a Vasto Lord is. A hollow that terrifying can only be handled by the captain commander himself. Kiyotaka Shihoin said to Shin, hearing his words. If they really did encounter a Vasto Lord, it would be a complete disaster. Chapter 736, A Sea of Jillions. After passing through the Garganta, Shin finally arrived in Hueco Mundo. He had seen the Soul Society and the world of the living, this was his first time in the realm of hollows. The first thing Shin felt upon arriving was a sense of desolation. No wonder hollows were so aggressive. Living in a place like this would drive anyone insane. Hueco Mundo was a complete wasteland, a desert-like expanse with a few withered trees scattered about. The area they had arrived in was devoid of hollows. It had been scouted and cleared by Soul Reapers beforehand. Any hollows that might have been here had already been eliminated. Be careful in Hueco Mundo. You never know if a hollow is hiding underground, Kiyotaka Shihoin reminded Shin. Some hollows were incredibly cunning and would ambush from below. Kiyotaka had learned that lesson the hard way in the past. Shin nodded, accepting Kiyotaka's advice. We'll rest for now. Tomorrow, we'll use this as our base of operations and begin clearing out the surrounding Minos Grande, Vice Captain Chojiro Sasakaibe announced. Although he was a vice captain, he was the leader of this expedition to Hueco Mundo, and no one questioned his authority. Chojiro Sasakaibe was more than qualified. He remained a vice captain not because his strength was limited to that level, but because he never wanted to leave the first division, wishing to forever follow Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. They spent a day resting in Hueco Mundo, acclimating to the environment. They also noticed that the concentration of spirit particles in the air was even denser than in the Siriidii. Though the environment was harsh, Hueco Mundo was an excellent place for training. The next day, all squads except for the 4th Division, the Medical Corps, along with the Soul Reaper forces already stationed here, chose a direction and began to exterminate hollows. Regular Soul Reaper students would be completely useless here, Shin observed. Most of the hollows in Hueco Mundo were Minos Grande. Jillians, the lowest class of Minos Grande, were cannon fodder here, but an average third seat would struggle against one. A particularly strong Jillian could even defeat a vice captain, and they always moved in groups. Besides the Minos Grande, there are also ordinary hollows. The students can handle those. It's a form of training, Kiyotaka Shihoin explained to Shin. Everyone, spread out. Scout for any nearby hollows. Kiyotaka held a device and addressed the others. This device was specifically designed to find hollows, as their Ryatsu was different from a Soul Reaper's. It was something created by the 12th Division, the Department of Research and Development. Shin released his observation haki, also scouting for any potential hollows in the vicinity. However, Shin wasn't looking for ordinary hollows or even Jillians. He was searching for Ajuchas or Vasto Lords. If he copied a hollow's power, wouldn't he then possess the powers of both a hollow and a Soul Reaper? Though it was taboo in the Siriidii, Shin wasn't a pure Soul Reaper. He was still human. He didn't care what kind of power it was. As long as it was useful, he would take it. He didn't believe hollow powers were inherently evil. Power itself has no morality, it all depends on how you use it. They're here. Everyone, be on guard. Just then, Kiyotaka shouted. A group of wandering hollows appeared in the distance. They weren't Minos Grande, but a mix of powerful standard hollows and giant ones. Seeing these hollows, the members of the 2nd Division drew their Zanpakuto and charged. Since there were no Minos Grande, Kiyotaka didn't make a move. Captain, I think we need to be careful, Shin suddenly warned Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka, who had been observing the battle, was startled. He immediately took out the instrument, and his face suddenly changed. Damn it. On the detector, countless deep red dots appeared right beneath their position. The more powerful the hollow's Ryatsu, the redder the dot on the detector. Deep red could only mean one thing, Minos Grande. They were hiding underground. We were careless. Seeing at least 30 deep red dots, Kiyotaka's heart pounded. Even a captain would have to retreat from such a large group of Minos Grande. Why hadn't they detected them before? There was no time to think about that. The most important thing now was how to deal with these Minos Grande. Fall back, quickly. Kiyotaka shouted to the squad members, but it was too late. They couldn't run fast enough. In an instant, the Minos Grande burst from the ground, their terrifying spiritual pressure causing some of the squad members' legs to give out. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Kiyotaka cast the binding spell without an incantation. A massive defensive wall materialized, blocking the Jillian Siros. As a captain, casting an 81st level binding spell was fairly easy for him. The transparent wall was said to be able to completely defend against any destructive spell up to number 89, and its defense was extremely strong. The Jillian Siros struck it but failed to break through. Shin, you take them and leave. Uehara, you're with me. We'll deal with these Jillians. Kiyotaka began to give orders. Sending ordinary squad members against Jillians was a death sentence, and Kiyotaka didn't want them to die in vain. Then you two be careful, Captain. Shin said to them, then led the other squad members away without offering to stay and help. Even if Shin had wanted to stay, Kiyotaka would never have agreed. He didn't know Shin's true strength and would have seen it as a suicide mission. Besides, as formidable as these Jillians were, as long as Shin got the other squad members to safety, Kiyotaka wouldn't need to fight. He could simply retreat. These squad members were a liability, unable to help and only slowing them down. Shin led the Soul Reapers back to their base. The members of the 4th Division all looked over. The members of the 2nd Division were a bit embarrassed. They had just set out, and they were already running back with their tails between their legs. What happened? Unohana asked Shin. We ran into a few dozen Jillians, so we came back, Shin explained, not hiding anything from Unohana. In fact, he had to tell her. Chojiro Sasakai had given orders that if they encountered a large group of Minos Grande, they were not to engage and were to immediately notify the other squads to fight them together. Send a message to the other squads immediately. I'm going to provide support. Unohana said to the Soul Reaper in charge of communications, then drew her Zanpakuto and walked out. Shin, of course, followed Unohana. Whether Kiyotaka could handle 30-something Jillians was still an unknown. Chapter 737, A Disastrous Start. Jillians usually move in small packs, a few at a time, 10 at the absolute most. How could there be over 30 of them gathered in one place? Retsu Unohana wondered aloud, her expression troubled. An Ajuchas is probably pulling the strings. They're the only ones who can command the less intelligent Jillians, Shin explained to the puzzled Retsu. As a mid-level Minos, an Ajuchas possessed high intelligence. This was likely a deliberate ambush. It seemed the Minos knew the Soul Reapers were coming to Hueco Mundo for a purge. Shin was perplexed. How could an Ajuchas have known? After asking Retsu, the pieces finally fell into place. He now understood. The Soul Reapers' purges in Hueco Mundo were on a fixed schedule. A major culling operation occurred once every century, and it could last for several years. So the Hollows have our number. It's almost comical, Shin mused. They had been completely figured out. I never imagined we'd be outsmarted by these Minos, Retsu admitted. A knot of unease tightened in her stomach. If their squad was ambushed, the others were likely in the same predicament. We need to hurry. I have a feeling Captain Shihoin is in danger, Shin said to Retsu, his figure vanishing in an instant. He wasn't using spacetime ninjutsu, but the Soul Reaper technique of flash step. As a genius, Shin's skill with Shuinpa was likely among the best of all Soul Reapers. By the time Shin arrived, his fears were confirmed. Kiyotaka Shihoin was in deep trouble. As for the 2nd Squad's lieutenant, Uehara, he was nowhere to be seen. He was probably dead. Shin. What are you doing back here? Kiyotaka shouted, forcing back the Minos in front of him. His face was a mask of anxiety. What else? I came to save you, Captain. And Lieutenant Uehara. Shin's gaze settled on a hollow that stood apart from the rest. It was far more powerful than the other Jillians, with a unique, fan-like shape. So this is the Ajuchas. It was indeed powerful, its spiritual pressure no weaker than Kiyotaka's. With a horde of Jillians supporting it, it was no surprise Kiyotaka was outmatched. If Shin hadn't returned, Kiyotaka Shihoin would have been a dead man. It's an Ajuchas. Retsu finally arrived, her eyes fixed on the creature. If this were the Retsu of old, she would have charged in without a second thought. But now, she was the picture of calm. Her personality had completely changed, she was no longer the battle-hungry warrior she once was. Captain Unohana, you're here too. Looks like we're safe now, Kiyotaka breathed a sigh of relief. With Retsu here, dealing with the Ajuchas wouldn't be a problem. The remaining Jillians would be easy to handle. In truth, without the Jillians, Kiyotaka wouldn't have lost to the Ajuchas. He was a captain, after all, a formidable fighter in his own right. He might not have won easily, but he could have at least fought it to a standstill. Shin, I think you should leave first, Kiyotaka said. Don't count me out, Captain. I'm stronger than I look. Shin decided it was time to reveal a fraction of his power. He gently drew his Zanpakuto, his figure vanishing in a blur. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before a Jillian and swung his blade. A terrifying wave of fire erupted, instantly incinerating the Minos. What, Shin, have you achieved Shirkai? Kiyotaka stared in shock as Shin one-shot a Jillian. He looked at the Zanpakuto in Shin's hand, it still looked like a standard Asachi. No, there were faint crimson patterns on the blade now. Had he really achieved Shirkai? A single slash that produced an explosion of fire, it had to be a fire-type Zanpakuto. Kiyotaka didn't press for details. A Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto abilities were private. Just as one wouldn't ask about another's devil fruit in the world of pirates, or a ninja's secret techniques, a Zanpakuto's power was not something to be pried into unless willingly shown. Retsu watched Shin, a sense of familiarity washing over her. The terrifying burst of flame reminded her of old man Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. The Jillians are for me and Captain Shihoin to handle. Big sis Retsu, you can take care of the Ajuchas. Although Shin planned to show some of his strength, this was enough for now. One-shotting a Jillian already put him above most lieutenants. If he had one-shot the Ajuchas, it would have drawn far too much attention. He needed to be more reserved, revealing his power slowly. He had no intention of showing his whole hand at once. If he was ostracized by the Soul Society, would he have to leave? And where would he go? Hueco Mundo was dull, and while the world of the living was better, it wasn't much more interesting. With Retsu's strength, fighting this Ajuchas was easy. In just a few moves, she had it severely wounded. Even with its high-speed regeneration, it couldn't recover. The Retsu Unohana of this era, with her Shirkai released, could probably even take on a Vasto Lord without losing. With the Ajuchas dealt with, Shin and the others returned to the main encampment, only to be met with the sight of heavy casualties among the other squad's members. The captain of the 8th squad is dead. That's rough, Shin said, shaking his head. He didn't know the current 8th squad captain, but he was the first captain-level casualty of this expedition. Hueco Mundo is a dangerous place, Retsu said to Shin. Shin had thought the 2nd squad had it the worst, but it turned out they were in the best shape, aside from the 4th squad. The 4th squad, being a medical and supply unit, hadn't participated in the initial sweep, so they were unscathed. This was a disastrous start. On only the 2nd day in Hueco Mundo, the Soul Reaper side had already suffered heavy losses. Captains, we need to hold a meeting, Chojiro Sasakaibe said gravely to the other captains and lieutenants. A third of the original captains were dead, mostly lieutenants. The only captain to fall was the 8th squad's. The 11th squad captain was also severely injured and still unconscious. It was worth noting that in the short time since Retsu had left the 11th squad, the captaincy had already changed hands twice. The current one was now critically injured, and even if he woke up, his career as a Soul Reaper was likely over. Chapter 738, I heard you wanted to kill me. The ambush and heavy losses suffered by each squad are my responsibility. I apologize. After Chojiro convened the meeting with the other captains, he began with a sincere apology. Lieutenant Sasakaibe, don't blame yourself. This wasn't your fault. The blame lies with those despicable hollows. The captains waved off his apology. It wasn't Chojiro's fault, no one could have predicted this. The mindless hollows had actually managed to ambush them, resulting in catastrophic losses. If I'm not mistaken, there's a Vasto Lord behind this ambush, orchestrating everything, Chojiro said, his face a mask of grim certainty. It was a guess, but he was sure of it. A Vasto Lord's intelligence was no less than their own. It wouldn't be surprising for one to use such tactics. Do we retreat, or do we continue the campaign? The choice is yours, Chojiro sighed. After such a disastrous start, continuing the fight would put them at a severe disadvantage. Retreat is not an option. I will avenge my squad members, the 3rd squad captain snarled. We just arrived in Hueco Mundo. We can't just leave with our tails between our legs. The other captains agreed. After suffering such a heavy blow, leaving in shame was out of the question. Good. In that case, we can no longer act alone. We will move as one to exterminate the hollows. Chojiro had no desire to leave either. They had only been in Hueco Mundo for 2 days, one, if you didn't count the day they spent setting up. Leaving now would be a complete humiliation. No one objected to Chojiro's orders, it was the best course of action. For the next few days, they remained at the encampment, recuperating and guarding against hollow attacks. The howls of hollows could be heard in the distance, but they never attacked, as if they were wary of something or perhaps plotting another scheme. During these few days, Shin was promoted to lieutenant. With the 2nd squad's lieutenant dead, it was only natural for the 3rd seat to take his place. With Kiyotaka Shihoin's strong recommendation, Shin's promotion was a simple matter. However, becoming a lieutenant came with more responsibilities. Thankfully, Shin had shadow clones. He could let them handle the paperwork while his real self slacked off. I must be the fastest promotion they've ever seen, Shin said as he sat in the 4th squad's barracks. No, there have been faster. Some became captains shortly after graduating, Retsu said, shaking her head. Really? Yes. But they tend to die just as quickly. Retsu recalled the last expedition to Hueco Mundo. During every major campaign, the turnover rate for captains was incredibly high. She expected this time would be no different. After all, they had only been here a few days, and the 8th squad captain was already dead. All right, I can't chat with you anymore. I have a mission. Shin had a reconnaissance mission. It was a 2nd squad task. The 2nd squad was essentially the assassination corps, making them the safest choice for intelligence gathering. If they ran into trouble, their chances of escape were the highest. They were fast, disappearing in a blur with a single flash step. Of course, hollows had a similar movement technique, Sonido, which was arguably even more advanced than Shuinpa. Shuinpa was a series of high-speed steps, while Sonido was closer to a spatial ability. Be careful. If you encounter a Vasto Lord, it's best to retreat, Retsu advised Shin. She knew Shin was stronger than her, but this was Hueco Mundo. A moment of carelessness could still get him hurt. It'd be great if I could run into a Vasto Lord. I'm actually hoping to meet one. Shin's eyes gleamed with interest. A Vasto Lord, huh? It'd be nice to run into one. He could copy its power. Though this was the world of Soul Reapers, the powers of Hollows and even Quincy's had their merits. The Quincy's had mostly been wiped out, the survivors hiding in the Schattenbereich. He could consider paying a visit to the Quincy's Wandenrake, the shadows of the Siriidii, in the future. Only you would be excited about the prospect of running into a Vasto Lord, Retsu said, shaking her head. Of course, if this were the old Retsu, she would have been ecstatic at the chance. She had been a battle maniac. But now, she didn't even have the interest to spar with Shin. Who knew why? Perhaps it was because sparring with Shin meant she never won. No one would want to keep fighting after that. Leaving the encampment, Shin went alone. Kiyotaka had wanted him to take some squad members, but Shin had refused. To put it bluntly, they would just be dead weight. They couldn't help him at all. Besides, Shin wanted to explore Hueco Mundo properly. Bringing second squad members along would just be a restriction. Considering these reasons, Shin chose to go alone, and after some thought, Captain Kiyotaka Shihoin agreed. Endless yellow sand. How dull. I could use some excitement. Shin looked out at the desolate landscape, bored. He wondered when he would find an opponent worthy of his time. But that seemed unlikely. All the Hollows in Hueco Mundo combined probably wouldn't be a match for him. Look at that arrogant bastard. Should we take him out? Some distance away, an Ajuchas grumbled, annoyed at the sight of a lone Soul Reaper strutting through Hueco Mundo like he owned the place. How dare a single Soul Reaper act so nonchalantly in their domain? Kill him, the other two Ajuchas said coldly. One had a deep green body, the other a grayish-blue. Their faces were covered in strange masks. Though their appearances varied, they shared some similarities. Compared to the massive Jillians, Ajuchas were clearly smaller, but their power was on a completely different level. I heard you wanted to kill me. Shin's calm voice suddenly echoed behind them. The Ajuchas, who had been confident just moments ago, froze and whipped around. The Soul Reaper they had been watching from afar was now standing right behind them, his gaze serene. But that calm gaze sent a terrifying chill down their spines, a premonition of imminent death. Chapter 739, Ryujin Jaka one-shots the Ajuchas. You. When did you get behind us? The three Ajuchas-level Hollows demanded, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Shin. You didn't actually think you could spy on me without me noticing, did you? Shin asked, his tone cold. If you were a group of beautiful women, I might not have minded. But you're not even human. Shin regarded the three Ajuchas with cold indifference, slowly drawing his Zanpakuto. As the blade cleared its sheath, the oppressive spiritual pressure crushing down on them intensified, becoming even more terrifying. Don't be ridiculous. As if a single Soul Reaper could scare us. One of the Ajuchas lunged, its claws slashing toward Shin. Ajuchas may not wield weapons, but every part of their bodies was a formidable weapon in its own right. Its claws, for instance, could clash with a Zanpakuto and emerge unscathed. With all its strength concentrated in its powerful arm, it struck at Shin. But just as the blow was about to land, Shin's figure vanished, startling the other two Ajuchas. A Soul Reaper's Shuinpa. These three Ajuchas were clearly familiar with Soul Reaper abilities. It seemed they had faced their fair share of them. Siro. One of the Ajuchas opened its mouth and fired a Siro. The attack was far weaker than a standard Siro, but it was 20 times faster. Its speed, both in charging and firing, made it a favorite among many Hollows despite its lower power. Bakudo number 81. Danku. An enchanted Danku materialized, blocking every attack. When cast by Shin, this barrier couldn't be broken by a mere Siro, not even a Gran Ray Siro from Espada could shatter it. I might as well test my abilities on you. Shin gripped his Zanpakuto, his expression calm and impassive as he watched them. All things in the universe turned to ash. Ryujin Jaka. The blade erupted in terrifying flames, as if Shin were wielding fire itself, flames that could rival the temperature of the sun's surface. Though it was only in its Shirkai state, Ryujin Jaka was more powerful than the Bankai of many other Zanpakuto. Shin's already terrifying spiritual pressure surged to an even greater height, crushing the Ajuchas with such force that they couldn't even stand. What kind of monster is this? The three Ajuchas stared at Shin in horror. The spiritual pressure he was releasing far surpassed even that of a Vasto Lord. And this was Shin holding back. If he were to unleash his full power, the sheer force of his spiritual pressure would shake the entire world. Shin was more than capable of shaking Hueco Mundo to its core, but for three Ajuchas, he had no intention of revealing his true strength. The power he was displaying now was already overkill, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Fire your Siros together. The three Ajuchas struggled to their feet, preparing to counter Shin with their own Siros. Jikaku Enjo. Shin swung his blade lightly, unleashing a vortex of fire that engulfed the Ajuchas. In moments, they were reduced to ash. I guess I didn't get to show off much. Shin wore a look of regret. He had barely exerted himself, and the three Ajuchas were instantly annihilated. Crap, I forgot to ask if there were any Vasto lords around. Shin smacked his forehead. He had forgotten to ask. Finding a Vasto lord on his own would be a real challenge. I'll just wait until I run into another Ajuchas. Shin continued onward, scouting the movements of the hollows. He was now certain that a Vasto lord was commanding them from behind the scenes. Otherwise, three Ajuchas would never have gathered together. Jillians, with their limited intelligence, might cluster, but Ajuchas were a different story. Under normal circumstances, they would never cooperate, they would devour each other on sight. The relationships between hollows were brutal. Their evolution was driven by cannibalism. Without a Vasto lord to rule over them, Ajuchas would fight the moment they met, the victor consuming the vanquished. Not long after Shin left, several Soul Reaper captains arrived at the scene, falling silent as they took in the terrifying aftermath. The once sandy desert had been scorched into crystalline glass. A faint spiritual pressure still lingered in the air. This wasn't caused by a hollow, was it? Kayaraku Shunsui spoke up. He had recently been promoted from vice captain of the 5th Division to captain of the 8th Division. With the previous captain of the 8th Division having fallen in battle, a replacement was needed urgently. The selection was made from the various vice captains, and Kayaraku was chosen to fill the role, albeit temporarily. If he proved unsuitable, he would be replaced. Hollows don't typically have fire abilities. While there might be exceptions, I still don't think a hollow caused this, Kiyotaka Shihoin said. I remember Shin was heading in this direction. His Zanpakuto is a fire type, just like the head captain's. Perhaps he was the one who did this. He added. Is Captain Shihoin trying to take credit for his squad? A vice-captain who just joined the Goti I-13. An attack of this scale would be difficult even for a captain, a disdainful voice cut in. It was the captain of the 3rd Division, who had a long-standing feud with Kiyotaka Shihoin. Oh. Captain Morita, do you have a problem with Shin? Before Kiyotaka could respond, Retsu Unohana's eyes flashed red as she fixed her gaze on the captain of the 3rd Division. The terrifying look sent a cold sweat down his back. The other captains took a step back, casting pitying glances at him. He had just angered that she-devil. He was as good as dead. What a fool. No, Captain Unohana, please don't misunderstand. I have no problem at all, the captain of the 3rd Division said, his forehead glistening with sweat. He had completely forgotten about the close relationship between Shin Uzumaki and Retsu Unohana. Offending Shin was the same as offending her. He hadn't meant to insult Shin, he just wanted to get a rise out of Kiyotaka. He never expected to accidentally cross Unohana. He felt like crying. Though Retsu Unohana appeared much gentler these days, she still revealed her bloodlust from time to time, a terrifying aura that was truly frightening. Even her fellow captains didn't dare to provoke her. Chapter 740, I Won't Judge You. Shin scouted the area for a while before heading back in the evening. He used Shuanpa to find Kiyotaka Shihoin and report on the surrounding situation. There were indeed Jillian-class hollows, and quite a few of them. There were also several Ajuchas, 4 more, besides the 3 Shin had eliminated. As for Vasto Lords, Shin hadn't found any. If he had, they wouldn't have survived. After speaking with Kiyotaka, Shin left and headed for the central encampment of the 4th Division. On his way, however, he ran into Kayaraku Shunsui, now the captain of the 8th Division. Alongside him was Jushiro Yukitake, Kayaraku's close friend. Both were disciples of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Shin glanced at Yukitake. He knew that the right arm of the Soul King resided within him. Yukitake, with his gentle demeanor, offered Shin a warm smile. Well, fancy meeting you here, Shin. Kayaraku was somewhat familiar with Shin, having met him during the graduation assessment. Suddenly, he leaned in close to Shin and whispered, So, what's the deal between you and Captain Unohana? Oh. I didn't take you for a gossip, Shin remarked, looking at the ever-curious Kayaraku Shunsui, not particularly inclined to indulge him. Would you mind telling me? I'm just curious. You know, Captain Unohana really went to bat for you earlier, Kayaraku said, unbothered by the label. Hearing this, Shin gave him a surprised look and asked for the details. He soon learned about the incident with the captain of the 3rd Division, though he showed no particular reaction. By the way, I have another question, if you don't mind me asking. Was that massive destruction earlier you're doing? Kayaraku asked Shin again. Some had suspected Shin was behind it. Yes, it was me. Just ran into 3 Jillians. Shin didn't mention they were Ajuchas. If he said he had one-shot 3 jutsus, it would be a bit too shocking. It really was you. You're stronger than you look, Kayaraka said, sizing up Shin. 3 jillions, even he would have had to put in some effort. The current Kayaraka was much stronger than when Shin had first met him. He had already achieved Bankai. Kayaraka was a genius, otherwise he wouldn't have been a student of Yamamoto. Both he and Yukitake were exceptionally talented. Though Yukitake was frail and sickly, his strength was not to be underestimated. Back to my previous question, are you and Captain Unohana a couple? It's the talk of every squad right now, the scruffy-looking Kayaraka asked again. Even though he wasn't yet the middle-aged man he would become, his demeanor had always been a bit unkempt, something Shin attributed to his natural disposition. You seem desperate to know. If you really want an answer, I suggest you go ask Retsu Unohana yourself, Shin recommended. I think I'll pass, Kayaraka said with an awkward laugh, clearly a bit intimidated by Unohana. That terrifying aura, he didn't dare provoke her. By the way, this is the way to the 4th Division barracks, isn't it? Are you two heading there as well? Shin asked Kayaraku and Yukitake. That's right, Vice Captain Shin. I'm not feeling well, so Captain Kayaraku is taking me to see someone, Yukitake said with a gentle smile. Oh, I see. Then what's the relationship between you two? I suspect it's not as simple as it seems. Shin shot Kayaraku and Yukitake a strange, appraising look, the kind of look one gives when they suspect something more is going on between two people. Hey, what's with that look? I'm not into that, Kayaraka said quickly. He was still hoping to find a beautiful woman, he couldn't let anyone get the wrong idea. Right, I get it, Shin said with a knowing smile. Kayaraka's face darkened as he saw Shin's teasing smirk. He clearly didn't get it at all, he was completely misunderstanding them. Yukitake, aren't you going to help me clear my name? Kayaraku asked Yukitake. Yukitake coughed a few times, looking at Kayaraku with a hint of exasperation. The more you tried to prove your innocence in a situation like this, the more suspicious you looked. Don't worry, you don't have to explain anything to me. I get it, Shin said with a knowing nod. I may not understand it, but I won't judge. Without giving Kayaraku a chance to draw his sword and attack, Shin vanished in a flash of Shuinpa. What an incredible Shuinpa, Yukitake said, his face showing a hint of surprise. He certainly couldn't move that fast. This Vice Captain Shin was truly worthy of Captain Unohana's high regard, he was probably on par with some of the captains. However, Yukitake's frail body wasn't suited for Shuinpa or hand-to-hand combat. That bastard really pisses me off. If he hadn't run so fast, I would have. Even if he hadn't run, you couldn't have done anything to him, could you? Yukitake said to Kayaraku with a smile. I guess you're right. Kayaraku rubbed his nose. Setting aside whether he could even defeat Shin, there was still that powerful figure behind him, a figure he didn't dare to cross. Let's get to the 4th Division. Yukitake, why didn't you tell me you were injured earlier? Kayaraku asked, his gaze turning to Yukitake with a hint of annoyance. As Yukitake's best friend, Kayaraku knew about his frail health and always looked out for him. But to think he would hide his injuries. Kayaraku was very displeased. Did he not consider him a friend? I'm fine for now. Yukitake shook his head. The 4th Division was already overwhelmed with injured Soul Reapers. He didn't want to add to their burden. Kayaraku shook his head. That was his friend's personality. He'd have to keep a closer eye on him in the future. Afterward, Kayaraku and Yukitake also arrived at the 4th Division barracks. Just as they were about to look for Retsu Unohana, they were told by a 4th Division member that she wasn't there. Not here. That's impossible. I'm sure she's here, Kayaraku said, channeling his inner detective. Chapter 741, You think my Zanpakuto is weak. Kayaraku Shunsui had been insisting on finding Captain Unohana, but Jushiro Yukitake's single warning that interrupting her might get him killed was enough to shut him down. Ha, I think the other members of the 4th Division are excellent healers too. Kayaraku let out a loud, not at all awkward laugh, then leaned in to whisper to Yukitake. Jushiro, what do you think? Are Captain Unohana and Shin really a couple? They're so close, and I heard she was the one who brought him to the Siriidii from the Rakongai in the first place. Kayaraku, we're in the 4th Division. If you value your life, I suggest you keep your voice down. If someone overhears you gossiping here, things won't end well for you. Yukitake gave his friend a well-intentioned warning. Kayaraku flinched and quickly glanced around, only to see a 4th Division member staring at them with wide eyes. Don't worry, I didn't see a thing. I know nothing about your relationship. After blurting that out, the 4th Division member fled as if his life depended on it. Kayaraku and Yukitake exchanged a puzzled look, then realized they were standing a little too close. Had they been misunderstood? It's over. My reputation is in tatters, Kayaraku wailed dramatically, collapsing to the ground in mock despair. I'll never find a beautiful woman to share a drink with again. Yukatake remained stone-faced. If anyone's reputation is on the line here, it's mine. Right, I should probably keep my distance from Kairaku from now on. I can't afford these kinds of rumors, Yukatake thought to himself. Shin had no idea what was happening on their end. Kairaku's guess, however, had been spot on. Unohana was indeed still in the 4th Division barracks. She had simply given orders not to be disturbed, leaving the healing to others, which was why her squad members had claimed she wasn't there. That 10-kilometer stretch of scorched desert earlier, that was your doing, wasn't it? Unohana asked Shin. Yeah. I ran into 3 Ajuchas. Unfortunately, I killed them too quickly to get any information about the Vasto Lords. Shin wore an expression of genuine regret. If he hadn't finished them off so fast, he could have learned more about the highest class of hollows. Only you could sound disappointed after single-handedly dealing with 3 Ajuchas, Unohana remarked. Even she would have had to put in some effort to take down 3 at once. By the way, was your Zanpakuto really in its Shirkai state? Unohana asked, a question she had been meaning to ask for a while. No. Shin drew his Zanpakuto, a standard Asachi, and set it down. The red patterns that had appeared on it vanished instantly. Unohana picked it up and examined it. It was just an ordinary, unreleased blade. I copied Captain Commander Yamamoto's power. That includes his Zanpakuto. Shin was tempted to demonstrate, but considering they were in the 4th Division barracks, he thought better of it. If he really unleashed Ryujin Jaka, its terrifying power would probably reduce the entire compound to ashes. And that was just the Shirkai. If he used Zanka no Tachi, the consequences would be unthinkable, and the disturbance impossible to hide. You copied Captain Commander Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Unohana's face was a mask of shock. As one of the oldest Soul Reapers, she was one of the few who knew the true power of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's Bankai. It seems I no longer need to worry about your safety. Unohana was now completely at ease. With a copy of the old man's power, Shin could tear through Hueco Mundo without any trouble. However, you should keep this ability to copy others a secret. It could bring you a great deal of trouble if it gets out, Unohana advised. It's fine. As long as I'm strong enough, no one can touch me. Shin's expression was calm. He wasn't afraid of others finding out. With his strength, he had no fear of anyone scheming against him. It would just be a bit of a nuisance. By the way, did you copy my power? Unohana asked with a curious smile. No, I haven't. Shin shook his head. Unohana's smile remained, but her voice was laced with a chilling sweetness. Why not? You think my Zanpakuto is weak? Despite the gentle smile on her face, Shin felt a sudden cold dread. Not at all. Your Zanpakuto is quite strong. He wasn't about to call her blade weak. Its Shirkai could kill an enemy with a single cut, and its Bankai was the strongest healing type ability in existence. It just wasn't something Shin was desperate to have, especially since it would cost him a divine replication card. Then why not? Do you think I'm beneath you? Unohana was still smiling, but Shin could feel the full weight of her unspoken threat. Shin was speechless. Shouldn't this be a good thing for you? Who actually wants someone else to have their exact same power? He knew that if 2 Soul Reapers manifested the same Zanpakuto, only one was allowed to live. It was rare, but it happened, like with Toshiro Hitsugaya and Sojiro Kusaka, who both possessed Hyarinmaru. Kusaka, a tragic figure, was secretly executed after losing a duel to Hitsugaya, only to be resurrected as a hollow and defeated by him again. Copying an ability isn't something I can do on a whim. There are conditions, Shin explained, knowing he had to de-escalate. Is that so? Unohana nodded. Of course, copying someone's power wouldn't come without a price. After chatting for a while longer, Shin left the 4th Division and returned to the 2nd Division barracks. Since the mission in Hueco Mundo was under the 2 ND Division's jurisdiction, he couldn't just abandon his post as vice captain. He took his responsibilities seriously. Shin, tomorrow we're leaving the barracks and advancing toward the forest of Minos. Our primary objective is to clear out the hollows there, Kiyotaka Shihoin informed Shin as soon as he returned. Chapter 742, The Forest of Minos. Their mission in Hueco Mundo was to clear out the hollows, specifically those in the forest of Minos. 80% of the hollows appearing in the world of the living came from this forest. It was a nesting ground for Jillians and weaker hollows. Powerful Ajuchas, let alone Vasto Lords, were rarely seen there. However, the sheer number of Jillians made it a significant threat to all Soul Reapers. The next morning, all the squads set out together, including the 4th Division. They couldn't leave the medical division behind, vulnerable to a sneak attack. If anything happened to the 4th Division, their medical support would be cut off. Captain Shihoin, isn't this a bit overly cautious? Shin said, glancing at the extremely vigilant Kiyotaka. We can't be too careful, Shin. A single mistake could have serious consequences. Kiyotaka released his spiritual pressure, meticulously scanning the area for any potential hollows. Shin had already scouted the area and knew there was no immediate threat. When it came to sensory abilities, he was in a league of his own. Hiding from him was next to impossible. They had expected an ambush along the way, but after half a month of travel, they had encountered nothing of the sort. They did, however, eliminate a significant number of hollows, mostly ordinary ones and a few Jillians. There's no shortage of cannon fodder here. Shin cut down a Jillian with a single slash. He had already killed hundreds of them since arriving in Hueco Mundo. Clean and efficient, as always. You seem to have gotten stronger, Shin. Kiyotaka couldn't help but comment. In Hueco Mundo, Shin was gradually starting to show his true power. When anyone asked how his strength was improving so rapidly, the explanation was simple: he was getting stronger through constant battle. No one would press the issue. Prying into how someone else grew stronger was a line you didn't cross. Training in Hueco Mundo is very effective, Shin said with a nod. Kiyotaka gave a wry smile. While it was true that fighting made you stronger, he had never seen anyone improve as fast as Shin. He suspected Shin's strength had already surpassed his own. It was just a guess, but he felt it wasn't far from the truth. As they reached the forest of Minos, Shin stopped, his gaze fixed on the forest ahead. So that's where you've been hiding? A vasto lord in the forest of Minos. The moment he arrived, Shin sensed a terrifying spiritual pressure, the most powerful hollow presence he had ever encountered. Captain Shihoin, don't go any further. There's an ambush ahead, Shin said, turning to Kiyotaka. What? Kiyotaka stopped in his tracks and pulled out a hollow detecting device. After a quick scan, it confirmed Shin's warning. Thank God for your warning, Shin. If not for you, we would have walked right into another ambush. Kiyotaka breathed a sigh of relief and immediately went to inform the other captains. An ambush in the forest of Minos meant that a large number of hollows knew they were coming. The other captains gathered to discuss the situation. I have a bad feeling about this. The forest of Minos holds a great danger, Chojiro Sasakaibe said gravely. Perhaps a vasto lord-class hollow is hiding here. That's impossible. The forest of Minos doesn't even have a jutsu, one of the captains argued. Nothing is impossible. What if it came here specifically to ambush us? That's a very real possibility, Chojiro said, his hand resting on his zanpakuto. Many jutsus originated from the forest of Minos. It's not out of the question that they would return. We should proceed with caution. After some discussion, they decided to scout the forest of Minos before launching a full-scale assault. The forest of Minos was located underground, deep within Hueco Mundo. No one knew what dangers lay buried beneath the surface. I'll go. Kiyotaka volunteered. He was confident he could escape even if he encountered danger. All right. Be careful, Chojiro nodded. If anyone could survive, it was Kiyotaka. In terms of flash step, no one could surpass him. Combined with the Shihoin clan's Shunko, he could unleash incredible speed and power in a short burst. Kiyotaka went to scout the forest of Minos alone, while Shin was left in temporary command of the 2nd Division members. Set up a perimeter. Report any hollow sightings immediately. Do not engage, Shin ordered his squad. Yes, sir. The 2nd Division members spread out, forming a defensive line. The other squads did the same. I have a bad feeling about this. Chojiro's eyes were filled with worry as he drew his zanpakuto. Boom. The ground exploded, revealing a vast underground space. Countless hollows swarmed out from below. Kiyotaka reappeared, his clothes tattered, and collapsed the moment he returned. He was critically injured. Seeing his condition, Chojiro took a deep breath and immediately called for Unohana. If his injuries weren't treated immediately, Kiyotaka would die. Unohana released her Bankai, and Minazuki, a massive, one-eyed, manta ray-like creature, appeared. It swallowed the critically injured Kiyotaka whole. His life should be safe, but he will likely be left with permanent injuries, Unohana said. Kiyotaka's wounds were too severe for even her zanpakuto to heal completely. You really didn't disappoint me. You actually came. A figure over 2 meters tall appeared, a white mask covering his face. He had a hollow hole in his arm and was clad in black armor, exuding a terrifying presence. A vasto lord. Unohana's expression grew serious for the first time. At the same time, a massive number of hollows began to surround them from all sides. The vasto lord had taken control of all the hollows in the forest of Minos. It's been a while since I've had a taste of a soul reaper. And here you are, serving yourselves up on a platter, the vasto lord said, his tone dripping with cold indifference. Just one vasto lord, and he's this full of himself. I'm not impressed. Shin said, unimpressed by the newcomer. Chapter 743, Overdoing It. All Soul Reapers below the rank of Captain, retreat immediately. Chojiro Sasakaibe commanded. The lower-ranked squad members would only be a liability here. Join me in surrounding this vasto lord. Chojiro released his Zanpakuto, Ganryamaru, a blade that combined direct attacks with Kido-type abilities. The power of lightning made it an exceptionally strong Zanpakuto. Bankai, Koko Ganryo Rikyu. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. An oval of electric light split into 11 bolts, striking down at the vasto lord with the speed of lightning. At this point in time, Chojiro's Zanpakuto was the only one capable of controlling the weather. While Hyarinmaru would later possess a similar ability, it had yet to appear. With his Bankai released, Chojiro, along with the other captains who had released their Shirkai or Bankai, charged toward the vasto lord. Shin, meanwhile, was engaged with an Ajuchas. It wasn't just a single vasto lord, there were 10 Ajuchas and a countless number of Jillians. Is that all the strength you have, Soul Reaper? A disdainful voice cut through the air. The Ajuchas fighting Shin was looking down on him. Shin shot the Ajuchas a sideways glance. I'm pulling my punches, you know that. Otherwise, I would have ended you with a single slash. Shin felt that killing an Ajuchas instantly would attract too much attention. Better to spar for a bit before finishing it off. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. A burst of blue fire slammed into the Ajuchas' face, sending it flying. Vice Captain is so strong. A few members of the 2nd Division, seeing Shin send the Ajuchas flying with a single blow, showed expressions of great excitement. What are you all still standing here for? Run! Shin turned and yelled at the 2nd Division members. He was starting to wonder if they were idiots. Why weren't they running at a time like this? Am I supposed to be your babysitter? Just then, hundreds of Jillians unleashed their Siros. A terrifying volley of energy blasts shot towards them, with Shin caught in the line of fire. Though a Jillian Siro was slow, its power was considerable, and the threat was magnified when so many were fired at once. Ye Lord! Mask of flesh and blood, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. On the wall of blue flame, inscribe a twin lotus. In the abyss of conflagration, wait at the far heavens. Bakudo number 81, Danku. This was the first time Shin had used a Kido with its full incantation. A translucent wall materialized, blocking every single one of the 100+ Siros. Feeling all eyes on him, Shin's expression remained calm. The power he had just displayed was probably a bit beyond that of a captain, wasn't it? What are you all staring at? Hurry up and get these people out of here, Shin said. These vice captains were idiots, still gawking at a time like this. So what if he showed a little more strength than expected? Well, to Shin it was a little, but to everyone else, it was a whole lot more. Watching them finally retreat, Shin turned his gaze to the Jillians. I've already shown some of my strength. Annihilating them in one go shouldn't be too over the top, right? Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Shin raised his hand, and an endless torrent of lightning gathered in his palm, forming a beam of pure energy that he then unleashed. The terrifying, destructive lightning caused the surrounding sand to collapse inward. With a single spell, Shin had annihilated over 100 Jillians. The vasto lord, which had just sent Chojiro Sasakaibe flying, turned its gaze toward Shin, its eyes filled with a terrifying light. It had felt a threat from that last spell, a mortal threat. Shin's Heido number 88 was horrifyingly powerful, wiping out countless Jillians in a single strike. Although Jillians were just cannon fodder to a vasto lord, easily disposed of, annihilating over 100 in one go was still an exaggeration. The vasto lord felt that even its own Grand Rei Siro would, at best, be on the same level, and certainly no stronger. Captain Unohana, Shin Uzumaki, he. Chojiro Sasakaibe's eyes were filled with confusion. The advanced Kido Shin had just used was not something easily learned. Had he learned it from Retsu Unohana? I taught him Kido, Retsu Unohana said, though she herself had never known any advanced Kido. But no one doubted her words. They simply assumed she preferred not to use Kido in battle, unaware that she had never learned any. That took a lot out of me. I don't think I can keep this up. Just then, Shin put on a show of weakness. But to everyone else, it seemed perfectly normal. After all, he had just used 2 incredibly powerful Kido spells back to back. Ha ha ha, then I won't hold back. I'll kill you. The Ajuchas that Shin had been fighting before charged at him, radiating immense killing intent. But just as it closed in, it was repelled by Jushiro Yukitake. Vice Captain Shin, you should retreat, Jushiro said to him. All right. I'll leave it to you, Vice Captain Yukitake. The current Jushiro Yukitake was still a vice captain and had not yet been promoted. But it wouldn't be long before he became a captain. Shin turned and left, ignoring the vasto lord for now. Though he wanted to copy its power, he didn't know what changes it might cause. There were too many people here. If he underwent a hollowification, he'd be branded a public enemy by the Soul Reapers. So, he planned to wait until there was no one else around before copying the Vasto Lord's power. Surely this Vasto Lord wouldn't be defeated so easily. If it was, then it wouldn't be worth copying its power anyway. Retreating with the main force of Soul Reapers, Shin saw that despite their speed, they had still suffered heavy losses. This is real trouble, Jushiro said as he also retreated. He was very worried. None of the captains had managed to escape. The hollows that had been chasing them had suddenly stopped and turned back to surround the captains. Shin, how are you now? Jushiro asked with some concern. I'm fine. I'll be alright after a little rest, Shin said, shaking his head. Of course he was fine. It was all an act. Casting 2 Kido spells was nothing to him. He just didn't want to make an even bigger scene. To unleash a Kido that could annihilate hundreds of Jillians and show no signs of fatigue would be too shocking. Chapter 744, Dominating the Vasto Lord. The hollows didn't follow us. I'm afraid the captains are in danger. Jushiro Yukitake said worriedly. He gripped his Zanpakuto, ready to charge back in, but just as he moved, Shin stopped him. Are you planning to go back? With your current strength, you'd be no help. You'd just be throwing your life away. Shin reminded him. Jushiro was certainly strong, but even if he went back, he wouldn't be able to save anyone. Perhaps. Jushiro sighed. He'd probably just be a burden. Vice Captain Shin, could I ask you a favor? Jushiro asked. Go ahead, Shin nodded. We'll transfer our Riryoku to you. We hope you can go back and help the captains, Jushiro said. As he spoke, Jushiro looked a little embarrassed. He was asking Shin to take on a dangerous task. Sure. Shin's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately agreed. Hearing his agreement, Jushiro and the other vice captains were overjoyed. They, along with the other Soul Reapers, began to transfer their spiritual power to Shin. We're counting on you, Vice Captain Shin. Jushiro said solemnly. Shin nodded. His quick agreement wasn't out of kindness but was part of his own calculations. He then charged back, seemingly empowered by their strength. In reality, he was using his own power. With a flash of Shuinpa, he vanished. Shin found that Shuinpa was much more effective than the Rokushiki Soru. Not long after, Shin arrived at the forest of Minos. Several captains had already fallen. His gaze shifted to Retsu Unohana. Seeing that she was unharmed, Shin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about the others, but he couldn't let anything happen to Unohana. Though he knew she was strong, this situation was still a considerable threat to her. So, even if Jushiro hadn't suggested it, Shin would have found a way to return. If for no other reason than to save Unohana. Upon his return, Shin unleashed a decisive slash, and a dozen hollows were instantly incinerated in a burst of flames. I'll handle the Vasto Lord. You all deal with the other hollows, Shin declared. Are you sure you can handle it? Chojiro Sasakai was shocked by Shin's return, but he still had to ask. He couldn't have them retreat only for Shin to be unable to handle the Vasto Lord. Just leave it to me. Shin waved at Chojiro, and Chojiro chose to trust him. Be careful. Retsu Unohana, in her Bankai form, looking like a demon from hell, said to Shin. Don't worry. It's just a Vasto Lord. Shin smiled faintly, not taking the Vasto Lord seriously at all. But when the Vasto Lord heard this, it truly became enraged. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You're on your own now. Chojiro didn't know how Shin had managed to return, but deliberately provoking the Vasto Lord was definitely not a wise move. He couldn't help Shin now. He'd have to fend for himself. Retreat for now, Shin said softly to Unohana. No, let me stay and face this with you. Unohana shook her head, refusing his suggestion. Shin didn't try to persuade her further. Unohana was a very stubborn person. Once she made a decision, not even he could change her mind. Vice Captain Chojiro, lead the captains and break through. I'll help Shin hold off these hollows. Unohana said to Chojiro. She knew that with the other captains here, Shin's abilities were limited. He couldn't use his full power. All right. I hope Captain Unohana and Vice Captain Shin will be careful. Chojiro didn't refuse. If they didn't retreat now, all the captains would be wiped out. Damn you, Soul Reaper. I'll tear you to shreds. The Vasto Lord roared, and a terrifying Ryatsu erupted from its body, pressing down on Shin. Oh. You're going to tear me to shreds? I don't think you have the strength for that. Shin ignored the Vasto Lord's terrifying Ryatsu, and with a flash, appeared behind it, slashing down with his sword. Clang. The sound of steel on steel rang out, as if striking solid metal. This was the Vasto Lord's He Arrow. He Arrow, High-speed regeneration, Sonido, Zero, these were all abilities of an Ajutsus. But even a Vasto Lord couldn't master all of them. It had to sacrifice some abilities. This Vasto Lord had an extremely strong Hi-Arrow, but its regeneration was relatively weak. Your attack can't even break my defense. The Vasto Lord mocked Shin. Gran Rey Zero. This was a more powerful Zero. In the original story, only the Espada and Ichigo Kurosaki had used it. This proved it wasn't exclusive to the Espada. The Vasto Lord before him could also use it. The incredibly powerful Zero distorted space. If it hit the Siriidii, it would definitely destroy a large portion of it. No matter how strong the move, it's useless if it can't hit its target. Shin's figure had already appeared behind the Vasto Lord. Before it could react, he stomped on its face. Boom. The ground caved in, forming a deep crater. The other hollows didn't dare to approach, staring at the scene in terror. Then, with a whip-like kick, he sent the Vasto Lord flying again. Even with its strong Hi-Arrow, its defense was still broken. He was being completely dominated. The fight had just begun, and the Vasto Lord was already being stomped into the sand by Shin. Thankfully, Chojiro and the others had already left. If they had seen this, they would have been speechless with shock. What a monster, Unohana couldn't help but sigh. To dominate a Vasto Lord with just hand-to-hand combat, even Captain Commander Yamamoto probably couldn't do that. Though Captain Commander Yamamoto was also very strong, his physical strength certainly couldn't compare to a Hollow's. Hollows were physically powerful. A Soul Reaper's strength was partly in their Zanpakuto, their Ryatsu, and their Kido. In hand-to-hand combat, Hollows definitely had the advantage. Compared to Hollows, Soul Reapers were relatively fragile. But now, a Hollow was being stomped on by Shin, unable to even get up. That was why Unohana had called him a monster. Especially since she knew Shin was a human, not a true Soul Reaper. Chapter 745, Jikaku Enjo. He had to be the strongest human in existence. In Unohana Retsu's experience, humans were pathetically weak. Weaker, even, than the souls adrift in the Rakangai. She couldn't fathom how Shin had achieved such immense power, a strength that seemed to have no exploitable flaw. It even led her to wonder if he was human at all. Perhaps he was something else entirely. Shin, oblivious to Unohana's internal monologue, focused on the Vasto Lord and had the system copy its power. A pitch-black Ryatsu erupted from Shin's body, its terrifying pressure forcing the surrounding hollows to their knees, even the Ajutsus-class hollows were no exception. As for the Vasto Lord, it was already pinned beneath Shin's foot. A pure white mask, like polished bone, materialized over his face, only to shatter in the next instant. Clenching his fists, Shin could feel the power of a hollow coursing through him, but his body seemed unchanged. He had no hollow hole, and the mask had disintegrated the moment it appeared. He supposed he could be called an Arrancar now, though in truth, he was still human. He hadn't become a Hollow, nor a Soul Reaper. He was still human, but he now possessed the power of a Hollow. Sonido. With a flicker of Sonido, he reappeared behind a Jillian, his finger glowing as he unleashed a Zero that obliterated the massive Hollow. That's a Hollow's power. Shin, are you alright? Unohana's expression shifted from shock to concern as she questioned him. The sudden display of Hollow abilities had stunned her. After the shock came worry. The powers of a Hollow and a Soul Reaper were fundamentally opposed. After all, they were mortal enemies. Then again, the opposition wasn't absolute. There were the Vizards with their Hollowification, and the Arrancars with their Soul Reaper-like abilities. The two powers shared common ground. When a Hollow broke its limits, it could become an Arrancar, gaining a Zanpakuto-like power known as a Resurrection. I'm fine. In fact, I feel great, Shin told Unohana. I didn't expect you to be able to copy the power of a Hollow. I just hope it doesn't have any negative effects on you. Unohana was genuinely concerned that the Hollow's power might corrupt Shin. Well, you've served your purpose. Time to die. Shin raised his hand, gathering the power of a Zero. The Vasto Lord's eyes widened in shock. It couldn't believe Shin had stolen its power, and that it felt even stronger than its own. This Soul Reaper was no ordinary being. The Vasto Lord had no intention of dying without a fight. Using Sonido, it tried to escape, but the moment it reappeared, a Zero Oscura slammed into its body, tearing it to shreds. Though Shin had copied the Vasto Lord's power, in his hands, its potency was magnified. Let's clean up these hollows as well. Shin surveyed the area. He wasn't about to let these hollows live, not after they had witnessed what they had. Even if the Jillians were mindless, Shin had no intention of leaving them alive. Shin and Unohana moved in unison, their attacks merciless as they began slaughtering the Jillians and Ajutsus. While Unohana might not have been able to wipe out the Ajutsus on her own, Shin certainly could, felling them one by one with single strikes. And that was without even releasing Ryujin Jaka. If he had, he could have annihilated them all with a single swing. There are too many of them. This is too slow. I'll have to use my shuriken. Shin realized the number of Jillians was overwhelming. He decided to use Ryujin Jaka's shuriken to end it all at once. All things in the universe turned to ash. Ryujin Jaka. An endless torrent of fire erupted from the blade. Unohana retreated several steps, unwilling to get close to the terrifying heat. The 6,000-degree flames could melt steel in an instant and evaporate an entire lake in a flash. Jikaku Enjo. This was one of Ryujin Jaka's most powerful techniques, capable of turning dozens of kilometers into a scorched wasteland. The ground here didn't turn to scorched earth, it melted into crystalline glass. As for the hollows, they were all annihilated by the attack. Unohana wiped the sweat from her brow. Though Shin had controlled the flames to avoid her, the intense heat was inescapable. Let's go. It's time to leave. Shin was quite satisfied with his work. Ryujin Jaka was indeed powerful. He wondered when he'd get a chance to use Zanka no Tachi. But finding an opponent worthy of facing Zanka no Tachi wouldn't be easy. You're back. Chojiro Sasaki and the others' faces lit up with joy upon seeing Shin and Unohana return safely. Are those hollows still after us? Chojiro asked. He certainly didn't think Shin and Unohana could have dealt with all those hollows on their own, hence the question. No, they've left. We don't know why. Shin made up a random excuse. He couldn't exactly announce that he'd single-handedly annihilated the entire legion of hollows. Though it was his achievement, he didn't need that kind of attention. The exposure would only bring him unnecessary trouble. That's good. We can finally rest, Chojiro said with a sigh of relief, then began to check on the injured captains. Chojiro himself was injured. The Vasto Lord was no easy opponent, and Chojiro's strength was no match for it. Now, Chojiro was considering whether to call for reinforcements. The Godei 13 had suffered heavy casualties, and a Vasto Lord was still lurking. In the end, Chojiro decided to request backup. He had no choice. He didn't know the Vasto Lord had already been dealt with. With so many hollows on the prowl, he didn't even dare to let his people remain in Hueco Mundo. Unohana said nothing. She knew that speaking up would only cause trouble for Shin. Even the battlefield had been wiped clean. If one were to go to the forest of Minos now, they would find nothing but a sea of yellow sand. Finally, I can relax a little. Kairaku Shunsui was covered in bandages. He had almost died in the previous battle. Fortunately, his survival skills were top-notch, and he had managed to keep his life. The condition of the other Soul Reapers was no better, and morale was at an all-time low. When they first arrived in Hueco Mundo, both the captains and their squad members had been full of confidence. But after the devastating blow they had taken, that confidence had been shattered. Their spirits were completely broken. More than one captain had fallen, and the squad members were terrified. They probably couldn't even fight at their full capacity now. Chapter 746, Are you saying you'd be bored even with me around? Not long after the call for reinforcements went out, Captain Commander Yamamoto himself arrived in Hueco Mundo, leading a contingent of Soul Reapers. I apologize, Captain Commander. Chojiro looked at Genryusai Yamamoto with regret. He felt he had failed to complete his mission and had to call for help. You can accept your punishment when we return. Genryusai Yamamoto glanced at Chojiro and spoke with a cold, almost impersonal tone. Chojiro accepted it without protest. As the leader of this expedition, he was responsible for the heavy losses. Multiple captains had died or were wounded, and the number of fallen squad members was even greater. If Chojiro wasn't punished, it wouldn't be right. Whenever a battle was lost, regardless of the reason, the commander always bore responsibility. Where is that Vasto Lord? I will deal with it. I cannot stay in Hueco Mundo for long, Genryusai Yamamoto said. This. Chojiro looked to Unohana Retsu. He didn't know where the Vasto Lord was. Unohana and Shin were the last to face it. I don't know, Unohana said, shaking her head. She couldn't exactly say the Vasto Lord had already been killed. Hearing this, Genryusai Yamamoto frowned. If they didn't know the Vasto Lord's whereabouts, did he have to stay here indefinitely? What if something happened in the Siri-Idi? As the captain commander, he couldn't leave his post for long. He was there to handle any sudden crises. Then do your best to track down that Vasto Lord. Genryusai Yamamoto gave the order, sending everyone to search. Afterward, Yamamoto personally took action, clearing out most of the hollows. With some of the larger hollows eliminated, the remaining lesser ones could serve as training for the squad members. Real combat was the fastest way to improve one's skills. During a break, Yamamoto specifically sought out Shin. Chojiro had already reported on Shin's strength. After a brief conversation, Yamamoto had no suspicions about him. Yamamoto did ask if Shin was willing to become the captain of the 11th Division, but Shin refused. The main reason was that the 11th Division was full of battle-crazed lunatics, all men, not a single woman in sight. Shin naturally had no interest in joining, not even as captain. As for the current captain of the 11th Division, he had already fallen in battle in Hueco Mundo. How is Captain Shihoin? Shin, finding a rare moment of peace, went to visit Kiyotaka Shihoin. Of course, visiting Kiyotaka was secondary, his main reason was to chat with Unohana. The members of the 2nd Division, now led by the new 3rd seat, were out hunting ordinary hollows. He didn't need to be there. Even if he did, a shadow clone would suffice. I'm alive, at least. Kiyotaka Shihoin said to Shin with a bitter smile. He had managed to survive, but the injuries he'd sustained, he'd likely never fully recover from them. Shin, I'm afraid I'll have to entrust the 2nd Division to you in the future. You are the one I have the most faith in. Kiyotaka Shihoin said to Shin. Hearing Kiyotaka's words, Shin was slightly stunned. It sounded like Kiyotaka wanted him to become the next captain of the 2nd Division. Shin's intuition was correct. Kiyotaka indeed wanted Shin to become the captain. He knew he no longer had the strength to lead, and he felt Shin was a better fit. Although the 2nd Division was traditionally led by a member of the Shihoin clan, there were exceptions. It wasn't always possible for the Shihoin clan to have a suitable candidate. I will do my best to lead the 2nd Division. Shin's laid-back personality meant he didn't have strong feelings about being a captain. He could take it or leave it. Then I'll leave it to you. I can only recuperate here now, Kiyotaka said bitterly. Compared to the other captains, he was actually quite fortunate. At least he was still alive. Some captains had died in Hueco Mundo, surviving was a stroke of luck. Then please rest well, Captain Shihoin. Shin didn't want to disturb Kiyotaka any longer and went to find Unohana Retsu. You're here. Unohana had prepared tea and placed it in front of Shin. I heard the captain commander offered you the captaincy of the 11th Division. Why did you refuse? Unohana asked Shin, puzzled. Well, I just don't think the 11th Division's atmosphere is for me, so I turned it down, Shin said with a shrug. The reason was simple enough, he really didn't think the vibe of the 11th Division suited him. Indeed. I knew someone with your personality wouldn't join the 11th Division. Unohana had already anticipated Shin's refusal. After all, she knew him quite well. If the 11th Division had some beautiful women, perhaps Shin might have considered it. How about joining the 4th Division, then? I could even make you the captain, Unohana teased with a smile. I doubt that old man Yamamoto would let me join the 4th Division. Shin shrugged. Even if he wanted to, that old man probably wouldn't agree. Knowing his combat prowess, would Yamamoto really let a powerhouse like him waste away in the medical corps? It wasn't that he had anything against the 4th Division, but it was a medical squad, focused on healing, and rarely saw combat. True. And most importantly, you wouldn't want to, would you, Shin? Unohana looked at Shin, seeing that he had no such intention. If he did, she believed he could definitely join the 4th Division. Well, to be honest, I think the 4th Division would be too boring. Are you saying you'd be bored even with me around? Unohana looked at Shin, who suddenly felt a hint of danger. Haha, of course I wouldn't be bored with you here, Retsu. But still, I think I'm quite happy in the 2nd Division for now. Shin said with a smile. Just as he and Unohana were joking around, an alarm suddenly blared. Looks like something's happening. Shin stood up. His leisure time seemed to be over. An alarm like that only meant one thing, a crisis. But what kind of hollow would be foolish enough to attack now? Did they not know that Genryusai Yamamoto was right here? Intrigued, Shin went with Unohana to investigate. Chapter 747, Captain Commander Yamamoto makes his move. That level of Ryatsu, it must be a Vasto Lord. As Shin and Retsu Unohana emerged, they were met with a wave of power that took them by surprise. It was the second Vasto Lord they had encountered. Its spiritual pressure was on par with the one Shin had already dispatched, perhaps even a bit stronger. What a shame. Another of Hueco Mundo's rare Vasto Lord is about to die, Shin remarked, shaking his head. Boom. A terrifying beam of spiritual energy shot toward them, a Siro, but not just any Siro. This was a Gran Ray Siro, the King's Hollow Flash. It has been a long time since I've seen a hollow with such audacity. Captain Commander Yamamoto blocked the Gran Ray Siro, his expression turning to ice as he stared down the Vasto Lord in the distance. It was alone, with no other hollows in sight. That was to be expected. Vasto Lord rarely traveled in packs. Their spiritual pressure was so immense it could crush weaker hollows just by being near them. And in a world defined by a cycle of devouring and being devoured, companions were a liability. Kind-hearted hollows like Neliel were the exception, not the rule. Most Vasto Lord were solitary creatures. I wonder if Barrigan and Coyote Stark are already Vasto Lord by now, Shin mused. He thought of the future second and first Espada, especially Stark, the Hollow who had managed to split his own soul to escape loneliness. Does Shin know Hollows from Hueco Mundo? Unohana overheard Shin's quiet reflection. I know a few, but I might not recognize them now. The Espada as he knew them hadn't been formed yet. Even if they stood before him, he might not recognize them. I'd advise you to keep that to yourself. Otherwise, you might find yourself in trouble. Soul Society isn't as pure as it seems on the surface, Unohana warned him. Shin just smiled. Every organization had its dark side. They might project an image of justice, but who knew what rot festered beneath the surface? Take Central 46, for example, a council of corrupt old fools. They had little strength but wielded immense power. Even a man like Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto sometimes had to defer to them. Of course, that was the Yamamoto of today. The Yamamoto of centuries past answered to no one. He had once been a man who would use any means necessary to win, treating even his own subordinates as nothing more than dust. He was the man Yawatch had called the demon of the sword. But now, with more to care about, he had lost that ruthless edge. Old man, you're in my way. The Vasto Lord's eyes glinted with savagery as it scanned the surrounding Soul Reapers, a greedy look on its face. It had just been passing through, but the sight of so many souls was too tempting to ignore. Hollows didn't just devour each other, they could also consume Soul Reapers, a process that granted them even greater power. You have successfully enraged me. The top half of Yamamoto's Shihakusho was instantly shredded by his flaring Ryatsu, revealing an incredibly well-defined physique. He might be an old man, but the muscles he hid were terrifying. Natajiri. Killing stroke. An immense wave of sword pressure tore through the earth, heading straight for the Vasto Lord. The slash connected, carving a horrific wound into its body. The Vasto Lord was sent flying like a rag doll. Shit, is the Captain Commander always this much of a beast? Shunsui Kairaku couldn't help but curse. He had never truly understood the depths of Yamamoto's power until now. He knew the Captain Commander was strong, but he had never imagined this. He had always thought the title of Strongest Soul Reaper was just an exaggeration. Now, Yamamoto was proving it with raw power. He is indeed powerful. Shin said to Unohana, who stood beside him. He's nothing compared to you. Unohana replied, glancing at Shin. Having witnessed Shin's true power, she wasn't the least bit surprised by Yamamoto's display. Yamamoto was once called the demon of the sword, right? If you two competed purely on swordsmanship technique, who would be stronger? Shin asked her. I would, of course. Unohana's confidence was absolute. However, superior technique didn't translate to superior strength. Even in a pure sword duel, Unohana knew she would ultimately lose to Yamamoto. Technique wasn't everything. A real battle involved speed, power, experience, and a dozen other factors. A baby with perfect technique still couldn't beat an adult. All things in the universe turned to ash, Ryujin Jaka. Seeing the Vasto Lord already regenerating, Yamamoto activated his Shirkai, preparing to end the fight quickly. This Vasto Lord's high-speed regeneration was formidable. Without his Shirkai, even Yamamoto would have a hard time defeating it. As long as it wasn't destroyed in an instant, it could recover from any wound. Regeneration was a powerful ability. Soul Reapers had their Zanpakuto, but the various abilities of the Hollows were just as impressive. The Arankar created by Aizen using the Hogyoku, the Espada, were mostly capable of defeating captain-level opponents. Jikaku Enjo. Fortress Blaze. Flames erupted from the blade, forming a massive hand that trapped the Vasto Lord inside. To break free, it would have to endure the pursuing fire. With temperatures reaching 6,000 degrees, even a Vasto Lord couldn't escape easily. Trying to trap a hollow probably won't work, Shin thought, watching Yamamoto's technique. Hollows could use Sonido, a spatial movement technique. It could simply exit from within, no need to break through. Die, old man. The Vasto Lord suddenly appeared behind Yamamoto, its sharp claws swiping viciously at him. Its eyes were filled with a cruel light, as if it could already see the old Soul Reaper torn to shreds. But as its claws descended, it felt nothing but empty air. The figure in front of it slowly faded away, it was just an afterimage. Yamamoto was now behind the hollow, his cold gaze fixed on the Vasto Lord. His flame-wreathed Ryujin Jaka swung down in a sudden, brutal arc. The terrifying heat was a stark warning of the approaching crisis. The danger from behind was so intense, the Vasto Lord felt death looming, the first time it had felt such a threat since becoming a Vasto Lord. Chapter 748, Vasto Lord slain. Damn it. How could I die at the hands of some old man? The Vasto Lord roared, a burst of latent power allowing it to use Sonido to dodge Yamamoto's explosive flaming sword. Even so, one of its arms was sliced clean off. For a Vasto Lord, such a wound was trivial. With its high-speed regeneration, the injury would heal in moments. In the blink of an eye, the Vasto Lord's arm had fully regenerated. It stared at Yamamoto with venomous hatred. Insolent creature. To have survived that strike is something you can be proud of. Yamamoto's tone was dismissive. Given his immense power, the fact that the Vasto Lord was still standing was indeed a feat. It wasn't that the Vasto Lord was weak, it was a being whose power surpassed that of a captain. But its opponent was Yamamoto, a monster in his own right. If he were to use his Bankai, he could undoubtedly kill a Vasto Lord in a single strike. The old Yamamoto would have unleashed his Bankai without a second thought, but the current Yamamoto would not. There were Soul Reapers all around. If he activated his Bankai, the first to suffer would not be the Vasto Lord, but his own men. He wouldn't even use his strongest Shurikai technique, Anetsu Jigaku, Flames of Hell. Natajiri. A crimson wave of sword pressure shot toward the Vasto Lord, carrying a destructive force that seemed to tear the very fabric of the world. As expected of the Captain Commander. His strength is just ridiculous. The other Soul Reapers had become spectators. They were of no help here, so they could only stand back and watch the show. Their non-interference was probably a good thing for Yamamoto. If they had joined the fight, he would have had to worry about protecting them. The Vasto Lord's body was nearly obliterated, but it was still regenerating at an incredible rate. Though weakened, it wasn't dead yet. His durability is impressive, Shin remarked, watching the Vasto Lord's regeneration. It was a powerful survival ability. If I can't deal with you, I'll just kill these Soul Reapers. Let's see you stop me then. The Vasto Lord wasn't a fool. Realizing it couldn't beat Yamamoto, it switched its target to the other Soul Reapers. Yamamoto's eyes turned to ice. He didn't run when he had the chance. Shin spoke calmly, then spun around and kicked. The Vasto Lord, which had just appeared behind Shin, was sent flying by the unexpected blow. It had actually targeted Shin, going after the toughest opponent here. Shin's power far surpassed even Yamamoto's, yet the creature, in its ignorance, had chosen him as its target. Yamamoto turned, his pupils contracting as he glanced at Shin before refocusing on the Vasto Lord. Damn it. Just a Soul Reaper, the Vasto Lord stared at Shin with hatred. I just kicked you once. Why the grudge? Did you think I was an easy target? Shin asked, looking at the Vasto Lord with a detached expression. I'm going to kill you. The Vasto Lord charged at Shin, its spiritual pressure bearing down on him. It is not your place to be presumptuous, Taimatsu. Torch. Yamamoto swung his blade, unleashing a vortex of fire that instantly engulfed the Vasto Lord, its flames continuously burning its body. Gradually, the Vasto Lord could no longer hold on. Die. Using Shuinpa, Yamamoto instantly appeared before the creature and pierced it with his Zanpakuto. With a final howl, the Vasto Lord was reduced to ashes. The Vasto Lord has been dealt with. Yamamoto deactivated his Shurikai and sheathed his sword. It seems I underestimated you. Your hand-to-hand combat skills are impressive, Yamamoto said, specifically addressing Shin. He had known Shin's Kido was powerful, but he hadn't expected his physical prowess to be so formidable, sending a Vasto Lord flying with a single kick. Even if the creature was caught off guard, that was no easy feat however, since it was just a single kick, Yamamoto still didn't know the full extent of Shin's abilities. You flatter me, Captain Commander. I feel I still have a long way to go, Shin said modestly. Yamamoto said nothing more, but he felt he needed to learn more about Shin. Before, he had thought of him as just a genius Unohana had discovered in the Rukun district. Now, it seemed he was much more than that. Sasakaibe, I'll leave things here to you. With the Vasto Lord defeated, Yamamoto prepared to return to the Soul Society. Though nothing usually happened there, his presence was still required. Captain Commander, the Vasto Lord you just killed was not the one we previously encountered. Chojiro Sasakaibe quickly reported to Yamamoto. While lesser hollows might look similar, by the time they reached the level of a Vasto Lord, the differences were obvious. Yamamoto frowned. The Siriitii still requires my presence. That is my duty. If you encounter the other Vasto Lord, contact me again. It was the only solution. But with Sasakaibe, Unohana, and Shin, whose true strength he still didn't know, even if they couldn't defeat the Vasto Lord, they should be able to hold it off. That would give him enough time to arrive. Yes, sir. We will notify you as soon as we encounter the Vasto Lord, Sasakaibe immediately replied with a nod. Yamamoto then left, taking some of the severely injured Soul Reapers back to the Siriitii with him. They would only be liabilities if they stayed. After Yamamoto's departure, Sasakaibe was left in charge, though in reality, any decisions would have to be discussed. The captains of the other squads wouldn't simply obey his orders. Though Sasakaibe was incredibly strong, one of the top fighters here, he didn't have the Captain Commander's authority. Everyone, our next destination is the Forest of Minos. We will continue to clear out the hollows there, Sasakaibe announced. They still had to go to the forest of Minos. That was their main objective for coming to Hueco Mundo. They had to deal with the great hollows there to ensure the safety of the world of the living. The other captains didn't object. Though they were worried about the other Vasto Lord, they couldn't just abandon their mission out of fear. Chapter 749, Leaving Hueco Mundo, Men and Women Can't Be Just Friends. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed in Hueco Mundo. Countless hollows had been slaughtered, and many soul reapers had lost their lives in the process. How incredibly boring. Shin looked out at the endless yellow sands, feeling utterly listless. Sand and hollows, that was all there was. Hueco Mundo really wasn't a pleasant place. The only upside was the density of erasure here, which far exceeded that of the Siriidii. It was an excellent place for training. However, Shin's Ryatsu had already reached a limit, it was practically infinite. If he were to fully release his spiritual pressure, he could wipe out the vast majority of soul reapers instantly just by standing there. Even Captain Commander Yamamoto would likely be suppressed under Shin's overwhelming power. We'll be leaving soon, Unohana Retsu said, approaching Shin. Over the past 3 years, they had cleared out the necessary hollows. Of course, Hueco Mundo was still teeming with them. It was impossible to exterminate them all, hollows were born every moment. The mission was simply to cull the dangerous Minos Grande and thin the herd. The rest would be left to wander the sands until the next purge. Yeah, finally leaving this godforsaken place. If we stayed any longer, I might not have been able to stop myself from destroying the entire dimension, Shin remarked to Unohana. He wasn't joking. If Shin got serious, destroying Hueco Mundo would be a trivial task. His Bankai, Zanka no Tachi, could evaporate the entire dimension. Or he could use the truth-seeking balls to annihilate and reconstruct the world. Destroying Hueco Mundo was well within his capabilities. It wasn't difficult for Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto either. If the head captain truly wanted to wipe out Hueco Mundo, his Bankai alone could do the job. But Yamamoto would never do that. The balance had to be maintained. The Soul Society, the world of the living, and Hueco Mundo existed in a delicate equilibrium. Losing any one of them could cause the collapse of the worlds. The Soul King acted as the linchpin. If the Soul King were killed, the world of the living, Hueco Mundo, and the Soul Society would all face destruction. I actually found our time in Hueco Mundo quite pleasant, Unohana said with a gentle smile. Here, Shin came to talk to her every day. Even amidst the barren sands, Unohana didn't feel lonely. Maybe you're just used to it. I could never get used to this place. It was a desolate wasteland. No one would ever fight over a place like this, well, except for Aizen. The future trader would turn Hueco Mundo into his base of operations. But Aizen hadn't revealed himself yet. In the Godii 13, Shin hadn't even spotted anyone named Aizen Sosuke yet. Presumably, he hadn't joined the Godii 13 yet. Shin was actually looking forward to Aizen and Kasuke Urahara creating the Hogyoku. If there was one thing worth copying in this world, it was definitely the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku was a reality-warping cheat code, the item Shin desired most in the Bleach universe. But since its creation hadn't begun, and Shin lacked the scientific aptitude to make it himself, well, he was out of luck. When it came to combat and gaining strength, Shin was a prodigy. When it came to scientific research, he was clueless. He'd leave the high-end science to geniuses like Urahara and Aizen. He just had to wait to reap the rewards. It might take a while, perhaps a few hundred years, but he had no choice since neither of them had emerged yet. A few days later, after wrapping up the final loose ends, it was time to depart. Everyone, prepare to leave Hueco Mundo. We finished the mission much earlier than last time, Chojiro Sasakaibe said with a sigh of relief. The casualties were also significantly lower. During the last expedition, they had fought in Hueco Mundo for 10 years, and 10 captains had perished. Compared to that, this campaign was a resounding success. Finally, Shin watched the Senkamen, the gate to the Soul Society, open. He led the members of the 2nd Division through the gate without hesitation. Back in the Siriidii, everything looked much more pleasing to the eye than before. Shin, feel free to visit the 4th Division whenever you have time, Unohana said to him before they parted ways. I will. Shin smiled. However, he doubted he would have much free time in the immediate future. He still had to settle the affairs of the 2nd Division. They had just returned to the Siriidii and hadn't even had a chance to rest before Yamamoto convened a captain's meeting. Shin had to attend, of course, as the vice-captain of the 2nd Division. Welcome back, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni said, standing up. With that stone-cold expression and not a hint of a smile, it's hard to feel welcome, Shin thought, looking at Yamamoto. I have been briefed on the losses each squad has sustained, Yamamoto said, picking up a document. His voice grew heavy. The document listed the names of every Soul Reaper who had died during the crusade in Hueco Mundo, including the fallen captains. They are heroes of the Soul Society, and we will remember them. The losses across all squads are significant. You may proceed to the Shin-O Academy to select suitable replacements. Yamamoto spoke solemnly about the fallen before moving on to the topic of recruitment. The losses had to be replenished, and the Shin-O Academy was the source of fresh blood. Looks like there's going to be a fight for the best recruits, Shunsui Kairaku muttered. Geniuses were rare in the academy, so the captains would inevitably clash over who got them. Furthermore, regarding the appointment of captains. The captain of the 2nd Division, Shihoin Kiyotaka, has proposed that Shin Uzumaki take over his position. Do any of you have objections? Yamamoto looked around at the other captains. Shin paused, slightly surprised, and looked over at Shihoin Kiyotaka. Shin, I honestly no longer have the strength required to be the captain of the 2nd Division. I believe you are far more suited for the role than I am. Seeming to sense Shin's surprise, Kiyotaka explained. Historically, the 2nd Division had almost always been led by the Shihoin family. This was the first time an outsider was being nominated. However, since Shihoin Kiyotaka himself had proposed it, and actively admitted his limitations, the others naturally had no reason to object. Besides, objecting might offend Unohana Retsu. And even if they weren't afraid of Unohana, who would want to offend Shin Uzumaki? Although Shin was currently a vice-captain, his strength was universally acknowledged. He was likely stronger than many of the captains present. Thus, regarding Shin's promotion to captain, not a single voice of opposition was raised. Chapter 750, Meeting Yoruichi Shihoin. And just like that, Shin became the captain of the 2nd Division. He didn't object, being a captain actually offered more freedom. If there was actual work to be done, he could just dump it on his vice-captain. He wondered which unlucky soul would get that job. So, Shin, how does it feel being captain of the 2nd Division? As they walked out of the meeting hall, Shunsui Kairaku asked. Beside him walked Jushiro Yukitake, the captain of the 13th Division. Yukitake had also been promoted recently. The previous captain of the 13th Division had died in Hueco Mundo, leaving the position open for him. I don't feel much of anything, Shin replied flatly. It was just a title. Kairaku was speechless. Shin seemed genuinely indifferent. He couldn't tell if Shin was acting cool or if he truly didn't care. Kairaku remembered how excited he was when he first became a captain. Compared to Shin, he felt his own composure was lacking. Given Shin's strength, isn't it normal for him to become a captain? Unohana Retsu walked over and interjected. Seeing Unohana, Kairaku forced a smile. Well, we won't disturb you too. Shin, let's go out for drinks and some company sometime, Kairaku said with a wink. The moment the words left his mouth, Kairaku felt a terrifying killing intent lock onto him. He shivered and slowly turned his head to look at Unohana. The murderous aura was radiating directly from her. Not good. This is terrifying. I need to bail. Yukitake, didn't you say you needed my help with something? Let's go, Kairaku said, grabbing Yukitake. Yukitake shook his head slightly. Kairaku really had a death wish, talking about chasing women in front of Unohana Retsu. He was lucky he hadn't been cut down on the spot. Goodbye, Captain Unohana, Captain Shin. Yukitake bid farewell and hurried away with Kairaku. He noticed Unohana's gaze on him wasn't exactly friendly either. He was definitely guilty by association thanks to Kairaku. There was no helping it, retreat was the only option. Shin, I think you should limit your contact with them. Those two don't seem like good influences, Unohana said to Shin. Shin was a bit speechless. Kairaku might be a bad influence, but poor Yukitake had been unfairly labeled a bad guy just for standing there. Don't worry, I won't go running off to chase women, Shin assured her. He could sense Unohana's feelings for him. As expected, there really is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. Shin lamented internally. However, thinking back to Kairaku's invitation to go drinking and enjoy the nightlife, Shin was actually curious. Not that he wanted to do anything scandalous, of course. He just wanted to broaden his horizons. Maybe when he had some free time, he could find Kairaku. That guy was definitely a seasoned veteran of the entertainment districts, he'd know the best spots. I feel like you're thinking about something inappropriate, Unohana said, staring at him. Shin started. Had she read his mind? A woman's intuition was truly terrifying. I'll head back to the 2nd Division to arrange some things. I'll visit the 4th Division when I have time. Shin bid farewell to Unohana first. The 2nd Division still didn't have a suitable vice-captain, so he needed to find one. He had intended to let old man Yamamoto arrange it, but the head captain hadn't found a suitable candidate yet either. Handling the affairs of the 2nd Division was easy enough for Shin. There were no major crises. Inside the Siriidii, unless a massive disaster struck, the two ND divisions' work was relatively light, mostly patrols. So, Shin settled into a leisurely life. Every day involved assigning a few missions, then heading to the 4th Division barracks to hang out, or entering the system space to visit Kushina, Hancock, and the others. Time flew by. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. It was a long time, but Shin lived comfortably. He didn't feel bored, spending his free time in the system space accompanying the girls. Is Shin in? While Shin was processing some paperwork in the squad barracks, Shihoin Kiyotaka's voice came from outside. Oh. If it isn't Captain Shihoin. What brings you here? Shin asked with a smile. Shihoin Kiyotaka looked frail. Ever since his injury in Hueco Mundo, he had never fully recovered. Don't call me Captain. I'm here to ask for a favor. Kiyotaka said. Shin noticed that Kiyotaka wasn't alone. Hiding behind him was a small child. Short purple hair, dark skin, looking at Shin with curious golden eyes. This is. Shin looked at the little girl. He already had a guess. This little girl had to be Yoruichi Shihoin. She is my granddaughter, Yoruichi Shihoin, Kiyotaka introduced her, then stated his purpose. Actually, I wanted to ask you to train her. Please, Shin. Kiyotaka bowed solemnly. Ah, you want me to train her? Shin looked at Kiyotaka, puzzled. Couldn't the Shihoin family train her themselves? All right. Shin nodded and agreed. Training Yoruichi was no problem. Kiyotaka had helped him in the past, and he had voluntarily given up the captain's seat to Shin. Yoruichi, remember to listen to him, Kiyotaka said to his granddaughter. Okay, Grandpa. I'll be good, Yoruichi said, putting on a facade of obedience. Shin looked at her. Although she was acting well-behaved now, Shin knew Yoruichi was anything but a docile child. She was a wildcat. By the way, this contains the techniques for the Shihoin family's Shunko. Please teach this to Yoruichi as well, Kiyotaka said, handing Shin a book. I trust you won't spread this to outsiders. This time, Shin was genuinely stunned. He hadn't expected Kiyotaka to hand over the Shihoin family's secret technique so easily. Shin wasn't an idiot, he instantly realized the deeper meaning behind Kiyotaka's actions. After a moment of thought, he understood. Don't worry, Kiyotaka-san. I will train Yoruichi well, Shin said seriously. In Shin's perception, Shihoin Kiyotaka's life force was fading rapidly. If he wasn't mistaken, Kiyotaka didn't have much time left. Considering the current state of the Shihoin family, Kiyotaka's son lacked talent. Once Kiyotaka was gone, the family would lose its pillar. He was entrusting the future of his house, Yoruichi, to Shin. Chapter 751, The Sharp-Tongued Yoruichi Shihoin. Shin now understood just how fierce the competition was among the great noble families of the Siriidii. If the Shihoin clan lost its main pillar, even as one of the great noble houses, it would inevitably decline. Kiyotaka was hoping Shin could support the family. Shin didn't really have a problem with that. He had a good impression of Kiyotaka Shihoin, so helping him out was no big deal. Thank you, Shin. I'll be on my way, then. I'll leave this child, Yoruichi, in your care. Kiyotaka Shihoin coughed a few times before speaking to Shin. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. His son was a disappointment, lacking talent and strength. He was in no position to inherit the clan leadership, leaving all their hopes pinned on Yoruichi, who was born with immense spiritual power. With that, Kiyotaka Shihoin departed, and the previously prim and proper Yoruichi let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, Grandpa's finally gone. I can finally relax. Because she was seen as the family's last hope, her training was exceptionally strict, forcing Yoruichi to be extremely reserved in Kiyotaka's presence. Hey, what can you even teach me? Yoruichi hopped right onto the table, looking at Shin with a curious expression. Shin simply lifted a finger and flicked her on the forehead. A red welt instantly appeared. From now on, remember to call me Sensei. Ow, that hurt. I'm not calling you Sensei. I'm gonna tell my grandpa you're bullying me. Yoruichi whined, clutching her forehead with crocodile tears in her eyes. Telling him won't do you any good, Shin said, pinching Yoruichi's small cheek. Since your grandfather asked me to train you, I'll be very strict. I hope you can handle it. Hearing Shin's words, Yoruichi felt a shiver of fear and instinctively took a few steps back. Don't worry, you won't get hurt during training. My Kido is quite good. And if your injuries are too severe to heal, I know the captain of the 4th Division, Shin said with a smile. Yoruichi found this even more terrifying and retreated further, watching Shin with extreme caution. Relax, I'm just messing with you. I'm actually quite gentle with little girls. Seeing that he had genuinely scared her, Shin said with a laugh. He really was just trying to tease her. Oh, what's this? Another kid. Shin, where did you find this one? If Captain Unohana finds out, you're toast. Shunsui Kayaraku's somewhat lazy voice drifted in. What the hell are you doing in my squad's barracks? Shin looked up, shooting Shunsui Kayaraku an annoyed glare. To take you out for some sake and women, of course, Shunsui said, a sleazy grin spreading across his face. Yoruchi shot a disdainful look at Shunsui, and while she was at it, she gave Shin one too. In Yoruchi's eyes, Shin was suddenly no better than the sleazy captain. Though she was young, she knew exactly what sake and women meant. Noticing Yoruchi's gaze, Shin's glare at Shunsui turned even darker. It was all this guy's fault, now he was being looked down on by Yoruchi. Have some decency. If you're not going to think about yourself, at least think about the members of the 8th Division, Shin said to Shunsui. Besides, Shin had no interest in Shuensui's idea of a good time. He'd gone with him a few times before, and it was just drinking while watching some geisha sing and dance, a far cry from what he had imagined. So, he had no interest. But because of this, Shunsui and the entire 8th Division were now on Retsu Unohana's blacklist. The 4th Division refused to treat any member of the 8th Division, which meant the members of the 8th Division were terrified of getting injured. They were starting to resent their captain, Shunsui Kayaraku. Of all the people to offend, why did you have to piss off the 4th Division? Don't you know you never mess with the doctors? They were the ones who patched you up. You must be from the Shihoin clan, right? Shunsui, seeing Shin ignore him, turned his attention to Yoruchi. You creep. Yoruchi gave Shunsui a disdainful look, then turned away, as if looking at him would dirty her eyes. Shunsui was incredibly embarrassed. Not a very cute kid, are you? I prefer the cute ones. Heh. I feel sorry for anyone you actually like. Yoruchi shot back, her tongue as sharp as a blade. The insult left Shunsui even more embarrassed. Forget it. I'm not going to stoop to your level and argue with a child. Shunsui didn't want to bicker with Yoruchi. After all, if he won, he'd be bullying a kid. If he lost, it would be even more humiliating. By the way, why is she here? Shunsui asked Shin. I'm her teacher now. I'll be training her to get stronger, Shin said, not hiding anything from Shunsui. Hearing this, Shunsui became thoughtful. Don't let his lazy exterior fool you, he was incredibly sharp. Otherwise, he never would have become the head captain in the future. I see. I haven't acknowledged you as my teacher yet, Yoruchi said to Shin, dissatisfied. In her eyes, Shin didn't seem strong at all. Sure, he had a captain's Haori, but his gentle smile and relatively slender build didn't exactly scream power. Not like some guys who looked intimidating at a glance. But often, the most dangerous people were the ones who seemed harmless, like Aizen. Shin had met Aizen, who was now just a regular member of the 5th Division. He was completely unremarkable, showing no hint of his true nature. This is a rare opportunity. My treat. Are you sure you don't want to go? Shunsui asked Shin again. Forget it. If you want someone to go with you, go find Jushiro Yukitake, Shin said, waving him off. How could that guy ever go with me? Shunsui shook his head. Jushiro would never go with him. After all, he was an honest man who would never go to such a place. Shunsui had asked him several times, but he had never been able to persuade him. All right, don't disturb my work here. It seems the 8th Division is too idle. I'll have to tell Old Man Yamamoto to give you more work, Shin said, glancing at Shunsui. Don't, Shin, please don't stir up trouble. I was wrong, I'll leave right now. I won't bother you anymore. I was just trying to be nice, and you're treating me like I'm trying to ruin you. Shunsui quickly left. Chapter 752, that's a high compliment coming from me. Watching Shuensui's retreating figure, Shin shook his head. I'm not trying to ruin your fun, I'm trying to save your life. If I had actually gone with you, Unohana would probably be storming the gates of the 8th Division by now. After sending Shunsui away, Shin turned his gaze to Yoruchi. What do you want? Yoruchi retreated a few steps, looking incredibly wary, as if afraid of what Shin might do to her. What are you worried about? A little kid like you with nothing to offer, what do you think I'd do? You don't have what it takes to get my attention. Shin said with a dismissive glance. Hey, that's a horrible thing to say. A guy like you will never find a girlfriend. Yoruchi was genuinely angered. She looked down at her own figure. Sure, she was flat as a board, but she was still young. She definitely wouldn't be like this in the future. Wait, why did she care so much? A well-developed figure would just be a burden, right? To some extent, it would affect her combat ability, especially for the Hakuda-specializing Shihoin clan. Alright, it's time to start our training, Shin said to Yoruchi. Since he had already promised Kiyotaka Shihoin to train her, Shin wouldn't just go through the motions. I know. Yoruichi didn't refuse. Her grandfather had a reason for sending her here. Though she had initially doubted Shin's strength, after some thought, she no longer believed he was weak. If he were, her grandfather would have never sent her here. Let's start with your physical conditioning. Shin began to create a training plan for Yoruichi, and at the same time, he studied the Shihoin clan's Shunko. Kiyotaka had specifically given it to him, so there was no way he wouldn't learn it. It was a combat technique that combined Kido and Hakuda. But Shin remembered this was a technique Yoruichi had invented. Why did the Shihoin clan already have it? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided to drop it. Though he knew the technique, practicing it was still a bit difficult. But for Shin, learning it wasn't hard. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was perfect for learning any technique. What do you think of my clan's technique? Yoruichi asked Shin with a hint of pride. It's not bad. Shin gave a decent evaluation, which made Yoruichi slightly dissatisfied. That's it. You think it's just not bad? What else? That's a high compliment coming from me. At its core, it's just a technique for explosively releasing spiritual power. After studying it thoroughly, Shin spoke. He could even create a similar technique himself. You're so annoying, Yoruichi said, scratching Shin's arm like a little cat to vent her frustration. Don't forget, I'm your teacher now. Aren't you afraid I'll retaliate? Shin asked Yoruichi playfully. You wouldn't do that, would you? Yoruichi shrank back, looking at Shin with some fear. Though he was handsome, in her eyes, he was incredibly annoying. Just kidding. I'm not that petty. I wouldn't bully a child. Shin patted Yoruichi's little head. Though he could be a scoundrel at times, he wouldn't bully Yoruichi. Even though you say you won't bully me, I don't really believe you, Yoruichi glanced at Shin, her eyes filled with suspicion. Alright, get to training. This used to be my rest time, and now I'm wasting it on you. Shin sent Yoruichi off to train. She needed to absorb spiritual particles to increase her spiritual pressure, but since she was still young, he wouldn't push her too hard in this area. When Yoruichi grew up, her spiritual pressure would naturally increase. Yoruichi's talent was actually quite good, even by Shin's standards. Especially her talent in Hakuda, and her talent in Shuinpa was also extremely high. But as for her talent in swordsmanship, Shin felt it was better not to mention it. It was truly terrible, like trying to carve a rotten piece of wood. As for Kido, Shin hadn't tested it. After all, with her current spiritual pressure, she couldn't release any powerful Kido. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In these 10 years, Shin had the added task of training Yoruichi, which was a real pain. It took up so much of his time that he barely had any to visit the 4th division. Finally sending you off to the Shino Academy. I'll have a lot more free time now, Shin said with a smile. Yoruichi Shihoin was no longer the little girl from back then, she had blossomed into a young woman. And though her skin was dark, she was a true beauty. Shin, however, had long since become immune to beautiful women. I didn't realize you were so tired of me, Yoruichi said, glancing at Shin with a hint of annoyance. It's good that you know now. Don't bother me anymore. I've taught you everything I can. Shin took a sip of tea, then gestured to Yoruichi. You're really treating me like a servant, Yoruichi said as she poured tea for Shin, glaring at him irritably. I worked hard to teach you. Letting you pour me a cup of tea shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Shin shrugged. Even though I'm going to the Shino Academy, I'll still come back. After saying that, Yoruichi agilely left. Phew, I should go to the 4th division. Shin put down his teacup and headed towards the 4th division. The current Seriidii was indeed boring, there were no wars. Perhaps others enjoyed this peace, but Shin wished for something interesting to happen. Good day, Captain Shin. As soon as he arrived at the 4th division, Shin was greeted by many people. He smiled. There really were a lot of girls in the 4th division. Among the 13 squads, the 4th division had the most women. Many female Soul Reapers who didn't like to fight naturally joined the 4th division. He smiled and greeted every Soul Reaper. Of course, the only reason he did so was because they were all beautiful. If they were all men, Shin wouldn't have bothered. You haven't been here in a long time. As soon as Shin pushed open the door and entered Retsu Unohana's office, she looked up at him. Though Unohana didn't show it too obviously, Shin could still feel a hint of resentment from her. Ahem, I was busy training Yoruichi, so I didn't have much time. Shin wasn't making excuses, he was really tied up with that little wildcat Yoruichi and had no time. Chapter 753, The Scent of a Catfight. Excuse me, Yoruichi Shihoin said, stopping a member of the 4th division in the middle of the barracks. Is Captain Shin Uzumaki around? Ah, Captain Shin isn't here, the young woman replied, her eyes darting nervously. Yoruichi's gaze sharpened. You're a terrible liar. It's written all over your face. I can smell that idiot from a mile away. He's definitely in there, Yoruichi said with a huff, brushing past her and heading deeper into the barracks. Should I stop her? The squad member wondered, hesitating for a moment before giving up. Besides, it's not like I could stop her anyway. So you are here. Yoruichi pushed open the captain's office door and strode in, her eyes landing on Shin, who was casually chatting with Captain Retsu Unohana. Her expression soured instantly. I thought you'd left. What are you doing back here? Shin asked, turning to face her. He had specifically waited for Yoruichi to leave before coming to see Unohana, but somehow, she tracked him down. If I hadn't come back, how would I have known you were sneaking off to slack off? Yoruichi shot back with a cold snort. As the future head of the noble Shihoin clan, don't you think you're being a little rude? Unohana said, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Yoruichi. Really? I don't feel rude at all. Yoruichi met Unohana's gaze, completely unfazed. She had no idea just how formidable Unohana truly was. The captain of the 4th Division hadn't drawn her sword in a long, long time. Very few in the Soul Society still remembered the power of the first Kenpachi. Shin, your student seems a bit unruly. Would you like me to help you discipline her? Unohana suggested, her voice deceptively sweet. I'm not his student, and I never acknowledged him as my teacher. And I certainly don't need the captain of the medical squad to teach me anything, Yoruichi retorted, putting a sharp emphasis on medical. In her mind, the captain of a healing squad couldn't possibly be that strong. Let's not go there, Captain Unohana. She doesn't have a lick of talent with a sword, Shin said, shaking his head. He saw the gentle smile on Unohana's face, but her eyes held a chilling glint. If he let Unohana train her, Yoruichi would probably end up with a permanent bed in the 4th Division. He was saving her from a world of hurt. Why are you here? Shin asked, turning back to Yoruichi. I came about tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Shin asked, confused. My first day at the Shino Academy, of course. You need to come with me, Yoruichi declared. You need me to escort you to the academy? Shin gave her a strange look. She wasn't a child anymore. In truth, Yoruichi's skill already surpassed most of the students at the academy. But her family insisted she attend. It was a gesture of respect toward Captain Commander Yamamoto, who had founded the institution. It was a formality, a credential. Besides, graduating from the academy was a prerequisite for joining the Godai 13, a rule even the great noble clans had to follow. No one wanted to get on Yamamoto's bad side. But Yoruichi asking Shin to accompany her was just an excuse. She had simply wanted to find him, but her pride wouldn't let her admit it. So, will you do it? Yoruichi asked. If you don't, I'll make your life a living hell. Now you're threatening me. If I wasn't afraid of making you cry, I'd smack you one right now. Shin playfully tapped her on the head and nodded. It wasn't a difficult request. Shin, didn't you promise to spar with me tomorrow? Unohana's sudden question made Shin freeze. Yoruichi's expression changed instantly. Shin was speechless. He had made no such promise. He hadn't sparred with Unohana in ages. She had mellowed out considerably, losing her insatiable thirst for battle. She was almost a different person now. If he hadn't known the old Unohana, he would have thought she was nothing but a gentle soul. Sparring can be rescheduled, but my first day of school only happens once. Yoruichi shot back, glaring at Unohana. This woman was getting more and more infuriating. I just remembered I have urgent business back in the 2nd Division. I'll see you later. Shin sensed the air crackle with tension, a classic lover's quarrel in the making. Time to bail. He immediately activated Yamatsu Hirasaka and vanished, leaving the two women to stare each other down. With Shin gone, Yoruichi and Unohana were left in a tense silence. Finally, Yoruichi let out a sharp humph, turned on her heel, and left. There was no point in staying now that Shin was gone. Unohana watched her leave, her eyes narrowed in thought. It was clear that Yoruichi had feelings for Shin. After 10 years under his tutelage, it was only natural. She didn't see Yoruichi as much of a threat, but it was always wise to be cautious. You could never be sure with little girls and their schemes. With a final, thoughtful glance, Unohana turned her attention back to her work. Unlike Shin, she was a diligent captain who took her duties seriously. Shin, on the other hand, was perfectly happy to leave everything to his lieutenant and sit back with a cup of tea. Chapter 754, I don't have the heart to crush your dreams. The next morning, Shin walked into Yoruichi's room with a resigned sigh. You're going to sleep the day away, lazybones. Did you forget something important? He asked, his voice laced with exasperation. Ugh, you're so loud. Can't a girl get some sleep? Yoruichi grumbled, grabbing a pillow and hurling it at him. Heh, feisty, aren't we? Fine, I won't disturb you. But you're going to be late for your first day at the academy. With that, Shin turned and walked out. The word late finally registered, and Yoruichi shot up in bed. Right, I almost forgot. If Grandpa finds out I skipped the first day, he'll kill me. Her sleepiness vanished in an instant. Then, a crucial detail hit her like a ton of bricks. I sleep naked. That means Shin just saw everything. No way, that's a total loss. I'm going to make him pay. She decided, throwing on some clothes and storming out to find Shin. Hey. Did you see something you weren't supposed to see? She demanded, slamming her hands on the table where Shin was sitting. Nope. My eyes must have been on a coffee break. What was there to see? Shin asked, playing dumb. Seeing his feigned innocence, Yoruichi gritted her teeth, her body trembling with rage. I don't care. You saw everything, so what are you going to do about it? What, you want me to take responsibility for you? Don't even think about it, Shin said, rolling his eyes. In your dreams. Even if you begged me to, I wouldn't let you, she shot back with a cold laugh. Good. You had me worried for a second there. I thought you were going to pin this on me. Glad that's settled. Shin let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, which only made Yoruichi even more furious. If I could actually land a punch on you, you'd be on the floor right now. You know that, right? She clenched her fists, wishing she could wipe that smug look off his face. But she'd tried ambushing him plenty of times before, with his observation hockey that could practically see the future, it was impossible. Aren't you going to the academy? Are you really not worried about being late? Shin reminded her. You're taking me. Yoruichi grabbed his arm. Me. You're a grown woman, and you want me to take you to school. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Shin asked, looking her up and down. Why would I be? I'd like to see who dares to laugh at me. If anyone does, I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Yoruichi cracked her knuckles with a grin. She was known for her explosive temper. I can see you're not busy. So, are you coming or not? If you don't blame me for telling Grandpa you took advantage of me, she threatened. Hey, watch what you're saying. When did I ever take advantage of you? Besides, there's nothing on you to take advantage of, is there? Shin's eyes swept over her from head to toe, a look of faint disdain on his face that made Yoruichi's expression darken. Of course, since her skin was already dark, Shin couldn't tell. You just wait. I might not be a match for you now, but that won't be the case forever. Yoruichi was convinced that with Shin's lazy personality, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed him. Little did she know, Shin's laziness stemmed from the fact that he was already invincible. In the entire Soul Society, who could possibly defeat him? Seeing your ambition, I don't have the heart to crush your dreams. Shin patted her on the shoulder, which only annoyed her more. She couldn't stand how he always acted like he was so much stronger, even though he was. She still believed that the older captains were the truly powerful ones, not realizing that some of the most senior captains in the Godai 13 were actually quite weak. Let's go, or we'll really be late, Yoruichi said, grabbing his hand and pulling him towards the academy. By the way, I heard you spent a lot of time at the academy. What's it like? She asked curiously. For someone like you, it'll probably be boring, Shin replied. If it's that boring, I don't even want to go. Ugh, I don't know why Grandpa is making me do this. Yoruichi sighed. It felt like a complete waste of time. Actually, I think you should cherish this time. You might not have the chance in the future. Shin's words made Yoruichi look at him with confusion. Shin didn't explain. How could he tell her that her grandfather didn't have much time left? It was better not to say anything. Seeing Shin go quiet, Yoruichi pouted. He was always so mysterious. She knew he had secrets that Unohana probably knew but she didn't. Chapter 755, Unohana Retsu is on the warpath. Shin held Yoruichi aloft, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Explain yourself. If you don't give me a valid reason, I'm going to teach you a lesson right here and now. Can you put me down first? I swear I didn't mean to kick you. Is it too late to apologize now? Yoruichi felt utterly mortified. This wasn't the 2nd Division barracks, where no one would bat an eye. The members of her squad were used to her antics. But they were out in public now, with countless eyes on them. The embarrassment was palpable. You didn't mean it. Fine, I'll let you save face. Shin set her down. Just you wait. Yoruichi thought, glaring at Shin's back. Once I'm stronger than you, you'll get a taste of this too. Of course, this was just an internal monologue, she wouldn't dare say it out loud. If she did, Shin would undoubtedly treat her to the loving embrace of his iron fist. I can't read your mind, but I know you're plotting something against me, Shin said, glancing back at her. Wait, can you actually read minds? Yoruichi's eyes lit up with curiosity. Of course. Want to try it out? Shin asked. He wasn't bluffing. He could actually do it. At a certain level, observation haki could be used to sense the thoughts of others, similar to the voice of all things, though not quite as advanced. I think I'll pass. Although Yoruichi didn't believe him, she wasn't willing to take the risk. If it was a bluff, no harm done. But if it was real, all her inner thoughts would be exposed. That was a definite no. Soon, they arrived at the Shin Academy. Shin dropped Yoruichi off but didn't leave right away, instead taking a moment to look around. Not much had changed since he was last here, it was still the same old place. You really are everywhere, aren't you, Kayaraka Shunsui? Suddenly, Shin spotted a familiar figure crouched nearby, sizing up the students, with a particular focus on the female ones. Hearing his name, Kayaraka Shunsui looked up. Dressed in a flamboyant pink kimono, he flashed a smile and waved at Shin. What are you doing here? Kayaraka was just as puzzled to see Shin at the Shin Academy. I'm here to round up creepy perverts like you, Shin said, giving Kayaraka a sidelong glance. Ahem, don't misunderstand. I'm scouting new members for the 8th Division. Kayaraka quickly defended himself, not wanting his reputation to be ruined. Cut the act. I know exactly what you're like. You're here to sweet-talk the female students, aren't you? Ahem, I'm not that frivolous. I would never do something like that, Kayaraka said, shaking his head. In reality, Kayaraka was all talk and no action. He was, in essence, all bark and no bite. I'm genuinely here to scout new members. The 8th Division lost a lot of good people, Kayaraka said, his smile fading into a more somber expression. Shin knew this to be true. The 8th Division was responsible for intelligence gathering, and they had suffered heavy losses during a recent mission to investigate Hueco Mundo. So, have you found anyone yet? Shin chuckled coldly. Scouting students by squatting on the side of the road. Unlikely. He'd be looking at the graduating class if he were serious. Seemingly caught, Kayaraka just laughed it off and adjusted the straw hat on his head. Come on, since we've run into each other, let's go for a drink. My treat. Kayaraka was trying to buy his silence, to prevent the story of him creepily watching female students from spreading throughout the Serie. It wouldn't just be his own reputation on the line, the entire 8th Division would be disgraced. Since you're paying, I can't very well refuse, Shin said with a smile. Seeing that smile, Kayaraka felt a pang of pain for his wallet. Shin was a notoriously big eater. This is where you're treating me to drinks and dinner? Shin stared at the entertainment club in front of him. It seemed Kayaraka was treating him to a night on the town. That's right. A little relaxation, Kayaraka said with a smile. Shin followed him inside. It wasn't his first time here. The place wasn't as seedy as it looked, it was mostly just song and dance, with the performers wearing slightly more revealing outfits. Otherwise, it would never be allowed to operate in the Serie. Looks like you're really prepared to break the bank. Shin shot Kayaraka a grin. The prices here were even higher. Go easy on me, Shin. I still need to save up for my marriage fund, Kayaraka pleaded. You don't even have a wife. What marriage fund are you saving for? Shin looked at the old bachelor with disdain. Are you openly looking down on me? That's just too much, Kayaraka said, feigning offense. Boom. What the hell was that? As Shin and Kayaraka were drinking, a loud explosion rocked the area from outside. Shin sensed a familiar spiritual pressure, and his expression changed. He immediately used Yamatsu Hirasaka and vanished, leaving a dumbfounded Kayaraka behind. Where's Shin? Unohana Retsu walked in. After scanning the room and not finding him, she turned to the still-stunned Kayaraka. Kayaraka's heart was pounding. The moment he saw Unohana, he knew he was in deep trouble. Shin. There's no Shin here. It's just me, Kayaraka said quickly. It wasn't that Kayaraka was being noble, he was trying to save himself. If he ratted Shin out, Shin would probably be fine, but he would be finished. Unohana might not lay a hand on Shin, but she wouldn't hesitate with him. If he didn't want to get cut down, he had to find a way to talk his way out of this. At the same time, Kayaraka was baffled. How did Unohana find out so quickly? Her intel was terrifyingly fast. Unohana narrowed her eyes at Kayaraka. Even though he claimed to be alone, she had already received concrete information. It wasn't just Kayaraka who had come here, Shin was with him. A member of the 4th Division had seen them and reported it directly to her. That was why she had stormed over. It was just a coincidence, and very bad luck for Shin and Kayaraka. Chapter 756, glad to see you're still breathing. Kayaraka, glad to see you're still breathing. I can rest easy now. Shin walked into the 8th Division barracks with a fruit basket to visit Kayaraka Shunsui, who was wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Yukitake Jushiro was also there, looking after him. Are you here to laugh at my misery? I almost died, you bastard, and you're here enjoying the show. Kayaraka glared at Shin, genuinely on the verge of death. He was lucky to be alive. You should really blame yourself. You're the one who took me there. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, Shin said, pulling up a chair and sitting down. How can you be so heartless? Are you even human? Kayaraka stared at Shin. If he weren't so heavily injured by Unohana, he would have definitely fought Shin to the death. By the way, how come you're completely fine? Kayaraka looked at Shin, who didn't have a single scratch on him, not even a tear in his clothes, and felt even more annoyed. What do you think could happen to me? Shin said with a light chuckle. Although Unohana had beaten Kayaraka to a pulp, she hadn't laid a finger on Shin. The more I think about it, the more pissed off I get. Kayaraku, I think what Shin said before was right. If you hadn't taken him to that place, this wouldn't have happened. I recall Captain Unohana already warned you, didn't she? Yukitake said to Kayaraku. What Yukitake said made Kayaraku's expression stiffen, but it was the truth. Kayaraku had brought this upon himself. Shin, seeing me this badly injured, aren't you going to say something? Kayaraku was still not satisfied, mainly because of the contrast between him and Shin, who was completely unscathed. Didn't I come to visit you? I even brought you fruit. Aren't you grateful? Grateful my ass. I heard you know healing Kido. Hurry up and heal me, Kayaraka said, practically spitting blood. He had no choice. The 4th Division wouldn't treat him. Unohana had given the order. He had been sent to the 4th Division, only to be carried right back out. That's no problem, but you'll have to pay, Shin said to Kayaraka with a grin. Money was needed even in the Siriidii, and while a captain's salary wasn't low, it wasn't exactly high either. So, if there was a chance to earn some extra cash, Shin wouldn't refuse. You've got some nerve. Don't you remember why I got hurt in the first place? And you have the audacity to ask me for money. Kayaraka shot up in anger, but the movement pulled at his injuries, and he immediately lay back down. Don't say that. You might have taken a beating, but you also got out of paying yesterday's bill, didn't you? Because Unohana had stormed in, Kayaraka had successfully skipped out on paying. You call that a win? They'll probably blacklist me. I might never be able to go back. Though he had saved some money, he might not be able to go back in the future. Thinking about it, the loss was quite significant. I think you should look on the bright side. You'll save a lot of money in the future, Shin said, patting Kayaraka's shoulder. Can you be more careful? You're touching my wounds. Kayaraka said to Shin through gritted teeth. Oh, my apologies. Shin then used healing Kido to restore Kayaraka's injuries, not the mystical palm technique, but Kido. Shin had learned healing Kido from Unohana Retsu, who had once sought guidance on the subject from Tenjiro Korinji. I didn't expect you to be so skilled in healing Kido, Shin. I really don't know how you find the time to learn so many different things. Kayaraka couldn't help but say. That's probably what they call talent, Shin said with a smile, not at all modest. Can't you be a little humble? I'm a genius too, Kayaraka said with some pride. And to be fair, he really was a genius. Seeing that you're fine, I can rest easy. I have other things to do, so I won't interrupt you too. Shin glanced at Kayaraku and Yukitake, then turned to leave. Hey, what do you mean by that? Kayaraku shouted after Shin. Looks like I'll have to keep my distance from you from now on, Yukitake said, glancing at Kayaraku. One reason was to avoid any misunderstandings, but that wasn't the main one. The most important reason was to avoid being on Captain Unohana's bad side. If the members of his 13th Division were forbidden from receiving treatment at the 4th Division, it would be a disaster. After that, Yukitake also left, leaving a miserable-looking Kayaraka behind. Though Shin had healed him with Kido, Kayaraka still needed a few days to fully recover. Shin returned to the 2nd Division barracks and saw Yoruchi, who had just returned. Besides Yoruchi, Unohana Retsu was also there. Why is she here too? Yoruchi asked Shin. I should be asking you that. You're not going home, so why are you here? Shin asked, looking at Yoruchi. She was really treating the 2nd Division like her home. She wouldn't go back to her own home, but she'd come here. It was my grandfather who told me to come, Yoruchi said to Shin. This time, Yoruchi wasn't lying. It really was her grandfather who had told her to come. If you can be here, why can't I? Unohana said faintly. Unohana actually considered Yoruchi a nuisance, a bothersome girl. If this were in the past, with her old temper, she probably would have used her sword to drive Yoruchi out. Shin, I finished your paperwork for you, Unohana said to Shin. Is that so? Then thank you, Retsu, Shin said with a smile to Unohana. He really had to thank her for this. After all, Shin had a psychological aversion to dealing with paperwork. You, a captain of the 4th Division, actually came to the 2nd Division to do paperwork. Won't that cause any problems? Yoruichi looked at Unohana with suspicion. Don't underestimate adults, little one. Unohana said, patting Yoruichi on the head with narrowed eyes. Yoruichi's face instantly showed annoyance. She hated it when people treated her like a child who hadn't grown up. Besides, Yoruichi was already 16, she didn't consider herself a child anymore. How's Kairaku Shunsui? Unohana asked Shin. I think you should know his situation better than I do. Hearing Unohana's question, Shin couldn't help but say. After all, it was Unohana who had beaten him up, so she naturally knew best. Chapter 757, I never took you for that kind of person. Hearing Shin's words, Yachiru Unohana offered a faint smile. I was measured when I acted. His injuries weren't light, but they certainly weren't fatal. Though she rarely fought these days, Unohana still knew how to hold back, at least enough to ensure Shunsui Kairaku wouldn't end up dead. What's going on? Yoruichi Shihoin asked, completely in the dark about what Shin and Unohana were discussing. Yoruichi knew the men they were talking about, Shunsui Kairaku, but she wasn't particularly fond of him. It's nothing. Shin glanced at the curious Yoruichi but had no intention of explaining. It would be a pain to get into the details. More importantly, it might tarnish his image, and in Shin's eyes, his image was everything. What if people started thinking he was the kind of guy who frequented those kinds of places? If Yoruichi got wind of it and started spreading rumors, his reputation would be in shambles. Perhaps I should tell her. Unohana suddenly offered, turning to Yoruichi. Hold on, you don't have to tell her everything, Shin quickly interjected. If Unohana spilled the beans, what little face he had left would be gone. If you'd rather I didn't, Shin, then why did you go with Shunsui Kairaku in the first place? Unohana asked, her smile never wavering. Despite the smile, Shin could practically feel a dark, chilling aura emanating from her. It was genuinely terrifying. Ahem, I think I can explain. After clearing his throat twice, Shin began his defense. It wasn't my idea. Shunsui Kairaku insisted, and it would have been rude to refuse, so I just went along. Once again, Shin threw Shunsui under the bus. If the men ever found out, he'd probably have a fit. Hey, insisted, rude to refuse. If you didn't want to go yourself, Shin, you would have turned him down no matter how much he insisted, wouldn't you? Unohana let out a cold little laugh. What was the point of denying it now? Can you tell me what happened? Yoruichi asked Unohana. She wouldn't have asked if she wasn't dying to know. After all, in Yoruichi's mind, she and Unohana were currently enemies. She considered Unohana her rival, though for reasons she couldn't quite articulate herself. Unohana smiled and recounted the entire story to Yoruichi, for reasons only she herself knew. Tisk, TSK. I never took you for that kind of person. Going to places like that. You ought to be ashamed. Yoruichi looked at Shin with disdain. Since when do you get to judge me? Get over here. Shin strode over to Yoruichi, lifted her up effortlessly, and carried her toward a nearby room. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Yoruichi shouted, struggling in his grasp, but she was powerless to break free. Unohana watched with a slight frown, then followed them into the room to watch Shin discipline Yoruichi. Damn you. Just wait until I get a chance, I won't let you off the hook. Yoruichi yelled. Getting spanked, it was the ultimate humiliation. And to make matters worse, Unohana had seen the whole thing. Having her rival witness such a mortifying moment made Yoruichi want to crawl into a hole and die. Feel free to threaten me when you actually find that chance. Though I doubt you ever will. Shin said to Yoruichi calmly. Yoruichi snorted coldly, then left in a huff. But just a few moments later, Shin saw her walk right back in. What was she up to now? Did you forget something? Shin asked her. I'm staying here to rest. After shooting Shin an annoyed look, she explained. Yoruichi had no intention of going home, she'd only get an earful from her family. Staying in the 2nd Division wasn't a bad alternative. Besides, seeing that Unohana showed no signs of leaving, she certainly wasn't going anywhere either. Suit yourself. Shin didn't care. He sat down and leisurely sipped his tea. Captain, you have an urgent mission. Just as Shin was enjoying his tea, a member of the 2nd Division knocked and entered the room. What mission? Shin took the letter from the Soul Reaper and read it. This doesn't seem like a job for the 2nd Division. The mission was to investigate the appearance of Minos Grande in the world of the living. That shouldn't have anything to do with the 2nd Division. Well, I heard the captain of the 8th Division was seriously injured, so the mission was passed on to us. The Soul Reaper explained. Though Shin wasn't particularly interested in a mission assigned by the captain commander, he decided he might as well take a look. All right, you can go. Shin dismissed the men and placed the mission file on the table. A mission to investigate Minos Grande in the world of the living. It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Yoruichi asked after glancing at the file. Shouldn't you be hoping I run into trouble? Shin shot a look at Yoruichi. Hadn't he just disciplined her? Shouldn't she hate him right now? You're overthinking it. I still need you to teach me, after all. If something happened to you, who would I learn from? Yoruichi said, rolling her eyes. So that's all it is. And here I thought you were worried about me. Shin sighed in disappointment. Just don't get yourself killed. Call for backup if you run into trouble, Yoruichi told Shin. But unlike the concerned Yoruichi, Unohana wasn't worried at all. She knew exactly how powerful Shin was. Even if the entire Siri-IDI, the entire Soul Society, were to be destroyed, Shin probably wouldn't be in any danger. Be back soon, Unohana said to Shin. She wasn't worried about him facing danger, but there was a chance he might linger in the world of the living. That wasn't out of the question. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Shin had no interest in the current world of the living. It was still in its ancient era, utterly boring. Chapter 758, not a bad idea. Shin stepped through the Senkamen and arrived in the world of the living. He had come alone, without any of his squad members. It was a mission concerning Minos Grande, not ordinary hollows. Bringing his squad members would have been pointless. Most of them hadn't even achieved Shirkai, and their Kido skills were limited to a few low-level spells. They would only get in his way. Besides, Shin preferred working alone. It gave him the freedom to act without restraint. Not a single piece of intel. What was Shunsui thinking? Shin muttered, looking at the mission file. All it said was that Minos Grande had attacked a village. It seemed he would have to investigate himself. He did, however, have some spirit bait with him, something to attract hollows. He could use it to draw them out. Let's give it a try. Shin used the bait, then sat down and waited calmly. Even if a Vasto Lord showed up, Shin could kill it in an instant. Besides, he highly doubted a Vasto Lord would appear. A Jillian was the most he could expect. Jillians were a rare sight in the world of the living. After all, their destructive power was considerable. If Jillians were constantly appearing in the human world, it would be thrown into complete chaos. The world of the living wasn't that unstable. After about 15 minutes, Shin only found a few ordinary hollows drawn to him. They were annihilated by his spiritual pressure before they could even get close. Roar. Suddenly, a beast-like roar echoed through the air. Shin's gaze sharpened, and he turned in the direction of the sound. It was the roar of a Jillian. The mission file had mentioned Minos Grande, but it wasn't clear if it was just a Jillian or if an Ajuchas was involved as well. Ajuchas rarely appeared, but it wasn't impossible. For now, the only spiritual pressure Shin could sense was that of a Jillian. They sent me all the way to the world of the living for a single Jillian. What a waste of time. Shin couldn't help but say. With his strength, dealing with a Jillian was child's play. He was currently in a village. Besides the Jillian, countless ordinary hollows were also howling. Ordinary humans were completely helpless against them. Death was their only fate. The village was small, and most of its inhabitants had already been slaughtered. Shin's arrival quickly drew the attention of the hollows. To them, his spiritual pressure was an irresistible feast. The Jillian turned its attention to Shin and floated toward him, its sharp claws reaching out. This was an ordinary Jillian, completely mindless. Shin didn't even bother to waste words on it, killing it with a single slash. The numerous ordinary hollows were also wiped out. To Shin, they were nothing more than cannon fodder, easily destroyed by his spiritual pressure alone. As for the humans here, they had all fainted under the influence of his spiritual pressure. I didn't mean to drag you into this. Spiritual pressure acted similarly to Conqueror's Haki. Ordinary people couldn't withstand it and would pass out. It could even be used to attack directly, crushing an opponent to dust. But Shin had held back. These people had only fainted. Though they would be affected, their lives weren't in danger. This must be the future Karakura town. Shin surveyed his surroundings. The town was a magnet for trouble, mainly because it was a Jurichi, a place with extremely high spiritual energy, which naturally attracted hollows. Not every place in the world of the living could attract them, only those with immense spiritual power. Time to head back. Just as Shin was about to open the Senkamen and return, he sensed another spiritual pressure. Using Shuinpa, he vanished in an instant, reappearing in a relatively prosperous area. Well, it used to be prosperous. Now, everything had been destroyed. Looks like you're my real target. Tell me, as an Ajuchas, why are you in the world of the living instead of staying in Hueco Mundo where you belong? Shin looked at a gray-white figure before him. It had a gaping hole in its lower abdomen, the signature hollow hole, and its face was covered by a white mask resembling a dried insect. You're a Soul Reaper. I didn't expect to attract one so quickly. The Ajucha seemed pleased to see Shin, its gaze locked on him. It seems you're deliberately trying to lure Soul Reapers here. Shin narrowed his eyes, sensing the Hollow's intent. It had likely come here to hunt down and prey on other Soul Reapers. That's right. Once I've devoured enough Soul Reapers, I'll be able to evolve into a Vasto Lord. The Ajucha's voice was filled with a crazed energy. Hunting its own kind in Hueco Mundo was difficult, they were too hard to find. And human souls were practically useless to it. So it came up with a plan: go to the world of the living, attract the Soul Reapers who protect humans, and devour them to grow stronger. Compared to searching for its kind in Hueco Mundo, this method was clearly faster. Not a bad idea. Too bad you're about to die. Shin looked at the Ajuchas with a touch of pity. What Shin didn't know was that he had been sent to the world of the living precisely because a number of Soul Reapers had already died here. Originally, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni had wanted to send Shunsui Kairaku, but since he was indisposed, Yamamoto had thought of Shin. It was a good thing he had sent Shin. Any other captain might not have been able to handle the Ajuchas before him. Surrounding this Ajuchas were several Jillians, 4 or 5 of them. They were the ones who had destroyed this place. The Ajuchas considered itself above such menial tasks, so it had its Jillians do the dirty work to attract the Soul Reapers. A powerful Ajuchas with a dozen Jillian minions, an average Soul Reaper captain would have a tough time against them. Shin could sense that this Ajuchas was stronger than the ones he had killed before. It was at its peak, on the verge of evolving into a Vasto Lord. Even if Shunsui Kairaku had come, he probably wouldn't have been a match. The current Shunsui hadn't reached his peak strength yet. You've got some nerve, Soul Reaper. Judging by that Hayori, you must be a captain, right? Finally, a captain has taken the bait. The Ajuchas' eyes gleamed with a cruel light. Chapter 759, Mission accomplished. The grayish-white Ajuchas, its hide the color of Hueco Mundo sands, looked at Shin as if he were already its next meal. The Ajuchas was clearly confident, and Shin was more than happy to match it. Let's get this over with. I want to head back soon, Shin said calmly to the Ajuchas before him. I've never seen a Soul Reaper as arrogant as you. Now, you will know despair. The Ajuchas roared, its voice laced with fury at Shin's casual, almost dismissive expression. A storm of spiritual pressure erupted from the Ajuchas, crashing down on Shin, seeking to crush him where he stood. You think this is enough spiritual pressure to make me despair? I think you're the one who's about to learn what despair really feels like. An immense spiritual pressure erupted from Shin, overwhelming his opponent in an instant. The nearby Jillians were snuffed out where they stood. The very ground beneath them collapsed. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the earth sank more than 10 meters, and every structure was utterly obliterated. The Ajuchas survived, but it could only tremble uncontrollably before the sheer weight of Shin's spiritual pressure. Feeling that despair now? Shin asked the Ajuchas calmly. In the world of Soul Reapers, combat was a battle of spiritual pressure. With enough of it, one didn't even need Kido, a simple torrent of energy could wipe out most enemies. Aizen was a prime example. Even with most of his power sealed, his spiritual pressure alone was enough to contend with the Soul King's power. He had even boasted he could bring down the Soul King's palace itself, which made Shin wonder why he had bothered with creating the Oken in the first place. The Oken was meant to grant him access to the Soul King's palace, but if he could just blast his way in, what was the point? Perhaps Aizen, before the Battle of Karakura Town, hadn't yet reached that level of power. After that battle, his strength had evolved multiple times thanks to the Hogyoku. Even without the Hogyoku, he must have retained a portion of that power. Shin felt he was getting a bit sidetracked. Right now, he was facing an Ajuchas, and with his spiritual pressure alone, he had brought the creature to its knees. If you beg for mercy now, I might just let you live, Shin said calmly to the Ajuchas. Don't mock me, the Ajuchas said, forcing its head up to glare at the ridiculously powerful Soul Reaper. A Soul Reaper would never let a hollow go. They were natural enemies, destined to fight, never to coexist. You see things clearly, don't you? Shin looked at the Ajuchas, which lay on the ground without begging. It seemed to understand its situation perfectly. In that case, I'll grant you your death, Shin said calmly. He swung his sword, and in a single, clean strike, he finished the Ajuchas, ending its life with ease. Time to head back. Shin glanced at the surrounding ruins, paid them no more mind, and turned to leave. He opened a Senkaman and returned to the Soul Society. You're back already. Retsu Unohana was slightly surprised to see Shin. Barely half an hour had passed. Did you run away? Yoruchi Shihoin teased. You're the one who ran away. Shin promptly tapped her on the head, making Yoruchi crouch on the ground, clutching her head. Ow. Shin, you don't hold back at all. That's too much. Don't you know I'm a girl? Sorry, I didn't see anything girl-like about you. And what did you just call me? Did you just use my name? Shin cracked his knuckles, looking as if he was about to hit her again, which made Yoruichi instinctively take a few steps back. Relax, I'm not going to hit you, Shin reassured the frightened Yoruichi. Yoruichi's face flushed slightly, and she quickly shook her head. I'm not afraid of you. Heh, no need to act so tough. Shin said with a light chuckle. The current Yoruichi was quite different from the one he remembered. It was just a single ajutsus. How long did you think it would take? Shin said plainly. An ajutsus. You took down an ajutsus. Yoruichi looked at Shin in shock. Yes. Is there a problem? You really took down an ajutsus? Yoruichi's gaze was filled with doubt. She wasn't completely ignorant, she knew how strong an ajutsus was. Even an average captain might not be a match for one. Yet Shin had dealt with it in less than half an hour. To be honest, Yoruichi found it a little hard to believe. You have a lot to learn. And you seem to look down on me, don't you? Shin placed his hand on Yoruichi's head and said. No, not at all. By the way, I have to go to the Shino Academy. See you later. Yoruichi, likely sensing that Shin was about to lecture her, quickly took a few steps back and left. The current Yoruichi is quite fun. I wonder what she'll be like in the future, Shin said with a faint smile, watching her retreating figure. By the way, Shin, aren't you going to file a mission report? Retsu Unohana asked Shin. After completing a mission, a report had to be written and submitted to the First Division. They were the ones who handled these matters and commanded the entire Gotei 13. Ah, what a hassle. How about you help me with it, Captain Unohana? Shin said with a smile, hoping she would agree. I knew you'd be lazy. Unohana had already seen through Shin. Please, Captain Unohana. Shin placed the pen and paper in front of her. First, tell me what happened, Unohana said to Shin. There's not much to tell. I found an ajutsus, killed it, and that's it, Shin said with a shrug. After he finished speaking, he saw Unohana staring at him. At least give me some details. Don't be so concise. Otherwise, you can write it yourself. I won't help you. Don't say that. All right, I'll talk. Hearing that Unohana wouldn't help him, Shin couldn't sit still. He immediately told her about the ajutsus's motives. Unohana recorded everything, and after Shin reviewed it, he found a member of the 2nd Division to deliver it to Captain Commander Yamamoto. Chapter 760, Taking Yoruichi to Hueco Mundo. A year passed in the blink of an eye. For most of it, Shin had been taking it easy, enjoying a rare period of calm with no missions to handle. However, it was worth noting that Shin hadn't been visiting the 4th Division. Instead, Retsu Unohana had been coming to the 2nd Division. Hey, aren't you going to make me your vice captain? Yoruichi Shihoin asked Shin. She had already graduated from the Shino Academy, finishing the entire curriculum in just 1 year. Because of this, Yoruichi had been bragging to Shin quite a bit. After all, he had spent 3 years at the academy. Of course, there was a reason for that, it wasn't that he needed 3 years to graduate. And what am I supposed to do with the current vice captain? Besides, with your current strength, being the 3rd seat is hardly a demotion. Shin looked at Yoruichi. After his guidance, she had indeed become strong, but becoming a vice captain wasn't just about strength. It also required merit. Without any accomplishments, one had to slowly work their way up. Captain, I'm willing to give my position to Yoruichi, the vice captain of the 2nd Division spoke up. He was from the Feng family, a lower noble house that was essentially a vassal to the Shihoin clan. Suifeng was from the Feng family, her real name being Feng Shaoling. She still needs to be tempered. She's not qualified to be a vice captain yet, Shin said, looking at Yoruichi. Why am I not qualified? Hearing Shin say she wasn't qualified, Yoruichi felt a surge of indignation. In a recent spar, she had defeated the current vice captain with her own strength. Do you really think Vice Captain Feng was using his full strength against you? Don't get arrogant just after graduating. A bit of youthful recklessness is one thing, but this is another, Shin said, placing his hand on Yoruichi's head. Her strength wasn't enough yet. Shin didn't want to see Yoruichi getting ahead of herself, thinking she could climb the ranks with unrefined skills. Don't you know that the higher your rank, the greater your responsibility? Though Yoruichi was dissatisfied with Shin's words, she didn't say anything. Without the strength to defeat Shin, how could she claim to be strong? Once she defeated him with her own hands, she would show him what a true powerhouse was. You should get ready. I'm taking you to Hueco Mundo. Shin said to Yoruichi. What are we going to Hueco Mundo for? Yoruichi asked, puzzled. She already knew Hueco Mundo was a barren wasteland. What was there to do there? To find you some opponents, of course. So you don't freeze up the next time you encounter a hollow and forget how to fight. Though Yoruichi had fought hollows before, they were all ordinary ones. The strongest she had faced was a giant hollow, she had never even encountered a Jillian. All right. Yoruichi agreed without much hesitation. It didn't seem like a bad thing for her. Fighting those hollows sounded fun, and Yoruichi herself loved to fight. I'm taking Yoruichi with me. Captain Unohana, I'll have to trouble you to look after the second division, Shin said to Retsu Unohana. Unohana nodded. Helping Shin look after the second division was no problem. Besides, for the past year, she had barely returned to the fourth division, leaving its affairs to her vice-captain. Shin then took Yoruichi to Hueco Mundo. Without orders, even a captain isn't supposed to come to Hueco Mundo, right? Is this really okay? Yoruichi couldn't help but ask Shin. Why wouldn't it be? As long as no one finds out, it's fine, Shin said calmly. As long as no one knew, it wouldn't be a problem. As for the risk of being exposed, there was no need to worry. He trusted Unohana to cover for him. There are plenty of Minos in Hueco Mundo. Unless your life is on the line, I won't step in, so you'd better be careful. Shin warned Yoruichi. In other words, even if Yoruichi got injured, Shin might not help her. Only if she faced a real crisis would he intervene. I know. Yoruichi had no objections, her face filled with determination. Compared to a year ago, Yoruichi had changed a lot. The head of the Shihoin clan, Kiyotaka Shihoin, had died. With her grandfather's death, Yoruichi had to take on more responsibility for the entire family. Shin could see that compared to her previous lively self, Yoruichi had toned it down a lot, becoming more mature. Go on, do your best, Shin said, patting Yoruichi's shoulder. Yoruichi didn't have her Zanpakuto with her. Since she had no interest in swordsmanship, she rarely carried one. And Shin had never seen her train with her Zanpakuto as Shirkai. In the original story, she had never released her Shirkai either. Where do I find a hollow? Yoruichi looked around, then asked Shin. There wasn't a single hollow in sight. It seemed like there were no Minos in Hueco Mundo at all. Sense carefully. A place you think is safe might not be, Shin reminded Yoruichi. He didn't directly tell her how to find a hollow. The real search was up to her. Yoruichi closed her eyes and began to carefully scan the surroundings for any fluctuations. Nothing could escape her senses. Hiding under the sand, what a cunning bastard. Yoruichi slammed her fist on the sandy ground, causing the entire area to shake. Don't be fooled by her slender appearance, Yoruichi's strength was terrifying. After all, her specialty was Hakuda. Get out here. Yoruichi finally dug out the Jillian hiding under the sand. She then used Shuinpa, instantly appearing behind the Jillian, her fist wrapped in spiritual pressure, and smashed it into the Jillian. Boom. The impact sent the Jillian flying. Not bad, right? Yoruichi asked, looking at Shin with a hint of pride. You should be more focused on your opponent right now, Shin said, his brow furrowed. Do you really think you're that much stronger than it? A moment of carelessness is all it takes to lose. The Jillian before them was indeed weaker than Yoruichi, but not by much. Chapter 761, I think you look great with long hair. After Shin's warning, Yoruichi finally got serious, dropping the casual disdain she'd had for the Jillian. Shunko. Activating her Shunko, Yoruichi's shoulders and back were enveloped in a dense, tangible cloak of Ryatsu. She erupted with terrifying speed, appearing before the Jillian in an instant and landing a direct punch on its mask. Break! With a roar, the Jillian's entire mask shattered under the force of her blow, and the creature dissolved into spirit particles. That wasn't so hard after all. Yoruichi turned to Shin. A single Jillian, and she'd taken it down with one hit. This Jillian wasn't particularly strong. It was probably one of the weakest of its kind, so don't get cocky and underestimate the others. Shin reminded her. While most Jillians weren't very intelligent, there were exceptions. Some special Jillians possessed a high degree of intelligence. Shin had encountered one years ago, back when he was with Shunsui Kairaku. A creature like that was no pushover, and Shin didn't want to see Yoruichi get careless. He could save her, of course. But what if he wasn't around? He couldn't be there to rescue her every single time. I know. Although Yoruichi's expression seemed nonchalant, she took his words to heart. As long as you actually get it. I'd hate to think you're just humoring me. Shin shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Yoruichi would learn whether his advice was sound once she faced a truly powerful opponent. Let's go. Time to find more Jillians. Shin said to Yoruichi. Hueco Mundo was still the same desolate wasteland. He wondered if it would ever change. It'd be great if we ran into an Ajuchas. Then I could really test my strength, Yoruichi said with a smile. You're getting ahead of yourself. If you actually fought an Ajuchas right now, even if it didn't kill you instantly, it would defeat you easily. Shin glanced at her. The current Yoruichi was not the powerhouse she would one day become. She was only 17, still a fledgling compared to the veteran Soul Reapers. After all, some soul reapers were centuries old. Shin himself had been in this world for 100 years. I think I can hold my own, Yoruichi insisted, her confidence unwavering. Fine. The next time we find an Ajuchas, I'll let you have a go. It seems you won't understand how terrifying Hueco Mundo is until you get a taste of a real fight. I think that's a lesson for you. You knew how dangerous this place was, and you still brought me here. Yoruichi shot a look at Shin. That's because Hueco Mundo isn't dangerous to me. I could level this entire place with ease. The dangers of Hueco Mundo were for other soul reapers. For Shin, this place was no different from his own backyard. Though calling it a backyard would kill the mood. The scenery in Hueco Mundo was anything but pleasant. So, just how strong are you, Shin? Yoruichi asked. Remember to call me Sensei. Shin placed a hand on Yoruichi's head and ruffled her short hair until it was a mess. Yoruichi dodged away from his hand with a look of annoyance. You know, I think you look great with long hair, Shin said, looking at her. Really? His words hit home, and Yoruichi actually considered letting it grow out. It's not because of what he said, she told herself. I just had the idea on my own. That's all. Shin, oblivious to her inner thunder a moment, stopped and said, get ready to fight. Your opponents are here. And this time, it's 3 Jillians. 3 Jillians. Yoruichi's senses flared, and she finally detected them. Be careful. Don't make me keep reminding you. I'm with you now, but if I weren't, you'd be in real danger. Although he was lecturing her, Shin genuinely cared for her well-being. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother. I know. This time, Yoruichi didn't argue. She realized she had become a bit too reliant on Shin. It was as if his presence made all the danger disappear. Facing 3 Jillians won't be easy for you. Be careful. Shin had already assessed their strength. They were indeed stronger than the last one, but he believed Yoruichi could handle them. As the 3 Jillians appeared, they immediately fired Siros at Yoruichi. They had been charging the attacks beforehand, so they unleashed them instantly. 3 crimson beams of energy shot toward her. Shuinpa. The biggest weakness of a Siro was its speed. Yoruichi easily dodged the attack. After evading the Siros, Yoruichi closed the distance with the 3 Jillians, a terrifying aura gathering around her. She had already activated Shunko, her most powerful technique. The power she unleashed was no less than a Shurkai. Die. Yoruichi slammed her fist into one of the Jillians, sending the massive creature flying. She then kicked off the air, launching herself upwards and delivering a sharp kick to the head of another Jillian. Boom. The Ryatsu enveloping her leg exploded on impact, instantly killing one of them. With one down, dealing with the other 2 became much easier. The greatest weakness of a Jillian was, after all, its low intelligence. It made them easy to deal with. Heido number 63. Raikoho. A Raikoho, cast without an incantation, struck the last Jillian that hadn't been attacked. The single blast didn't kill it, but it sent the creature flying. I think my fists are more useful than Kido, Yoruichi couldn't help but say. That's why you're so violent, Shin remarked upon hearing her, which earned him a dark look from Yoruichi. Don't distract me while I'm fighting. If I get hurt, it's your fault. Yoruichi, sensing an attack from the Jillians, immediately turned to face them. She had no time to argue with Shin now. She had to deal with these 2 Jillians first. After taking care of them, she felt much more at ease. For example, now. Facing the attacks of 2 Jillians, she was completely at ease, even able to counterattack effortlessly. Chapter 762, Raising an Ajuchas. It took some doing, but the other 2 Jillians soon fell at Yoruichi's feet. However, she had expended a great deal of energy. She sat down, letting out a breath. Defeating 3 Jillians in a row had taken a lot out of her. She could barely stand. Just how many of these things are in Hueco Mundo? Yoruichi couldn't help but ask Shin. There are a lot of them. Jillians are just cannon fodder, didn't you know? Shin replied. So the things I struggled to defeat were just cannon fodder. I wonder if I could even take on something that isn't cannon fodder. Yoruichi murmured. Now she truly understood the power of the Great Hollows. If even the lowest class Jillians were this strong, what were the Ajuchas like? Could 10 Jillians even take down 1 Ajuchas? Your combat experience is still lacking. If you were more experienced, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Shin said to Yoruichi. During the fight, she had wasted a lot of unnecessary energy. Come on, I'll take you to the next fight. Shin gestured for Yoruichi to get up and led her away, continuing their search for Jillians. Are you serious? Can't you let me rest? Yoruichi felt exhausted. If they found more Jillians now, could she even fight them? Only this kind of high-intensity combat can truly unlock your potential. Or how about you spar with me? Shin offered. Yoruichi refused without a second thought. Are you kidding me? Every time she fought Shin, she got completely demolished. She'd rather fight hollows. At least she could win against them. Against Shin, she had no chance. However, Yoruichi planned to challenge Shin again once she surpassed him in strength, to get her revenge. Her revenge, of course, was for the grueling training Shin had put her through in the past. Looks like our luck is good. We found an Ajuchas. As they were walking, Shin stopped. Encountering an Ajuchas in Hueco Mundo was rare, especially since Shin wasn't actively looking for one. Is it my turn to take on an Ajuchas? Yoruichi's eyes flashed with excitement. You'd better not fight him now. You'll definitely lose. Focus on improving your strength first. Shin shook his head at Yoruichi. Her current strength wasn't enough. But we can't just let a rare find like this go. Shin used Shuinpa and vanished, his speed so great that Yoruichi couldn't even see him, as if he had teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Ajuchas and used Kamui to send the creature to the Kamui dimension. He didn't kill the Ajuchas. It would be a waste. He'd keep it as a training partner for Yoruichi. Though she couldn't fight an Ajuchas now, he could raise it for later. Shin returned, and Yoruichi stared at him with wide eyes. She had seen how he had dealt with the Ajuchas. What kind of Kido was that? Is the Ajuchas dead? Yoruichi asked him. Don't ask too many questions. Just think of it as my Zanpakuto's ability, Shin said, clearly having no intention of telling her. Some things were just too complicated to explain. It was easier not to. Once you've recovered and improved your strength, I'll let you fight that Ajuchas. So be ready. Shin wouldn't let the current Yoruichi fight an Ajuchas, especially since her Ryatsu hadn't even recovered yet. Next, Shin led Yoruichi to find more Great Hollows, all of which she successfully defeated. Though Yoruichi suffered some injuries, they were nothing serious. Shin knew Kaido, so healing her was a simple matter. Phew. I can't fight anymore, Yoruichi said to Shin. She had no Ryatsu left and was completely exhausted. Forget a Jillian, even a giant hollow could defeat her now. Then get some rest. You've had it rough, Shin said, patting her head. You know I've had it rough. I can't believe how ruthless you are. Weren't you afraid I'd die here? Yoruichi said to Shin irritably. She had been in danger several times, and Shin hadn't lifted a finger. There's no battle without injury. Besides, you didn't die, did you? Shin said with a smile. How could he let Yoruichi die? The moment she was in danger, Shin could act at top speed, guaranteeing her safety. By the way, I have a question. Yoruichi stood up and looked at Shin. Ask away. But whether I answer depends on my mood, Shin said, glancing at her. I want to know how strong Retsu Unohana is. How do I compare to her now? Yoruichi asked with anticipation. Do you want the truth or a lie? Shin raised an eyebrow. Of course I want the truth. I really want to know how strong she is. Don't try to fool me, Yoruichi said, staring at him seriously. All right, I'll tell you. With your current strength, you'd be defeated in a single blow against Captain Unohana. You have no chance of winning. The truth was harsh, but it was the truth. Against Retsu Unohana, with Yoruichi's current strength, being defeated instantly was normal. Even at her peak, Yoruichi was no match for Retsu Unohana. When Unohana got serious and used her Bankai, Minazuki, no one in the Godai 13, besides Shin and Genryusai Shikakuni Yamamoto, could defeat her. Of course, that was for now. Aizen hadn't reached his full potential yet. Is the gap really that big? Yoruichi couldn't quite believe it. I'm not lying to you. The gap is that big. If you don't believe me, you can go fight her yourself, Shin said, shrugging. I believe you. It seems surpassing her won't be easy. But I won't give up. Yoruichi gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. It's not like Captain Unohana has done anything to you. Shin glanced at Yoruichi. The current Unohana had an excellent personality, but her relationship with Yoruichi was somewhat tense. Humph, you wouldn't get it. Yoruichi snorted at Shin and began to recover her Ryatsu. Even though Shin was here to ensure her safety, having her own strength gave her the greatest sense of security. Chapter 763, now you see it's not a pushover, right? After recovering, a wave of exhaustion washed over Yoruichi. She had been through several intense battles, and it had taken a considerable toll on her. If you're tired, get some rest. Don't worry, it's completely safe here, Shin said, noticing her fatigue. Hueco Mundo was hardly what you'd call safe, but any place Shin was the safest place in the world. Yoruichi nodded, trusting his words completely. She closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. For someone so energetic, she was surprisingly peaceful when she slept. Shin lay down as well, closing his eyes. But even with them shut, nothing in the surrounding area could escape his senses. Months flew by in Hueco Mundo. Shin made a few trips back to the Siri, but always returned quickly. Yamamoto remained unaware that he had taken Yoruichi to Hueco Mundo, thanks to Retsu Unohana covering for him. So, how does it feel? Your strength has been skyrocketing, right? Shin asked with a light chuckle. It really has, Yoruichi admitted with a nod. She felt like she could easily wipe the floor with her past self from a few months ago. Come on, let's head back to the Siri. Training here any further won't do you much good. Shin decided to take Yoruichi back. Pushing her training here anymore wouldn't yield significant results, so it was better to return. Finally. I was about to lose my mind if I had to stay here any longer. Though her power had grown immensely, the one thing she couldn't stand was Hueco Mundo itself. The environment was just awful. Don't get too excited just yet. When we get back, you've got a little strength test waiting for you. I'm going to have you fight that Ajuchas. Shin was referring to the Ajuchas he had captured and kept in his Kamui dimension. He figured Yoruichi was strong enough to handle it now. Perfect. I've been wanting to test my true strength. But are you sure it's okay to bring an Ajuchas back? Yoruichi was a little worried. If he were discovered, Shin might become public enemy number 1. Don't worry. I've been keeping it in the Kamui dimension. It won't be appearing in the Siri. Besides, I have a feeling you'll probably beat it to death before long, Shin said, reassuring her. He then used Yamatsu Hirasaka, teleporting himself and Yoruichi back to the 2nd Division barracks in the Siri. After you defeat the Ajuchas, I'll promote you to vice captain. Really? Yoruichi's eyes lit up. She was thrilled at the prospect of becoming a vice captain. A faint smile played on Shin's lips. She probably thought being his vice captain was a good thing. It absolutely wasn't. He was already thinking about how, once Yoruichi became vice captain, he could dump all his responsibilities on her. Yoruichi had no idea Shin was already planning to turn her into his personal workhorse. After returning, Yoruichi rested and got herself back into peak condition. Shin then brought her into the Kamui dimension. There, she saw the massive Ajuchas. The moment it spotted Shin and Yoruichi, the enraged Hollow attacked. Being suddenly trapped in this bizarre place had driven the Ajuchas into a fury. It wanted to tear apart any Soul Reaper that showed up. If it wasn't mistaken, they were the ones who had locked it in here. He's all yours, Yoruichi. If you can't handle him, just give me a shout, Shin said, immediately backing away to avoid the Hollow's attack. As if I can't beat this thing, Yoruichi retorted. She didn't think for a second she'd lose to this Ajuchas. Her strength had grown so much, she was filled with confidence. Shin stepped back to watch. Yoruichi skillfully dodged the Ajuchas' relentless assault. She moved like an agile assassin. With the way things were going, the Ajuchas couldn't even hope to land a finger on her. Her flash step had reached a whole new level of mastery. It was, after all, her greatest strength. So, what do you think? Yoruichi asked Shin. I think you should probably focus on the fight instead of asking me for a critique, Shin replied. Just as Yoruichi's attention wavered, the Ajuchas seized the opportunity, striking her and sending her flying. Its claws nearly pierced her heart. The close call sent a shiver down Yoruichi's spine. That was really dangerous. She had to admit, she had underestimated this Ajuchas. Looks like I need to get serious. Yoruichi activated her Shunko, and a tangible spiritual pressure enveloped her entire body. Her physical abilities skyrocketed, increasing more than tenfold. Her spiritual pressure even generated arcs of lightning that struck the ground around her. Die. Yoruichi stomped the ground, launching herself high into the air. She appeared directly above the Ajuchas and aimed a powerful kick at its mask. Roar. Damn Soul Reaper. The Ajuchas raised its arm to block the kick. Although it was sent flying dozens of meters and its arm was broken, such an injury was nothing to it. Yoruichi frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. Using Shunko drained her stamina considerably. Her attack didn't seem to be effective against the Ajuchas. If the fight dragged on, she would likely be the one to lose. The Ajuchas' shattered arm regenerated in an instant. High-speed regeneration, even a severed limb could grow back in moments. Now you see it's not a pushover, right? Shin had been watching the whole time. Of course, he knew Yoruichi was in a tough spot. He just had no intention of helping. He was only there to make sure she didn't die. As it stood, the chances of Yoruichi defeating this Ajuchas were slim to none. If she could, it would mean her strength was already on par with a captain. Siro. The Ajuchas opened its mouth and fired a Siro, a massive beam of spiritual energy, straight at Yoruichi. Utsasimi. Using the advanced flash step technique, Yoruichi left behind an afterimage and dodged the attack, then quickly closed the distance. She knew she had a better chance up close than trying to fight it from a distance. Her greatest strength was Hakuta, after all. Her Kido skills were average at best. Shin had taught her Kido, and her talent for it wasn't bad, but she never took it as seriously as her Hakuda training. The Ajuchas was massive, far larger than Yoruichi, but to her, that was an advantage. She was clearly much more agile. Chapter 764, this is for your development. After clashing with the Ajuchas for a while, Yoruichi retreated to Shin's side. I can't do it. I'm no match for this thing, she said, admitting defeat. It was true, she couldn't beat it. She had thrown everything she had at it and had barely managed to inflict any lasting damage, mainly because its high-speed regeneration was just too monstrous. The rate of its healing outpaced the damage she could deal, and now, her spiritual pressure was almost completely depleted. Then we'll fight it another day. Shin sent the charging Ajuchas flying with a single punch. Yoruichi watched, speechless. When it came to Hakuda, there probably wasn't a single person in the entire Soul Society who was stronger than Shin. Now, she truly believed just how powerful he was. Let's get out of here for now. Shin took Yoruichi and left the Kamui dimension. As for the Ajuchas, it would remain locked away, waiting for the day Yoruichi was strong enough to kill it. By the way, Yoruichi, I think you should focus more on learning Kido. Otherwise, it's going to be a considerable weakness for you. Shin said to her. While Yoruichi knew some Kido, she was far from proficient. I can't spread myself too thin, Yoruichi replied. Just practicing Hakuda and Shuinpa already took up so much of her time. If she had to add Kido to the mix, she felt she wouldn't have enough time for everything. Your martial arts have basically hit a plateau for now. Breaking through that limit won't be easy, so it's the perfect time to start learning Kido, Shin told her. If he had the Hogyoku, breaking limits wouldn't be an issue. The Hogyoku's power was to shatter boundaries and bring forth evolution, to realize the deepest desires of the heart. But he didn't have the Hogyoku yet. Who knew when that would be created? It all depended on Kasuke Urahara and Aizen, especially Urahara, that brilliant mind. Whatever you say, Yoruichi said. Although she had no interest in Kido, since Shin put it that way, she wasn't going to refuse. You might be reluctant now, but you'll see the benefits of Kido later, Shin said to her. Kido definitely added a certain flair to a fight. Using Hakuda made you a warrior, but with Kido, you instantly became a mage. I'll have a word with Old Man Yamamoto and get you promoted to vice captain. After all, this was a promotion to vice captain. He had to at least give the old man a heads up. Yamamoto probably wouldn't make a fuss over it. A quick word should be enough. Shin left the 2nd Division barracks and headed for the 1st Division. The matter was simple. The current vice captain of the 2nd Division, a member of the Ho family, wanted to pass the position to Yoruichi anyway. A quick word from Shin, and Yamamoto agreed. Technically, she needed to prove her strength, but with Shin personally vouching for her, Yamamoto trusted him. Besides, Yamamoto already knew Yoruichi was a genius. The Shihoin clan hadn't been quiet about promoting her talent. They had their reasons. The Shihoin family was in a bit of a weak position at the moment. If they didn't show some strength, they might be kicked out of the 4 great noble clans. You're back already. Yoruichi said, looking at Shin with anticipation when he returned so quickly. She was, of course, eager to become the vice captain of the 2nd Division, not just for herself, but for her family. Of course. It's all settled. So, how are you going to thank me? Shin asked with a grin. TCH, I did this all with my own strength. Why should I thank you? Yoruichi said with a dismissive pout. Of course, she was just saying that. Deep down, she was incredibly grateful to Shin. Without his guidance, her strength would never have improved so quickly. Shin hadn't held back at all when teaching her, he had given her his full attention. Don't be so stubborn. But don't think becoming vice captain is all sunshine and roses. This is all for you to handle now. Shin handed a mountain of documents to Yoruichi. From this day forward, she was officially promoted to his glorified paper pusher. Wait, what's this? Yoruichi froze for a moment, then asked him. Isn't it obvious? From now on, all this paperwork is your responsibility. Shin patted Yoruichi's shoulder, giving her a look that said, You've got this, I believe in you. Yoruichi was completely stunned. Wasn't this the captain's job? Why was he dumping it all on her? Isn't this your responsibility? Are you trying to slack off? Yoruichi glared at Shin. Then what do you think a vice captain is for? Shin smiled and asked her. A vice captain is supposed to assist the captain, of course. What's your point? Well, since you said it yourself, a vice captain assists the captain. So isn't my work your work? All this is for you now. Think of it as personal development. Shin placed the stacks of documents in front of her and promptly made his escape. The pile of paperwork was truly massive. Unohana had helped him with it before, but she was busy now and had returned to the 4th Division barracks. Shin hadn't touched any of it, and now it was all for Yoruichi. If I get my hands on you, I swear I'll kill you. Yoruichi shouted through gritted teeth. Even though she was no match for Shin, she still wanted to tear him apart. It was too much. She had just been promoted to vice captain, and he was already making her do all this tedious work. Shin had already left the 2nd Division barracks and was heading for the 4th Division. Yoruichi was probably furious right now, so he figured it was best to make himself scarce and avoid her wrath. He'd lay low for a bit and let the storm pass. It was for his own safety. Knowing Yoruichi, she might actually try to attack him. You actually have time to come here. Retsu Unohana couldn't help but put down her work when she saw Shin. Compared to the 2nd Division, the 4th Division was much busier. All the injured had to be treated here. Even if there were no battles with Hollows, Soul Reapers often sparred with each other. There were new patients in the 4th Division almost every day. Why wouldn't I have time? Shin sat down, smiled at Unohana, and poured himself some tea without a second thought. Shouldn't you be handling your work right now? Unohana couldn't help but say. If the work wasn't done, Yamamoto would be furious. I found a new workhorse. Yoruichi is the new vice captain. Of course, I'm going to let my vice captain share some of the burden, Shin said with a smile. Chapter 765, you've already lost. Unohana Retsu watched Shin, a knowing look in her eyes. So, this new workhorse you mentioned. I take it you mean Yoruichi Shihoin. And I suppose that makes me your previous workhorse? Unohana asked, her lips curving into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Shin's expression froze. Ahem, I never said that. Shin coughed, shaking his head quickly. If Unohana really got angry, he knew he'd be in for a world of trouble. After that, Shin didn't return to the 2nd Division. He ended up staying at the 4th Division for several days, until a furious Yoruichi Shihoin finally tracked him down. There you are. I knew I'd find you here, Yoruichi declared, a dangerous glint in her eyes. I'm busting my ass at the 2nd Division, and you're off slacking and hitting on women. He hadn't been back to the 2nd Division for days. Was he even the captain anymore? Had he completely forgotten about his duties? Hold on, Shin began, raising his hands as he saw Yoruichi's clenched fist. We can talk this out. No need for violence. He really didn't want to fight her. Of course, if they did throw down, Yoruichi would be the one getting a beat down. But she was his workhorse, after all. Better not to push her too far. What if she got angry and threw in the towel? Who would do all his work then? At that moment, several members of the 4th Division began to gather, their faces alight with gossip, clearly here for the show. Looks like we've got an audience. Shin shot a look at the 4th Division members and, with a single glare, sent them scurrying away. Vice Captain Shihoin, causing such a commotion in my division's barracks, isn't that a breach of protocol? Unohana finally spoke, her sharp gaze fixed on Yoruichi. Yoruichi took a few involuntary steps back, sensing that the usually gentle Captain Unohana now radiated an intimidating aura. I'm just here to bring my captain back. Is there a problem with that? Yoruichi shot back, annoyed at her own hesitation. She met Unohana's gaze, refusing to back down. I've heard that your skills are already on par with some of the captains, Vice Captain Shihoin. Perhaps you'd care for a demonstration. Unohana asked with a serene smile. Fine. Just don't come crying to me when I beat up the captain of a medical squad. Yoruichi placed a hand on the short sword at her waist. Shin had told her Unohana was strong, but Yoruichi had never really believed it. She was more than a little skeptical. Now was the perfect time to test that claim. Then follow me. Unohana led Yoruichi toward the back of the barracks, where the 4th Division's training grounds were located. Even a medical division needed to stay sharp. Many of its members were there, honing their skills. Shin only snapped out of it as they walked away. He knew it was too late to stop them now. Might as well let them fight. Unohana probably won't go all out. Shin decided to follow them. He'd wanted to stop it, but on second thought, it was better to just watch and make sure things didn't get out of hand. Go get her, Yoruichi. Don't embarrass the 2nd Division. Shin shouted, clearly enjoying the drama. Hearing his words, Unohana's eyes narrowed slightly. She turned to look back at Shin. Aren't you going to cheer for me, Shin? Are you hoping I'll lose to her? Sensing the danger in her tone, Shin cleared his throat. Not at all. I'm just encouraging Yoruichi to last more than a few seconds. We can't have her getting one shot, after all. That would be embarrassing for the 2nd Division. Yoruichi, who had been feeling a brief thrill at Shin's encouragement, was now thoroughly annoyed. She shot Shin a fierce glare before turning her full attention to Unohana. Don't worry, Shin. I'll be sure to give her some face, Unohana said with a slight smile. Humph. I won't be holding back. Yoruichi snorted, then vanished with a shuinpa. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared behind Unohana, her Zanpakuto slashing down. Though she rarely used her blade, she still carried one. Clang. Just as Yoruchi thought she had landed a clean hit, Unohana's own Zanpakuto was already there, blocking the strike. Unohana hadn't even turned around. Are you looking down on me, woman? Yoruchi leaped back, staring at Unohana, who still had her back to her. You have talent. You will be a formidable force in the future. But as you are now, you are no match for me, Unohana said calmly. Yoruchi continued her assault. Even after activating her Shunko, her movements leaving after images in the air, she was still no faster than the blade in Unohana's hand. Damn it. Her defense is airtight. Yoruchi created some distance, cold sweat beading on her forehead. This was the strongest opponent she had ever faced. Even the Ajutsu Shin had captured hadn't exuded this much pressure. And she knew Unohana wasn't even serious yet. Are all the captains this strong? Yoruchi couldn't help but ask. Not all captains are this powerful. The only ones stronger than Captain Unohana are myself and the captain commander, Shin answered her question. The truth was, Yoruchi's current strength already surpassed some of the less impressive captains. Heido number 63, Raikoho. Since close combat was useless, Yoruchi switched to Kido. A number 63 Heido spell was nothing to scoff at. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Unohana didn't even move. A transparent wall materialized, completely blocking Yoruchi's Kido. She blocked it. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Before Yoruchi could make another move, 6 beams of light shot out, pinning her in place and rendering her completely immobile. Unohana walked over and placed the tip of her Zanpakuto against Yoruchi's neck. Though she hated to admit it, she had lost. Against Unohana, she felt like a child. Among all the vice captains, your strength is likely at the very top, Unohana said, as if to soften the blow. But I still lost to you. Yoruchi clenched her fists, still unable to accept it. The defeat was absolute. Unohana had clearly been holding back, going easy on her to an almost insulting degree. She hadn't even launched a single real attack. If she had, Yoruchi wouldn't have lasted this long. A single strike might have been all it took to defeat her. The pride she had carried in her heart instantly shattered. She had doubted Shin when he'd said Unohana was far stronger than her. Now she knew it was true. The gap wasn't just wide, it was a chasm. Chapter 766, Kuchiki Jinrei. Thank you all so much for your support. From now on, I'll be releasing one bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Simple as that. Enjoy. What's wrong? Feeling a little crushed? Shin asked, watching the silent, dejected Yoruchi. Yoruchi looked up at Shin and nodded. She was more than a little crushed, her pride was in pieces. You're still young. You have plenty of room to grow. There's no need to let this get to you, Shin said, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Oh. So you're saying I'm old, Shin? Unohana suddenly asked, a smile playing on her lips. Ahem, Captain Unohana, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely did not mean that. It would be a shame if you took it the wrong way, Shin said, shaking his head. He didn't mean it, and he certainly didn't dare to. After that, Yoruchi dragged Shin back to the 2nd division. She looked at him with a serious expression. Train me. I want to get stronger. You don't need my guidance anymore. Just stick to the training plan we set up before, Shin told her. He had already taught her everything he could. There was nothing left to teach. I don't care. You're going to train me. I have to beat that woman. The defeat had been a blow, but it hadn't broken her spirit. How long had she been training? How long had Unohana been a Shinigami? If she worked hard enough, she knew she could surpass Unohana one day. She would surpass her in every way. Yoruchi's competitive spirit was burning brighter than ever. If you really want to get stronger, combat is the fastest way, Shin said. The target, of course, was the Ajutsus. Once Yoruchi could kill it on her own, her strength would be where it needed to be. Since you've made up your mind, then you'd better be ready. No more slacking off. Shin reminded her, then went to deal with his paperwork. Yoruchi had mentioned his work was piling up, she must have been slacking off. Shin couldn't really blame her, though. It was his job as captain, after all. To hand it off to her was already asking a lot. To then get angry when she didn't finish it would make him a real jerk. Your clone's Kido is amazing. Yoruchi watched Shin use a shadow clone to handle his work. A glint appeared in her eyes. If she could learn that ability, she could get stronger much faster. Can I learn that? Yoruchi asked Shin. No, Shin said, shaking his head. Stingy, Yoruchi couldn't help but mutter. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but you can't learn it. It's like asking if you can learn someone else's Zanpakuto ability. Hearing her call him stingy, Shin's face darkened. Was he being stingy? Of course not. The shadow clone technique wasn't even that powerful. The shadow clone technique requires chakra to use. How could you possibly have chakra? And as for using Ryatsu to power it instead? I've tried to figure that out, but it's a dead end. In the end, Shin had given up his research. It felt like a complete waste of time. He had studied it for ages with nothing to show for it. Oh, so it's your Zanpakuto-S ability, Yoruichi said, nodding with understanding. Shin was about to correct her, but then he thought better of it. If she wanted to believe that, let her. By the way, Shin, what exactly is your Zanpakuto-S ability? Yoruichi asked curiously. Don't go prying into things like that, or you'll get yourself hurt, Shin said, tapping her on the head. Unless a Shinigami chose to reveal their ability, no one would ask about it. It wasn't a strict rule, but it was an unspoken one that no one dared to break. I know. You've told me before. Yoruichi said impatiently. And you still did it. Looks like you're asking for a beating, Shin said, exasperated. For now, the Soul Society was peaceful. Shin had nothing much to do, aside from keeping an eye on Aizen and Urahara Kasuke. Urahara had spent some time in the 2nd Division, but Shin had eventually recommended him for the vice-captain position in the 12th Division. Leaving such a brilliant mind in the 2nd Division was a waste of talent. Shin was still waiting for his workhorse to create the Hogyoku for him. As for Aizen, he hadn't made any major moves yet, simply working his way up to a vice-captain position. Aizen's gentle demeanor made him incredibly popular in the Soul Society, especially with the female Shinigami. His reputation was second only to Shin's. Shin was popular because of his looks, his fans were mostly just shallow admirers. Aizen, on the other hand, was loved for his kind and gentle personality. They all saw Aizen's bright side, completely unaware of the darkness he hid. Perhaps the current captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Shinji, had his suspicions, but in the end, he was still played by Aizen and forced to become an outcast. But that time hadn't come yet. Aizen was still keeping a low profile. Yoruichi, thanks to her relentless effort, had improved rapidly. Not long ago, she had even managed to kill that pitiful Ajuchas. Her strength was now on par with some of the captains. However, she was still a vice-captain. Unless Shin stepped down, she would remain a vice-captain, or have to transfer to another squad. Yoruichi had no interest in becoming a captain. In fact, though she wasn't a captain, she had been performing the duties of one all this time. What do you want, old man? Yoruichi asked, her tone bordering on disrespectful as she looked at the stern-faced old man before her. Kuchiki Jinrei, the current head of the Kuchiki clan and the captain of the 6th Division, was a man of immense strength and influence. Daughter of the Shihoin clan, where is your captain? Kuchiki Jinrei asked, unfazed by Yoruichi's lack of respect. The relationship between their two clans was decent enough, with no major conflicts. But Yoruichi couldn't stand self-important old men like Jinrei, who never seemed to crack a smile. He was just so boring. And it seemed to be a family trait, basically everyone in the Kuchiki clan had the same deadpan expression. Yoruichi had no interest in the Kuchiki clan, despite them being the most prominent of the 4 great noble clans. What do you want with my slacker of a captain? If you're looking for him, you're in the wrong place. Try the 4th Division. He's probably taken up residence there by now, Yoruichi said irritably. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 767, that sounds like a you problem. Thank you all so much for your support. From now on, I'll be releasing 1 bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Simple as that. Enjoy. Kuchiki Jinrei frowned at Yoruichi. Is Captain Shin really with the 4th Division? He asked. You think I'd lie to you, old man? Yoruichi shot back, clearly in a foul mood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so blunt with the head of the Kuchiki clan. Jinrei's brow furrowed even deeper. He didn't appreciate being called old man repeatedly, to say the least. But considering Shin's power, Jinrei held his tongue. He'd let her disrespect slide, for Shin's sake. Besides, Yoruichi's own standing wasn't exactly weak. While the Kuchiki clan was the head of the 4 great noble clans, it wasn't as if they were leagues above the others. And Yoruichi, despite her youth, was already the head of the Shihoin family. Since Captain Shin isn't here, I won't linger, Jinrei said, turning to leave. But Yoruichi called out just as he was about to leave. Hold on a minute. You still haven't said why you're looking for Shin. That doesn't concern you. Jinrei said, refusing to elaborate before leaving. Damn it. He won't tell me. Fine, I'll just go find out myself. Yoruichi's curiosity got the better of her, and she immediately abandoned her work. This was all supposed to be Shin's work anyway. Yoruichi's dissatisfaction with her captain was growing. He was a complete slacker, never handling his duties. She could let that slide, but his constant trips to the 4th Division were starting to get on her nerves. Using Flash Step, she vanished from the 2nd Division barracks, heading straight for the 4th. She paused mid-stride. Wait, what if that old man Jinrei just heads back to his estate? She shook her head. Forget it. Even if he does, I'm still going to the 4th Division to drag that slacker back here. When she arrived at the 4th Division, she found Jinrei there as expected. She strode in, her gaze immediately locking onto Shin. Shin simply ignored her glare and looked at Jinrei, who had already explained he needed to speak with him. To be honest, Shin had no idea what the old man could possibly want to discuss, nor did he think they had anything to talk about. He and the stuffy old patriarch of the Kekkei clan just didn't click. If he wanted to chat, he'd much rather find Kairaka Shunsui. Jinrei glanced at the newly arrived Yoruchi, his brow furrowed, but said nothing. Captain Kekkei, if you have something to say, just get straight to the point. There's no need to beat around the bush, Shin said. This is an internal matter of the Kekkei family. There's no need for outsiders to be involved, Jinrei said, glancing at Yoruchi and Unohana. If it's an internal family matter, then what do you need me for? Shin asked coolly. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to, but this situation involves you, Captain Shin. That's why I must speak with you. Then just spit it out. I don't consider anyone here an outsider, Shin said. Besides, I'm not exactly known for keeping secrets. Even if you told me in private, I'd probably just go and tell someone else anyway. Jinrei's brow twitched again, but he finally relented. It concerns a scandal within the Kekkei family, he began. I assume you know of my son-in-law, Kekkei Koga. Oh, I know him. The genius Soul Reaper, right? Before Shin could speak, Yoruchi nodded. She didn't just know him because he was a genius, she paid attention because he was a Kekkei. Kekkei Koga, Shin mused, a faint smile playing on his lips. Of course he knew the name. Koga's Zanpakuto was Muramasa, an illusion-type blade with the terrifying ability to manifest itself and turn other Zanpakuto against their masters. An ability that dangerous, especially if left unchecked, was a ticking time bomb. Koga was framed and imprisoned. Don't tell me you're asking Shin to break him out, Yoruchi cut in before Jinrei could finish. No way. I refuse on his behalf. Jinrei's expression soured. He shot Yoruchi a warning glance. Shihoin Yoruchi, I would appreciate it if you did not interrupt me. TCH. Yoruchi scoffed but, seeing Jinrei's genuine anger, she decided not to push her luck. If she really set him off, she might be the one at a disadvantage. The old man was powerful. While he was imprisoned, I tried to reason with him, hoping to secure his release. But for reasons I don't understand, he broke out, and killed 3 Soul Reapers, Jinrei said to Shin. I sympathize with your predicament, I really do, Shin said, but that sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. This was supposed to be a matter for the Kekkei family to handle, it shouldn't trouble. Since you've already said that, isn't this conversation over? Don't bother me here, I have important things to do. I'm a very busy man. Captain Shin, could you please refrain from interrupting me? Jinrei was genuinely angry now. Both Shin and Yoruchi were getting on his last nerve. If it weren't for his lifetime of trained discipline, he might have started shouting. Of course, such a thing would never happen. He would never allow himself to act in such an undignified manner, not even for the sake of his family. The Kekkei clan was truly rigid, but they valued their family's honor above all else. Perhaps their noble status was less of a privilege and more of a cage. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 768, Kekkei Jinrei's purpose. Thank you all so much for your support. Seeing Jinrei's barely contained anger, Shin decided to let him finish. Dealing with Kekkei Koga should have been our family's responsibility, Jinrei explained, but the captain commander has assigned the mission to you. He gave the mission to me. Then why haven't I been notified? I am the one notifying you, Jinrei said. I've come to ask that when you act, you show mercy. Please, try to capture Koga alive. Captain Kekkei, I believe you're putting Captain Shin in a difficult position, Unohana said softly, her gentle tone belying a sharp edge. Kekkei Koga is no weakling, is he? What exactly are you asking of him by telling him to hold back? Jinrei's brow furrowed at Unohana's question, but he said nothing. He knew it was a difficult request, but he still believed Shin could capture Koga without seriously injuring him. She has a point. It's hard for me to promise that, and I think you know why, Captain Kekkei, Shin said, nodding. Showing mercy depended entirely on the situation. If his opponent came at him with killing intent, holding back wasn't exactly in his nature. I only ask that you try your best to show mercy. If something unexpected happens, then there is nothing to be done, Jinrei said again, lowering his request. The situation was beyond his control. If Koga hadn't escaped, Jinrei could have gotten him out, albeit with some difficulty. But now he had escaped and killed 3 Soul Reapers. The situation had escalated, and Old Man Yamamoto wanted him captured and executed. Yamamoto was aware of Koga's Zanpakuto ability, and he knew how dangerous it was. It could easily cause a massive disaster, especially if it was used to turn his own Zanpakuto against him. The consequences would be unimaginable. If that's all you're asking, then I can do you that favor. If he comes along quietly, everything will be fine. Otherwise, I won't go easy on him, Shin said to Jinrei. Thank you. Jinrei bowed to Shin and turned to leave, but Shin's brow furrowed. Captain Kuchiki, are you forgetting something? You're not going to tell me where Koga is. You expect me to just find him myself. If Shin knew Koga's spiritual pressure, finding him wouldn't be too difficult. But he didn't, so how was he supposed to find him? He didn't even know where he had escaped to. In the original story, he was sealed in Karakura town, but who knew where Koga had run off to now? That was my oversight. According to our intelligence, Kuchiki Koga has fled to Hueco Mundo, Jinrei informed Shin. Shin stared at the old man. Was he trying to trick him? But then he shook his head. Tricking him was unlikely. If Old Man Yamamoto found out, Jinrei would be in deep trouble. All right, I'll head to Hueco Mundo now. You can wait for my good news, Captain Kuchiki, Shin said with a smile. Jinrei's mouth twitched. Good news? Do you really think any news you bring back will be good for me? With that, Jinrei left, and Yoruichi's gaze fell on Shin. You want to come with me? Shin asked before Yoruichi could even speak. As expected of you, Shin. You know me too well. I haven't even said a word, and you already know I want in, Yoruichi said with a grin, then shot a pointed look at Unohana. Unohana simply maintained her gentle smile, seemingly unaffected by Yoruichi's words. Be careful, Unohana said, stepping closer to Shin and tidying his slightly messy captain's haori. Damn it, Yoruichi muttered under her breath. It's not that you can't come, but you'll have to pull your weight. If you're not planning on fighting, you might as well stay here. Of course I'll fight. Yoruichi nodded. It had been a long time since she'd had a good fight, an opponent would be nice. With that, Shin tore open a garganta, preparing to head into Hueco Mundo. He asked Unohana to look after the second division in his absence. Really, all she had to do was assign tasks to the squad members, no special attention was needed. So we're back in Hueco Mundo. How does it feel? Shin asked Yoruichi. How should it feel? It's not like Hueco Mundo is a nice place. But what is that guy doing hiding out here? Yoruichi asked Shin, puzzled. Hueco Mundo was far from a pleasant place. Enemies lurked around every corner. If you were alone, a Minos Grande could eat you at any moment. Even Yoruichi couldn't guarantee her survival in Hueco Mundo. The dangers were too numerous, a single mistake could get you killed. Hueco Mundo is dangerous, but in a way, it's also safe. It's not easy for Soul Reapers to come here and capture someone. Of course, Shin wasn't even sure if Kuchiki Koga was in Hueco Mundo. He was just going on Jinrei's intel. What if the old man was bold enough to lie to him? But that was highly unlikely. The Kuchiki clan's sense of honor was low, but Jinrei wouldn't risk his family's reputation by lying to Shin about a criminal's whereabouts. Hueco Mundo is so big. How are we going to find him? Yoruichi asked Shin. We'll find him, and it won't take long. Trust me, Shin said calmly to the worried Yoruichi. Then what's your plan for finding Kuchiki Koga? I'd like to see how you're going to pull this off. Finding a single Soul Reaper here is harder than you think, Yoruichi said, sitting down to watch his performance. A Hollow's Ryatsu is different from a Soul Reaper's, Shin said with a casual smile. And while I've never met Kuchiki Koga and don't know his specific spiritual pressure, all I have to do is skin the entirety of Hueco Mundo. I was wondering what brilliant plan you had, Yoruichi said, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. I didn't think it would be something so absurd. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to skin the entirety of Hueco Mundo? Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 769, Yoruichi vs Kuchiki Koga. Thank you all so much for your support. You think my method is stupid, don't you? Shin suddenly asked Yoruichi, whose lip was twitching uncontrollably. I do think it's a bit foolish. Do you really think scouting all of Hueco Mundo is that easy? Yoruichi felt she needed to talk some sense into him. The workload was just too massive, she, for one, had no interest in doing it. Actually, this is the most reliable way. Do you have a better idea for finding Kuchiki Koga? Besides, for me, scouting all of Hueco Mundo isn't that hard. Yoruichi thought about it. She really didn't have a better plan. The only alternative would be to get Koga's Ryatsu signature, then have the 12th Division build a device to track him. Alright, just follow me. Stick with me, and I guarantee we'll find that Koga fellow, Shin said, patting Yoruichi on the shoulder. With that, Shin led Yoruichi on their search for Kuchiki Koga. Unless Koga had already left Hueco Mundo, Shin was certain he would find him. It took about 2 days, but Shin pinpointed Kuchiki Koga's location. Standing beside him was another man, Muramasa, the materialized form of his Zanpakuto. It seems Kuchiki Jinrei didn't give me false information. You really did run off to Hueco Mundo. Shin looked calmly at Kuchiki Koga and Muramasa. Muramasa, in turn, regarded Shin with extreme caution. Master, that's Shin Uzumaki, the captain of the 2nd Division. The Siriitii really sent a captain after us. Why don't we just storm our way back? Muramasa suggested to Koga. With his power, Muramasa was confident they could fight their way back and even had a chance of defeating the entire Siriitii. Although Kuchiki Koga wasn't even a lieutenant, his talent was exceptionally high. Kuchiki Jinrei had planned to groom him to become the next captain of the 6th Division. After all, Jinrei's own son, Sojin Kuchiki, was frail and sickly from a young age, his talent and strength lacking. Becoming a lieutenant was the best he could hope for, a captaincy was out of the question. So, while Koga was only the 3rd seat of the 6th Division, his strength already surpassed that of an average captain. He had achieved Shirkai in his academy days, making him one of the most gifted Soul Reapers in the Soul Society's history. Otherwise, he never would have been allowed to marry into the Kuchiki family. Shut up, Kuchiki Koga said flatly to Muramasa. In truth, Muramasa was a tragic figure. A Zanpakuto completely loyal to its master, only to be rejected in the end. I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to come back with me quietly. The second is to die here in Hueco Mundo. I'll respect your decision. Now, choose. Shin said to Kuchiki Koga. Shin Uzumaki, I know you're strong. Today, let me see just how powerful you really are. Kuchiki Koga drew his Zanpakuto and charged toward Shin. Your Shuinpa is impressive, but not quite there yet. Just as Koga's blade was about to strike Shin, Yoruichi's own Zanpakuto intercepted it. You want to hurt my captain? You're not worthy. You're just the 3rd seat. I'll be the one to deal with you. Yoruichi's words were sharp and merciless, dismissing him as nothing more than a 3rd seat. Her words struck a nerve, reopening a deep wound in Koga's heart. The 3rd seat. He, whose talent he believed was second to none, was now no longer just a genius but a true powerhouse. Yet, he was still just the 3rd seat. Of course, Koga was resentful. Jinrei had said it was to temper him, but Koga no longer believed that. The power struggles, the conspiracies against him, his heart was filled with hatred. Die. Adamantine burst. The tip of his Zanpakuto suddenly unleashed a fireball that exploded with tremendous force, sending Yoruichi flying. Covered in dust and soot, Yoruichi's expression turned ugly. Looks like I underestimated you. She was annoyed. To be caught off guard like that, even though she wasn't injured, she looked completely disheveled. And Shin was watching from the side. For Shin to see her in such a state was incredibly embarrassing. Should I tell her about Muramasa's power? Nah, let's not. Shin thought for a moment and decided against giving Yoruichi any intel on Koga. He wanted to see how far she could go on her own. In truth, Yoruichi was no weaker than Koga. Moreover, she had a crucial advantage, her Zanpakuto had no Shirkai. A Zanpakuto without a Shirkai probably couldn't be turned against its master. Even if her Asachi materialized and rebelled, how strong could it be? So, she didn't have to worry about Muramasa's most broken ability. However, Muramasa also possessed a degree of hypnotic power, similar to Kyokusui Jetsu, though not nearly as potent. Muramasa was a powerful Zanpakuto, but Shin had no intention of copying it. It had limited use for him. If he were to copy Muramasa, he might as well copy something cool like Senbin Sakura. Senbin Sakura wasn't the strongest among all Zanpakuto, but in terms of sheer elegance, few could compare. It was perfect for showing off. Strength wasn't everything, style mattered too. Shin fully intended to copy Senbin Sakura someday, but Byakuya was probably just a baby at this point. Master, I'll help you. Muramasa transformed into a shadow and lunged at Yoruichi. His speed was so great that he left only a dark blur in the air. Shunko. Sensing the danger, Yoruichi activated Shunko without hesitation, instantly putting distance between them. She watched Koga and Muramasa warily. What exactly is this Kuchiki Koga's ability? And that demonic-looking guy, that must be his Zanpakuto, right? Yoruichi retreated to Shin's side and asked. No idea, Shin replied, shaking his head. Yoruichi didn't doubt him, she assumed he genuinely didn't know. If she knew he was deliberately withholding information, she'd probably want to eat him alive. Just be careful. You're essentially facing 2 captain-level opponents, Shin reminded her. Both Kuchiki Koga and Muramasa possessed captain-level combat strength, and they were quite formidable even among captains. If Yoruichi wasn't careful, she could be in for a world of hurt. I'll defeat him. Yoruichi nodded, a spark of battle in her eyes. If she couldn't defeat him, what was all her hard work for? Yoruichi was absolutely confident. Let her see what kind of power this genius Soul Reaper, whose reputation even surpassed her own, truly possessed. With Shunko activated, Yoruichi's presence was equivalent to that of a Soul Reaper in Shirkai. Her aura was now every bit as strong as Kuchiki Koga's. Drop some power stones. Chapter 770, Where do you think you're going? Thank you all so much for your support. You haven't even released your Shirkai. Muramasa, who had been planning to brainwash her Zanpakuto, froze. He couldn't believe his target didn't have a Shirkai. He then shifted his focus to Shin, intending to turn his Zanpakuto against him. But Muramasa froze again. Even Shin, a captain, hadn't released his Shirkai. Impossible, Muramasa muttered, questioning his own existence. What's wrong, Muramasa? Kuchiki Koga asked. Though he had grown wary of Muramasa, he knew he still needed him for now. You dare to chat in front of me? You're really underestimating me. Finger pistol, flash burst. Yoruichi's finger shot toward Kuchiki Koga, but he blocked it with the body of his blade. Boom. A massive surge of spiritual power erupted from Yoruichi's fingertip, blasting Koga away. Shin had taught Yoruichi the finger pistol. The 6 powers from the One Piece world, with a few modifications, could be taught to others. After all, they were techniques, not abilities tied to a specific power source. Skills like swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat techniques from that world could be passed on. Haki, however, was different. It was an innate power unique to the people of that world and couldn't be taught. Shin himself had to copy it at first. Though Haki couldn't be taught, Shin had developed a technique based on armament Haki, Ryatsu armor. It enveloped the user's entire body in an armor of spiritual power, granting immense defense and amplifying their own strength, much like armament Haki. A Ryatsu-based version of armament Haki. The power of this technique depended on the user's Ryatsu. For someone like Yoruichi, a single punch could shatter a mountain. At this moment, Yoruichi had activated both Shunko and Ryatsu armor, a double power-up. Though the consumption was doubled, her combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Die. Yoruichi showed no mercy, aiming to kill Kuchiki Koga. Shin had already given him a choice, surrender and live, or resist and die. Since he had made his choice, Yoruichi would grant him his wish. As for offending the Kuchiki clan, she didn't give it a second thought. They were dealing with a criminal. Besides, even if she did offend them, the Shihoin clan had nothing to fear. Their two families' relationship wasn't so fragile that it would break over a single traitor. Let's see how many of my punches you can take. A single punch could shatter a mountain. After taking one hit, Koga was nearly blown apart. In truth, if Koga were facing any other Soul Reaper, he wouldn't be so passive. But against Yoruichi Shihoin, he was at a severe disadvantage. Because her Zanpakuto had no Shirkai, Muramasa's primary ability was completely useless. Right now, Muramasa was little more than a captain-level assistant. Yoruichi was fighting 2 captain-level opponents, but she was still handling them with ease. Based on Yoruichi's Ryatsu, she should have no problem taking them down before she runs out, Shin thought, confident in her abilities. After all, he had trained her himself. No one knew her true strength better than he did. You two are pathetic. Is this all you've got? Yoruichi taunted them. Ice Fang Tempest. Koga would make Yoruichi pay for enraging him. In his fury, the Ice Fang Tempest he unleashed was a move that even Danko would struggle to block. No matter how strong a move is, it has to hit. Can you even touch me? Yoruichi used Shuinpa to quickly put distance between them. In her current state, the only person who could likely keep up with her Shuinpa was Shin. No one else could. Even seeing her movements was a difficult task. Damn it. Koga wasn't good at dealing with this type of opponent. Even his hypnosis was affected. His hypnotic abilities came from Muramasa. It was the Zanpakuto's fundamental power, the same power used to brainwash other Zanpakuto. It was somewhat similar to Kyoka Suigetsu, though their focus seemed to be different. Although his hypnosis wasn't fully effective, he could still use it to a limited extent, allowing him to dodge many attacks. In fact, if not for the hypnosis, Yoruichi would have already killed him. Your ability. Yoruichi frowned, finally noticing something was off about Koga's power. Several times, she was sure her attacks had landed, but they had passed through him without hitting anything solid. And Koga was still unharmed. Anyone with half a brain would realize something was wrong. Is this some kind of hypnosis or illusion? Yoruichi became wary. She had thought he would be easy to deal with, but it seemed she was wrong. As expected of a genius of the Soul Society. He was worthy of the title. Looks like you figured it out. Kuchiki Koga remained calm. It seemed she was already partially under his hypnosis. Escaping now shouldn't be a problem. He took a deep look at Shin and Yoruichi, then turned to leave. Yoruichi, however, remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on Koga's position, completely unaware that he was leaving. This was the power of hypnosis. She was seeing dust and sand as Koga, oblivious to the fact that the real Koga had already turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Shin's calm voice sounded right beside Kuchiki Koga. Koga's steps froze instantly. He whipped his head around, staring at Shin. You weren't affected by the hypnosis. Hypnosis is just a battle of minds. Your mind is far weaker than mine. It's only natural I wouldn't be affected. Unless the opponent's spiritual power surpassed Shin's, they couldn't hypnotize him. Even if Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu in front of him, it would be useless. Master, this person is extremely dangerous. We need to find a way to escape, Muramasa urged his master, Kuchiki Koga. He could feel that the aura emanating from Shin was incredibly dangerous. Muramasa felt that even if he and his master teamed up, they would be no match for him. His senses were exceptionally sharp. He had never felt such a terrifying aura, not even from Captain Commander Yamamoto. That was why he was advising Koga to flee. You think you can escape? Kuchiki Koga didn't run. Choosing to flee now would be a true death sentence. Could he really escape from him? If he fought to the death, there was still a sliver of hope. Running away would likely mean certain death. The choice was clear. Muramasa didn't object to Kuchiki Koga's decision. He was merely his master's tool. Whatever his master chose, he would fight by his side until the end. Drop some power stones. Chapter 771, bonus, I am looking down on you, apologies. Thank you for 100 power stones, here's your bonus chapter. Damn it, Yoruichi said, stomping her foot in frustration. To think she couldn't take down Koga Kuchiki and Muramasa herself and needed Shin to step in. Don't beat yourself up over it. His abilities are actually quite potent, Shin said to Yoruichi. An ordinary captain would have had an even harder time against Koga. For Jinrei Kuchiki's sake, I'll give you one more choice. 1. You come back with me. 2. You die by my hand. The choice is yours. Shin stared at Koga Kuchiki, a faint smile on his face that sent a chill down the man's spine. Master, choose the first option. Come back with him, Muramasa urged his master. Even if Koga were imprisoned again, Muramasa was confident he could break him out. I choose the third path. Koga gripped his sword and slashed at Shin, unleashing a wave of sword pressure. It was clear his mastery of the blade was considerable. There is no third path. Don't be ridiculous. Trying to forge a new path in front of me. Are you trying to be funny? Shin reached out and caught the slash of sword pressure midair. With a single clench of his fist, it dissipated into nothing. How? Koga's eyes widened. A single slash from him could sever a river, yet Shin had caught it with his bare hand. It's not impossible. You're just too weak. To be honest, killing a weakling like you gives me no sense of accomplishment. It's actually kind of boring, Shin said with a yawn. Yoruichi's expression soured. You're calling him a weakling. What does that make me, then, since I almost got played by that weakling? You're looking down on me. Koga's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Shin, his gaze filled with endless killing intent and hatred. He was an incredibly proud man and couldn't stand being looked down upon. It was clear his arrogant personality was a major factor in his downfall, it was easy for him to make enemies. That's right. I am looking down on you, Shin stated plainly. Whether Koga was enraged by his words or not, Shin couldn't care less. He had no intention of letting Koga live. If he wanted to walk a third path, Shin was curious to see if he had the strength to do so. If not, and he ended up dead, there was no one to blame but himself. Yoruichi watched from the side, making no move to intervene. She had already failed once. If Koga had taken the opportunity to attack her earlier, he could have seriously wounded her, if not killed her. Of course, with Shin there, Koga would never have succeeded. Master, let me test him first. Worried for Koga, Muramasa charged at Shin, his sharp claws capable of piercing through anything. A mere Zanpakuto dares to lay a hand on me. Shin lifted his leg and kicked out. Even space itself seemed to crack under the force of his kick. That's just absurd, Yoruichi couldn't help but say, watching the scene unfold. A kick like that would obliterate her, not even dust would be left. So he was never serious when we sparred. A strange light flickered in Yoruichi's eyes. Women admire strength, and though she knew Shin was powerful, it now seemed his strength far surpassed her wildest guesses. Boom! The kick landed squarely on Muramasa, and he didn't just fly back, he disintegrated. Vanished into nothing but pure spirit particles. As the materialized Muramasa disappeared, the Zanpakuto in Koga's hand shattered into pieces. Koga Kuchiki, you're a genius. I wonder if you can withstand a single kick from me. Shin asked, looking at the horrified Koga. Koga staggered back in terror, his legs trembling slightly, completely intimidated by the raw power Shin had just displayed. Even if you beg for mercy now, I won't spare you. Any last words? Speak now, or you'll lose the chance forever. Shin looked down on Koga dispassionately. Beg. Even in death, I, Koga Kuchiki, will never beg for mercy, Koga said with conviction. It was his pride. But I won't go down without a fight. Heido number 96, Ito Keiso. This sacrificial Heido burned the user's own body to unleash its power, capable of turning miles of land into scorched earth. A terrifying, blade-shaped flame rushed toward Shin, engulfing even Yoruichi in its range. There was no way to dodge an attack of this scale. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A defensive wall materialized in front of him. It looked fragile, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch, yet it completely stopped the sacrificial flames of Ito Keiso. I'm surprised you know that Kido. It seems you had a few tricks up your sleeve, Shin remarked, staring at Koga. Ito Keiso was an advanced Heido that probably not even Jinrei Kuchiki knew. In the original story, only Yamamoto had used it. Of course, others like Aizen probably knew it as well, but the number of users was extremely small. After all, the price of using it was burning one's own body. Now, Koga had used it to no effect, and he was the one left on the ground. He wasn't dead, but part of his body was charred black, and his spiritual pressure was completely depleted. A single Soul Reaper from the Academy could probably kill him now. It's over for you. But maybe this is for the best. Living might not have been so great for you anyway. Shin said as he walked toward Koga. It was true. Given his crimes, he would never have been forgiven. At best, he would have been sealed away, a fate worse than death. In that sense, death was a release. Koga's eyes were calm now, with no hatred for Shin. He had been outmatched. There was nothing more to say. But deep down, he was filled with regret. He would never get the revenge he sought. Drop some power stones. Chapter 772, with power, you can do whatever you want. Thank you all so much for your support. Looking at the resentful Koga Kuchiki, Shin ended his life with a single slash. Alright, Koga Kuchiki is dead. Just bring his body back, Shin said, turning to Yoruichi. Yoruichi's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but ask, don't tell me you expect me to carry the body. Congratulations, you guessed right, Shin said with a smile. I was the one who took him down, after all. It took a lot out of me. You wouldn't just stand there and do nothing, would you? Shin said with a light chuckle. After a moment of hesitation, Yoruichi went over and picked up Koga's body. Let's go back. Shin opened a spatial gate with Yamatsu Hirasaka and stepped through. Using a Senkaman was too slow for his liking. Yoruichi, having gone through the gate several times, was used to it. She followed Shin without hesitation. I can't believe the mission was completed so quickly. I thought it would take a lot longer, Yoruichi couldn't help but say. She had expected it to be a drawn-out affair, searching for a single Soul Reaper in all of Hueco Mundo. She never thought Shin would be so efficient, finding Koga Kuchiki so easily. She was glad, she didn't want to spend any more time in Hueco Mundo than necessary. Come with me to the First Division. Shin led Yoruichi to the First Division barracks. The guards didn't dare stop them, he was a captain, after all. Old man, I'm here to turn in the mission report. Shin pushed open the door and walked into the First Division office. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing, seemingly unconcerned with Shin's casual address. This guy resisted, so I had to put him down, Shin said, pointing at Koga's body. I'm surprised you completed the mission so quickly. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni glanced at Shin, then had Chojiro Sasakai go and inform Jinrei Kuchiki. Wait here for a moment, Yamamoto said to Shin. Since I took down Koga Kuchiki, shouldn't there be some kind of reward? Shin asked. A reward was only fair, even if it was just money. Shin didn't mind. What reward do you need for doing your duty as a member of the Godai 13? Yamamoto, ever the miser, was clearly not planning to part with a single coin. The Siriitei's reconstruction required a great deal of money, and the great noble clans weren't willing to contribute. Where was he supposed to get the money? Not long after, Jinrei Kuchiki arrived. Seeing Koga's body, a flicker of sadness crossed his eyes before he looked at Shin. Don't look at me. I already gave him a chance. It's a shame he didn't take it. Shin wasn't afraid of Jinrei's anger. He had never promised to bring Koga back alive. Koga brought this upon himself, Jinrei said with a straight face. Though he felt sorrow, he appeared cold and detached. Shin couldn't help but click his tongue. Well, my work here is done. Shin left with Yoruichi. Neither Yamamoto nor Jinrei stopped them. Captain Commander Yamamoto, may I take Koga's body back with me? Jinrei asked. You may. Yamamoto didn't make things difficult. Koga's body was of no value now. Since he was dead, it was all over. Jinrei left with Koga's body. Shin, do you think that old man Jinrei will hold a grudge against you? Yoruichi asked Shin. How would I know? I'm not him. So what if he does? If he wants to hold a grudge, let him. Shin waved his hand dismissively. Even if that old man did hold a grudge, Shin had nothing to fear. In terms of strength or anything else, there was no reason to be afraid of Jinrei Kachiki. You're probably the only one who isn't afraid of him. Any other captain would be wary of Jinrei Kachiki, Yoruichi said. After all, besides being the captain of the 6th Division, he was also the head of the Kekkei Clan. With that status, few would dare to disrespect him. He was a veteran Soul Reaper who had been a captain for a long time, on par with someone like Retsu Unohana. Are you forgetting about strength? With my power, why should I be afraid of Jinrei Kachiki? It would be strange if I were. Shin raised his hand and lightly tapped Yoruichi on the head. Hey, strength isn't everything in the Seiyuu, Yoruichi couldn't help but remind Shin. My apologies, but with this kind of strength, one really can do whatever they want. Shin believed in the power of his fists. He could crush any opposition. If someone wasn't convinced, he'd just beat them until they were. Fine, I know I can't win an argument with you. Yoruichi gave Shin a frustrated look, knowing it was pointless to argue. When they returned to the 2nd Division barracks, Retsu Unohana was there. Shin had asked her to look after the 2nd Division. You're back already. Unohana was a bit surprised to see Shin return so quickly. You know my strength. Is it really that strange for me to be back so soon? Shin said with a smile, taking a seat. Captain Unohana, I think the members of the 4th Division might be crying right now, Yoruichi said to Unohana. Hearing this, Unohana just smiled faintly and said to Yoruichi, actually, I'd rather see you cry. Hearing Unohana's words, Yoruichi's heart stirred. She clenched her fists and looked at Unohana, who, of course, saw everything. Unohana smiled gently and asked, would you like to have another sparring session with me? I'm not in good shape right now. Maybe some other time. Besides, aren't you a little old to be bullying me? Yoruichi retorted. She was no match for Unohana. Though she hated to admit it, this woman was as strong as a monster. Drop some power stones. Chapter 773, I can't believe I've sunk to being a kept man. Thank you all so much for your support. Shin, I'll be heading back. Come visit the 4th Division when you have the time. Retsu Unohana smiled and waved to Shin before departing the 2nd Division barracks. The barracks themselves, however, were in a state of disarray. Yoruichi Shihoin was currently sprawled on the floor, looking for all the world like she'd been grievously injured. You just watched me get bullied and didn't even lift a finger to help your own vice-captain, Yoruichi grumbled, pushing herself up and glaring at Shin. Sorry, but Retsu isn't just someone else to me. You should be grateful I didn't team up with her to take you down, Shin said, shooting Yoruichi a sideways glance. Alright, you're in charge of cleaning this place up. Are you serious? You're making me do chores? Yoruichi asked, unable to believe her ears. While it was true that the mess was a result of her fight with Unohana, that woman was just as much to blame. Besides, Yoruichi was still stewing over Shin's comment about Unohana not being someone else to him. I didn't say you had to do it. Can't you just order some of your squad members to do it? Shin put down the documents he was holding and looked at Yoruichi, exasperated. Though he had assigned her the task, she could easily delegate it to any of the Soul Reapers in the 2nd Division. By the way, the 2nd Division's funds are running a little low. I was wondering if you could approve a budget increase. Remembering something important, Shin suddenly turned to Yoruichi with a grin. Normally, budget requests went through Yamamoto, but Shin knew just how tight-fisted the captain commander was. To get any money out of him, you needed a mountain of paperwork with every possible justification. But he had a walking bank right here, so why bother with the hassle? Yoruichi was the richest girl he knew. As the current head of the Shihoin clan, one of the 4 great noble clans of the Seiyuu, money was the one thing she didn't lack. The wealth they'd accumulated over countless years was so vast that her pocket change could probably fund the 2nd Division for a year. So now you remember me. Yoruichi snorted, then fixed her gaze on him. The 2nd Division is broke because you've been spending it all, haven't you? Ahem, I believe that's slander. Slander? I don't need to slander you. Let me ask you, where did the money for Unohana's gifts come from? And what about all those fancy meals you've been having? Don't tell me it was from your salary, it's not nearly high enough for that. Yoruichi asked, crossing her arms and looking at Shin. A significant portion of the 2nd Division's budget had, in fact, been spent by Shin. If Yamamoto ever found out, he wouldn't be fired, but he'd definitely get a stern warning. Of course, Shin had no intention of letting that happen. If you want me to give you money, fine, but you have to. You're not going to ask me to sell my body, are you? I'll have you know, I have principles. No matter how much you offer, I will not compromise my integrity. Shin stood up and declared righteously, leaving Yoruichi's mouth twitching uncontrollably. I'm not that kind of person. You're the one with the dirty mind if that's where your thoughts went. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, Yoruichi would have taught him a lesson right then and there. Even so, she transformed into her black cat form and lunged at him with a flurry of wild scratches. Transforming into a cat was one of her unique abilities. Shin easily caught the small black cat and chuckled. All right, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. He gently scratched the little cat's belly. Damn it, let me go. Yoruichi squirmed, continuing her frantic scratching, though it had no effect. After struggling for a while to no avail, she resigned herself to her fate and glared at Shin with her big, cat-like eyes. All right, what was the condition you were about to mention? The second division is really broke. I think I might have to go ask Unohana for a loan. Shin said with a sigh. Of course, he wasn't really in that dire of a situation. Getting money was simple enough for him. He had plenty of treasure from the One Piece world stashed in his system space. While the berries were useless here, the gems could be exchanged for a fortune. But Nami had laid claim to all of it. Getting anything from her would be a struggle. After all, Nami was a complete miser. Prying money from her hands was harder than climbing to the sky. You don't need to borrow from her. I can give you the money, but you have to get me a birthday present, Yoruichi said after transforming back. A birthday present? When's your birthday? Shin asked, puzzled. Honestly, Shin had no idea when Yoruichi's birthday was. You don't even know my birthday. It's in 2 days, Yoruichi said, a little annoyed. Even though she rarely remembered or celebrated her own birthday, the fact that Shin didn't know felt like he didn't care about her. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt, and her expression soured. All right. When the day comes, I promise I'll get you a gift you'll be satisfied with. After a moment of thought, Shin nodded at Yoruichi. You'd better not be lying. And don't you forget. After reminding Shin, Yoruichi took out a large sum of money and handed it to him. Alas, I can't believe I've sunk to being a kept man, Shin said with a dramatic sigh. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not keeping you. Yoruichi's face turned beet red as she stared at Shin. Oh, that's a shame. You know, being a kept man doesn't sound so bad after all. Shin said shamelessly. Yoruichi shot him a contemptuous look, then turned and left. As she walked away, Shin suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. What was I forgetting? Shin tapped his head, then it hit him. He stood up and rushed outside, but by the time he got there, Yoruichi was gone. Sigh, I guess asking Yoruichi to help with my work is out. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself in the end, Shin sighed, shaking his head as he went back inside. The work Unohana hadn't finished still needed to be done. Otherwise, Yamamoto would be having a talk with him. While Shin didn't care, he didn't want to deal with the old man either. He'd just use his shadow clone jutsu and have the clones do it while he lazed around on the tatami mat. Drop some power stones. Chapter 774, The Captain is Always Right. Thank you all so much for your support. The peaceful days passed one by one. It was getting a bit boring, nothing major was happening in the entire Serie, it was like a stagnant pond. As usual, Shin was lazing around in the 2nd Division barracks, leaving all the work to his shadow clones. Huh, why did you bring a little girl back with you? As Yoruichi pushed the door open and walked in, Shin's gaze shifted to the little girl trailing behind her. I'm not a little girl, the girl retorted upon hearing Shin's words. Haha, then what are you, if not a little girl? Shin asked with a laugh. Shin, don't you dare bully Soifan, Yoruichi said, rolling her eyes at him. Soifan, who had admired Yoruichi since childhood, would later become the captain of the 2nd Division. Relax, how could I bully such a cute little thing? I have a soft spot for children, you know. You can rest easy on that, Yoruichi. Shin instantly appeared behind Soifan, patting her little head. She was indeed adorable, even cuter than Yoruichi had been as a child. But then he remembered that even when Soifan grew up, she would still be short and flat. Shin couldn't help but sigh internally. So fast. When did you? Soifan turned around warily, looking at Shin. She hadn't even noticed how he had gotten behind her. Was this the power of a captain? I'm not an enemy. You don't have to be so guarded, little Soifan, Shin said, patting her head again. No, Soifan, you have to be very careful with him, Yoruichi said to her. Yes, Lady Yoruichi, I understand. Soifan looked at Shin with extreme caution, her eyes even holding a hint of disdain. Did you say something bad about me to her? Why is she looking at me with such contempt? Shin glanced at Yoruichi and asked. He was now 100% certain that Yoruichi had been badmouthing him to Soifan. Just look at the wary little glare she was giving him. No, I haven't said anything bad about you to Soifan. Yoruichi denied it outright. From her expression, you couldn't tell anything was amiss. Heh, I don't believe you. Little Soifan, tell me how Yoruichi has been slandering me. If you tell me, I'll give you candy. Shin crouched down, holding out a piece of candy to tempt her. Lady Yoruichi was right. You really aren't a good person. Soifan's aversion to Shin only grew. To be honest, when she first saw him, she didn't have much ill will towards him. After all, he was handsome. But then she remembered what Lady Yoruichi had said, and she immediately suppressed the flicker of goodwill she felt for him. Where do you see that I'm not a good person? She might be cute, but her personality isn't cute at all. Shin immediately lost interest in Soifan. He didn't know what Yoruichi had said to make her so wary of him. He shot a look at Yoruichi. She didn't know what his gaze meant, but she felt a sense of foreboding. It felt like Shin could target her at any moment. No, she had to be careful, lest he find a reason to teach her a lesson. In reality, if Shin wanted to find a reason, he could find one easily. Like right now. Yoruichi, you're not a very qualified vice captain. Look at this report you submitted, it's full of mistakes. Go copy the 2nd Division regulations 100 times. Yoruichi's mouth twitched. She looked at the smiling Shin, feeling that he was deliberately retaliating. She glanced at the document. There were a few minor errors, but they were nothing worth mentioning. It was obvious Shin was just making a mountain out of a molehill. What were the 2nd Division regulations? Rule number 1, whatever the captain says is right. It is an honor to listen to the captain, and a disgrace to refute him. Of course, the regulations weren't like this before, but Shin had later changed them. Oh, and you'd better not let me catch you having someone else do it for you. Otherwise. Shin added with a smile, glancing pointedly at Soifan. Knowing Yoruichi, she might just shamelessly ask Soifan for help. You're doing this out of spite. Spite. You're slandering your captain. The consequences are severe. Hand in 500 copies of the regulations by tomorrow, or you'll face a heavy price. I'm sure you wouldn't want to pay it. Shin said, cracking his knuckles as he looked at Yoruichi. In the end, Yoruichi gave in. There was no other choice. Otherwise, as Shin said, the consequences would be severe. Making you copy them as punishment isn't the point. The point is to make you understand that the captain is always right. Shin pointed to the large characters hanging on the wall. Yes, he had written them down and hung them up for all to see. How could you? You're bullying Lady Yoruichi. I'll fight you. Soifan angrily swung her little fists at Shin, but he caught them, pulled her aside, and gave her a spanking. Pa. 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 Children should behave. Don't cause trouble, or don't blame me for getting rough, Shin said to Soifan with a faint smile. Soifan fought back tears, thinking to herself, you're already being rough with me. Remember to hand it in. Shin said, glancing at Yoruichi again. Yoruichi's face suddenly broke into a smile, and she walked over to Shin. Captain, my dear captain, do you think you could be a little lenient and let me off this once? Yoruichi came to his side with a fawning expression, giving him a shoulder massage, which left Soifan completely dumbfounded. Was this the Lady Yoruichi she admired so much? The adoration she felt for her vanished into thin air. Well, not completely, but at least half of it was gone. The Lady Yoruichi in her heart would never yield, but now, reality had shown her that her idealized image was wrong. Not bad. All right, I'll let you write 400 fewer copies, Shin said to Yoruichi, satisfied. Yoruichi's face darkened, and she looked at Shin with a grim expression. What, are you not satisfied? It's fine, if you're not happy, you can just say so. Would it even make a difference? Yoruichi asked with a deadpan expression. It wouldn't, but at least you can say it. It's better than bottling it up, right? Shin said with a smile. I think if I said anything, you'd just come down on me even harder, Yoruichi said, indicating that she had already seen through Shin. Drop some power stones. Chapter 775, A Sour Feeling. Thank you all so much for your support. Oh, right, I've got something to take care of. The 2nd Division is all yours for now. Shin said to Yoruichi before vanishing in a flash, giving her no chance to refuse, which he knew she absolutely would. The moment he was gone, Soifan's voice cracked. Lady Yoruichi, he's gone. Yes, she was truly on the verge of tears. While Shin was there, Soifan had put on a stubborn front, but now she felt incredibly wronged. There, Soifan, don't cry. Yoruichi patted her head, a gentle smile on her face. I have a difficult mission for you. Do you think you can handle it, Soifan? I guarantee I'll complete it. Soifan instantly straightened up, her wronged expression replaced by one of serious determination. Though her image of Yoruchi had taken a hit just moments ago, Soifan's faith in her captain was unshaken. In Soifan's eyes, Yoruchi was still someone to be revered. Excellent. I have high hopes for you, Soifan. This difficult mission is all yours. Make sure you do a thorough job. With that, Yoruchi handed Soifan the difficult and important mission, which was, of course, copying the second division regulations. Even though Shin had explicitly told her not to have anyone else do it, Yoruchi now had an excuse. Shin had run off, so she could just say she was busy with the second division business. It was a pretty good reason. Lady Yoruchi. Soifan stared at her, dumbfounded. The heroic image in her mind shattered once again. I wonder where that guy ran off to, Yoruchi muttered to herself, clenching her teeth. My guess is he's off on a date with some vixen. Lady Yoruchi, do you have feelings for the captain? Soifan asked, tilting her head. Thwack. Ow, that hurts. Soifan clutched her head, crouching down as tears welled in her eyes. Don't talk nonsense, you little brat. What do you know about love? Yoruchi chided her. Soifan felt wronged. I may be young, but I'm not naive. A faint blush colored Yoruchi's cheeks, unseen by Soifan, who was now miserably copying the squad rules for her. Yoruchi felt not a shred of guilt for bullying Soifan, in fact, she felt rather pleased with herself. Yoruchi's guess wasn't entirely wrong. Shin's business did involve a woman, but it wasn't some vixen, it was Retsu Unohana. And it was Unohana who had invited him. If Yoruchi hadn't returned, Shin would have already left to meet her. Captain Unohana, did you call me here just for a meal? Shin asked, looking at the lavish spread on the table. Have you forgotten? Today is your birthday, Unohana reminded him. Huh, my birthday. Shin thought for a moment. He had indeed told Unohana his birthday once. He didn't usually pay much attention to it, but seeing that she had gone to the trouble of celebrating it for him, he was genuinely touched. The Siriitii has been so peaceful lately, Shin remarked, sitting down with Unohana. So peaceful it's almost boring. Is such a peaceful life not to your liking? Unohana said with a smile. Hearing such words from her would have been unimaginable in the past, but her personality had changed a great deal. A peaceful life is nice, but if it stays this way forever, it gets a little dull. I have a feeling something big is about to happen in the Soul Society, Shin said with a mysterious smile. Unohana's expression turned curious. And I suppose this has something to do with you? Nah, it has nothing to do with me. I won't be getting involved this time. I just want to watch the show. Shin shook his head with a laugh. Getting involved would be pointless, he much preferred being a spectator. The event he was referring to, of course, was Aizen's plot. It was already in motion, and while no one else had noticed, Shin, who had been keeping a close eye on him, knew exactly what was happening. Of course, Aizen had no idea he was being watched. After all, among the Godii 13, Shin was known for keeping a low profile and rarely causing trouble. I must admit, I'm curious about what this something is. Unohana was intrigued, but she didn't press him for details. One of the best things about her was that she never asked about things Shin didn't want to talk about. Let's put that aside for now. Let's eat. We can't let all your hard work go to waste. Shin said, looking at the food Unohana had prepared. Her cooking had gone from terrible to top tier, a testament to the effort she had put in. Suddenly. Well, so you're in here enjoying a feast while I'm stuck with paperwork back at the second division. Yoruchi stormed into the 4th division barracks, having found Shin and Unohana. After being ditched by Shin, Yoruchi had pondered the situation, then promptly dumped the work on poor Soifan. Whether Soifan could handle it or not was her problem now. What are you doing here? Unohana asked, her tone clearly unwelcoming. Yoruchi had a habit of showing up at the worst times, and it was starting to get on her nerves. I'll come here whenever I please. What's it to you? Yoruchi shot back with a huff, though she had to admit, she had been spending a lot of time at the 4th division lately. But that was all Shin's fault. If he, her captain, didn't keep running off to the 4th division, she wouldn't have to chase after him. It's all Shin's fault, Yoruchi grumbled, glaring at him. Hey, what does this have to do with me? I'm here to celebrate my birthday. Unohana prepared this for me, Shin said to Yoruchi. Your birthday? How come I didn't know? You told her but not me. Yoruchi suddenly felt a sour pang of jealousy, as if she'd swallowed a bottle of vinegar. You never asked. Why would I tell you? Am I supposed to just randomly announce when my birthday is? Shin said with a shrug. Yoruchi sat down, not standing on ceremony. She'd freeloaded enough meals here to feel right at home. Drop some power stones. Chapter 776, 776, bonus, it's all your fault. Thank you for 100 power stones, here's your bonus chapter. Can't hold her liquor, can she? Actually got drunk. Shin supported Yoruichi as they made their way back to the 2nd Division barracks. Her face was flushed, and she could barely stand on her own. Drunk. I'm not drunk. Where am I drunk? Yoruichi slurred, waving her arms. I can still drink. I'm gonna drink that woman Unohana under the table. Her shouting drew the attention of several passing Shinigami, and just their luck, they ran right into Shunsui Kairaku. My, what are you two up to, all tangled up like that? Could it be? Could it be what? Unohana's voice suddenly cut in, sending a shiver down Kairaku's spine. Captain Kairaku, I've had a bit to drink. Right now, I might not be able to tell a Shinigami from a hollow. You understand, don't you? Oh, dear, I just remembered I have some urgent business back at the 8th Division. I'll be on my way, ahaha. Kairaku beat a hasty retreat. He knew exactly what Unohana was implying, she wanted to cut him down. If he didn't leave now, he might not leave at all. What are you doing here? Shin asked, looking at Unohana. I came to check on her. It's not convenient for you to take care of her, so I'll do it myself. Unohana smiled, taking Yoruichi from Shin. A playful glint appeared in her eyes. You can head back, Shin. Yoruichi can stay at the 4th Division barracks for the night. All right then, I'll head back. Shin glanced at Unohana, then nodded. With that, Unohana helped Yoruichi back towards the 4th Division. The moment they were inside, she let go. Yoruichi stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn it, what was that for? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Yoruichi glared at Unohana. Why not continue the act? Unohana looked at Yoruichi with amusement. She had known all along that Yoruichi was faking it. How did you know? Yoruichi dropped the charade. Shin wasn't here, so there was no point in pretending anymore. It was simple. You were too obvious. Your acting is terrible. You probably couldn't fool anyone with that performance. Humph, someone fell for it. Shin believed me, Yoruichi said with a snort. Did he? Do you really think he fell for it? He just didn't call you out. You can't honestly believe he didn't see through it, right? Don't underestimate his perception. Even she had seen through it, so of course Shin had. Unohana was certain of it. You keeping me here, you're not planning something, are you? Yoruichi looked at Unohana suspiciously. She had a feeling Unohana was up to no good and that she needed to be on her guard. No, I was just worried you were up to no good by pretending to be drunk. Unohana said flatly. You can stay here for the night. You can leave tomorrow. With that, Unohana ignored Yoruichi, who was left wondering if Shin had really seen through her act. If he had, why didn't he say anything? On his way back, Shin ran into Kairaku again. That was close. I almost lost my life back there, Kairaku said, looking genuinely shaken. So what are you doing in front of me? I'm warning you, you creepy old man, stay away from me. Don't you know your reputation in the Siri-IDI is in the gutter? Shin took a few steps back, putting some distance between them. And whose fault is that? Kairaku shot back, looking genuinely aggrieved. My reputation with the ladies is in tatters, and it's all your fault. Ever since Shin had joked about Kairaku being gay, the rumor had spread like wildfire, and now every Shinigami in the Siri-IDI believed it. The female Shinigami avoided him, and the male Shinigami avoided him too. He had no idea how it had gotten so out of hand, but the root of the problem was undoubtedly Shin. If he hadn't said it, his reputation wouldn't be in this state. Ahem, I can assure you, I'm not the one who spread that rumor, Shin said. And he was being honest. It doesn't matter anymore. I've accepted it. In a few decades, no one will remember, Kairaku said. His attempts to explain had been fruitless, so he was just going to let time do its work. Do you need something? Shin didn't think Kairaku was just here for a chat. I came to find you. What for? Shin asked Kairaku. If it was a simple matter, he might help. If it was complicated, then he could forget it. I need you to investigate the matter of the disappearing souls in the Rinnegan. You're giving me a mission. Is this from Old Man Yamamoto? Shin asked with a roll of his eyes. It's not from Old Man Yamamoto. It was a request from Shinji Hirako, but I'm a bit busy at the moment. Then go ask Jushiro Yukitake. You two are close, he should be the one helping you. If it were an order from Yamamoto, Shin might have considered it, since he still wanted to make some money off the old man. But a request from Kairaku? He didn't have time for that. I would have, but he's not in the Siri-IDI. He went to the world of the living. You're the one I'm most familiar with, so I came to you. Alright, I'll consider it. But first, let's talk about compensation. You're not expecting me to work for free, are you? You want something in return? Fine. But you'll have to ask Shinji Hirako for it. Then forget it. That cheapskate. I'd be lucky to get a bean out of him. Shin turned and left. Kairaku was about to chase after him, but he sighed and gave up. Knowing Shin, he wouldn't do anything without a reward. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. If you hadn't asked me, Shinji, I wouldn't be doing this tedious work, Kairaku complained. Drop some power stones. Chapter 777, A Blade for Aizen. Thank you all so much for your support. On his way back to the second division, Shin had a sudden realization. Of course. This string of soul disappearances. It had to be related to Aizen. If Aizen's involved, then I should pay him a visit. Shin donned a mask, left a shadow clone behind in the second division to cover for him, and then headed for Rinnegan. Upon arriving, Shin frowned and expanded his senses. He had already memorized Aizen's spiritual pressure. Unless Aizen could completely suppress every last trace of it, Shin would find him. Aizen was a master of concealment, always cautious and never one to reveal his spiritual pressure carelessly. Finding him wouldn't be a walk in the park. Still, Shin was certain Aizen was in Rinnegan right now. He couldn't sense his presence in the Siri. And at this point in time, Aizen wouldn't have any reason to be in Hueco Mundo. There you are, you sly fox. I've got you now. A faint smile touched Shin's lips. Finding Aizen hadn't been easy, but in the end, he couldn't hide forever. Shin had finally cornered him. Now that I've found you, there's no escape. Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka, instantly appearing in one of the more chaotic districts of Rinnegan. The sheer size of Rinnegan, far larger than the Siri, made finding a single person a monumental task. Aizen probably never imagined someone's senses could be so powerful as to pinpoint him from across such a vast area. Well, if it isn't 5th Division's Vice Captain Aizen. What are you up to? Let's see now. I never would have guessed that the kind, gentle Vice Captain Aizen would be preying on common souls in Rinnegan. Shin's taunting voice came from behind Aizen, whose expression turned cold. He slowly turned his head. So you saw. Who are you? Even now, Aizen remained calm. Being discovered was a possibility he had accounted for. If such an accident occurred, he would simply eliminate the witness. That mask, you're the criminal the Siri has been hunting, aren't you? Aizen looked at the mask on Shin's face and suddenly recalled the centuries-old, unsolved case of an intruder who had broken into the Central 46 compound and killed the head of the Tsuneyashiro clan, a highly dangerous individual. That's me. So, feeling like capturing me and earning some brownie points. Shin walked toward Aizen, glancing down at the severely injured blonde girl on the ground. His 360-degree vision caught not only the girl but also a small, silver-haired boy hiding nearby. Interesting. Jin Ikamaru and Ranjiku Matsumoto, is it? This was the incident that fueled Jin's hatred for Aizen, leading him to spend years by Aizen's side, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It was a shame Aizen had the Hogyoku on his side. Jin failed to kill him and was killed in return. Still, Jin's Zanpakuto, Shinso, was impressive, the fastest of them all. Even if it didn't reach 500 times the speed of sound, it was fast enough to wound Aizen, which was no small feat. Captain Shin, is that you? Aizen suddenly asked, as if he had seen through Shin's disguise. Oh. I'm surprised you could recognize me even like this, Aizen. Shin's face showed genuine surprise. He never thought Aizen would be able to identify him. Even Retsu Unohana, who knew him best, would probably struggle to see through his disguise. So it is you, Captain Shin. A glint appeared in Aizen's eyes. He had only been guessing, but his intense observation of Shin over the years paid off. Though Shin kept a low profile, his accomplishments were unforgettable. In Aizen's mind, he was a high-risk individual. Captain Shin, if this little incident were to get out, I imagine you'd be in a far worse position than I would, Aizen said with a placid smile, as if he held all the cards. He even entertained the thought of recruiting Shin. Why don't you join me, Captain Shin? Together, we could build our own empire. Heh. Shin chuckled dryly. Aizen, you're not worthy of partnering with me. Aizen's eyes flickered. Shin thought he wasn't worthy. Was he underestimating him? You think I'm looking down on you? Actually, you're right. Shin's figure vanished from Aizen's sight. The next moment, a flash of steel erupted from behind, piercing clean through Aizen's torso. Looking down at the Zanpakuto blade protruding from his chest, a look of pure shock crossed Aizen's face. While Aizen was undoubtedly a brilliant strategist, perhaps the most intelligent antagonist of all, he was also incredibly arrogant. He believed that aside from head Captain Yamamoto, no one in the Siri could threaten him. Yet here he was, impaled in their very first exchange. I'm sure a small wound like this is nothing to you, Vice Captain Aizen, Shin said with a faint smile. Hey, as expected of Captain Shin. Your strength is far greater than I anticipated. But that's all it is. Even now, Aizen could still laugh. He gripped his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Soijetsu, ignored his wound, and spun around to counterattack. Shin pulled his blade from Aizen's body and blocked the incoming strike. A decent amount of force, but just decent. You said, that's all it is, didn't you, Aizen? Then let's see what you're really made of. Shin's voice was calm. The current Aizen wasn't nearly enough of a threat. Shin was just toying with him. Shatter, Kyoka Soijetsu. Aizen released his Shurikai. Shin just stood there, watching with a calm expression. It was just Kyoka Soijetsu. If he wanted to hypnotize Shin, his spiritual power couldn't be too far below Shin's. But unfortunately for Aizen, the gap between them was as wide as the sky. System, copy Aizen's powers. Shin instructed mentally. The prompt required a divine replication card, but after hundreds of years in the Soul Society, Shin had more than enough to spare. In an instant, all of Aizen's abilities, along with his immense spiritual pressure, became Shin's. He now also had complete mastery over Kyoka Soijetsu. You've already lost, Captain Shin. A smile appeared on Aizen's face. Once caught in Kyoka Soijetsu, his opponent was at his mercy. His Zanpakuto was truly formidable. Even if you knew its ability, once you fell for it, death was the only outcome. You're celebrating a bit too soon. You really think I don't know the ability of your Kyoka Soijetsu? Shin watched Aizen with amusement, enjoying the way his expression began to shift. Drop some power stones. Chapter 778, letting him go. Thank you all so much for your support. Aizen's expression hardened. You know Kyoka Soijetsu? Of course. Complete hypnosis of the five senses, right? Unfortunately for you, it doesn't work on me. Shin revealed his 9-tomo Rinnegan. The terrifying ocular power made Aizen stumble back a few steps, his face turning pale. Is that also your Zanpakuto ability? Aizen had collected data on the Zanpakuto abilities of every captain and vice captain, but the information on Shin's was incredibly vague. According to the intel, it seemed to be a fire-type Zanpakuto, similar to Yamamoto's. Actually, I have Kyoka Soijetsu, too. Shin drew the Zanpakuto at his waist, his voice calm as he uttered the release command. Shatter, Kyoka Soijetsu. Aizen's expression went blank for a moment before he broke free of the hypnosis. It didn't work. Shin then remembered the two ways to break Kyoka Soijetsu's hypnosis: either don't look at the release, or touch the blade of the Zanpakuto before the release. Although Aizen had seen the release, he had touched the blade, not the blade of Shin's Kyoka Soijetsu, but his own. Since both were the same sword, and Shin had copied it directly from Aizen, touching his own blade was enough to break the spell. Aizen's legendary composure finally shattered. Kyoka Soijetsu was his greatest asset, the source of his pride. Discovering that his opponent also possessed it, Aizen couldn't control his emotions. And how did he get it? It was nearly impossible for two identical Zanpakuto to exist. You got your Kyoka Soijetsu from me, didn't you? As expected of a great antagonist, he quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. He must have gotten it from him. You can guess, Shin said with a playful smile. With his greatest advantage gone, Aizen felt utterly helpless. He could do nothing. In the end, he had to compromise. What do you want, Captain Shin? If I'm not mistaken, you don't intend to kill me, do you? Aizen stared at Shin. Surprisingly, he couldn't sense any killing intent from him, as if Shin had no desire to kill him at all. Not bad. As expected of the men I have my eye on. You're quite calm even now. You're pretty good. Shin walked over and patted Aizen's shoulder. A strange light flashed in Aizen's eyes. This was a good opportunity. Shin seemed to have completely let his guard down. If he acted now, he would surely succeed. But after a moment of hesitation, Aizen didn't act. He had made the right choice. Even if he had attacked, could Aizen have really hurt Shin? No, the current Aizen wasn't strong enough. At best, he was slightly stronger than an average captain. He was far from the godlike being he would become. Of course, even Aizen at his peak would be no match for Shin, let alone the current Aizen. The reason Aizen didn't act was that he sensed a crisis. A sudden feeling of danger made him instantly retract his hand. The sense of crisis was too strong, as if death awaited him if he acted. So Aizen suppressed the urge in his heart and didn't act in the end. So, what are your intentions now, Captain Shin? You can go. Shin waved at Aizen, who was stunned. He was actually letting him leave. Was he really not going to deal with him? He had guessed so many things. If any of this got out, Shin Uzumaki could become an enemy of the Siri. Aren't you afraid, Captain Shin? What if I were to expose you as the intruder who broke into the Central 46 compound all those years ago? Aizen asked Shin. Go ahead, if you have the guts. Shin smiled faintly. Was he afraid of Aizen talking? Even if Aizen did talk, how many people would believe him? He had no proof. Words alone were not enough. Besides, Aizen probably wouldn't want to make an enemy of Shin now. If he did, Shin had 100 ways to play him to death. Then, farewell, Captain Shin. Aizen turned and left, not asking any more questions. Whatever Shin's reason for letting him go, it was a good thing for him. His plans were not yet complete. Aizen didn't want to die. Another worthy adversary. How interesting. A fanatical smile spread across Aizen's face. He was eagerly anticipating a rival who could match him. Just like in the original story, Aizen deliberately trained Ichigo Kurosaki. If one didn't know better, they might think Aizen was Ichigo's real father. Originally, Aizen had considered Kasuke Urahara a rival. He admitted that Urahara's intellect surpassed his own. But after understanding Urahara and learning of his willingness to submit to Central 46, Aizen was very disappointed, feeling that Urahara was not worthy of being his opponent. Only someone with the same ambition as him was worthy of being his rival, and this Shin Uzumaki he now knew definitely fit the bill. As for Shin letting Aizen go, his purpose was to let Aizen continue his research on the Hogyoku. In the end, he would still need Aizen for the Hogyoku. Relying solely on Kasuke Urahara was not enough. Urahara, after understanding the Hogyoku's power, even wanted to destroy it. So, in the end, he still had to rely on Aizen. Get up, little one. The act was convincing, I'll give you that. Shin glanced at the little girl lying on the ground, which was Ranjika Matsumoto. Jin Ikamaru, hiding in the distance, didn't want to be discovered and deliberately hid far away, so he couldn't hear what Shin was saying. But he saw Shin's gaze turn to Ranjika Matsumoto and immediately became nervous. He clenched his fists. If Ranjika was in real danger, Jin would definitely rush out. You're lucky to be alive. Your fate must not have been sealed yet. But you should be careful in the future. You might die one day. After Shin finished speaking calmly, he turned and left. Ranjika Matsumoto, who was lying on the ground, also raised her head, her eyes filled with fear. If Shin hadn't appeared, Ranjika Matsumoto definitely wouldn't have survived as she did in the original story. After all, in the original story, Ranjika Matsumoto had only had a portion of her soul taken by a group of Shinigami under Aizen's orders. But this time, she had encountered the mastermind, Aizen, himself. She knew too much now. If Aizen wasn't wary of Shin, he would have directly silenced Ranjika Matsumoto. Even Jin Ikamaru wouldn't have escaped. Aizen had also discovered Jin. But Aizen felt that Shin probably wouldn't let Ranjika Matsumoto go either. After all, Ranjika Matsumoto might also know his secrets. In fact, the current Ranjika Matsumoto didn't know much. She hadn't seen Aizen's face. She had been completely unconscious before and had just woken up, only hearing the voices of Aizen and Shin. Drop some power stones. Chapter 779, Accusations and Interrogations. Thank you all so much for your support. Aizen's plan to create the Hogyoku is already underway. I wonder if Kasuke Urahara has created his own yet. The perfect Hogyoku could only be created by fusing Aizen's creation with Urahara's. Both of their versions were just incomplete prototypes. Of course, even as prototypes, they possessed some power, but they were a far cry from the true, complete Hogyoku. I'll have to wait. I've already waited for so many years, what's a little longer? I'm in no rush. Shin's face showed no sign of impatience. Life in the Soul Reaper world was quite pleasant, so he didn't mind waiting. In the Rakangai, Jin Ikamaru looked at Ranjika Matsumoto with concern. Ranjiku, are you alright? Ranjiku shook her head. She couldn't say she was completely fine, but her life wasn't in danger. As long as her life wasn't in danger, everything was alright. She couldn't ask for more. It's my fault. I was useless. When I saw you get hurt, I was too scared to even move. But Ranjiku, I swear I'll get revenge for you. Jin clenched his fists. He had watched from the shadows as Ranjiku was injured, unable to do anything, not just out of fear, but because of the crushing spiritual pressure. The Ryatsu from Aizen and Shin's clash was so immense that even from a distance, Jin didn't have the strength to stand. Let's just forget about revenge. Panic flickered across Ranjiku's pale face. You can't just go after a Soul Reaper. How could we possibly get revenge? No. Our only chance is to get into the Siriidii. It's the only way we'll be safe. Jin shook his head at Ranjiku. Only by gaining strength could they survive. Though they were safe for now, it was only temporary. They had to find a way to get into the Siriidii, and the only path was through the Shino Academy. Otherwise, as common souls from the Rakangai, they had no chance of ever setting foot in the Siriidii. Only those with the potential to become soul reapers could enter and escape their awkward status in the Rakongai. But, can I really pass the Shino Academy's entrance exam? Ranjiku's face was filled with uncertainty. We have to try, no matter what. Even if we fail, we have to try. How will we know if we don't even try? Jin encouraged Ranjiku. The intelligent Jin knew that if he wanted Ranjiku to survive, their only option was to take their chances at the Shino Academy. There was no other choice. Afterward, the two of them went to take the entrance exam for the Shino Academy. Aizen paid them little mind. He had never considered them a threat and probably assumed Shin had already killed them. If Aizen knew they were still alive, he would likely have taken care of them himself. Where is Lady Yorichi? When Shin returned to the 2nd Division barracks, Soifan immediately asked him. Lady Yorichi had gone to find him, so why had he returned alone? Had something happened to Lady Yorichi? At this thought, a worried expression appeared on Soifan's small face. Nothing could happen to Lady Yorichi. What are you worried about? Yorichi is perfectly fine, Shin said, seeing the worry on Soifan's face. Besides, even if she were in trouble, what could you do with your current strength? Do you really think you could help? Shin's words were blunt, and Soifan's expression turned grim. Though Shin had said Yorichi was fine, Soifan was still worried. But, is Lady Yorichi really okay? Soifan wouldn't be able to rest until she saw Yorichi with her own eyes. Do you really think she'd be in danger in the Siri-IDI? You never know. Who says the Siri-IDI is completely safe? I think there could be danger. Soifan nodded her small head, feeling that even in the Siri-IDI, it wasn't entirely without risk. What if there were bad people in the Siri-IDI? Like the person in front of her. Noticing Soifan's gaze fixed on him, Shin's mouth twitched. Soifan couldn't possibly be thinking of him as a bad guy, could she? You don't think I'm a bad person, do you? Shin asked, his gaze turning a little unfriendly as he stared at Soifan. Lady Yorichi told me you're not a good person. Soifan watched Shin warily. Oh, is that right? So Yorichi's been talking behind my back. Now that I have proof, I'll have to make sure she pays for that in a very creative way when she gets back. Shin said, cracking his knuckles. Soifan suddenly felt a little uneasy. Had she said the wrong thing? Had she just gotten Lady Yorichi into trouble? Little girl, aren't you planning on leaving the 2nd Division? Shin asked, pinching Soifan's small cheek. Though Soifan tried to maintain a serious expression, her forced seriousness only made Shin want to tease her more. No. I will wait for Lady Yorichi to return before I leave the 2nd Division. Until she saw Yorichi return, Soifan was determined not to leave the 2nd Division. Alright, you can stay here then. Shin didn't object. Besides, Yorichi had already told him that Soifan would be staying in the 2nd Division from now on. She hoped Shin would teach Soifan, and Shin had no problem with that. It was just teaching Soifan, after all. When he had free time, he didn't mind guiding her a bit. He had no ill feelings towards Soifan and didn't mind her at all. The next morning, Yorichi finally returned. Lady Yorichi, you're finally back. I thought something happened to you. Soifan looked at Yorichi with two large, dark-circled eyes. Soifan, you didn't sleep all night? Yorichi asked, looking at Soifan. Yes, I was waiting for Lady Yorichi to come back. Soifan nodded. Looking at her, Yorichi felt a mix of wanting to comfort her and being a little annoyed. You don't have to wait for me like this in the future. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yorichi patted Soifan's shoulder, telling her not to worry. Her concern was completely unnecessary. With her strength, what danger could she possibly encounter? In fact, there was a danger in the Siri-IDI, Aizen. He was a huge threat. I understand, Lady Yorichi. Soifan nodded obediently. Yorichi patted her little head, then went to find Shin. Of course, she was going to confront him. Hey, Shin, what's wrong with you? You just watched Soifan stay up all night waiting for me. Yorichi said, looking at Shin angrily, sticking up for Soifan. How is that my fault? I tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. She insisted on waiting for you. I think the problem lies with you. Hearing Yorichi pin the blame on him, Shin was instantly annoyed. He wasn't Danzo, the king of taking the blame. He wouldn't just take whatever was thrown at him. He was lucky he hadn't settled scores with Yorichi yet. Drop some power stones. Chapter 780, you want to spar with me? Thank you all so much for your support. And another thing, you've been bad-mouthing me to Soifan. I should be the one settling scores with you, yet you have the nerve to come here and chew me out. You've got some guts, I'll give you that. Shin said, cracking his knuckles as he looked at Yorichi, making her smile sheepishly. When did I ever badmouth you to Soifan? Don't make things up. I'm not that kind of person. Is that so? Then explain to me why Soifan thinks I'm a bad person. And she told me earlier that you were the one who said I was, right? Shin grabbed Yoruichi to prevent her from escaping. Caught by Shin, Yoruichi couldn't get away and could only smile sheepishly. Alright, I admit it was my fault. Can you let me go now? There was no way out, Yoruichi could only admit her mistake. Shin then tapped her on the head. Don't act like I forced you to admit it. It was your fault to begin with. Shin then handed all the 2ND Division's affairs over to Yoruichi. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. Soifan, having stayed in the 2nd Division, had become completely familiar with Shin and was no longer wary of him. Mainly because Shin would give her pointers whenever he had free time, so Soifan's impression of Shin was now quite good. Look at how hard Soifan works. When are you ever going to put in some effort? I'm really worried about you. Shin glanced at Yoruichi as he was teaching Soifan. You're one to talk. Are you that diligent? You even have me do your work for you. What do you think would happen if I reported you? What, you want to report me and seize power? If that's what you want, you don't have to go through all that trouble. I can just give you the captain's position. Shin said that being a captain or not didn't matter to him. He had been a captain for so many years that he was getting a bit tired of it. I'm not that stupid. You're already so irresponsible as a captain. If you weren't, I suspect you wouldn't handle anything at all. Yoruichi had no interest in the captain's position either. In fact, though she was a vice-captain now, she had the authority of a captain. Shin didn't handle any matters, leaving everything to Yoruichi, so her authority was naturally great. Shin had no comment on this and wished he could hand everything over to Yoruichi. I heard a prodigy named Jin Ikamaru has appeared recently. Yoruichi said to Shin. Hearing this name, Shin raised an eyebrow. Aizen didn't kill Jin Ikamaru? He wondered if Aizen would still make a move now. And did Ranjaku Matsumoto die? Since Jin was still alive, Ranjaku should be alive too. Oh, you're paying attention to him. Thinking of recruiting him into the 2nd Division. Shin asked Yoruichi. Jin Ikamaru was indeed a prodigy. Among all the captains, Jin's strength should be considered quite good. His Zanpakuto, Shinso, was really powerful. Shin planned to go see Jin sometime and copy it. But the current Jin probably hadn't even achieved Shirkai yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. He'd wait until Jin achieved Shirkai and became a captain. It's too late to recruit him into the 2nd Division. He's already in the 3rd Division and just became the 3rd seat right after joining. Not many people became a 3rd seat right after joining their division. Shin had been one of them. Oh, so he still ended up in the 3rd Division. Shin smiled, then waited for Jin to become the captain of the 3rd Division. As for the current captain of the 3rd Division, it was Rojuro Odoribashi, but it wouldn't be long. After Aizen's scheme, quite a few captains and vice-captains would undergo holification. A large number of positions would open up, and Aizen would become the captain of the 5th Division after that. Captain Shin, I want to spar with you, Soifan said, running over to Shin. Shin, who was chatting with Yoruichi, was slightly stunned by her words. Soifan wanted to spar with him. Are you sure you want to spar with me? Yes. Soifan nodded, holding her rather small Zanpakuto. Her Zanpakuto had already achieved Shirkai. Soifan's Zanpakuto was named Suzumabachi, and its ability was Naijiki Kasatsu, 2-step kill. The first strike created a black butterfly pattern, the Homanka, on the target. If the center of that pattern was struck again, the Homanka would form an overlapping, 8-sided shape, and the enemy would die. 2-step kill sounded incredibly broken, but in reality, it wasn't that powerful. It had no effect on opponents with much higher spiritual pressure than her own. Alright. Since you want to spar, I'll indulge you. I just hope you don't get discouraged. Shin patted Soifan's little head. Soifan lowered her head, her face turning slightly red, then looked at Shin seriously. Soifan also knew she was definitely no match for Shin. The reason she wanted to spar with him was to test her own progress. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. Soifan directly released her Shirkai, which transformed into a small blade attached to her finger, perfect for assassination. This was why Soifan was a perfect fit for the 2nd Division and the Stealth Force. However, her Bankai was a bit huge. Though its power was great and could cause a one-hit kill, it also had major flaws. It was heavy and couldn't be hidden. And the so-called one-hit kill was just a name. But its power was indeed impressive, at least an average hollow or captain would be powerless against it. I'm coming. Soifan said, then quickly used Shuinpa, instantly appearing behind Shin, her Suzumabachi stabbing towards him. Just as she was about to make contact with Shin, a hand suddenly clamped down on her wrist, and then she was thrown out. Soifan somersaulted a few times in the air, then landed on the ground. Though she had absorbed some of the force, the fall still hurt. But Soifan's expression didn't change at all. A small injury was inevitable, and this wasn't a major one. She charged towards Shin again, but every time she was about to attack him, she would be thrown out. After more than a dozen times, Soifan was a little discouraged. If he had really been trying to kill her, she would have probably died more than a dozen times already. Challenging me is pointless, Shin said to Soifan. Fighting him, sparring with him, was really pointless. The final result would be that she couldn't test anything, because even if Soifan's strength was 10 times greater, she would still be easily thrown out by Shin. If you really want to test your progress, come with me to Hueco Mundo. You can practice on some of the hollows there, Shin said to Soifan. All right. But going to Hueco Mundo, isn't that against the rules? There's a rule against going to Hueco Mundo rashly, Soifan agreed, then suddenly remembered the rule and became a bit hesitant. It's not breaking the rules if you don't get caught, right? Why think so much? But if you don't want to go, I won't force you, Shin said with a smile. Drop some power stones. Chapter 781, Yoruchi, my little bee has defected. Thank you all so much for your support. After a moment of hesitation, Soifan's desire to grow stronger won out. She decided to follow Shin's advice. She would sneak into Hueco Mundo. Just as Shin said, as long as she wasn't discovered, everything would be fine. It was the first time Soifan, the ever-obedient girl, had ever considered such a thing. But the thought of breaking the rules, it sent a thrill through her. Everyone has a rebellious streak. The more something is forbidden, the more you want to do it. You're going to Hueco Mundo. I'm coming too. Like hell you are. Shin bluntly pushed Yoruchi back. If you don't let me go, I'll report you. Yoruchi played her trump card. Oh. Getting bold, are we? You think you can report me? Go right ahead. Shin shrugged. Was he supposed to be scared of Yoruchi reporting him? Besides, would she really do it? It was probably just an empty threat. And even if she did report it, it would be useless. He created 2 shadow clones. One of them used the transformation jutsu to take on Soifan's appearance. What are you going to report? We're right here in the Siriiti, aren't we? Shin said to Yoruchi with a grin. Let's go, Soifan. Shin led the astonished Soifan out of the 2nd Division barracks and into Hueco Mundo, using Yamatsu Hirasaka. No one would ever know. That bastard, Yoruchi muttered, annoyed that Shin and Soifan had left her behind for Hueco Mundo. I'll settle the score with him when they get back. And my little bee, she just agreed to run off with Shin without a word. Thinking of Soifan, Yoruchi couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Soifan hadn't even invited her. Their relationship seemed to be getting closer and closer. Soifan used to idolize her, but now it seemed she'd switched her admiration to that guy Shin. Just the thought left a sour taste in her mouth. It felt like someone was poaching her territory, and she didn't like it one bit. Meanwhile, Shin and Soifan had arrived in Hueco Mundo. It was her first time here, and she looked around with endless curiosity. So this is Hueco Mundo. Soifan scanned her surroundings warily. She knew Hueco Mundo was a dangerous place. She had learned about it at the academy and had even hunted hollows for her graduation exam. Don't let her age fool you. Soifan had already graduated from the Shino Academy and joined the 2nd Division. She was just a regular squad member for now, but her skills were already close to a 3rd seats. After all, Yoruchi had taught her a series of powerful techniques like Shunko, Advanced Shuinpa, and Utsusimi. Shin had also taught her some Kido spells she knew. That's right, this is Hueco Mundo. But you don't need to be so worried. With me here, you're not in any real danger. Shin gently patted Soifan's head. The gesture made her blush and lower her gaze. If Yoruchi saw this, she'd definitely scream that her little bee had defected. The number of hollows in Hueco Mundo is growing. Shin led Soifan in search of Minos Grande. For her to practice on, Jillian class were the best choice. If she fought one-on-one, her speed should be enough to take one down. In a head-on clash of strength, she'd lose, but Soifan was an agile assassin, not a frontline brawler. 3 Minos ahead. I'll take care of 2. You handle the last one. Shin spotted 3 Jillian lumbering toward them. They were just cannon fodder in Hueco Mundo. Shin crushed 2 of them with his spiritual pressure alone. Soifan froze, staring at Shin in utter shock. He crushed a Jillian with just his spiritual pressure. What kind of power was that? She couldn't even imagine it. When would she ever possess such immense spiritual pressure? Truthfully, she probably never would, even in a few hundred years. Talent is a factor you can't overcome with hard work alone. Soifan was talented, a genius even. But there's a world of difference between a genius and a true monster. Her talent couldn't compare to a real prodigy. What are you waiting for? That Jillian is already attacking. Shin's reminder snapped Soy Fan back to reality. She nodded, immediately releasing her Shirkai and charging the Jillian. Against a Minos, she had to use her Shirkai, or she wouldn't stand a chance. She appeared behind the Jillian in an instant and lunged, her small Zanpakuto plunging into its body. The blade couldn't cause much damage, but it left behind a homonka mark. If she could hit the same spot twice, she could kill the Jillian instantly. Just as she was about to strike again, the Jillian spun around and swatted at her. Still not agile enough. Shin shook his head. If it were him, he could have struck twice before the Jillian even reacted. Utsasimi. She used the technique to dodge the blow, otherwise she would have been injured. It's so fast. Soy Fan exclaimed. In Shin's eyes, the Jillian was slow. Its massive size guaranteed it. But to Soy Fan, its reaction time was incredible. It was a matter of perspective, a difference in power. If you can't kill it in one go, this is going to be a tough fight for you, Shin said. With her Zanpakuto, Suzumabachi, a one-shot kill was the fastest solution. If not, it would turn into a direct confrontation, and the outcome would be uncertain. Just like now, with Soy Fan in the awkward position of an assassin fighting a Jillian head-on. Shin understood. Soy Fan had very little combat experience. It was fine. With more battles, her strength would gradually improve. Captain Shin is watching. I can't lose to this thing. I have to prove myself and earn his approval, she thought silently. She launched another attack, dodging the Jillian's slow Siro. Drop some power stones. Chapter 782, Bonus, God King of Hueco Mundo, Barragan Luzenbairn. Thank you for 100 power stones, here's your bonus chapter. As the battle with the Jillian wore on, Soy Fan slowly started to get the hang of it. Turns out this Minos wasn't as tough as she'd imagined. It was just her lack of experience talking. Now, through combat, she was gaining the experience she needed and could easily handle the Jillian. Although a Jillian's power was comparable to a vice-captain's, they were generally no match for one in a real fight due to their limited intelligence, unless it was an ambush or a mutated variant. While most Jillian were lumbering simpletons, exceptions did exist among their vast numbers. Die. Soy Fan's Zanpakuto struck the center of the homonka mark. The two butterfly patterns overlapped, and the Jillian instantly dropped dead. Her two-hit kill ability was actually quite powerful. Though it was ineffective against those with superior spiritual pressure, if Shin were to use it, who could possibly block it? Shin had already copied her Zanpakuto's ability, he had more than enough replication cards to spare. He received one every year, and even the common ones could be synthesized into advanced and divine cards. Having been in the Bleach world for centuries, he had accumulated quite a few. He had even copied Retsu Unohana's Zanpakuto, an ability he hadn't replicated before. Phew. Captain Shin, how did I do? Soy Fan asked, looking at Shin with an expectant expression, as if hoping for praise. You've only faced giant hollows before. This was your first time against a Minos Grande. You did all right. Shin nodded. This wasn't the time to crush her confidence. Knowing Soy Fan's personality, a little praise wouldn't make her arrogant, in fact, it would motivate her even more. Thank you, Captain Shin. I'll do even better next time. Soy Fan was as ecstatic as if she'd received the highest honor. I look forward to it. Shin smiled, then led her deeper into Hueco Mundo. Combat was indeed the best way to gain experience. Now, Soy Fan could instantly kill a Jillian, something many captains couldn't do. Of course, that was because her Zanpakuto was a weapon designed for stealthy assassinations. Your strength is probably around the level of a vice-captain now. Shin said, looking at Soy Fan. Thanks to her hard work, her strength was improving rapidly. Vice-captain level. Soy Fan nodded, still not arrogant. She felt her current power was not enough. She wanted to become even stronger. Her original goal was to protect Lady Uruchi, to always stand by her side. Now, she had another goal, to protect Shin, to always stand by his side. So, she didn't think her current strength was sufficient. She needed to be stronger. Should we continue training in Hueco Mundo? They had been in Hueco Mundo for several months now. Shin looked at the desolate landscape, starting to get sick of it. There was nothing here. No one could possibly like this place. Yes, I want to continue training in Hueco Mundo, Soy Fan nodded to Shin. If Soy Fan wanted to stay, Shin couldn't just leave. Leaving her alone in Hueco Mundo would be too dangerous. Though she could easily handle a single Jillian now, she might not be able to deal with several at once. Not to mention, there were also Ajuchas and Vasto Lord here. Although encounters with them were rare, it was still a possibility. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. What's this skeleton doing blocking my path? You've got a death wish. Soul Reaper, how dare you speak to the great Emperor Barragan like that? Oh, it's you. Hearing the other party's words, Shin instantly knew who it was. He had been about to swat this Vasto Lord out of the way for being so rude, but now he took a closer look at Baragon. At this time, Baragon should be the God King of Hueco Mundo. Aizen hadn't interfered in Hueco Mundo yet, so Baragon was the true ruler of Las Noches. In reality, many Minos Grande had not submitted to him. The future second Espada, should he kill him now? What terrifying spiritual pressure. Soy Fan subconsciously hid behind Shin, then felt a pang of shame. Wasn't she supposed to protect Captain Shin? How could she hide behind him now? So, steeling herself against the terrifying spiritual pressure, Soy Fan stood in front of Shin. What are you doing, little girl? Are you trying to fight him? I appreciate the sentiment, but you should stay behind me for now. Shin pulled Soy Fan behind him. Let alone facing Baragon, even against an Ajuchas, the current Soy Fan was no match. Even at her peak, she wouldn't be as strong as Baragon. But the current Baragon hadn't reached his peak yet. After his resurrection, Baragon's strength would be even greater. In this era, besides Coyote Stark, Baragon Luzenbaron's strength was probably the strongest. Soul Reaper, since you've trespassed into my territory, you must know the price you have to pay. Baragon's chilling gaze was fixed on Shin. What price? Why don't you tell me? Shin sneered. A single Baragon, could he pose a threat to him now? Even at his peak, Shin could crush him with ease. It wasn't an exaggeration. Just like Aizen, who had toyed with Baragon using Kyoka Suigetsu. You're just a Vasto Lord. I've killed plenty of your kind. What makes you think you can act so high and mighty in front of me? Shin raised his hand, and a terrifying amount of spiritual pressure gathered. Not good, Ciro Oscuras. Sensing danger, Baragon immediately fired a Ciro Oscuras at Shin. Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. A blue beam shot towards Baragon, the terrifying light carrying the power of thunder, destroying the Ciro Oscuras. Then it slammed into Baragon's body. His arm had vanished, and his body was sent flying an unknown distance. Fortunately, his body was tough enough, and his mastery of He Arrow and high-speed regeneration was strong. Otherwise, Baragon would be dead. That's Kido. Soy Fan's eyes widened, looking at the damage caused by Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Shin hadn't even been serious. It was just a casual spell, cast without an incantation and with very little spiritual pressure. If he had been serious, Baragon would have been completely annihilated. Drop some power stones. Chapter 783, this is just my natural charm. Thank you all so much for your support. Baragon scrambled to his feet, shot a look in Shin's direction, and then bolted without a second thought. The move even caught Shin off guard for a second. So much for the dignity of the king of Hueco Mundo, Shin scoffed, watching Baragon flee. He didn't bother giving chase. If he had really wanted to kill Baragon, the so-called king wouldn't have survived a second blow. Besides, Shin was actually looking forward to Baragon becoming an Arrancar later on. His Resurrection was quite formidable. Resurrection is the ability an Arrancar gains, allowing them to release the true form of their Zanpakuto. It's essentially their equivalent of a Soul Reaper Shirkai. Captain Shin, you're so strong, Soy Fan murmured, her eyes filled with adoration. In that moment, Shin had officially surpassed everyone else in her mind as the person she admired most. Even Yoruchi had been pushed to second place. If Yoruchi knew, who knows how she would feel. It was nothing. The enemy was just too weak, Shin said with a smile. And it wasn't just Shin showing off. In his eyes, Baragon truly didn't amount to much. The man was just too weak. Once he became an Arrancar, he might be a bit more interesting. Let's go. Time to hunt more Vasto Lord. The encounter with Baragon was just a minor detour for Shin. For Baragon, however, it was a major crisis. He had abandoned his own fortress, Las Noches, and fled, terrified that Shin might come after him. After about a year in Hueco Mundo, Shin finally left with Soy Fan. By then, she had achieved her Bankai. With a single strike of her Jukoho Reikaben, she had obliterated a Jillian. But the spiritual pressure it consumed was immense. After using her Bankai, Soy Fan was practically out of the fight. If she couldn't finish an enemy with it, she'd be left completely vulnerable. Soy Fan was still young, but her spiritual pressure would continue to grow. Right now, her strength was probably somewhere above a lieutenant but not quite at a captain's level. She couldn't match a full-fledged captain, but she was definitely stronger than the average lieutenant. Of course, average was the key word. Some lieutenants, like Aizen or even Yoruchi back in the day, had power that far exceeded that of a captain. Yoruchi's strength might not have vastly surpassed every captain, but she was certainly stronger than most. Let's go. We should head back. I bet Yoruchi is cursing us out every day by now. Shin led Soy Fan back to the second division. That damned Shin, who knows when he'll be back. When he gets here, I'll teach him a lesson, Yoruichi grumbled, slamming her hand on the table. The Soul Reapers outside could hear it. They had lost count of how many tables had been replaced in the 2nd Division barracks. Looks like I was right. She really is cursing us out, Shin said to Soifan. Captain Shin, I don't think Lady Yoruichi was cursing me out. It sounds like she's just mad at you, Soifan pointed out. Soifan, you're making this very awkward for me. Shin gently pinched Soifan's cheek, then pushed open the door and walked in. The moment she saw him, Yoruichi shot forward, throwing a furious punch. Shin caught her fist easily, stopping the weak attack. You're starting to act more and more like Tsunade, Shin couldn't help but say. Yoruichi, who had been about to explode, suddenly narrowed her eyes. She leaned in and asked, this Tsunade you mentioned, is she a man or a woman? You know me. I don't really know that many men, so of course she's a woman. Even if I told you about her, you wouldn't know who she is. Maybe I'll introduce you all someday if I get the chance. Shin waved his hand dismissively. Yoruichi stared at him, her eyes still narrowed. Fine. Even if she pushed, he probably wouldn't say anything. If she knew one thing about him, it was that if Shin didn't want to talk, you could never force it out of him. So, Yoruichi decided to drop it. Soifan, your strength has improved a lot. Yoruichi's gaze shifted to Soifan. She could feel the formidable aura radiating from her. Yes. It's all thanks to Captain Shin's guidance. Soifan's eyes were filled with deep admiration as she looked at Shin. Yoruichi's eyebrow twitched, and a wave of irritation washed over her. Did you brainwash Soifan or something? Why is she looking at you with such hero worship? Don't be ridiculous. Would I do something so tasteless? This is just my natural charm. Shin waved his hand. It was definitely his own personal charm. While he could technically brainwash someone and alter their will with an ability like Koto Amatsukami, he wouldn't stoop to that level. The reason he had never copied Koga Kuchiki's Muramasa was because he already had Koto Amatsukami, which was far superior. Heh. That sounds exactly like something you do, Yoruichi retorted, giving him a disdainful look. She was getting more irritated by the second, unable to stand his smug attitude. Lady Yoruichi, please don't say that. Captain Shin has been very good to me. He hasn't done anything wrong. And his strength, it's incredible. Soifan's expression turned ecstatic as she recalled the moment Shin had sent Baragan flying, severely injuring him with a single blow. Baragan was a Vasto Lord. To be able to heavily wound a Vasto Lord with one move. Soifan deeply admired the strong, and Shin was the strongest person she had ever met. You, Soifan. I never should have let you go with him. Yoruichi's heart soured, and she shot Shin a furious glare. Soifan was supposed to be her #1 fan, and now she'd been poached. Of course Yoruichi was beyond annoyed. Soifan, are you abandoning me? Yoruichi asked. Of course not. In my heart, Lady Yoruichi and Captain Shin are equally important, more important than my own life, Soifan said, her expression serious. Sigh. In such a short time, you've already risen to my level in Soifan's heart, Yoruichi couldn't help but say with a sigh. Stop sighing. I've been gone for a while. Have you been handling the 2nd Division's work? I need to check, Shin said to Yoruichi. Yoruichi rolled her eyes at him and said coldly, I didn't do it. I don't have time for that. Oh. If you didn't do it, then what's this? Shin suddenly held up a file, filled with 2nd Division reports. That wasn't me. I would never help you, Yoruichi snorted, her tone full of pride. Seeing her tsundere act, Shin just smiled, glanced at the file, set it down, and vanished. Captain Shin is gone. Where did he go? Soifan asked, looking at Yoruichi with confusion after Shin disappeared in the blink of an eye. Do you even have to ask? He obviously went to the 4th Division. If he didn't, I'll eat this table on the spot, Yoruichi said irritably. She knew Shin all too well. Drop some power stones. Chapter 784, The Captain Holification Incident. Thank you all so much for your support. Don't you believe me, Soifan? Since you don't believe Shin went to the 4th Division, I'll take you there myself to see. Yoruichi suddenly grabbed Soifan and left the 2nd Division barracks. Soifan was probably completely baffled at this moment. She had never said she didn't believe Yoruichi, nor had she shown any sign of disbelief. In fact, from the moment Yoruichi had said it, Soifan had believed her completely. The truth was, Yoruichi just wanted an excuse to go to the 4th Division and was using Soifan as a shield. The poor, clueless Soifan had no idea she was being used as a convenient excuse. You haven't been to the 4th Division in a long time, Retsu Unohana said to Shin. I couldn't help it. I was in Hueco Mundo. To be honest, I really wanted to come here and enjoy your tea. Shin said with a pleasant smile as he sipped his tea. It was the same kind of tea, but the person who brewed it made all the difference. The taste was, of course, entirely different. If I'm not mistaken, Yoruichi will probably be here soon, Unohana said with a small smile. She had noticed a pattern. Not long after Shin arrived, Yoruichi would inevitably follow. Shin shrugged. He knew Yoruichi might come. He also wasn't surprised she could guess where he was. Besides the 4th division, there was nowhere else he'd go. Sure enough, just 10 minutes later, Yoruichi and Soifan arrived at the 4th division, swinging the office door open with practiced ease. Her gaze landed on Shin, who was chatting with Unohana. Soifan has something to discuss with you, Yoruichi said to Shin. Soifan, who was standing behind Yoruichi, was completely lost. What business did she have with him? She had none. But just as she was about to speak, Yoruichi gave her a little nudge from behind. Soifan understood and simply nodded at Shin. You know, if you wanted to come find me, you could have just come. Why bother with all these excuses and drag Soifan into it? Shin said with a helpless shrug. Yoruichi shot him a glare, then sat down expressionlessly and poured herself a cup of tea. You just had to expose me like that, didn't you? How embarrassing. Soifan stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Please, sit down, Soifan. Unohana gestured to a seat. She was also quite familiar with Soifan. Thank you, Captain Unohana, Soifan said politely, then sat down quietly. She was a far cry from the hot-tempered Soifan of the original story. While Shin and the others were enjoying their tea in the 4th division, a major incident was unfolding in the Rinnegan. Damn you, Aizen. Shinji Hirako's face twisted in a snarl. A series of soul disappearances in the Rinnegan had led Kensei Muguruma and Mashiro Kuna to investigate, only to be ambushed by Kaname Tozen, acting on Aizen's orders. Shinji, Love Aikawa, Rojuro Odoribashi, Lisa Yadamaru, Hachijin Ashoda, and Hayori Saragaki had been sent as backup. But they too had fallen into Aizen's trap and were now slowly undergoing hollowification. Are we going to turn into hollows? Love Aikawa clenched his fists. For now, he could still maintain his sanity. But it wouldn't be long before his mind was completely gone. I'm too late. By the time Kasuke Urahara and Tessai Tsukabashi arrived, it was already over. They had already begun to hollowify. What do we do now? Tessai asked Urahara. Don't panic. It's not as bad as it looks. I can slow down your hollowification, but what comes next, that's going to be a real problem. Urahara, who was usually all jokes and light-hearted humor, couldn't bring himself to smile. For whatever reason, they were now tainted with hollow powers, and the Soul Society would not tolerate their existence. Forget the Central 46, even the stubborn Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto would never let them go. And then there was Aizen, lurking deep in the shadows. Though they knew he was behind it, they had no proof. With Aizen's pristine image, it would be impossible to move against him without solid evidence. Urahara led them away and helped them temporarily suppress the hollowification. In a way, what Shinji and the others were undergoing could be considered an evolution. They possessed the powers of a Soul Reaper and had also gained the powers of a Hollow, breaking the barrier between the two. You have to leave the Soul Society now. If you stay here, you'll be executed. Urahara said to Shinji and the others. We haven't dealt with that bastard Aizen yet, and you want me to leave the Soul Society? Hayori Saragaki shrieked. This is all your fault, you bald idiot. Hayori Saragaki shrieked, landing a flurry of kicks on Shinji Hirako. You couldn't even keep an eye on your own lieutenant, and now look at us. You can't beat Aizen now. Don't be reckless. Even if you could all team up and take him on, Aizen isn't the only one you'd have to worry about here. Urahara said to them. They were now infused with hollow powers. Even their friends might not be willing to help them. Your only option is to go to the human world. I can send you there. You can get your revenge on Aizen later. Urahara said to them. It was the only way. Though some wanted to stay, the majority ruled. Just as Urahara was sending them to the human world, Aizen, through the Central 46, exposed their crimes and branded them as traitors. This time, Yoruichi wasn't involved. She didn't even know what was happening. She was still in the 4th division, trading barbs with Shin. Captains, the head captain has called a meeting. There's something important. Just as Shin and the others were about to eat, a Soul Reaper ran in to report. What a buzzkill, interrupting us at a time like this, Shin said irritably. He, Unohana, and Yoruichi then headed to the 1st Division barracks. Soifan stayed behind. Captain meetings were only for captains and lieutenants. After arriving at the 1st Division barracks and seeing so many captains missing, Shin knew what had happened. Looks like I missed a good show. Shin realized he had missed out. They weren't here, so they must have been framed by Aizen and forced to flee. He glanced at Aizen. Sensing Shin's gaze, Aizen gave him a gentle, refined smile. There was no trace of hostility in his eyes. Aizen's acting was truly superb, no one could tell he wasn't a good person. If Shin weren't a transmigrator who knew exactly what kind of person Aizen was, he might have been fooled too. Shin had to wonder what kind of acting chops it took for someone so inherently cold and heartless to project such a warm and popular persona. He almost wanted to take acting lessons from the guy. But Shin probably couldn't pull it off. Even if he copied Aizen's acting skills, he could never be like him. Their personalities were too different. Drop some power stones. Chapter 785, I'll twist your head off. Thank you all so much for your support. As you've all noticed, several of our captains are absent. After the other captains had assembled, Yamamoto addressed the room. Come on, old men, don't beat around the bush. Just spit it out, Kairaku Shunsui said to Yamamoto. Yamamoto shot him a single glance, and Kairaku immediately offered an awkward smile, falling silent. Shinji Hirako, Hayori Saragaki, Lisa Yatamaru, Hachijin Ashoda, Kensei Miyagiruma, Rojuro Odoribashi, Love Ikawa, and Mashiro Kuna have dabbled in the power of hollows and have now fled to escape punishment. The captain of the 12th Division, Kisuki Rahara, and the Grand Keto Chief, Tessai Tsukabshi, are their accomplices. There must be some kind of misunderstanding, Kairaku immediately protested. There had to be a mistake. Why would they ever seek the power of a hollow? They have already escaped. That is a fact, Yamamoto stated flatly. This is a directive from Central 46. Go to the world of the living and bring them back. Yamamoto then produced a document. Kairaku's brow furrowed. He was on good terms with some of those captains, but now, he was in no position to speak for them. Captain Shin, Captain Kiganjo, you two will be responsible for bringing them back. Yamamoto assigned the mission to Shin and Kenpachi Kiganjo. Kiganjo was the 10th Kenpachi and the 10th captain of the 11th Division. His strength was considerable, though he would later be defeated by Kenpachi Zaraki, who would then take his place as captain. Just the two of us. I think you're underestimating them, head captain, Shin said, looking at Yamamoto. Yamamoto considered this for a moment and agreed. Although he knew Shin was powerful, he had no idea of the true extent of his strength. Shin had never truly revealed his power, not even to Retsu Unohana. There simply hadn't been an opponent worthy of his full strength. In that case, Kairaku Shunsui will go with you. Furthermore, the 5th Division's vice-captain, Sosuke Aizen, will now serve as captain. The 3rd Division's vice-captain, Jin Ikamaru, will serve as the captain of the 3rd Division. Hearing this, Shin glanced at Jin Ikamaru. That was a quick promotion. He had only just become a vice-captain, and now he was lucky enough to be made a captain. The same went for the 9th Division's former vice-captain, Kaname Tozen. With the defection of the 9th Division's captain, Kensei Miyagiruma, he too had become a captain. The Siriitii was undergoing a massive shift in its leadership. Such a major change was usually only seen during a war with Wako Mundo. You know, I have a feeling there's more to this story. After leaving the 1st Division barracks, Kairaku said to Shin. You must have noticed it too. There's definitely something wrong here. I haven't noticed anything, and don't ask me. The matter is settled. And you should be careful from now on. Shin said to Kairaku. What do you mean? Kairaku didn't understand what Shin was implying. In truth, Shin was warning him because he was under the influence of Kyokusuijetsu. Aizen had previously demonstrated his Zanpakuto-S ability, placing everyone except Shin under its complete hypnosis. It wasn't that Aizen didn't want to hypnotize Shin, it was that he couldn't. Let's go. To the world of the living, Shin said to Kairaku and Kiganjo. Are you giving me orders? Kiganjo grinned at Shin. Shin stopped, turning to look at Kiganjo with a blank expression. If you don't want to go, then get lost. Don't stand here trying to provoke me, or I'll twist your head right off. Shin's icy words grated on Kiganjo, who was currently riding a wave of self-satisfaction. Not long ago, he had defeated the previous Kenpachi to claim the title for himself. His pride was at its peak. Of course, that pride wouldn't last long. Soon enough, Kenpachi Zaraki would come along and cut him down. We're all captains of the Gotei 13. Let's try to get along, Kairaku quickly interjected. He knew Shin meant what he said. The last thing they needed was a fight among themselves before they even reached the world of the living. And if a fight did break out, Kiganjo would undoubtedly be the one to die. Even though it had been a long time since he'd seen Shin in action, Kairaku was well aware of his true strength. Kiganjo was no match for him. If he actually fought Shin, he would be slaughtered. Kairaku was trying to save Kiganjo, but the men didn't appreciate it at all. He continued to glare fiercely at Shin. Without a backward glance, Shin walked into the Senkamen, having already passed a death sentence on Kiganjo in his mind. Kairaku and Kiganjo followed him through. When they emerged, only Shin and Kairaku remained. Kiganjo was gone. Where's Kiganjo? Kayaraku asked, stunned. Maybe the Senkaman had a malfunction. He probably ran into some trouble, Shin said to Kayaraku. Kayaraku looked at Shin, suspecting he had something to do with it, but he had no proof. Sigh. Kayaraku sighed, knowing that with Shin's personality, saying anything now would be useless. If Shin was truly responsible, then Kiganjo's fate was likely sealed. Oh well. It's not like I was close to him anyway. There was no need to pick a fight with Shin over it. So how do we find Hirako and the others now? Kayaraku asked. Are you really planning to drag them back? Shin was just here for a vacation. He had no intention of actually capturing Hirako and his group. Honestly, I think this whole thing is strange. What's really going on? Kayaraku asked Shin. Why ask me? You think I'd know? I have no idea, so don't bother asking. Shin shook his head, refusing to tell Kayaraku the truth. He would let Aizen stay hidden for now. After all, he was counting on Aizen to create the Hogyoku. He wouldn't sabotage him now. Let Aizen follow his original path. What if the Hogyoku wasn't created otherwise? My gut tells me you know something, Kayaraku said, looking at Shin. Don't be ridiculous. Come on, let's go find a place to have some fun. Shin walked off, leaving Kayaraku behind. Kayaraku watched him for a moment before catching up. I say, Shin, are you really not going to do the mission? How are we going to explain this to the old man? Kayaraku asked as he ran up to him. It's simple. I have a way. It won't be a problem, just trust me, Shin said, patting Kayaraku's shoulder. Drop some power stones. Chapter 786, killing you is effortless. Thank you all so much for your support. When Shin said it wouldn't be a problem, Kayaraku's anxiety only grew. The more Shin tried to reassure him, the more he felt something was bound to go wrong. I don't believe you when you say it won't be a problem, Kayaraku said warily. Still don't trust me. Would I really set you up? I'm such an honest person, I'd never do that. Shin said, patting Kayaraku's shoulder again. Kayaraku's mouth twitched. If Shin had claimed to be handsome, Kayaraku would have just accepted it as a fact. The guy was indeed good-looking. But to call himself honest? Kayaraku didn't believe it for a second. How about we split up for now? Kayaraku left, heading off to search for Hirako and the others. He needed to find them to understand why they had defected. He didn't believe they would truly covet the power of hollows and betray the Soul Society. Shin watched him leave and shook his head, then entered the Kamui dimension. Inside, besides Shin, there was another person. It was Kenpachi Kiganjo. On the way through the Dangai, Shin had pulled him into the Kamui dimension. At this moment, Kiganjo was frantically attacking everything in sight with his Zanpakuto. You idiot, stop wasting your energy. It's useless, Shin's calm voice reached Kiganjo's ears. Kiganjo, who had been rampaging, turned his fierce gaze on Shin. His face was already naturally ferocious, making him look like a villain. Shin Uzumaki. I knew it was you. Though Kiganjo looked like a brutish, simple-minded oaf, he wasn't a complete idiot. The moment he appeared here, he suspected Shin was behind it. He had even been calling for Shin to show himself. So what if you know? Are you ready to die? Shin asked Kiganjo calmly. Kiganjo felt an endless killing intent from Shin and began to panic. A person's reputation speaks for itself. Though Shin had been keeping a low profile for years and hadn't fought, everyone knew he was incredibly strong. Even the newly appointed captains held great respect for Shin's power. Of course, there were those who were dismissive, like Kiganjo himself. He had thought Shin's strength was nothing special. Now, terrified by Shin's horrifying killing intent, he was starting to lose his nerve. I don't believe I'm weaker than you. Kiganjo finally roared. Even if he surrendered now, Shin Uzumaki wouldn't let him go. No one would spare an enemy. Only a fool would release a tiger back into the mountains. In truth, Kiganjo was overthinking it. To be a tiger, you had to actually be one. But in reality, he wasn't even a paper tiger. In Shin's eyes, Kiganjo was nothing more than a speck of dust. As Aizen would say, whether you sweep away one speck of dust or two, what difference does it make if you can't see it with the naked eye? As Kiganjo charged at Shin with his Zanpakuto, Shin drew his own blade. Clang! With a single clash, Kiganjo's sword was shattered. His body fell to the ground, his life extinguished. Weakling. Killing you was effortless. Shin turned away calmly. Kiganjo's body had been sliced in two, his life completely gone. No one could save him now. Shin tossed Kiganjo's body out and left the Kamui dimension. After leaving, Shin continued to wander through the world of the living. This was the future Karakura town, a Jurichi, a place with a high concentration of spiritual particles. It was a magnet for hollows, and Shinigami who left the Soul Society preferred to stay in such places. In other areas, where spiritual particles were scarce, a Shinigami's existence would consume them. If they stayed in a place lacking spiritual particles for too long, their own power would weaken, and they might even fade away. A Jurichi, at the very least, could sustain a Shinigami, and even allow them to train and grow stronger. As he was walking, Shin suddenly felt Kairaku's distress call. Bakudo number 77, Tentikura. It was a Kido for transmitting information. He found Hirako and the others. That was fast. Shin was surprised by Kairaku's efficiency. After all, Shin had barely wasted any time dealing with Kiganjo. In truth, Kairaku had used Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku, to track them. He hadn't expected to actually find them. As long as he knew their Ryatsu and they hadn't left the city, he could locate them. But after finding them, Kairaku had been met with a sound beating. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. Captain Hirako, why didn't you tell me what happened to you? I believe you wouldn't defect. Come back with me and explain everything. Kairaku got up from the ground and threw off his straw hat. It's already obvious what happened. Get lost, or I'll kill you, Hayori Saragaki said irritably. They were still under the influence of hollow powers, making them emotionally volatile. They needed to slowly gain control. At the moment, they couldn't fully command their hollow powers. Once they underwent hollowification and a mask appeared, they would fall into a berserk state, unable to control their emotions. Captain Kairaku, don't waste your breath. We're not going back with you. If you want to know the truth, go investigate Aizen. Shinji Hirako was still relatively calm, his control over his hollow powers was better. Aizen. Hearing Aizen's name, Kairaku frowned. Why was Aizen involved? Kairaku had a very good impression of him. Sosuke Aizen is an incredibly ambitious man, Hirako said to Kairaku. Of course, he knew Kairaku might not believe him. After all, countless people in the Soul Society had been fooled by Aizen, unable to see his true face. Kairaku looked at Hirako, trying to discern if he was lying. Though he was familiar with Hirako, they weren't particularly close. He was still somewhat skeptical of his words. Mainly because Aizen's disguise was too good. Kairaku didn't think Aizen was a bad person. Besides, how could Aizen, a mere vice captain, have the ability to scheme against so many captains? Drop some power stones. Chapter 787, Are you just going to stand there and watch? Thank you all so much for your support. Kairaku Shunsui couldn't bring himself to believe it either. The thought that Aizen could single-handedly plot against so many captains and vice-captains seemed impossible. He was clearly underestimating the men. After all, Aizen had never revealed his true strength to anyone. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He had shown it to Shin, but the result had been disastrous for him. Shin had thoroughly thrashed him. Kairaku figured Aizen was probably still licking his wounds from that encounter. My mission is to bring you back to Soul Society. Once we're there, we can investigate and get to the bottom of this. Kairaku still wanted Hirako Shinji to return with him and clear everything up. Captain Kairaku, going back with you is out of the question, Love Ikawa said to him. Going back now would be walking right into a trap. They had no evidence against Aizen, who would believe them without proof. Besides, they now possessed hollow powers. That alone was enough for Soul Society to condemn them. Kairaku Shunsui, looks like your backup is here. Shin's voice came from behind the visors. A smile spread across Kairaku's face when he saw him. You've got a lot of nerve, Kairaku, coming here all by yourself. Were you trying to get yourself killed? Shin asked. To be honest, Kairaku had been serving himself up on a platter. The visors included several former captains. They might have been slightly weaker than Kairaku in the past, but that was no longer a certainty. Though they had fallen victim to Aizen's scheme, their power had undoubtedly grown. Even if they hadn't fully mastered their hollow abilities yet, they were stronger than before. Are you two the only ones they sent to bring us back? Hirako Shinji asked, a strange smile on his face. You think that's not enough? I didn't want to get involved, but this guy just had to see his mission through. Shin said with a sigh. He had planned to stay in the world of the living for a while before heading back, but it looked like a fight was unavoidable. Honestly, I'd rather not fight you, Captain Shin, but we've been backed into a corner. Hirako's expression turned serious, a hollow mask already covering half his face. They had to end this quickly, or his hollowification would become even harder to control. Collapse, Sakanade. Hirako instantly released his Zanpakuto's Shirkai. Sakanade's ability was to emit a disorienting fragrance that, once inhaled, inverted the enemy's perception of up, down, left, right, front, back, and even the direction of incoming attacks. It was an incredibly practical ability in combat. Even the most experienced fighter, aware of its power, could never truly get used to it. In Shin's eyes, Hirako was now upside down, and the entire world had been inverted with him. He was standing on solid ground, yet it felt as if he were suspended in the air, with the earth above his head. A useful ability. I think I'll take it. Shin said with a faint smile, instantly copying Sakane's power. Hirako's Zanpakuto was truly formidable in the right circumstances. Against an opponent of equal strength, it would give him a decisive advantage. Of course, against someone far more powerful, it was useless. Here I come. Try not to get hurt, Captain Shin. Hirako warned before charging at Shin. Shin closed his eyes, raised a hand, and caught Hirako's Zanpakuto, showing him what it meant to catch a blade with his bare hands. With his observation haki, Shin could anticipate Hirako's every move. Shinra Tensei. A terrifying repulsive force slammed into Hirako's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, the inverted world shattering around him. The powerful Hirako Shinji had been taken out by Shin in a single move. He now lay on the ground, unable to get up. As expected of Captain Shin. His strength is truly terrifying. Rose Otoribashi's face was grim. Hirako was one of the strongest among them, yet he had been defeated in an instant. Who's next? Shin asked them calmly. Kayaraku's eye twitched. The power Shin was displaying was simply monstrous. He hadn't even been able to see how Hirako was defeated, it had all happened in a flash. Let's go. Hirako struggled to his feet. Though he could stand, he was in no condition to fight. He could only manage that one word. They had to leave. If they stayed, they would be defeated and dragged back to Soul Society. That's easier said than done. Love Ikawa said with a wry smile. I'm not trying to kill you right now, so do your best to survive. I'd be impressed if you managed to get away from me. Shin said, his expression neutral. He raised a hand, launching a Kido spell at them. Shikaho. It wasn't a high-level spell, but coming from Shin, its power was not to be underestimated. Smash it, Tengamaru. Love Ikawa released his Shirkai, his Zanpakuto transforming into a giant, spiked club, which he swung at Shin's Shikaho. Boom. A massive explosion sent Love flying, knocking him out of the fight just like Hirako. Damn it, how is he so strong? I don't believe it. Come on, let me see what you've really got. Hayori Saragaki charged forward, only to be sent flying just as quickly, also rendered unable to fight. This was a battle of one-shot victories. Not a single one of them could withstand a single blow from Shin. He could take them out with any casual move. I came here to back you up. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Shin shot a glance at Kayaraku, his tone sharp. I came here to save your ass, and you're just spacing out. What's wrong with you? Don't make me walk away from this. Ahaha, I figured you had it all under control. No need for me to step in, Kayaraku said with a laugh. What do you think we should do now? Shin asked him. If Shin didn't let the Vizards go, they would all die here. Of course, the name Vizard didn't exist yet. This. Kayaraku hesitated for a moment. His original plan was to bring them back and then find a way to uncover the truth. But their reactions had been so intense, as if bringing them back would be a declaration of war. So now, Kayaraku was unsure of what to do. Seeing the indecisive Kayaraku, Shin shrugged. I already told you, you didn't have to get involved. Just say we couldn't find them. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 788, Letting the Vizards Go. Thank you all so much for your support. Kayaraku was torn, but finally, he made his decision. He bent down and picked up the straw hat he had dropped. Let's go. He gave in. For the sake of their old camaraderie, Kayaraku decided to let them go. You'd better not do anything to harm Soul Society. If you do, I won't let you off the hook, Kayaraku said, his expression serious. However, Hirako and the others weren't looking at Kayaraku. Their eyes were on Shin, because he was the one with the real power to decide their fate. If it had just been Kayaraku, they wouldn't have been so easily defeated. They had already taken him down once and had chosen not to kill him. Otherwise, Kayaraku probably wouldn't have survived until Shin's arrival. Honestly, I'm a pretty laid-back guy. I'd rather not get involved in unnecessary trouble. Shin glanced at Hirako, Rose, and Kensei, then turned and walked away. He's just leaving. Lisa Yadamaru's expression was one of disbelief. She couldn't believe Shin had just walked away. It's a good thing for us, isn't it? I never would have thought Captain Shin, who always kept to himself, would be so terrifyingly strong. I think he's even scarier than Aizen. Not even Captain Commander Yamamoto has such an oppressive presence. Hirako's expression was unusually serious. He hated to admit it, but the man's strength was truly terrifying. His own power had been crushed in an instant. Even if they all used their holification, they probably wouldn't last long against Shin. Kayaraka gave them one last look, then followed Shin, leaving with him. He didn't know if what he was doing was right or wrong. In truth, Kayaraka's choice to let them go was also partly for his own selfish reasons. Lisa Yatamaru, his former vice-captain in Squad 8, was among them, and their bond was strong. That was why Kayaraka ultimately made that choice. Shin, about what they said earlier, about Aizen being involved. Do you think there's any truth to it? Kayaraka asked Shin. What do you think? Shin didn't answer, instead turning the question back to Kayaraka. I know Captain Aizen. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Besides, even if he did plot against the other captains, does he have that kind of power? Kayaraka said with a frown. But Hirako and the others had no reason to lie to him. Things aren't always what they seem. Open your eyes and see the truth. Shin patted Kayaraka's shoulder, then opened a Senkaman and returned to the Soul Society. Hey, are we just going back like this? Kayaraka, seeing Shin leave, quickly followed. We have an excuse now, so it's fine to go back, Shin said with a smile. For some reason, Kayaraka felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Shin's smile. Returning to the Siriiti, they had to report to the 1st Division barracks and explain the situation to the old man, Yamamoto. Well, if it isn't Captain Aizen. When Shin arrived at the 1st Division barracks and saw Aizen, he greeted him with a smile. Aizen returned the smile with a gentle one of his own. But things weren't as harmonious as they seemed. If there was one person Aizen was most wary of, it was Shin. With Shin Uzumaki around, his plans could be shattered at any moment. So, if he had the chance, Aizen would eliminate him. Unfortunately, for now, Aizen didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the one who died wouldn't be Shin Uzumaki, but him. And he couldn't see through Shin Uzumaki's thoughts. He was sure Shin knew the truth of this incident, yet he hadn't revealed anything. Even if Shin had no evidence, speaking up would still cause him considerable trouble, but he hadn't. Aizen couldn't help but take this unfathomable person seriously. Captain Shin, Captain Kayaraka, welcome back. I wonder if you had any results in capturing those traitors. Aizen asked with a smile. It's a real shame, actually. I was about to capture them, but Captain Kayaraka here stopped me. Just let them get away. Shin turned to look at Kayaraka and said. Kayaraka's face was one of stunned disbelief, and then he shot a glare at Shin. He knew Shin would set him up, but it was true that Kayaraka wanted to let the Vizards go. Of course, Shin had no intention of doing anything to the Vizards either. Otherwise, he could have destroyed them with a single move. Captain Kayaraka, what's this about? Yamamoto asked him. A wry smile crossed Kayaraka's face. So this was Shin's plan, to throw him under the bus. It was a good plan, making Kayaraka want to strangle him right now. I felt there were some suspicious points in this matter. It's better to investigate thoroughly before acting. We shouldn't wrongly accuse good people, don't you think, Captain Aizen? As Kayaraka spoke, he looked directly at Aizen, trying to see his reaction. But he was disappointed. Aizen's face showed no trace of anything unusual. Instead, he nodded at Kayaraka. I think Captain Kayaraka is right. It wouldn't be good to wrongly accuse good people. There wasn't a single flaw. Even Shin couldn't find any fault in Aizen's acting, let alone Kayaraka. It would be strange if Kayaraka could see through it. Frowning, Kayaraka fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. What about Kiganjo Kenpachi? Where is he now? Yamamoto asked Shin and Kayaraka. 3 people had gone, but only 2 returned. There was a minor incident. Kiganjo Kenpachi vanished while we were passing through the Senkaman. Must have been some kind of accident, Shin said. Kayaraka glanced at Shin, then nodded. He also didn't know how Kiganjo Kenpachi had gone missing. Though he suspected Shin had something to do with it, it was just a suspicion. Besides, given his relationship with Shin, Kayaraka wanted to keep it a secret and had no intention of revealing anything. It had to be said that Kayaraka was quite righteous, completely unlike the troublemaker Shin. Aizen narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him there was definitely something wrong. Shin and Kayaraka had returned, but Kiganjo Kenpachi hadn't. If there was nothing going on, that would be impossible. But Aizen didn't want to guess too much. Guessing too much would only be detrimental to him. So, after thinking it over, Aizen said nothing, instead waiting to hear about Hirako and the others' situation. Aizen wasn't afraid of them revealing anything. They had no evidence, and Aizen hadn't acted personally. Kayaraka might know something, but it wasn't a major issue. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 789, bonus, Aizen's probe. When word of Kenpachi Kiganjo's disappearance reached Yamamoto, he frowned but ultimately said nothing. Perhaps he simply didn't deem it a matter of great importance. The captaincy of the 11th Division changed hands so frequently that Yamamoto was no longer particularly concerned when one of its captains ran into trouble. Of course, an investigation was still necessary, but for now, he decided to set the matter aside. Besides, as for Shin's claim that the Senkamen had malfunctioned, Yamamoto wasn't entirely convinced. The Senkamen had been in use for centuries with very few actual incidents. Captain Kairaku, regarding the defectors, I hope you can offer me an explanation. Yamamoto turned his attention back to Shunsui Kairaku, once again demanding answers about the traitors. Shin had thrown Kairaku under the bus earlier, leaving him to explain the situation with a look of pure misery. Then again, it wasn't as if Shin had set him up. Kairaku had intended to let Shinji Hirako and the others go from the start, so the responsibility was already his. In the end, Kairaku was inevitably punished, though it was little more than a slap on the wrist. The task of hunting down Shinji Hirako and his group was reassigned to other captains. Yamamoto probably knew that when it came to reliability, Shin and Kairaku were a lost cause. Their strength was unquestionable, but their methods were another story entirely. I wonder why Captain Aizen is here. Kairaku asked Sosuke Aizen as he was leaving the 1st Division barracks. Kairaku wore his usual smile, but Aizen could sense the wariness in his heart. It seemed Shinji and the others had said something after all. Aizen, however, remained unfazed. He adjusted his glasses, his face still adorned with a warm, gentle smile. I've only recently become a captain and am still unfamiliar with many things. I came to ask the head captain for some guidance on management. There were no flaws in his explanation. Aizen's face was a mask of perfect innocence. Kairaku studied him intently but found nothing out of the ordinary, as if Aizen had no connection to the incident whatsoever. But would Shinji Hirako and the others frame Aizen for no reason? Kairaku found himself caught in a dilemma. He glanced over at Shin, hoping for some kind of hint, some sign that Shin had noticed something amiss. Though Aizen appeared completely normal, Kairaku's suspicion did not waver. Aizen maintained his smile, but inwardly, he frowned. If Kairaku remained this vigilant, it would severely restrict his future actions. He considered doing something to dispel Kairaku's suspicion, but ultimately decided against it. Such an attempt would not only likely fail but could also backfire. Doing nothing was the best course of action. He would just have to be more careful in the future. And besides, did Kairaku really think he could keep an eye on him? Aizen smiled faintly, gave Shin a nod of acknowledgement, and turned to leave. As for Kairaku, he was still in conversation with Aizen, or so he thought. In Shin's eyes, he was talking to thin air. Shin almost laughed at the sight, then turned and left as well. He wasn't worried about Kairaku. Aizen was being so bold, did he know Shin wouldn't expose him? As he walked away, Shin pondered Aizen's actions. He concluded that this was Aizen's way of testing him, gauging his attitude. Based on Shin's reaction, Aizen would decide whether or not to leave the Soul Society. If Shin had intervened, Aizen would likely have prepared to flee. But since Shin did nothing, it meant he had no intention of exposing him just yet. Shin's guess was correct. Aizen was indeed testing him. If things went south, Aizen still had Hueco Mundo as an escape route. He had already begun laying the groundwork there, establishing a significant presence. If a real crisis arose in the Soul Society, Aizen could escape to Hueco Mundo in an instant. In that realm of hollows, the average Soul Reaper wouldn't be able to touch him. What exactly is Shin Uzumaki thinking? Aizen returned after Shin had left. He couldn't figure out Shin's game, but his intuition told him it had something to do with him. Shin had already returned to the 2nd Division, where he saw Jinrei Kachiki standing at the entrance. A smile spread across Shin's face. Well, Captain Kachiki. To what do I owe the pleasure? Jinrei looked at Shin and spoke. I have a favor to ask of you, Captain Shin. A favor? Let's hear it first. If it's too much trouble, you've come to the wrong person. Shin made it clear up front. Besides, their relationship wasn't exactly amicable. Ever since Shin had killed Koga Kachiki, there had been tension between them. For Jinrei to come to him for help was quite a surprise. His name is Byakuya Kachiki. He is my grandson. I would like you to give him some guidance. He had originally intended to ask Yoruchi, but she had all but kicked him out. Ever since spending time with Shin, she had perfected the art of doing absolutely nothing. She had no interest in dealing with a troublesome kid. And with Byakuya's stone-cold expression, he was indeed difficult to approach. In the original story, Yoruchi had taught Byakuya, but the current Yoruchi was in no mood for teaching. That's no problem at all. I would be honored, Shin said with a smile, agreeing immediately. Hearing Shin's surprisingly quick agreement, a trace of suspicion flashed in Jinrei's eyes. It was too fast, making him feel that something was off. What's wrong? You don't think I'm capable? If you're having second thoughts, you can just leave. Shin's face suddenly turned stern. No, I will leave Byakuya in your care. Jinrei left his grandson and turned to depart. The young Byakuya stood there, his brow slightly furrowed, a silent and reserved figure. He might not be as cold as his future self, but he was already a man of few words. Byakuya was no longer a child. He had already graduated from the Shino Academy and joined the 6th Division. Although he was qualified to be the 3rd seat, Jinrei felt he still needed more training. So, Byakuya remained an unranked Soul Reaper, a decision made to earn the respect of his subordinates and prevent him from starting at too high a position. As the head of the greatest noble clan, the Kekkei family was especially mindful of how others perceived them. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 790, an opponent for you. What's he doing here? Yoruchi asked, first surprised by how quickly Shin had returned, then pointing at Byakuya. Jinrei Kekkei personally asked me to train him. Shin replied with a smile. Yoruchi didn't believe for a second that Shin was being so kind. Even if Jinrei had asked, the chances of Shin agreeing were slim. His acceptance now seemed to be driven by some ulterior motive. Where's Soifan? How come she didn't greet me when I got back? Shin asked Yoruchi. Soifan's been training relentlessly. You should talk some sense into her when you get back. She's pushing herself to the breaking point. Yoruchi said to Shin. Soifan was pushing herself too hard in her pursuit of strength, so much so that even Yoruchi couldn't just stand by and watch. But her words had no effect, Soifan remained as diligent as ever. All right, I'll go see her. Just as Shin was about to head to the back, Yoruchi grabbed him. How did you get back so fast? Did you capture the defectors? Of course not. All right, stop gossiping about that. I'm going to find Soifan. Shin took 2 steps, then paused and looked back at Byakuya, signaling for him to follow. Byakuya frowned for a moment, but then complied. From what I can tell, you're already quite strong. Jinrei asked me to teach you, but honestly, there's not much I can teach you. First, let's see how you do in a real fight. I'll find you an opponent in a bit. All right. True to his nature, Byakuya's response was brief. Shin knew Byakuya's personality and wasn't bothered by it. He headed to the back and saw Soifan. The moment she saw Shin, her eyes lit up, and she immediately stopped her training, running over. Captain Shin, you're back. A look of pure joy spread across Soifan's face. Seeing her expression, Shin smiled. Who is he? Soifan then noticed Byakuya standing behind Shin. Even though Byakuya was currently an unranked Soul Reaper, his strength was already widely recognized. He was a renowned genius in the Soul Society, and it was a foregone conclusion that he would one day become the captain of the 6th Division. Byakuya Kekkei. Jinrei Kekkei asked me to give him some guidance, Shin explained directly. After hearing this, Soifan's eyes sharpened. She stared at Byakuya for a moment, then spoke. Captain Shin, allow me to see if he is even worthy of your guidance. With that, Soifan acted, instantly appearing behind Byakuya and launching an attack. Byakuya, though silent, was seething inwardly. Soifan's words had angered him. He was a genius, with his own pride. Was he not even worthy of being taught? Besides, Byakuya didn't think Shin Uzumaki was that much stronger than him. This was just an order from his grandfather, and Byakuya would not disobey. He was very obedient. Since his grandfather had told him to come here for training, he had come. Clang. Byakuya's Senbon Sakura blocked Soifan's Zanpakuto. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. After using his Shirkai, the blade transformed into a shower of falling cherry blossom petals, a beautiful yet deadly sight. Each petal was actually a tiny blade. The cherry blossom appearance was just a visual trick caused by the refraction of light. Soifan immediately retreated. Byakuya's abilities were a natural counter to hers, for a simple reason, Byakuya could surround himself with the Sakura blades, making it impossible for Soifan to get close. Seeing this, Soifan didn't give up. She also used her Shirkai, and then her body was enveloped in armor formed from spiritual pressure. You are already dead. Soifan instantly attacked from behind Byakuya, ignoring Senbon Sakura's blades because of the spiritual pressure armor protecting her from any harm. Suzumabachi struck Byakuya once. The second strike was just a hair's breadth away, but if she had actually landed it, Byakuya would be dead. Byakuya's expression froze. My ability is a 2-hit kill. If I hit you in the same spot twice, you will die without a doubt. Soifan revealed her Zanpakuto-S ability without any hesitation. She wasn't afraid of others knowing. Even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. The weak couldn't defend against it, and the strong didn't need to. I've lost. Byakuya admitted defeat after hearing this. This was the fastest he had ever lost. Soifan was an assassin, a quick resolution was her style. Of course, this time, Soifan had practically broken through his defenses head-on. Amateurs rely on sneak attacks. A true assassin confronts their target head-on. Your Zanpakuto has its advantages, but its flaws are also obvious. Shin said to Byakuya. Setting aside his Bankai, and focusing purely on his Shirkai, Byakuya's greatest weakness was its lack of attack power. Though it looked magnificent, its attack power was somewhat lacking. Shin wondered if Byakuya had already achieved his Bankai. Byakuya listened to Shin's words intently, then nodded thoughtfully. How about this? I'll take you to find an opponent. Shin prepared to take Byakuya to find an opponent, and Byakuya's expression froze for a moment. Take him to find an opponent. Was Soi Fan not his opponent? Though he had lost just now, Byakuya felt it was a fluke. If they fought again, he definitely wouldn't lose so easily. Byakuya didn't ask any questions. Soi Fan, after thinking for a moment, followed Shin. They left the second division together. I wonder what they're up to. Yoruichi glanced at them lazily, then lost all interest. Though she was a bit curious, if it meant getting up and following them, Yoruichi had no interest. Shin led Byakuya towards the third division, with Soi Fan following Shin completely. They soon arrived at the third division. Byakuya frowned slightly, then roughly guessed who Shin had found as his opponent. Captain Shin, what brings you here? Jin Ikamaru, upon seeing Shin, had a sly, fox-like smile spread across his face. Soi Fan, standing nearby, snorted coldly at Jin. She didn't like him, one look was all it took. Captain Ikamaru, I've come to ask for a favor, Shin said with a faint smile. Jin's eyes narrowed into his signature slits. Jin had already made contact with Aizen. He knew that Shin Uzumaki was someone even Aizen was wary of. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 791, defeated twice in one day. Jin Ikamaru looked at Shin with his usual foxy smile. Captain Shin, is there something I can help you with? Jin was on high alert. Although Shin claimed to need his help, Jin didn't entirely trust him. What could Shin Uzumaki possibly need his help with? Was there anything Shin couldn't do himself? It's simple. I'd like you to spar with someone for me, Captain Ikamaru. A spar? I think I'll pass. I'm well aware that I'm no match for you, Captain Shin. Jin refused outright. There was no point in fighting a battle he couldn't win. It was better to just say no. At least you know your place, Soi Fan scoffed. She found Jin's constant, insincere smile irritating. She hated that kind of fake grin. The spar isn't with me. It's with him. Shin shook his head, gesturing to Byakuya Kuchiki behind him. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of Byakuya. Ah, Byakuya Kuchiki. If the opponent was him, Jin didn't mind at all. He knew of Byakuya, of course. Despite being a mere squad member, his reputation as a prodigy was well known throughout the Serie. He was a genius, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would one day become the head of the Kekkei Clan. Fighting you, Captain Shin? No thanks. But a match with him is another story, Jin said with a smile. You'd better be careful. Captain Jin's Shinso is no joke for you, Shin warned Byakuya, who gave a slight nod. Soi Fan shot another glare at Byakuya and huffed again, her face etched with anger. Shin playfully pinched her cheek. What's with the sudden temper, he asked. Captain Shin, that Byakuya has shown you no respect. He just stands there with that cold look, as if you owe him money. Soi Fan really couldn't stand Byakuya. Shin, however, knew that was just Byakuya's nature, cold and aloof to outsiders. It was the kind of personality that drove people away. When you tried to talk to someone and they just gave you a blank, cold stare, it was easy to think they had a problem with you. It was a shame, really. If only Byakuya and Jin could balance each other out. Jin was always smiling, but his smile was just as fake. They moved to the 3rd Division training grounds, where the squad members gathered, watching with curiosity. Scatter, Senbun Sakura. He'd already lost to Soi Fan, he wasn't about to underestimate a captain. In truth, their spiritual pressures were both at captain level. Yes, though still a squad member, Byakuya already possessed the spiritual pressure of a captain. He was a true genius. The reason he hadn't been promoted was due to his grandfather, Jinrei Kuchiki's, wishes. He probably wanted to temper Byakuya's skills. A bit of a stretch in Shin's opinion. Such a beautiful Zanpakuto. The most gorgeous I've ever seen, Jin remarked, his slit eyes opening a fraction. But gorgeous isn't the same as powerful. Watch yourself. A sharp aura emanated from him. Whatever Shin's motive was for bringing Byakuya here, Jin knew he had to win this fight. His recent promotion meant he still needed to prove himself. A loss here would undermine his authority in his own squad. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Byakuya felt the danger and reacted instantly, gathering countless petal blades to form a shield. Puffed. A sharp pain shot through him. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. If he hadn't dodged, his heart would have been pierced. Byakuya Kachiki, I don't hold back, Jin said coolly. Even in a spar, you could easily lose your life. The fight was at a clear disadvantage for Byakuya. Shinso's piercing attacks were impossible to block completely, he had to rely on his own speed to dodge. A single misstep could be fatal. If Jin were to use his Bankai, Kamishini no Yari, now, he could probably kill Byakuya in an instant. Jin had already mastered his Bankai and could sustain it for short periods. But it was his trump card, a move he was saving for Aizen. He wouldn't use it so casually. Bankai. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Byakuya released his Zanpakuto's hilt. It dropped to the ground, sinking into it like a ripple in water. From the ripples on either side, 2 rows of giant blades rose from the ground. The blades instantly shattered into a whirlwind of cherry blossoms, the number of petals far exceeding what his Shirkai could produce, 100 million blades in total. This was no exaggeration, especially in Byakuya's hands. Not bad. He can use Bankai. Shin noted with a nod. He could see Byakuya was struggling to maintain it, but it was impressive nonetheless. Sensing his spiritual pressure draining rapidly, Byakuya knew he had to end this fast. If he dragged it on, he wouldn't even need Jin to defeat him, he'd run out of spiritual pressure and his Bankai would deactivate on its own. Senkei, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. The billion blades of Senbenzakura Kageyoshi formed a sphere, trapping Jin inside. Boom. Shinso pierced through from the inside. A wave of spiritual pressure scattered the petals. You lose. Jin's blade was an inch from Byakuya's heart. The only reason it hadn't gone further wasn't because he was showing mercy, but because Shin's hand had caught the blade. Captain Jin, for my sake, let's not make this a killing blow. I did bring him here, after all. And killing him would be a real headache, Shin said with a smile. Of course. If not for anyone else's sake, I'd certainly do it for you, Captain Shin, Jin said with his usual smile, as if he hadn't just been about to kill Byakuya. But then again, Byakuya hadn't held back either. If Jin hadn't briefly released his Bankai, he might have been the one to die. Come with me for now. Shin looked at Byakuya and healed his shoulder. Seeing the advanced healing Kido, Byakuya was momentarily stunned. Besides the members of the 4th Division, not many could use healing Kido. But Shin's Kido had been taught to him by Unohana herself. Byakuya gave Jin one last look and followed Shin. He'd lost again. Twice in one day. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 792, the Kekkei Clan never owes a favor. After leaving the 3rd Division, Shin looked at Byakuya's still impassive face and asked, so, what are your thoughts now? None. Byakuya appeared calm. Even after consecutive losses to Soifan and Jin Ikamaru, he remained perfectly composed. But Shin could see right through him. He knew Byakuya wasn't as calm as he pretended to be. I believe you know where you stand now. Go home and think about it. Shin didn't say anything more, intending to send Byakuya on his way. Oh, and remember to bring the tuition fee tomorrow. I don't teach for free. Tell Jinrei Kachiki not to be too stingy. Shin reminded the departing Byakuya. The reason he agreed to teach him was for the tuition. Without it, Shin wouldn't have bothered. Byakuya left and returned home. What he told Jinrei Kachiki was his own business. Shin returned with Soifan. Where did you two go? Yoruchi asked them. Captain Shin took us to the 3rd Division and had Byakuya Kachiki spar with Captain Jin Ikamaru, Soifan told Yoruchi directly, not hiding anything. Oh, and how did that turn out? Yoruchi nodded, then asked Shin about the result. She knew Byakuya's strength was not to be underestimated. The winner was the 3 RD Division's captain, Jin Ikamaru, Soifan replied. In truth, she found both of them incredibly annoying. Shin, I think it's ridiculous that you agreed to teach them. What's the real reason? Yoruchi asked Shin curiously. She knew how lazy Shin was. Agreeing to teach someone was almost unheard of. So, of course, she was puzzled. You've got a lot of questions. Can't I just be bored and do something nice for a change? Shin shrugged and said to Yoruchi. But after he said that, Yoruchi suddenly pursed her lips. Sorry, but I don't believe a word of that. I think that's impossible. Knowing your personality, you'd never help someone for no reason. You think I don't know you? Yoruchi knew Shin better than anyone. It was completely out of character for him to help someone without something in it for him. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll tell you. It's nothing to hide. I'm just in it for the money. Shin needed to earn some money. His captain's salary wasn't enough to cover his expenses. Was he supposed to live off a woman? Though Yoruichi and Unohana were both wealthy, Shin had his pride. Unless he was absolutely desperate, he would never choose to be a kept man. I knew it. Yoruichi nodded. No wonder he agreed. It was all about the money. Meanwhile, Byakuya had returned to the Kuchiki manor. Seeing his grandson return, Jinrei Kuchiki asked him, "How did it go?" "He didn't teach me anything yet. But he had me spar with Soifan of the 2nd Division and Captain Jin Ikamaru of the 3rd Division." Byakuya, facing his grandfather's question, was surprisingly talkative. And the result? Though Jinrei's expression was unreadable, his eyes held a hint of anticipation. Of course, he hoped his grandson would win. "I lost," Byakuya said to Jinrei Kuchiki. A loss was a loss, nothing to be ashamed of. Byakuya wasn't afraid to admit it. "You lost." Jinrei Kuchiki frowned, but he didn't criticize Byakuya. After all, he had faced Jin Ikamaru, the captain of the 3rd Division. Though young, he had already achieved Bankai and was incredibly powerful, definitely worthy of the captain's title. So, it wasn't surprising that Byakuya lost to him. As for Soifan, though she was only the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, everyone knew that was because the people above her were ridiculously strong, Vice-Captain Yoruichi Shihoin and Captain Shin Uzumaki. The 2nd Division was truly overflowing with talent. Even their 6th Division couldn't compare. Did Shin Uzumaki say anything else? Jinrei Kuchiki asked Byakuya again. Shin Uzumaki said he requires a tuition fee, Byakuya informed Jinrei Kuchiki. Jinrei nodded at this. If Shin Uzumaki truly wanted nothing, Jinrei would have been more suspicious. That's good. The Kuchiki clan never owes a favor. Being able to repay this favor with money was the best outcome for him. After all, a favor from the Kuchiki clan was not something to be taken lightly. Of course, that was just their own perception. In Shin's eyes, a favor from the Kuchiki clan was only worth some money. If he hadn't wanted to make some cash, just as Yoruichi said, Shin would never have helped the Kuchiki clan. "I'll give you some money to take with you. Learn well from Shin Uzumaki. His strength is formidable, there are probably few in the Siriidii who can match him." Jinrei knew Shin's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen Shin to teach his precious grandson. "I understand." Byakuya obediently nodded at Jinrei's words. He wouldn't defy his grandfather. He was a good boy. The next day, Byakuya came to the 2nd Division again. Shin stretched and said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect you to be so early." Byakuya presented a box to Shin. Seeing it, Shin's eyes lit up. Not bad. Shin took it and started examining the contents. It was full of money, and quite a lot of it. Since the Kuchiki clan was giving it, they naturally wouldn't be stingy. And this was just a part of it. If Shin really managed to improve Byakuya's strength, there would definitely be more to come. "I'll teach you for half a month. Don't worry, you'll get your money's worth. You won't be losing out," Shin said to Byakuya. Though he was preparing to teach Byakuya, Shin's personality meant he wouldn't be fully focused on it. He didn't have that kind of patience. Byakuya didn't say anything, but he felt that half a month was too short. He didn't know what he could learn from Shin Uzumaki in that time. Afterward, Shin took Byakuya to the training ground. Since he had taken the money, Shin wouldn't be perfunctory. He would be serious when he needed to be. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 793, You're seriously calling me a pet. Half a month later, Byakuya Kuchiki offered Shin a deep, respectful bow before departing from the 2nd Division barracks. The half-month of Shin's tutelage had indeed elevated every aspect of his skills, from Kido and Flash Step to his swordsmanship. As for Hakuda, Shin hadn't bothered teaching him. He figured that even if he did, Byakuya would never use it. Hakuda was, at its core, hand-to-hand combat. Rushing into fight with one's fists was something the Kuchiki clan would consider undignified. For them, appearances were everything. Shin wasn't about to waste his breath. Shortly after Byakuya's departure, a member of the 6th Division arrived, delivering another payment to Shin. "Leave it to the Kuchiki clan to be so loaded," Shin remarked, glancing over at Yoruichi Shihoin. "Compared to them, your Shihoin clan is practically broke." "I hate to admit it, but the Shihoin clan has seen better days," Yoruichi conceded with a shrug. "We can't really compare ourselves to the Kuchiki clan." Of course, she was only talking about wealth. When it came to strength, Yoruichi didn't think her Shihoin clan was any weaker. After all, she alone was more than enough to take on the entire Kuchiki clan. "I'll take a cut of that." Yoruichi suddenly reached out, making a grab for the money in front of Shin. Before her hand could touch the pile, Shin slapped it away. "Ow, that hurts." Yoruichi glared at Shin, nursing her hand. He hadn't held back at all, and her skin was already turning red. "This is money I earned. Trying to take a piece of it is crossing the line," Shin said pointedly. "I really misjudged you." I didn't realize you were such a miser. Yoruichi stared at him. Oh, really? And here I thought you, as the head of the Shihoin clan, would be much richer than me. Yet you're trying to get a piece of my action. Shin looked at Yoruichi with disdain, though he didn't know that the Shihoin family's finances were actually quite tight. Don't think that just because I'm the head of a noble clan, I can spend money freely. I've got an entire clan to feed. Yoruichi's voice was laced with a hint of grievance. The Shihoin clan had many expenses. Although they earned a decent amount, their expenditures were just as high. In truth, she was living on a tight budget, probably even tighter than Shin's. I have to go out for a bit. You can stay here in the second division, Shin said to Yoruichi. He picked up the money and turned to leave. Just as he was leaving, Yoruichi suddenly transformed into a black cat and leaped onto his shoulder. Where are you going? I'm coming with you. Yoruichi had latched onto him, determined to follow him wherever he went. Why do you have to follow me? Shin asked, annoyed. Does that even need asking? I have to make sure you don't get into any trouble. I can't have our captain falling into bad habits, so it's better if I stick with you, Yoruichi purred, settling herself on top of Shin's head. You're the first living thing that's ever dared to climb on top of my head, Shin remarked. Is that so? Then I'm quite honored, came Yoruichi's lazy reply. She sounded like a pampered, sleepy kitten. If you come with me, who's going to handle things in the second division? Shin asked her. The work still had to be done. If not, Old Man Yamamoto might personally summon him. Although Shin wasn't afraid of the old man, he didn't want to deal with his perpetually stern face. It was just too unpleasant. That's simple. We still have Soi Fan, don't we? She understands how the second division operates well enough by now. We can just let her handle it. Yoruichi had already thought it through. As for whether Soi Fan wanted to do it, well, she would never refuse anything Yoruichi asked of her. You really know how to take advantage of Soi Fan, Shin said, casting a pitying glance at Soi Fan. Poor girl, always being taken advantage of. If you feel so sorry for her, then you can just stay put and handle the work yourself, Yoruichi retorted. All right, Soi Fan, I'm leaving things to you, Shin said. Yes, Captain Shin. Soi Fan nodded. A hint of disappointment flickered in her heart, she had wanted to go with them. But with orders from Shin and Yoruichi, she would never leave. She would complete her duties without fail. This is a sign of their trust in me. Thinking this, Soi Fan suddenly felt much better. It was a classic case of mental gymnastics, and Soi Fan was well on her way to mastering the art of positive reframing. Shin reached up, pulled the black cat off his head, and cradled her in his arms. Damn it, Shin, let go. Yoruichi yelled. Quiet. Since when does a cat get to order me around? Behave, or I'll toss you in a stew pot, Shin shot her a glare. Yoruichi angrily extended her claws and swiped at Shin a few times, but to him, it was completely painless. As if such a feeble attack could ever harm him. It was a pipe dream. Behave, or I'll leave you in the second division and go without you. Hearing Shin's words, Yoruichi finally settled down. She knew from past experience that he wasn't bluffing. She had already angered him once before, and the result was disastrous. He had simply left her behind in the second division. As for escaping, Shin's Kido was no joke. With her strength, she had no chance of breaking free. Cradling Yoruichi, Shin headed toward the 4th Division barracks. That's right, Shin was going to the 4th Division. Yoruichi had already anticipated this. In fact, it was precisely because she knew he was going to the 4th Division that she had insisted on coming with him. What are you going to do in the 4th Division? Yoruichi asked Shin. A pet like you doesn't need to ask so many questions. Shin glanced at Yoruichi, clearly having no intention of answering her. You're seriously calling me a pet? Yoruichi was furious. Although she was currently a cat, he couldn't just treat her like one. Shin ignored her completely and continued toward the 4th Division. Yoruichi wanted to change back, but after a quick look around at the people nearby, she decided against it. If she changed back, she'd be naked. She might dare to do it when no one was around, but not out here in public. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 794, Don't Disturb Our Date. Inside the 4th Division barracks, Retsu Unohana, who was busy with her duties, broke into a smile the moment she saw Shin arrive. Of course, it would have been better if he hadn't brought that little black cat with him. It wasn't that Unohana disliked cats, but she particularly disliked this one. Yoruichi Shihoin met Unohana's gaze, then licked her paw and flashed her claws, as if in a show of defiance. Unohana's smile remained fixed on her face, seemingly unaffected. She completely ignored the cat and rose to greet Shin. Why did you bring a little animal here? I'm not particularly fond of cats, Unohana said softly to Shin. Shin sighed inwardly. Unohana knew perfectly well that the cat was Yoruichi Shihoin. She was doing this on purpose. Shin, it seems she doesn't welcome us. Let's go, Yoruichi urged, trying to persuade him to leave. No, I only don't welcome you. Unohana lowered her head and placed a hand on the black cat's head, making Yoruichi feel an indescribable sense of threat. Damn it. After all these years, I'm still no match for Unohana, Yoruichi fumed internally. Unohana's strength was indeed greater than hers, and by a considerable margin. Although she had become the captain of the 4th Division and rarely fought, it didn't mean Unohana had neglected her combat skills. Even now, she continued to hone her swordsmanship, and her strength had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, with the passage of time and Shin's guidance, she had grown even stronger. I just earned a bit of money. How about we go have some fun? My treat. Shin asked Unohana with a smile. Unohana, of course, would not refuse his invitation and readily agreed. She was more than willing to go out with Shin. You earned money just for this. Yoruichi couldn't help but say. Of course. What's the point of earning money if not to spend it? Shin replied calmly, then left with Unohana. By the way, should I buy you some cat food? Shin asked Yoruichi with a grin. Shin, are you really treating me like a pet cat? Yoruichi asked Shin angrily, her voice filled with frustration. If he really saw her as a cat, that was unforgivable. Aren't you a cat right now? Shin said calmly. Do you want to change back? Unohana asked Yoruichi with a smile. Yoruichi looked up at Unohana and said deeply, I'll pass on changing back for now. I'm not in a hurry. When I'm alone with Shin, then I'll change back. Hearing this, Unohana's expression remained serene, but she secretly clenched her fists. She knew that if Yoruichi changed back, she would be completely naked. Yoruichi felt a sense of triumph. Though Unohana appeared calm on the surface, she could feel her displeasure. As long as Unohana was unhappy, she was happy. Well, I didn't expect to run into Captain Shin and Captain Unohana on the street. Are you two on a date? A lazy voice drifted over, and Kayaraku Shunsui, wearing a straw hat, ambled towards them. Yoruichi shot a sharp glance at Kayaraku. What did that guy just say? Right now, Yoruichi had the urge to draw her sword and slice him into ribbons. For some reason, Kayaraku suddenly felt a chill. He looked around, and his gaze finally locked onto the black cat in Shin's arms. That black cat doesn't seem to like me very much. Kayaraku could clearly feel the cat's hostility, even a hint of killing intent. Was he really that unlikable to animals? Of course, Kayaraku had no idea that Yoruichi could turn into a cat, very few people knew. You should be glad she didn't just scratch you, Shin said to Kayaraku. Are you that free, running around town like this? Shin couldn't help but ask, looking at Kayaraku with surprise. There's not much going on in the 8th Division right now, so I can relax a bit. Besides, aren't you just as free? There were no major incidents in the Siriidii at the moment, so most of the squad captains had nothing to do. By the way, did you know? The 11th Division has a new captain, Kayaraku said to Shin. The previous captain had vanished without a trace. Kayaraku knew it had something to do with Shin, but he didn't plan to reveal it, not even to his close friend, Jushiro Yukitake. The former Kenpachi, Kiganjo, had been asking for it anyway. Shin had warned him, but he still insisted on provoking him, and so he died. Kenpachi Zaraki? Shin raised an eyebrow and asked Kayaraku. So you already know. I heard the old man personally taught him. He's a battle maniac, currently challenging all the squad captains. He'll probably challenge you soon, Kayaraku said. Did he challenge you? Shin knew that Kenpachi Zaraki was a battle maniac, the kind who either killed you or was killed by you. A true monster from the 80th district of Rinnegan. Not yet. I'm actually out here to avoid him, so I don't get challenged. Are you scared? Shin asked Kayaraku with a faint smile. Scared? Not really. But I don't like fighting. Kayaraku wasn't afraid of Kenpachi Zaraki. In his current state, without releasing his full spiritual pressure, Kenpachi was no match for him. As for what would happen after Kenpachi unleashed his terrifying spiritual pressure, that was anyone's guess. Of course, if Kayaraku used his Bankai, and his opponent didn't know its abilities, he would almost certainly win. Then you can go wander on your own. Don't disturb our date. Shin waved Kayaraku away and turned to leave. Seeing Shin's dismissive attitude, Kayaraku couldn't help but curse under his breath. They were friends, weren't they? He'd even taken him out for drinks before, and now he was being so heartless. Ah, so much for friendship, Kayaraku sighed. Wandering the streets alone was pointless, especially with all the couples making him feel like a third wheel. Seeing them, Kayaraku felt an inexplicable urge to set them all on fire. As a proud member of the singles club, his mood was sour. Forget it, I'll just go back. I'll go find Jushiro for a drink. I haven't seen him in a while. I wonder how he's doing. Kayaraka was a bit worried about Yukate's health. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 795, Aizen's orders for Jin Ikamaru. If you keep scratching me, I'm going to throw you out, Shin said to Yoruichi, exasperated. You've already shredded my clothes with those claws of yours. What were you saying to Kayaraka Shunsui? Yoruichi demanded, her eyes flashing with anger. She looked like a bristling kitten. Well, she actually was a kitten right now. What was I saying? Shin asked, annoyed. You heard the whole thing, why are you asking me? It's not like I said anything important. Damn it. You told Kayaraka not to disturb your date, didn't you? So does that mean you and Unohana are? Yoruichi questioned, her voice laced with accusation. Isn't it obvious? We're on a date. You're the third wheel here, Unohana said, stepping over and taking Shin's arm. You old hag, go to hell. Yoruichi couldn't hold back any longer and lunged at Unohana with a furious screech. Unohana caught her with one hand and tossed her aside. It's no use. You're no match for me, even at full strength, let alone as a kitten, Unohana stated calmly. Shin, you saw that, didn't you? She's bullying me. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Yoruichi demanded. What else am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? Shin raised an eyebrow and asked her in return. Yoruichi seethed. She knew he understood exactly what she meant. He was protecting that woman. In his heart, Unohana was clearly more important. A bitter, sour feeling washed over her. It was infuriating, but there was nothing she could do. She fell silent. You want a date? Fine. I'll just have to ruin it. Let's see how you like that. While Shin was strolling with Unohana and the others, Aizen arrived at the 3rd Division barracks. Shin Uzumaki has been visiting you frequently. What has he been coming to see you about? Aizen asked. The two of them had been allies in the shadows for a long time. Aizen had even pulled the strings to get Jin promoted to vice captain so quickly. Without his scheming, Jin would never have risen through the ranks so fast, eventually becoming captain after Rojiro Odoribishi was framed and exiled by Aizen. His promotion had been even faster than Shin's. Nothing important. He just wanted to spar. Captain Aizen knows he's my senior, I couldn't exactly refuse, Jin said with his trademark sly smile. Aizen knew Jin wasn't telling the whole truth, but he also knew Jin's true identity and ambitions. It didn't bother him. In fact, he found it amusing, which was why he kept Jin by his side. He was curious to see what Jin would ultimately try to do. As for betrayal, Aizen wasn't worried. Even if Jin did betray him, could he pose a real threat? Impossible. With Jin's current level of strength, Aizen didn't see him as a danger. In Aizen's eyes, the only real threat was Shin. But for now, he didn't dare make a move against him. He wasn't sure he could win, and there was no need to reveal his hand just yet. Jin, I have a task for you. I wonder if you're up for it. Aizen asked. Oh. And what task might that be? Jin asked. Jin knew Aizen was no saint. But he had to earn his trust, bit by bit. Only then would he get his chance to kill him. In the original story, Jin had nearly succeeded. If not for the Hogyoku, Aizen would have died at his hands. The Hogyoku saved him. It was an obscenely powerful artifact, which was why even Shin coveted its power. It's simple. I want you to test Shin Uzumaki's strength. Spar with him, Aizen instructed. Jin's brow furrowed at Aizen's words. He looked at him deeply. What Aizen was asking him to do was practically a suicide mission. Shin Uzumaki, was he really strong enough to face him? Captain Aizen, with my meager abilities, I'm afraid I'm no match for Captain Shin. I doubt I could learn much of anything from a spar. However, since it is your order, I will accept. Jin didn't refuse. Challenging Shin Uzumaki, even if he lost, he probably wouldn't die. And it would earn him Aizen's trust. All in all, it was a good deal. Excellent. I'll be waiting for good news, Jin. Aizen turned and left. Watching Aizen's retreating figure, Jin's eyes narrowed. What is Aizen's real motive? He wants me to test Shin's strength, but he knows my power is nowhere near enough to truly gauge his. So what's the point of this order? What is he after? Perhaps he doesn't want to see Shin's strength, but my own. A flash of insight struck Jin. He had a feeling Aizen wanted to see what he was capable of. But regardless, Jin couldn't refuse. He had to accept, unless he wanted to lose Aizen's trust. He needed that trust to get close enough to kill him. As for relying on others, Jin had never considered it. This was his own battle to fight. Besides, Aizen's reputation in the Siriidii was impeccable. He was the very picture of a gentle, humble, and polite captain. Even if Jin exposed him, who would believe it? In Jin's eyes, the only person who could truly defeat Aizen was Shin Uzumaki. Not even the captain commander could do it. He didn't know the full extent of the old man's power, but Aizen's Zanpakuto ability was practically unbeatable. He had already fallen under Kyoka Suigetsu's spell. He was no threat to Aizen unless he found the perfect opportunity to strike. Jin had his own pride. He didn't want to rely on others. He would end Aizen with his own power. My apologies, Captain Shin. It seems I have no choice but to cause you some trouble. I hope you'll go easy on me. Otherwise, I might not make it out of the 2nd Division alive. Jin muttered to himself as he walked towards the 2nd Division barracks. At this moment, his smile was gone, his expression serious. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 796, you think you're worthy of challenging Captain Shin. Jin arrived at the 2nd Division barracks and was immediately met by a rugged, fierce-looking figure. The hem of his captain's haori was jagged and torn. A small, pink-haired girl was perched on his shoulder, looking impossibly cute. Kenpachi Zaraki. Jin's brow furrowed at the sight of him. The Kenpachi before him had no scar on his left cheek yet, he hadn't had his fateful encounter with Unohana. His hairstyle was also not quite so unique. You're the captain of the 3rd Division. Kenpachi's fierce eyes locked onto Jin, his fighting spirit flaring as he drew his Zanpakuto. Want to have a fight, 3rd Division captain? Kenpachi swung his massive blade, the intense battle lust rolling off him making Jin slightly uncomfortable. Kenny, aren't you here to challenge Captain Shin? The adorable Yachiru piped up. It had taken them forever to find the 2nd Division barracks. They were both hopelessly bad with directions and had gotten lost multiple times. It was only after a great deal of effort that Yachiru had managed to get directions. Even that had been a challenge. Kenpachi's intimidating appearance sent most people running for the hills, making it impossible to get close enough to ask for help. No rush. My goal is to challenge every captain. It doesn't matter who I fight first. Kenpachi's ferocious expression was fixed on Jin. It was clear he wasn't going to let him go easily. Apologies, but I have no intention of fighting you. Step aside. Jin had come to challenge Shin, not this Kenpachi Zaraki. He didn't know much about the men, but he knew he was no pushover. After all, even Captain Commander Yamamoto had taken him under his wing and held him in high regard. Kenpachi had sealed a part of his own strength. The eye patch he wore sealed most of his spiritual pressure. If he released it, Kenpachi's power would surpass that of most captains. Of course, raw spiritual pressure didn't decide a battle. True combat strength was a complex equation, unless one's spiritual pressure reached Aizen's level. Aizen's spiritual pressure was, without a doubt, one of the strongest in the entire Soul Society. Heh, I want to fight you. Kenpachi had Yachiru hop down to the side and then attacked, completely ignoring Jin's wishes. Jin's brow furrowed. He used Shuinpa to dodge Kenpachi's strike, then drew his own Zanpakuto, his gaze turning cold. Is this guy deliberately trying to cause trouble? Then a thought occurred to Jin, and he relaxed. This was actually a good thing. He hadn't wanted to challenge Shin in the first place. If Kenpachi was here to stir things up, maybe he wouldn't have to fight Shin after all. This was a blessing in disguise. At that thought, the coldness in Jin's eyes vanished. He almost felt like this brute wasn't so bad after all. He had inadvertently helped him out. Kenpachi didn't think about any of that. He sneered at the short blade in Jin's hand and charged again. You should get a new sword. That tiny thing is pathetic. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Danger. A terrifying sense of danger washed over Kenpachi. His reaction was swift, he dodged the moment he felt the threat. He managed to avoid the piercing strike of Shinso, but his clothes were still torn, and a fresh wound appeared on his body. Captain Kenpachi, I'd advise you not to underestimate anyone, Jin said calmly. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Kenpachi, though slightly injured, showed no fear. He charged at Jin again. Even with Jin's Shurikai, hitting Kenpachi was no easy task. As for his Bankai, Jin wouldn't use it so easily. He didn't want to reveal its true ability. Sometimes, hiding your Zanpakuto's power was crucial. Take Kyoka Suigetsu, for example. If its ability were exposed and everyone was on guard against it, its threat would be greatly diminished. What are you two doing in front of the 2nd Division barracks? Soifan emerged from within, her voice sharp and cold as she questioned Jin and Kenpachi. If they wanted to fight, they could go somewhere else. Causing trouble at the 2ND Division's doorstep. Was this a provocation? Soifan would not tolerate it. If anyone was looking for trouble, she would teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. Ah, if it isn't Soifan. Jin sheathed his Zanpakuto, having no intention of continuing the fight. Seeing that Soifan was angry, Jin didn't want any more trouble. He looked at Kenpachi with a faint, mocking smile. You can't blame me for this. I was just here to pay Captain Shin a visit. It was Captain Kenpachi who blocked my way and attacked me. I was only defending myself. Kenpachi didn't deny it. That was exactly what had happened. Kenpachi Zaraki, you have some nerve, bringing your trouble here, Soifan said, glaring at him angrily. And you, what do you want with Captain Shin? Soifan had no love for Jin either. I've come to seek a match with Captain Shin. Is he available? Jin asked. You think you're worthy of seeking a match with Captain Shin? Soifan was not holding back. She was already being merciful by not attacking him on the spot. If he kept this up, she might just lose her temper. In her eyes, her Captain Shin was not to be challenged. Someone like Jin was not worthy. I, too, wish to have a life-or-death battle with Captain Shin. Kenpachi also stated his intentions, his face taking on a bloodthirsty expression. Unlike Jin, who spoke of a match, Kenpachi wanted a real fight. When it came to battle, Kenpachi's personality was indeed more ferocious, fighting as if his life depended on it. Since you're here to cause trouble, let's see if you can get past me. Soifan would not allow just anyone to challenge Captain Shin. She was now prepared to teach these audacious challengers a lesson. Feeling Soifan's anger, Jin didn't make a move. He knew he didn't have to. Kenpachi would definitely step up. If he attacked Soifan, he would inevitably offend Shin Uzumaki. Although Jin had come to challenge Shin, it wasn't his own choice, it was Aizen's order, which he couldn't refuse. He didn't want to lose Aizen's trust, but he also didn't want to get on Shin Uzumaki's bad side. Attacking Soifan was out of the question. He'd just watch from the sidelines for now. With just you. Kenpachi looked at Soifan with a hint of disdain. He didn't feel like fighting her was much of a challenge. He thought she was too weak. After all, just by looking at her, it was hard to tell how strong she really was. Her small stature made Kenpachi dismissive of her abilities. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 797, bonus, quite lively. Next bonus, 200. Soifan's expression darkened as she stared down Kenpachi Zaraki. She immediately released her Zanpakuto S Shirkai and lunged at him. To challenge us here in the second division is to disrespect Captain Shin. I will make you pay for that. She closed the distance like a phantom, and Kenpachi's own expression hardened. The dismissive look he'd worn just moments ago vanished, replaced by a grim focus. Soifan was a genuine threat. Kenpachi's instincts for danger were incredibly sharp, he could pinpoint a threat with uncanny accuracy, and right now, his senses were screaming. Die. With a soft hiss, Soifan struck, her blade piercing Kenpachi's back without mercy. After the first strike, she immediately created distance. Suzumabachi's ability was a two-step kill, but Soifan didn't have time to land the second blow. Kenpachi's counterattack was already on its way. If she hadn't dodged, Kenpachi's sword would have taken her head. Kenpachi fought to kill, he never held back. Whoa, watch out, Kenny. Yachiru Kusajishi called out from the sidelines. Kenpachi didn't answer, a cruel smile spreading across his lips, making his rough features look even more savage. In truth, he didn't look as menacing as he would in the future, his hair wasn't styled into its iconic hedgehog-like spikes yet, and his face was still mostly unscarred. It was just his eyes that burned with a terrifying ferocity. This brute's reflexes are incredible. Even Soifan was impressed. He'd reacted in time and nearly wounded her. You have some skill, she conceded, but it's not enough. Soifan moved into attack again. Kenpachi's swings were wide and powerful, completely fearless. His style was pure, undisciplined brawling, leaving him with plenty of openings. He had never formally studied swordsmanship, and a structured, by-the-book style wouldn't have suited him anyway. But against an agile assassin like Soifan, his brutish approach was a clear disadvantage. In a head-on clash, two Soifans might not have been enough to defeat him, but in a battle of attrition, he couldn't even touch her. Before long, Kenpachi was covered in blood. But despite the gruesome sight, his injuries weren't severe. Soifan's Zanpakuto was small and delicate, its direct attack power relatively weak. Although it could kill in 2 hits, both had to land in the same spot. If they didn't, the damage it dealt was laughably small. For someone as tough as Kenpachi, it was nothing more than a scratch. This is boring. Come on, fight me for real. Kenpachi preferred a true slugfest, trading blows until one of them fell. Soifan glanced at the simple-minded brute, then focused on finding a way to strike the butterfly-shaped mark she'd already left on his body. She wasn't the type to fall for a simple taunt. Though she could be prideful, she remained perfectly calm in battle. They fought for nearly half an hour with no clear winner. Soifan was panting, her stamina no match for Kenpachi's. If Kenpachi had removed the seal on his Ryatsu, he could have easily defeated her, but he hadn't. He kept his power deliberately suppressed, hoping to find an opponent he could truly fight to the death. He would only release his full power against someone far stronger than himself. You're all having quite a party here. Shin returned, a black cat perched in his arms. Retsu Unohana hadn't come with them, she had already returned to the 4th Division's barracks. Captain Shin. Lady Yoruchi. You're back. Soifan's face lit up at the sight of Shin, and she immediately retreated to his side. What's going on? Shin asked, though he already had a good idea. Kenpachi Zaraki was here, which meant Shunsui Kairaku had likely told him about his challenge. Now he was covered in blood from fighting Soifan, looking quite the mess, but he stood tall, showing no signs of pain. Kenpachi had endured far worse. To him, these were just minor scrapes. The presence of Kenpachi and Yachiru wasn't surprising, but Jin Ikamaru's appearance was. These two fools came here to fight you, Soifan reported. Hearing her words, Shin shot a curious glance at Jin. Was this sly-looking guy here to fight him too? He gave Jin a meaningful look. When their eyes met, Jin felt a shiver run down his spine, a profound sense of danger washing over him. Captain Shin, please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of causing any trouble. Jin said to Shin. He had no desire to actually fight him. His original plan for a spar was just to go through the motions. If it weren't for Aizen, he never would have come here to bother Shin Uzumaki in the first place. I only wish to ask for your guidance, Captain Shin. I came here in hopes of receiving your instruction, Jin said with a placid smile. Shin chuckled softly. He didn't fully believe Jin's words. His visit was undoubtedly tied to Aizen. Aizen. I hope you don't cause me any trouble. Otherwise, I won't let you off easy either. Although Shin needed Aizen's help to create the Hogyoku, that didn't mean he would tolerate Aizen's games. The Hogyoku was something he wanted, but not something he absolutely needed. Even without it, Shin would be fine. So if Aizen got out of line, Shin would make him understand who was in control. Captain Shin, how should we deal with them? Soifan asked. She certainly didn't want to let them off the hook so easily. But she also knew she couldn't kill them. That would only cause trouble for Captain Shin. It wasn't worth it. Captain Shin, I want to fight you. Will you grant me the honor? Kenpachi looked at Shin, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Fine. I accept. Shin knew Kenpachi's personality. If he didn't deal with him now, Kenpachi would never give up and might even start following him around. He had to find a way to get rid of him. As for killing Kenpachi, there was no need. As long as he wasn't provoked, Shin could be merciful. He actually agreed. Yoruchi leaped onto Soifan's head. Hearing that Shin had accepted Kenpachi's challenge, she found it hard to believe. Didn't Shin hate this kind of trouble? Why would he agree to fight Kenpachi? It was so hard to understand him. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 798, you want to fight me with that pathetic strength. Next bonus, 200. When Jin Ikamaru heard Shin accept Kenpachi's challenge, he paused his retreat, his interest piqued by the impending battle. Aizen wanted to know Shin's strength, and so did Jin. This Kenpachi was powerful. Jin could sense an even greater power lurking within him. He wondered if Kenpachi, at his full strength, could actually stand against Shin Uzumaki. Fighting at the entrance to the 2nd Division will cause too much damage. Let's take this inside. Shin walked into the 2nd Division barracks, and Kenpachi followed without hesitation. Jin, driven by curiosity, followed as well. If he could, he would also spar with Shin to complete Aizen's mission. After all, Aizen wasn't easy to fool. A brief exchange would be enough to satisfy him. Wow, the 2nd Division is so much nicer than the 11th, Yachiru said with envy. It seemed no matter which division they visited, the 11th always came up short in terms of environment. It couldn't be helped. The 11th Division was full of nothing but brutish thugs. They didn't bother with upkeep, and some parts of their barracks were even in ruins. The battle-crazed members didn't care about such things. When they reached the training grounds at the back, the members of the 2nd Division gathered to watch, their curiosity piqued. Someone was challenging their captain, of course they wanted to see. They hoped their captain would win. Is the captain of the 11th Division strong? I don't know, but he can't be as strong as our captain. He's definitely not as strong as our captain. Let's just watch him lose. Then we can rub it in the faces of anyone from the 11th Division we see. Better not. If you show off to anyone else, they'll just get annoyed. The 11th Division guys will actually start a fight. The 11th Division was known for its violent nature. If you angered them, they would attack without a second thought. If two divisions started brawling, everyone involved would be punished. You're right. No need to stoop to their level. Better not to provoke them. The thought of the 11th Division's madmen made the 2nd Division members shiver. It wasn't that they were that much stronger, but their personalities, they were complete lunatics. Let me heal those injuries for you. Shin glanced at Kenpachi's wounds and healed them instantly. Even Kenpachi's fatigue vanished. That's some powerful Kaido, Jin thought, though he said nothing. Now, show me your full strength. Otherwise, you might die, Shin said in a flat tone. Kenpachi looked at Shin and grimly removed his eye patch. The only time he had gone all out was against Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto. He hadn't used his full strength since. Now, Kenpachi felt he had to. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against Shin Uzumaki. He could feel that Shin's presence was infinitely more powerful than his own. But Kenpachi felt no fear, only excitement. He had finally found a worthy opponent. Aren't you going to draw your sword? Kenpachi asked Shin. Shin stood empty-handed. Kenpachi didn't want to take an unfair advantage, so he wanted Shin to draw his weapon. I don't need a sword to deal with you, Shin said flatly. Kenpachi's immense Ryatsu seemed to have no effect on Shin, who remained as calm as still water. Kenpachi's Ryatsu is incredible. Yoruichi looked at Kenpachi with a serious expression. If she had to fight him, she wasn't completely confident she could win. Jin was even more impressed. Soul Society was full of hidden powerhouses. There was the unfathomably strong Shin Uzumaki, the legendary strongest Soul Reaper, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto, and now Kenpachi, who was definitely a cut above him. A Kenpachi with his Ryatsu sealed might not be a match for Jin, but with the seal released, he was strong enough to overpower him. Hehehe, don't regret this. Kenpachi grinned, then slashed at Shin. Just as the blade was about to reach him, Shin acted. He raised his hand and caught Kenpachi's Zanpakuto, his expression unchanging. Kenpachi's pupils dilated. He knew exactly how powerful his slash was, yet it had been completely neutralized by Shin. He had even caught his Zanpakuto. Kenpachi couldn't help but be shocked by Shin's strength. You call that strength? And you came here to fight me? Shin asked Kenpachi, his voice calm and detached. He had every right to say that. In his eyes, the power Kenpachi had just displayed was far from impressive. Compared to the current Aizen, he was leagues behind. He couldn't match Aizen in any aspect. Even without his Zanpakuto, Aizen could defeat Kenpachi. Bam. Shin kicked out, and Kenpachi shot back like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and skidding a great distance. Yoruichi, in her cat form, shot Shin a glare. She wasn't concerned about Kenpachi. How Kenpachi fared was none of her business. But what about the damage to the training ground? This was going to cost money to fix, and the 2nd Division's budget was already stretched thin thanks to Shin's spending habits. Shin had, of course, considered this, but he had a solution in mind. It was simple, he'd make Kenpachi sign a compensation agreement. All the damages would be covered by the 11th Division. It wasn't that he was trying to screw them over, but Kenpachi had been the one to come looking for a fight. Since that was the case, why should he be courteous? Shin had no intention of paying for the damages out of his own pocket. If the 11th Division tried to back out, he wouldn't be afraid to flip their barracks upside down. Kenny's getting thrashed, Yuichiro said, propping her chin on her hand as she watched Kenpachi with concern. This was the most brutal beating Kenpachi had ever taken. He'd been sent flying in an instant. And his injuries were not light. Kenpachi was durable, but even he was struggling to get up. Gripping his sword, he staggered to his feet. Not bad. The fact that you can even get up after a kick like that is impressive enough. Shin looked at Kenpachi with approval. Kenpachi's performance was already quite good, better than most captains. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 799, Kenpachi on the brink of death. Next bonus, 200. Still want to keep going? Shin asked as Kenpachi struggled to his feet. Kenpachi didn't answer, but the way he gripped his blade told Shin everything he needed to know. Of course he would continue. As long as he wasn't beaten into the ground, unable to stand, Kenpachi Zaraki would never give up. His very spirit wouldn't allow it. All right, have it your way, Shin said, adding a casual warning. Just don't blame me if I break something you can't fix. Crippling Captain Kenpachi with a single kick. Captain Shin is everything they say he is, Jin Ikamaru remarked with a sigh. You're still here? Don't tell me you're thinking of fighting Captain Shin. Soi Fan shot Jin a sharp look. She recalled his earlier desire to spar with Shin. Has he still not given up after seeing Captain Shin's power? Daring to challenge him now would be suicide. No, I've given up on that idea, Jin said candidly. My strength is no match for Captain Shin's. Challenging him would just be asking for humiliation. It was nothing to be ashamed of. Who in the Soul Society could claim to be stronger than Shin Uzumaki? No one. So giving up wasn't shameful, it was just smart. And as for Aizen's mission, to hell with it. I'm not throwing my life away for some so-called mission. This is impossible. Jin suspected Aizen's true motive wasn't simply to have him fight Shin. Aizen likely knew he was no match. It was probably a test of his own strength, something Jin had no intention of revealing. If Aizen knew his true power and became wary, Jin would never get the upper hand. At least you know your place. I'm starting to find you a little less annoying, Soi Fan commented, glancing at Jin. Before, she couldn't stand the sight of him. But now, his self-awareness was a point in his favor. Unlike that brutish oaf who still dared to face Captain Shin. If Shin accidentally killed him, it would probably cause some trouble. Ken-chan. Yachiru's face was etched with worry. Though she wanted him to stop, she knew Kenpachi would never listen. Once he decided to fight, he would fight until death or until he could no longer get up. Not even she could change his mind. Kenpachi's swordsmanship was pure, unrestrained aggression. Though it lacked formal techniques, that formlessness made it harder to counter than any established style. But in Shin's eyes, every move was perfectly clear, as if Kenpachi were moving in slow motion. In a situation like this, Kenpachi stood no chance. A casual wave of Shin's hand was enough to parry his attacks. You're full of openings. Shin said calmly, once again catching Kenpachi's blade in his bare hand. The sword that could cleave a mountain seemed utterly powerless in his grasp. Putting everything else aside, his strength is the real deal, Yoruichi commented. At the same time, Yoruichi couldn't help but think back to a time when she doubted Shin's strength. She felt a flush of embarrassment now. Of course. Captain Shin is the strongest, invincible, Soi Fan said, her eyes filled with worship. Seeing Soi Fan's adoration, Yoruichi shot her a look. I used to be the one you admired most. Now her loyalty had shifted entirely to that man, Shin. Besides his strength, what else is so great about him? Yoruichi mused, then immediately thought of his other qualities. He was handsome, had a good personality, and seemed to have no major flaws. Birds of a feather, I guess. Except for his involvement with that woman, Retsu Unohana, Yoruichi really had nothing to complain about. Little Soi Fan, are you fond of Shin? Yoruichi asked. Yes, Soi Fan nodded. She loved Shin, and she made her adoration for him perfectly clear. Yoruichi gritted her teeth slightly. Was she going to have to deal with Soi Fan as a love rival? Honestly, if it was Soi Fan, Yoruichi wouldn't have the heart to be harsh with her. What Yoruichi didn't realize was that Soi Fan's feelings for Shin were different from her own, it was more adoration than romantic love, at least for now. Boom. Shin's fist sent Kenpachi flying. Ignoring his injuries, Kenpachi once again struggled to his feet, his movements slow and pained. But he still got up, his gaze fixed on Shin, his face filled with defiance. All right, I suggest you stop now. If you keep this up, you're going to die. Shin said to Kenpachi. It was a genuine warning. If the fight continued, Kenpachi's death was a certainty. Heh, I won't give up. Kenpachi's expression was incredibly determined. Seeing that unwavering gaze, Shin felt a certain appreciation for him. Kenpachi's resolute spirit was indeed admirable. I know you won't give up that easily. I guess I'll have to get a little serious with the next one. Shin raised his hand. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. An unchanted Kido, Shin even deliberately suppressed his spiritual pressure to avoid killing Kenpachi outright. For Kenpachi, Shin wanted to hold back. As long as there was no conflict between them, and Shin didn't particularly dislike him, he saw no reason to go too far. Even as a suppressed, unchanted version, the power of Kurohitsuji was immense. Kenpachi was trapped in a black coffin-like structure as the sound of shadow blades slicing through the air echoed out. When the black coffin vanished, Kenpachi was revealed, bathed in blood and on the brink of death. From the looks of it, he wasn't far from his end. Ken-chan. Yachiru immediately ran over to check on his condition. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. I held back. He just looks a mess, but he's not going to die that easily, Shin said to Yachiru. Oh, thank you for sparing Ken-chan, Yachiru thanked Shin. After all, Kenpachi had been the one to challenge him. Even if he had been killed, no one could have said a word. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 800, 800, one hardcore fan is worth 10 haters. Next bonus, 100. Kenpachi lay on the ground, and Yachiru began to drag him away. Need me to find someone to help you? Shin asked, watching Yachiru struggle with Kenpachi's massive frame. Thanks for the offer, but no thanks. Yachiru is super strong. Yachiru said, flexing a small bicep to show her determination. Shin shot Kenpachi a sympathetic look. He suspected the man might not die from his wounds, but from the journey back being dragged by Yachiru. Poor Kenpachi. Since Yuichiro refused his help, Shin didn't press the matter, simply watching as Kenpachi was dragged away. As they were about to leave the second division grounds, Kenpachi, his consciousness fading in and out, opened his eyes and looked at Shin. "I'll be back, to challenge you." Shin's face darkened. "You think I want him pestering me all the time? I need to find a way to deal with this. If you want to challenge me, first defeat someone I've trained. If you can't even beat someone I've guided, don't bother showing your face here again just to be humiliated," Shin said to Kenpachi. "Who?" Kenpachi asked. "The genius of the Siriitii, Byakuya Kuchiki. It won't be long before he becomes the captain of the 6th division," Shin said. After half a month of training with Shin, Byakuya had returned and been promoted to vice-captain of the 6th division. His grandfather, Jinrei Kuchiki, was already considering retirement. It was only a matter of time before Byakuya became captain. His current strength was more than enough to justify the position, and the 6th division was a noble squad anyway. Even if Byakuya didn't have captain-level strength, no one would object to his promotion, though they might grumble privately. This was, without a doubt, throwing Byakuya to the wolves, but Shin felt no guilt. "I taught you, after all. Even if you paid your tuition, helping me deal with a minor inconvenience is only right." Besides, in the original story, Kenpachi was obsessed with defeating Byakuya anyway. So Shin wasn't really pitting them against each other, it was bound to happen sooner or later. "And you, Captain Jin? Would you like a go?" Shin asked with a smile. "No, thank you. After seeing your strength, Captain Shin, I know I'm no match. I won't make a fool of myself." Jin refused. He had no desire to be carried out of here. He bid Shin farewell and quickly left the 2nd division. Jin felt Soi Fan's gaze on him was less than friendly. If he stayed any longer, a conflict might break out. And if that happened, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. This was the 2nd division, after all. Even if Shin didn't act, they could still make things difficult for him. At least he's smart. Soi Fan sheathed her Zanpakuto. If Jin had really wanted to fight, Soi Fan had been prepared to deal with him herself. Honestly, if Soi Fan and Jin fought seriously, she wouldn't lose. After being trained by Shin for so long, her strength was far greater than her original counterparts. The Soi Fan from the original story might not have been a match for Jin, but the current Soi Fan was a different story. "Don't be so aggressive." Shin walked over and patted Soi Fan's small head. Soi Fan's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head. She didn't care what others said, but she would always listen to Shin. Meanwhile, Jin had returned to the 3rd division, only to find the captain of the 5th division, Sosuke Aizen, waiting for him. Seeing Aizen, Jin's expression flickered for a moment before he walked over with a smile. "Captain Aizen, were you waiting for me?" Jin asked. "Indeed. How did things go?" Aizen asked with a calm smile. Aizen had no idea what had transpired within the 2nd division. He never considered spying on the 2nd division, mainly out of caution towards Shin. But he knew Kenpachi had gone there, the commotion had been too loud to ignore. It didn't go well. "My apologies, Captain Aizen," Jin said. "I didn't fight Captain Shin because I knew I was no match for him. My strength is, at best, on par with Captain Kenpachi's, and Captain Shin defeated him with ease. Since I was no match, there was no point in getting beaten up for nothing. Don't you think I made the right choice?" Jin asked with a smile. "Indeed. A very wise choice," Aizen replied, his face mirroring Jin's smile, though both were scheming against each other. Aizen wasn't particularly bothered. Even if Jin was clearly hiding something, it didn't matter. Aizen didn't stay in the 3rd division for long before leaving. Watching Aizen depart, Jin's eyes narrowed, then he returned to his usual expression. The news of the battle spread like wildfire. The captain of the 11th division challenged the captain of the 2nd division, only to be utterly crushed. Of course, it wasn't Shin who spread the news, but the members of the 2nd division. They were thrilled to spread the news. The captains of the various squads were always being compared to one another, at least by their subordinates, who loved to argue about whose captain was stronger. The stronger their own captain, the more pride they felt. It was a form of entertainment for them. Now, Shin was being hailed as the strongest in the entire Soul Society, even surpassing Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. In truth, it wasn't an exaggeration. Shin did possess that level of strength. But in the eyes of some, it was all just hype. They refused to acknowledge Shin's strength, each believing their own captain was the best. Besides, just by defeating a newly appointed the 11th division captain, how could he be called the strongest? One hardcore fan is worth 10 haters, Shin couldn't help but say. His reputation in the Soul Society had taken a hit. Many Soul Reapers now saw him as arrogant and conceited, though it had nothing to do with him. He hadn't said anything about the other captains being trash, it was the members of the 2nd division who had said that. Damn it, those guys are going too far, insulting Captain Shin like that. I'll go take care of them. Soifan was not as calm as Shin. In fact, Shin wasn't angry at all, but Soifan was furious. Calm down. I'm not even angry, and you're all worked up. Shin patted Soifan's head. Her only weakness, perhaps, was her inability to stay calm. She lacked a steady temperament. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 801, 801, bonus, congratulating Captain Byakuya Kuchiki. Next bonus, 100. Last week, we reached 200 power stones. Thanks so much to everyone for your help. Let's see if we can hit 300 this time. Captain Shin, doesn't that bother you? Soifan asked. She found the remarks from the other Soul Reapers infuriating and wanted to teach them a lesson, to make them understand that not just anyone could speak so freely about her captain. The more you try to shut people up, the worse your reputation gets. It's better to just let it go. Shin's calm words seemed to be the only thing that could pacify Soifan. Even Yoruichi probably couldn't have settled her down so easily. Come on, let's take a walk. Shin led Soifan out of the 2nd Division barracks. Yoruichi, who was elsewhere, had no idea they had left. Soifan was delighted to be leaving with Shin, but she was also curious. Where is Captain Shin taking me? Are we heading back to the 2ND Division's headquarters? Curious about where we're going? Shin asked, noticing the question in her eyes. Soifan nodded. She was indeed very curious. We're going to the 6th Division. Byakuya Kuchiki has been promoted to captain. We should go offer our congratulations. Shin explained. Oh, Byakuya Kuchiki is a captain now. Why wasn't there a meeting to announce it? Soifan found it strange. Captain promotions were usually announced at a formal gathering. There's no need for a meeting when it's a foregone conclusion. Byakuya was destined for the position. Neither Captain Commander Yamamoto nor any of the other captains had any objections. The 6th Division was a noble squad, and as the head of the Kuchiki clan, Byakuya had the full backing of the nobility. More importantly, he had the strength to back it up. He might not have any major achievements to his name yet, though there was one mission that could have earned him incredible renown, capturing the Vizards. But that was an impossible task. Even if Byakuya had wanted to take it on, his grandfather, Jinrei Kuchiki, would never have allowed it. The Vizards consisted of several former captains and lieutenants. Sending Byakuya after them would have been a suicide mission. Those exiles wouldn't go easy on a fellow Soul Reaper, they were now enemies of the Soul Society. Though they would eventually return to the Soul Society after Aizen's defeat, right now, they undoubtedly harbored a deep resentment. They had been framed, hunted, and branded as traitors. It was only natural that their feelings toward the Godii 13 had soured. Should we bring a gift? Soifan asked. Since they were congratulating someone on becoming a captain, a gift seemed appropriate. You're right, I almost forgot. We should bring something. Shin might be a bit of a cheapskate, but he wouldn't neglect a necessary formality and let the 2nd Division be embarrassed. In the end, Soifan insisted on paying for the gift. Soifan, I'll have to properly train you when we get back, Shin said. Thank you, Captain Shin. Soifan's face lit up with excitement. With the captain's personal guidance, her strength would surely improve much faster. She was driven to become stronger, wanting to be able to protect both Captain Shin and Lady Yoruichi. At the moment, her skills were far from adequate. It was all she could do to not need protecting herself. The thought filled her with frustration. As for the money she had just spent, it was of no concern to her. When they arrived at the 6th Division barracks, they found that they weren't the only visitors. Looks like we're not the only ones who had this idea, Shin said with a smile, spotting Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake. Captain Shin. Yukitake and the others greeted them as they approached. Are you also here to congratulate Byakuya on his promotion? Shin asked. Of course. And to curry a little favor with the Kuchiki clan, Kairaku replied with his usual candor. By the way, is it true that Kenpachi challenged you and you defeated him without breaking a sweat? At Kairaku's question, Shin simply nodded. Kenpachi is still recovering. In a way, Shin had done the other captains a favor. If Kenpachi weren't injured, he'd probably be challenging them right now. Though I hear the members of your squad are making you quite the villain, Kairaku added with a grin. Shin's reputation in the Siriidii had been taking a nosedive lately. I don't really care about that, Shin shrugged. He wasn't particularly concerned with his reputation. Still, I think you two should be a little more discreet. There are still people in the Siriidii who are suspicious of your relationship, Shin said, looking at Kairaku and Yukitake. Ahem. Yukitake coughed lightly, not because of his illness, but out of sheer awkwardness. Can we please not talk about that? Besides, if it weren't for you, would anyone even be bringing it up? Kairaku asked irritably. Ha 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 ha. Shin laughed heartily but dropped the subject. If he kept picking at that particular scab, Kairaku and Yukitake might just decide to fight him. After spending half the day at the 6th Division barracks, Shin and Soifan returned to the 2nd Division. "Where have you two been? Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you?" Yoruichi demanded, clearly annoyed. They had disappeared without a word, and worse, without her. It was unforgivable. "We went to the 6th Division. Byakuya became a captain, so we went to celebrate," Shin explained. "Then why didn't you invite me?" Yoruichi's anger subsided slightly. At least they hadn't gone to the 4th Division. If they had, she'd be in an even worse mood. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her: had Retsu Unohana been at the 6th Division? She knew asking Shin might not get her a straight answer, but Soifan wouldn't lie to her. If the day ever came when little Soifan deceived her, she would have truly failed as a mentor. "Soifan, let me ask you, was Retsu Unohana there?" Yoruichi asked. Hearing Lady Yoruichi's question, Soifan shook her head. "No, I didn't see Captain Unohana at the 6th Division." "Why do you ask, Lady Yoruichi?" Soifan asked curiously. Yoruichi breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she wasn't there. Seeing Soifan's curious expression, she just shook her head, offering no explanation. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 802, 802, I don't need this kind of test. Next bonus, 100. A few days after Byakuya Kuchiki was appointed captain of the 6th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, whose injuries had somewhat healed, showed up at his barracks and issued a challenge. Byakuya didn't refuse. He accepted the fight. Whether Kenpachi was just a battle-crazed maniac or had some ulterior motive, Byakuya had no intention of backing down. The reason was simple: as a newly appointed captain, he had to establish his authority. A challenge like this was a direct slap in the face. Byakuya even suspected Kenpachi might hold a personal grudge against him, deliberately challenging him now. In reality, Kenpachi wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't scheming against Byakuya, nor was he resentful of his promotion. He just wanted a good fight. The real reason he was challenging Byakuya was because of Shin, who had suggested it to get Kenpachi off his back. Byakuya was, in effect, taking a bullet for Shin. Of course, Byakuya had no idea. And even if he did, there was nothing he could do about it. What could he do? Go after Shin for revenge? Shin probably wouldn't even give him the time of day. More importantly, even if Byakuya did seek revenge, he couldn't win. He was no match for Shin. Having been trained, and soundly beaten, by Shin, Byakuya knew this better than anyone. Shin had sparred with him before, but it had been a complete mockery of a fight, an effortless thrashing where Byakuya couldn't even land a single blow. As for this battle with Kenpachi, Byakuya ultimately won. Kenpachi had just been defeated by Shin a short while ago and hadn't fully recovered. Challenging Byakuya in that state, he was bound to get steamrolled. In his current condition, Kenpachi would probably lose to a lieutenant. To challenge another captain while still so heavily injured, if nothing else, no one could match Kenpachi's sheer recklessness. When it came to a deathmatch, he was in a league of his own. "My dear captain, could you please stop being such a deadbeat?" Yoruichi said, forcing a smile as she approached Shin. "Ah. What's up?" Shin lowered the book covering his face, looking at Yoruichi with a groggy expression. He had fallen asleep and hadn't heard a word she said. "Honestly, I'm tempted to report you," Yoruichi said, sitting down with an exasperated sigh. "Report me? For what?" Shin found her threat amusing. What could she possibly report him for? For slacking off, of course. "Let's be real, what have you actually done in the 2nd Division?" Yoruichi asked. She handled practically everything, big and small. As for Shin, he was either resting or resting. He hadn't done a single thing. "Vice Captain Yoruichi, this is a test for you," Shin said, patting her shoulder with a solemn expression. Yoruichi remained silent. She had heard this line from Shin so many times that she was now immune to it. As for his claim that it was a test for her, she didn't believe a single word of it. "I don't need this kind of test," Yoruichi said flatly. "Sigh, and here I am, doing this all for your own good, and you don't even appreciate it. It's truly heartbreaking." Shin sighed, looking as if his kindness had been utterly wasted. Yoruichi desperately wanted to hit him. It was a miracle she managed to restrain herself. She felt her life was getting harder and harder. "I'm thinking of transferring out of the 2nd Division, to another squad," Yoruichi said to Shin. She expected his expression to change, but to her surprise, Shin remained completely calm. He seemed entirely unfazed by her words. Yoruichi's mood soured. "You're so sure I won't leave, aren't you? Is that why you're so composed? Do you really not care if I leave?" Yoruichi asked. At her question, Shin just shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if you leave, there's still Soifan." As long as I have her, it's fine. What did you just say? Do you have any idea how much I want to beat you up right now? Yoruchi clenched her fists, looking as if she was about to punch him. Ha ha ha, don't be so aggressive. Shin laughed, trying to calm her down. Actually, if you did leave the second division, you might even have a chance to become a captain. It could be a good thing, you know. Shin said to Yoruchi, who just rolled her eyes at him. A good thing. Good my ass. Are you trying to get rid of me? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. I'm not leaving. Yoruchi said to Shin. There was no way she was leaving the second division. I never said I wanted you to leave. Don't worry, I'll never let you go, Shin said to Yoruchi earnestly. If you had said that from the start, I might have believed you. But now, I can't trust a word you say. Yoruchi said with a straight face. What a shame. Everything I said was completely serious. Shin smiled and raised his hand, placing it on Yoruchi's head. He knew she would never leave the second division, which was why he had acted so indifferent. Yoruchi shot him an angry look, then dropped the subject and went back to her paperwork. She had thought her position as vice captain would be a bit more relaxed, but Shin was determined not to let that happen. He dumped everything on her. It was really getting to be too much. Finally, Yoruchi considered how long it would take her to finish all this work. She thought of Soifan and decided to get her to help. With Soifan's assistance, they would finish much faster, and then she could finally get some rest. She found Soifan training and immediately called her over. In the end, she dumped all the work on Soifan. She had originally planned to do it with her, but suddenly, she felt a wave of laziness wash over her. Well, it was clear from this that Yoruchi's personality was actually quite similar to Shin's. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 803, 803, Invitation to join Squad 0. Next bonus, 100. Captain, a message just came in from the 1st Division. They need you to head over there immediately. Shin was in the middle of idling around the 2nd Division barracks, living the slacker life, when a squad member rushed in to report. Go to the 1st Division. What for? Shin frowned slightly as he stood up. Regardless of what Old Man Yamamoto wanted, Shin couldn't exactly ignore the summons. All right, I got it. You're dismissed. Shin nodded to the subordinate. After tidying up his appearance a bit, he headed toward the door. Heading out again? Yoruchi asked, spotting him leaving. Come on, Yoruchi. Again. You make it sound like I'm never here. Shin glanced at her, rolling his eyes. I barely ever leave. In all honesty, Shin rarely went out. He was a homebody by nature, preferring the comfort of his own quarters to the hustle of the Siriiti. Going to the 4th Division. Yoruchi knew Shin's habits well. Usually, if he bothered to leave, it was to visit the 4th Division. Was he planning to go there again? No, 1st Division this time. Shin shook his head at Yoruchi Shihoin. He had no idea what urgent matter Yamamoto had, especially since the Soul Society seemed peaceful enough lately. 1st Division. All right, go ahead then. Hearing it wasn't the 4th Division, Yoruchi let him go without hassle. If he had been going to see Unohana, she might have tagged along, but a meeting with the captain commander was boring business. Shin strolled leisurely to the 1st Division barracks. Upon entering the assembly hall, he raised an eyebrow. Aside from Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, there was a woman standing there. Shin recognized her immediately. Senjumaru Shudera. Title, Great Weave Guard. The creator of the Shihakusho and a member of the Royal Guard, Squad 0. Squad 0 was an organization older than the Godii 13, tasked with the sole duty of protecting the Soul King. Each member possessed immense power. It was rumored that the combined combat power of Squad 0 surpassed that of the entire Godii 13. Of course, that rumor didn't really apply to Shin. He could single-handedly thrash everyone in Squad 0 if he wanted to. Captain Shin, it is not I who sought you out, but her, Yamamoto said, gesturing to the woman. Oh. And what business do you have with me? Shin looked at Senjumaru. He already had a guess. If he wasn't mistaken, she was here to invite him to join the Royal Guard. The strength Shin had displayed was certainly enough to warrant an invitation. Of course, raw power wasn't the only criteria, one usually needed to have made a significant contribution to Soul Society to be considered. Not everyone in Squad 0 was a combat specialist, though generally speaking, they were all monsters in their own right. I have come to invite you to join Squad 0. Oh. And what exactly is this Squad 0? Shin sat down, asking with a faint, playful smile. Hearing this, Senjumaru felt a flicker of annoyance. What did he mean? Was he looking down on them? Did he think Squad 0 was beneath him? Or was he genuinely ignorant? It was true that Squad 0 was a secretive entity, rarely descending from the Soul King Palace. However, veteran captains were expected to know of their existence. Shin was considered an established captain by now, so he should have known. Was he feigning ignorance to provoke her? Senjimaro didn't know, but she didn't lose her temper. She wasn't one to give in to irrational anger easily. Since you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you regarding Squad Zero. Senjimaro decided to treat his ignorance as genuine and began to explain the nature of the Royal Guard. She hyped them up considerably, painting them as an unbeatable force. And to be fair, they were strong. However, the claim that they were stronger than the entire Godai 13 combined usually required excluding Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni from the equation. Yamamoto was a true monster. Even the leader of Squad Zero, Ichibe Hyasube, the monk who called the real name, might not necessarily overpower Yamamoto in raw destructive capability, though Ichibe's Sanpakuto abilities were undeniably broken and bizarre. I have zero interest in Squad Zero. So, save your breath. Don't try to recruit me. Shin cut to the chase, making his stance crystal clear. Are you truly refusing? Senjimaro asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. You must realize that joining Squad Zero would allow your strength to reach new heights. This is a rare opportunity. Squad Zero stands above the Godai 13. Senjimaru's comment about standing above the Godai 13 clearly displeased Yamamoto. After all, the Godai 13 was the organization he had built from the ground up. Hearing someone claim superiority right to his face was bound to sour his mood. Humph, Captain Shudera, watch your tongue, Yamamoto grunted coldly. Hearing the old man's warning, Senjimaro wisely chose not to push the issue further. She had no desire to offend Yamamoto. The stubborn old man commanded respect, even from the Royal Guard. Right then. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Shin turned around and started walking out. He thought it was something important, but it turned out to be a recruitment pitch. He had absolutely no desire to join. Is there really no room for reconsideration? Senjimaro refused to give up, chasing after him. None. Do I need to repeat myself? I have no interest in your squad. Why was Shin so uninterested? Primarily because Squad Zero resided in the Soul King Palace. Shin had no desire to be cooped up in that dimension, guarding a linchpin for eternity. Life down here was good. Why run off to be a glorified bodyguard in the sky? People rarely left the Soul King Palace. Shin wasn't about to sign up for that kind of house arrest. If that is the case, it is truly a pity, Senjimaro said, stopping her pursuit. However, internally, she hadn't fully given up. She still harbored thoughts of persuading him later. Would Captain Shin mind if I visited the 2nd Division for a tour, she asked. I don't mind. If Captain Shudera wants to visit, feel free anytime, Shin replied with a casual smile. A glint flashed in Senjimaro's eyes. Earlier, Yamamoto had only addressed her by her surname. He hadn't mentioned her given name. Yet, Shin knew it. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 804, 804, I recommend Aizen for Squad Zero. Next bonus, 200. Bonus chapter soon. Senjimaro Shudera followed Shin back to the 2nd Division. Watching the woman trailing beside Shin, Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. Who is this woman? Yoruichi asked Shin directly. Her gaze fixed on Senjimaro, revealing a distinct trace of hostility. Sensing the animosity, a faint smile touched Senjimaro's lips as she glanced over at Shin. Shin, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed the silent exchange at all. She's from Squad Zero. I'll let her introduce herself, Shin said, gesturing toward Senjimaro. So, someone from the Royal Guard. Yoruichi studied Senjimaro. She didn't know this specific woman personally, but born of the great noble houses, Yoruichi knew plenty about Squad Zero. She was just curious, what business did the Royal Guard have with Shin? I am Senjimaro Shudera. Senjimaro didn't offer any excessive details, merely stating her name. She wouldn't tell Yoruichi anything more than necessary. Many matters regarding Squad Zero were classified, even to a noble like Yoruichi. Oh. And what do you want with our captain? Yoruichi asked pointedly. Even facing a member of the Royal Guard, Yoruichi didn't back down an inch. They weren't going to fight, and even if they did, Yoruichi didn't believe she was weaker than the other woman. I originally intended to invite him to join Squad Zero, Senjimaro said, glancing at Shin. Hearing this, Yoruichi immediately looked at Shin as well. Join Squad Zero? Yoruichi definitely didn't want Shin to agree to that. Joining them meant leaving the Siriidii, likely for good. Yoruichi didn't want Shin to leave. However, knowing Shin's personality, Yoruichi figured he wouldn't go. The idea of living in the Soul King Palace likely held zero appeal to a man like him. So, after a brief moment of worry, she relaxed, confident Shin would refuse. Then you're going to be disappointed. Our captain won't agree to it, Yoruichi said confidently. Oh. You are that confident he won't join. Your phrasing gave it away. You said you originally intended to invite him. That implies you've already failed, doesn't it? Yoruichi smirked. If she was speaking in the past tense, it meant Shin had already turned her down. It seems you understand your captain well. In that case, perhaps you could help me persuade him. Senjumaru's eyes flickered as she directed the request to Yoruichi. Don't look at me for that. Yoruichi rejected the idea instantly. She didn't want Shin to go in the first place, why would she help convince him to leave? Seems you still haven't given up on dragging me into Squad Zero, Shin remarked, glancing at Senjumaru. Clearly, this woman was persistent. Since I came personally to invite you, returning with a rejection would be quite embarrassing for me, Senjumaru said, her gaze steady. In truth, the monk, Ichibe Hyasub, really wanted Shin in Squad Zero. He had observed Shin, understood his power, and knew just how formidable he was. Shin's strength was perfectly suited for the Royal Guard. He would significantly bolster their combat capabilities. Then I guess you'll just have to be embarrassed. Shin's expression remained flat. He had no obligation to save Senjumaru's face. Why refuse? Senjumaru asked. Is there something wrong with joining Squad Zero? I just don't want to. Actually, if you need someone, I can recommend a candidate who is absolutely perfect for Squad Zero, Shin said with a light chuckle. Hearing this, a look of curiosity appeared in Senjumaru's eyes. And who might that be? The captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. I think he is perfectly suited for Squad Zero, Shin said with a grin. If Aizen actually joined Squad Zero, just imagining it was entertaining. With Aizen's ambition and personality, he definitely wouldn't stay quiet if he got into the royal palace. Of course, Aizen wouldn't join Squad Zero to serve. He wanted to enter the Soul King Palace, yes, but not like that. He wanted to enter as a conqueror, not a guard. And Squad Zero would never invite Aizen. Are you joking? Senjumaru looked at Shin, convinced he was pulling her leg. Squad Zero kept tabs on the Goatee I-13. They knew of Aizen, but they didn't recognize his true power. In fact, she likely considered Aizen's strength to be near the bottom among the captains, as he had never displayed any significant combat feats. Shin smiled faintly. As expected, Squad Zero had no idea about Aizen's true strength. If they did, they wouldn't be sitting idly by while he plotted. If you trust me, you can go invite Aizen. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Shin said it mostly for his own amusement. Aizen wouldn't join because he had his own plans. Squad Zero wouldn't invite him because they thought he was weak. Seeing Senjumaru's expression, it was clear she didn't take the suggestion seriously. She began to wander around the 2nd Division barracks. Let me show you around, Yoruichi interjected, stepping in front of her. Yoruichi didn't want Shin giving the tour, so she took it upon herself to guide Senjumaru. It was also a way to monitor her and eventually get her to leave. If Senjumaru stayed too long, what if she actually managed to persuade Shin? Yoruichi thought it was unlikely, but what if Senjumaru used other methods? Like a honey trap. Captain, leave the rest to me. You have plenty of work to do. Yoruichi flashed a smile at Shin. Shin shrugged and nodded. He had no intention of spending more time with Senjumaru anyway. Senjumaru frowned slightly but didn't refuse Yoruichi's offer. You seem to hold some hostility toward me, Senjumaru observed as they walked, sensing the edge in Yoruichi's demeanor. Must be your imagination, Yoruichi replied with a flat expression. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 805, 805, bonus, Poor Soy Fawn. Next bonus, 200. Senjumaru Shut-era didn't linger long at the 2nd Division. After multiple failed attempts to persuade Shin, she realized further effort was futile and chose not to overstay her welcome. Since Shin had made his stance crystal clear, he would absolutely not join the 0 Division, there was no point in her wasting any more breath. If you ever change your mind, you are welcome to find me, Senjumaru said as a parting remark before taking her leave. Once she was gone, Yoruichi fixed her gaze intensely on Shin. Shin, listen to me. It's best not to go to the 0 Division. Honestly, it's not as great as it sounds, Yoruichi advised, trying to sound objective. In reality, she just wanted Shin to stay in the 2nd Division. She was terrified that if he went up to the Soul King Palace, she wouldn't be able to find him. I know. I'm not going to the 0 Division. You can rest easy on that front, Shin assured her. Going to the 0 Division was out of the question. Shin would never join them, the place just seemed dreadfully boring. That's good, Yoruichi said, visibly relaxing. Since Shin had given his word, Yoruichi believed him. If he said he wouldn't go, he wouldn't. However. Shin smiled slyly. My paperwork is now your responsibility. He casually dumped his workload onto Yoruichi. Her expression instantly soured as she glared at him. If you don't help, I might have no choice. I might just have to head up to the Zero Division after all, Shin said, looking at the fuming Yoruichi with a grin. Humph. Fine, go then. Leave. If you leave, that's just perfect, I'll finally become captain again. Yoruichi huffed angrily. Before she met Shin, she couldn't remember the last time she'd been this frustrated. Now, it seemed like a daily occurrence. You said it, not me. I'm really leaving then. Senjimaro probably hasn't gone far, I can still catch up to her. Shin stood up immediately, feigning intent to leave. Seeing him stand up, Yoruichi's expression shifted. She shot him a resentful look before gritting her teeth. Fine. I promise, okay. I'll do it. Thanks a bunch, Shin smiled at her. He had her wrapped around his finger. He knew she would do it, and he knew she couldn't refuse him. Just this once. I am absolutely not helping you next time, Yoruichi declared. Shin nodded in agreement, though anyone who believed his nod would be a fool. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll only ask for your help this one time. I definitely won't need your help in the future. Shin gave his guarantee, but Yoruichi found it hard to believe him. After all, he had said the exact same thing in the past. Forget it. Yoruichi decided not to argue with him. She grabbed the stack of files and went to find Soifan. Naturally, looking for Soifan wasn't for anything social, it was to dump the work on her. Sigh, poor Soifan, Shin couldn't help but lament. However, Shin didn't run over to give the files to Soifan himself. He couldn't. If he went to give them to her personally, the responsibility might bounce back to him. It was safer to stay put and play innocent. Let Soifan suffer a bit for now, he would compensate her another day. Shin hadn't been in his office long when the door slid open, and Retsu Unohana walked in. Shin, I heard Senjimaro Shutera was here. Unohana knew Senjimaro. In fact, she was acquainted with several members of the Zero Division. Yeah, Senjimaro was here. She came to invite me to join the Zero Division. Shin nodded at Unohana. Just as I suspected. Even before arriving, Unohana had guessed that Senjimaro's goal was to recruit Shin. However, knowing Shin's personality, the likelihood of him refusing was high. He had probably already turned her down. After all, if he hadn't refused and had joined, he wouldn't still be sitting here. You rushed over here because you were afraid I'd join the Zero Division, didn't you, Retsu? Shin asked with a smile. Indeed. Although, I wasn't overly worried. The chances of someone with your personality joining them are slim. Unohana admitted her concern, though it was mild. The Zero Division does rank above the Gotei 13. Joining them appears to be a promotion, but it doesn't suit you. Shin loved his freedom and hated being tied down. The Zero Division members, unless there was an emergency, rarely left the Soul King Palace. Perhaps the Soul King Palace was a great place for cultivation due to the density of Reisher, but did Shin really need to train anymore? He didn't need to train, so he had no reason to choose the place. He had zero interest in the Soul King Palace. Perhaps he would visit in the future, but not now. What are you doing here? Just then, Yoruichi walked in from outside. Seeing Unohana standing there, she asked with a hint of surprise and annoyance. Am I not allowed to visit Captain Shin? Unohana replied calmly, looking at Yoruichi. Of course you can, but probably not right now. Our captain has very important matters to attend to. Isn't that right, Captain? Yoruichi looked toward Shin for backup. Not really. I don't have anything going on, Shin said, pretending not to see Yoruichi's pleading gaze. Yoruichi ground her teeth in frustration. Captain Unohana. Soifan, standing beside Yoruichi, greeted Unohana politely. Then, she took the stack of files to the corner and silently began processing them. In the beginning, Soifan wasn't good at paperwork. But everything can be learned. After some time and practice, Soifan was now incredibly efficient at handling documents. Because she handled so much of it, she was actually faster than Shin. Practice truly makes perfect. Soifan had reached a level of mastery born of necessity and tragedy. She was merely the third seat of the second division, this work shouldn't have fallen to her. But she had the misfortune of encountering two incredibly irresponsible superiors. Both Shin and Yoruichi were hands-off bosses. Shin dumped the work on Yoruichi, Yoruichi dumped it on Soifan, and Soifan had no one to dump it on. She couldn't give it to the fourth seat, he couldn't handle it. Besides, Soifan wouldn't trust him with it. As long as it was a task assigned by Lord Shin or Lady Yoruichi, no matter how troublesome, she would complete it diligently. Soifan never complained, a trait Shin greatly admired. That was why he often took time to offer her guidance. Well, took time might be the wrong phrase, since Shin was usually free anyway. It wasn't exactly a sacrifice of his schedule. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 806, 806, The Zero Division Wouldn't Dare, Next Bonus, 200. Over in the 5th Division, Sosuke Aizen had also received the news that the Zero Division had come to invite Shin. However, Aizen didn't know whether Shin had refused or accepted. In truth, Aizen was hoping Shin would accept and leave the Serie for the Zero Division. Other divisions had also caught wind of the news. Many were surprised to learn that a Zero Division even existed, not many knew of them. The news had only spread this time because Senjimaro Shutera had openly accompanied Shin to the 2nd Division. Otherwise, the Zero Division wouldn't have been exposed. Not that they cared about exposure, what could anyone do about it? Did the Zero Division worry about identity leaks? Hardly. People from the Zero Division. Aizen's eyes flickered. He wanted to reach the Soul King Palace, but not by joining the Zero Division. Aizen was currently gathering intelligence, specifically about Shin. He controlled quite a few people within the Serie. However, Aizen was reluctant to interfere with the 2nd Division. If he angered Shin, and Shin decided to attack him, what then? To Aizen, Shin was a genuine threat. The critical issue was that Aizen had no way to counter him. Aizen's greatest reliance was Kyoka Suigetsu, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, but Kyoka Suigetsu had absolutely no effect on Shin. Of course, that didn't mean Aizen was helpless without his hypnosis. Aizen was incredibly powerful in all aspects: Kido, Shuinpa, Hakuda, Zanjutsu. He was top tier in everything. But against Shin, he had no confidence in any of those areas. It made him appear weak by comparison, completely suppressed by Shin across the board. Aizen had no options. Facing Shin, he could only be cautious and then cautious some more. He didn't even want to meddle in the 2nd Division's affairs. As a result, there wasn't a single one of Aizen's pawns in Shin's division. This led to a significant blind spot regarding news about Shin. Getting the current information was already an achievement. For now, Aizen decided to watch and wait. Little did Aizen know, Shin had actually jokingly recommended him to the Zero Division. Of course, Senjimaro thought Shin was kidding. She wouldn't actually invite Aizen, and even if she did, Aizen would have refused. Only by staying in the Serie could he realize his ambitions. Entering the Soul King Palace would essentially put an end to his grand plans. Back at the 2nd Division, Shunsui Kairaku arrived. Accompanying him was Jushiro Yukitake. Do you two need something? Shin asked, looking at them. They wouldn't have come to the 2nd Division without a reason. Shin, you're leaving, aren't you? Shunsui asked. Shin looked confused. Leaving? Leaving for where? But in an instant, he realized what Shunsui meant. You think I'm going to the Zero Division? Sorry to disappoint, but I have no intention of going. I really have no interest in them, Shin said, looking at Shunsui. Shuansui's eyes widened, looking at Shin with a trace of disbelief. No way, you actually refused. Shunsui couldn't understand why Shin would choose to decline. Joining the Zero Division was, in Shuansui's eyes, a good thing, a massive promotion. Yet Shin had refused. Shunsui found it incomprehensible. What's the benefit of joining the Zero Division? If they asked you to join, would you be interested? Shin countered. Hearing Shin's question, Shunsui fell silent. If he actually had to choose, Shunsui would indeed choose not to join. Joining the Zero Division meant losing freedom. For someone with a lazy personality like Shunsui, freedom was paramount. Put that way. I guess I understand your reasoning, Shunsui nodded at Shin. Shunsui knew a bit about the Soul King Palace. There was barely anyone there, just the few captains of the Zero Division. What was the point of going to a place like that? We originally came with Yukitake to congratulate you on entering the Zero Division. Seems you have no such plans. Shunsui and Yukitake had come to offer congratulations and to have a farewell chat with Shin before he left. Who would have thought he'd turn it down? Is it okay that you refused the Zero Division? Shunsui asked, a bit concerned. What could be wrong? You don't think the Zero Division will target me because of this, do you? Shin found it amusing. What could the Zero Division possibly do to him? Even if they did target him, Shin didn't care. They would have to be capable of handling him first. Don't worry. The Zero Division wouldn't dare cross me, Shin said calmly to Shunsui. Shunsui felt a bit speechless. Wasn't that a bit too confident? That was the Zero Division, the Royal Guard. Did he think they were easy to deal with? In reality, in Shin's eyes, the Zero Division wasn't much of a threat. The only one worth his attention was the High Monk, Ichibai Hyasub. The rest were no different from the other members of the Godai 13 to him, one-shot kills, no real threat. It's fine to say that here, but best not to say it outside, Yukitake warned Shin gently. Shin nodded, accepting Yukitake's kindness. Yukitake was warning him out of genuine concern, and Shin couldn't ignore that goodwill. Since you don't plan on going to the Zero Division, we'll be going. We won't disturb you any longer. Yukitake glanced at Retsu Unohana, then pulled Shunsui toward the exit. At first, Shunsui was confused as to why Yukitake was in such a rush to leave. But upon seeing Unohana, Shunsui understood. The atmosphere here was off. The tension between Retsu Unohana and Yoruichi Shihoin was incredibly weird. Shunsui realized the situation instantly and looked at Shin with a grin, as if watching a comedy unfold. Seeing Shuinsui's expression, Shin wanted to use his fist to teach him a lesson right then and there. Perhaps fearing Shin would actually beat him up, Shunsui hurriedly left with Yukitake. After they left, Shin glanced between Retsu Unohana and Yoruichi. Now, Shin felt that having the two captains there hadn't been so bad. He kind of wanted them back because he was currently very uncomfortable. Although Unohana and Yoruichi weren't physically fighting, their auras were clashing, locked in a silent, sharp confrontation. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 807, Ranjiku's Treat. Next bonus, 300. Soifan busied herself with the paperwork, glancing conflictedly between Retsu Unohana and Yoruichi Shihoin. The air between the two women crackled with silent hostility, as if invisible daggers were being thrown back and forth. Although Unohana wore a gentle smile, Soifan's keen instincts picked up on the sharp, dangerous aura hidden beneath it. As for Shin, he was long gone. Unable to stand the stifling atmosphere, he had made the wise decision to flee the 2nd Division barracks. Shin knew all too well that if he stayed, he'd only get dragged into the middle of their Cold War. It was better to make a tactical retreat. Call it escapism if you want, but for Shin, it was simply survival. Strange. Why is the street completely empty? Shin wandered through the Siriidii, noting the lack of foot traffic. Had something major happened? Why hadn't he heard any commotion? Curious, Shin released a sliver of his Ryatsu to sense his surroundings. He quickly realized where everyone had gone. They were all gathering at the Shino Academy. Changing course, Shin headed toward the academy as well. If there was a crowd, there was usually something interesting happening, and Shin was never one to turn down a bit of entertainment. Since he wasn't wearing his captain's Haori, his presence didn't cause much of a stir. Shin usually kept a low profile, so relatively few people recognized him on sight. Hey, do you know what's going on here? Shin tapped the shoulder of a woman with a particularly striking figure. The woman turned around at his touch, her expression shifting to one of mild panic the moment she saw his face. Oh, it's you, Shin said, immediately recognizing her. It was Ranjika Matsumoto, the woman with the explosive curves. The last time he saw her, she had nearly died at Aizen's hands. If Shin hadn't intervened, Ranjiku's story would have ended right there in tragedy. Seeing her flustered expression, it was obvious she recognized him too. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Shin's lips. Captain Shin, thank you for saving me back then. Ranjika bowed deeply, her voice filled with gratitude. She remembered everything clearly, including hearing Shin's name during the incident. She even knew about Aizen. Originally, Ranjika had wanted to report Aizen's actions, but Jin Ikamaru had stopped her. Jin knew the reality of the situation. Even if she spoke up, no one would believe a nobody from the Rinnegan over a respected lieutenant like Aizen. Furthermore, given Aizen's standing, nearly killing a random soul wouldn't be considered a capital offense in the eyes of the Central 46, especially without hard evidence. Although Ranjika was unwilling to stay silent, she eventually agreed for her own safety. However, she had kept a close watch on Aizen ever since. It was a miracle she was still alive. Without Jin's subtle protection behind the scenes, Aizen likely would have silenced her permanently to tie up loose ends. No need to thank me. I didn't exactly plan on saving you, it just happened, Shin said casually. Hearing Shin's dismissive words, Ranjika lowered her head, feeling a bit dejected. She was genuinely grateful to him and had wanted to visit him to express her thanks properly. However, Ranjika wasn't a lieutenant yet. She didn't have the dazzling reputation of someone like Jin, who had risen to captaincy through sheer talent and opportunity. With her current status as a regular squad member, getting an audience with a captain like Shin was nearly impossible. So, what's happening here? Shin asked, steering the conversation back to the crowd. A prodigy has entered the Shino Academy. Everyone is here to get a look at him, Ranjika explained, a hint of yearning in her eyes. Oh. A prodigy. Shin's eyes flickered with interest. If there was a genius causing this much of a stir, it had to be a significant plot character. I think his name is Toshiro Hitsugaya. He's very young, but he was born with immense Ryatsu, Ranjika said. Her expression dimmed slightly as she spoke. Although her own talent wasn't bad, it paled in comparison to a true monster of nature. Originally, Ranjika's potential was quite high, but a portion of her soul had been stolen by Aizen, permanently hampering her growth. Still, compared to the souls in the Rinnegan who lacked the spiritual pressure to even become Shinigami, she was miles ahead. Even among the Godii 13, she was considered elite. After all, she was destined to become a lieutenant. Anyone capable of reaching lieutenant rank was a genius in their own right, just not on the same level as the freaks of nature. So it's him, Shin muttered with a faint smile upon hearing the name Toshiro Hitsugaya. He was indeed a genius. The future youngest captain in history. Young, intelligent, and powerful. He possessed Hyarinmaru, the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. Theoretically, if developed to its absolute limit, it should be able to rival the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. The problem was that Toshiro's own base power was leagues below Genryusai Shikakuni Yamamoto, so Hyarinmaru often seemed underwhelming by comparison. In reality, a Zanpakuto capable of controlling the weather was terrifyingly strong. Toshiro just needed time to grow into it. Do you know him, Captain Shin? Ranjaku asked curiously. Nope, never met him, Shin replied flatly. Ranjaku blinked, speechless. If he didn't know him, why did he act like he knew exactly who he was? Now that he knew the cause of the commotion, Shin lost interest. He turned to leave. Wait. Captain Shin, wait a moment. Seeing Shin walk away, Ranjaku abandoned her plans to watch the prodigy and chased after him. Is there something else? Shin asked, turning back to face her. Shin looked at Ranjaku with blatant appreciation. Strictly speaking of physical assets, neither Yoruichi nor Unohana could quite compete with Ranjaku in the curves department. Seeming to sense Shin's wandering gaze, Ranjaku blushed slightly and lowered her head. It helped that Shin was incredibly handsome. If it were anyone else looking at her like that, Ranjaku would have turned around and walked away immediately. I really want to repay you, Ranjaku said earnestly. And how do you plan to do that? Shin asked with a teasing smile. Ranjaku looked troubled. She hadn't actually thought of a specific way to repay him yet. How about I treat you to dinner, Captain Shin? Would that be all right? Ranjaku asked, looking at him with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, fearing he might refuse. Sure. Since a beautiful woman is inviting me, it would be rude to refuse. Shin nodded. Ranjaku's face lit up with joy. He actually agreed. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 808, 808, bonus, Ranjaku gets drunk. Next bonus, 300. Ranjaku led Shin to a newly opened izakaya. It was a spot Shin hadn't visited before, mostly because he rarely went out to eat these days. Between the dedicated cooks in the 2nd division and his frequent meals mooched from the 4th division, Shin was well fed. Once again, thank you for saving my life, Captain Shin, Ranjaku said, standing up and bowing formally once they were seated. Enough with the thanks, Shin waved his hand dismissively. Verbal gratitude doesn't do much for me. If you want to thank me, let's focus on the meal. When it came time to order, Shin glanced at Ranjaku. She didn't look particularly wealthy. Coming from the Rinnegan meant she likely had very little savings. She was currently just a regular squad member. Even if a promotion was on the horizon, her salary wasn't high. With that in mind, Shin deliberately avoided ordering anything too expensive. Seeing Shin's modest order, Ranjaku let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. She finally relaxed. If he had ordered the most expensive items on the menu, she truly wouldn't have known how to pay for it. Meanwhile, in the 3rd division barracks, Jin Ikamaru's expression was grave, his brow furrowed in concern. Why is Ranjaku with Shin Uzumaki? Jin was perplexed. To be honest, he didn't want Ranjaku associating with Shin. Aizen was dangerous, but Shin Uzumaki was an enigma. He was unfathomably powerful and surrounded by mysteries. If Ranjaku got too involved with him, she might be dragged into dangerous waters. I need to find a time to warn her, Jin muttered, sitting down heavily. Jin knew about their meeting because he had people watching Ranjaku. He had to. He lived in constant fear that Aizen might target her again to finish what he started. Aizen appeared gentle on the surface, but Jin knew the truth, he was a cold, emotionless monster. If Aizen decided to act against Ranjaku, she wouldn't stand a chance. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Shin found himself in a predicament. He was currently dragging a very drunk, very heavy Ranjaku Matsumoto. Her eyes were glazed over and unfocused. Hick Captain. Shin, why are you here? Ranjaku slurred, swaying unsteadily as she looked at him. Eh? Captain Shin, why are there 3 of you? Ranjaku tilted her head, blinking confusedly at Shin. Shin was utterly speechless. If I knew it was going to be this much trouble, I wouldn't have drunk with you, Shin sighed. This was entirely self-inflicted on Ranjaku's part. She had insisted on challenging Shin to a drinking contest. The result was predictable, Shin was fine, and Ranjaku was wasted. To be fair, her alcohol tolerance was impressive, just not compared to Shin's. I guess I have to take her back to the 2nd division. Shin didn't know where Ranjaku lived, so taking her back to his barracks was the only viable option. However, bringing a beautiful, drunk woman back to the second division. Shin wondered if Yoruichi would blow a gasket. Just thinking about the ensuing headache was exhausting. Shin shot a helpless glance at the stumbling woman before sighing and hauling her toward the second division barracks. When Shin arrived, he was greeted by the sight of both Retsu Unohana and Yoruichi Shihoin. Unohana hadn't left, she had stayed behind at the second division. Shin, care to explain? Yoruichi stood up, her voice deceptively calm. Looking at Yoruichi's impassive face, Shin knew she was inwardly seething with rage. As expected, bringing Ranjiku back was asking for trouble. Explain. How do I explain this? Shin muttered, scratching his head. Even if he told the truth, Yoruichi probably wouldn't believe him. First, tell me who she is. Yoruichi's gaze bore into Ranjiku, who was currently asleep, leaning against Shin's shoulder and letting out a soft hiccup. Soifan immediately rushed over, pulling Ranjiku off Shin and helping her onto a nearby sofa. She then stared at Ranjiku, falling into deep contemplation. Does Captain Shin like this type? Soifan looked down at her own chest, feeling a mix of shame and indignation. This woman was annoying. She should just throw her out. Just by assessing the woman's figure, Soifan felt a surge of hostility. She wanted nothing more than to toss Ranjiku onto the street, but since Shin had brought her back, she restrained herself. I wonder if I'll ever grow to be like that, Soifan thought, feeling a pang of inferiority. Although this woman's Ryatsu wasn't particularly strong, there were certain areas where Soifan felt she could never catch up, no matter how hard she trained. Soifan turned her gaze to Shin, eager for an explanation. Who was this woman, and why had Shin brought her here? Her name is Ranjiku Matsumoto. She got drunk, and I didn't know where she lived. Naturally, I brought her back here. I couldn't just leave her on the street, Shin explained to Yoruichi. And why did she get drunk, Shin? Were you two together? Unohana asked with a gentle, yet piercing smile. Shin took a deep breath. His head was starting to throb. She invited me to dinner because I saved her life once. It's that simple, Shin stated bluntly. Anyway, you guys take care of her. If you don't believe me, just ask her when she wakes up. With that, Shin used Shuinpa to vanish instantly. This was a tactical retreat. Sigh, this is all because Ranjiku can't handle her liquor. Do you believe him? Yoruichi asked Unohana, suspicion still clouding her eyes. I believe him. Unohana said, glancing at Yoruichi. If he had truly gone out to chase skirts, he wouldn't have brought her back here. Bringing her to the second division proves nothing happened. You trust him too easily. I'm still skeptical. We'll see what she says when she wakes up. Yoruichi glanced at the sleeping Ranjiku, feeling a wave of irritation. She didn't vent her frustration immediately, deciding to wait for the truth. However, this woman, she was a threat. Not in terms of combat strength, Yoruichi could crush her with a single finger. The threat came from her appearance and figure. Her curves were overwhelming, surpassing even Yoruichi's own. It made Yoruichi feel a rare sense of insecurity. Unohana, similarly, couldn't compete with Ranjiku in that department, though she seemed entirely unbothered by it. Soifan, go have someone prepare some hangover soup, Yoruichi ordered. Yes, Lady Yoruichi. I'll go right away. Soifan nodded and jogged off to the kitchen. I think this woman is dangerous. Don't you agree? Yoruichi suddenly asked Unohana. Unohana merely smiled at Yoruichi without saying a word, leaving Yoruichi guessing at the meaning behind that enigmatic expression. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 809, 809, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Next bonus, 300. After some time, Ranjiku Matsumoto finally woke up from her drunken stupor, but as she did, she looked around in confusion and panic. Where am I? Ranjiku couldn't help but ask, lost. This is the second division, Soifan answered, her gaze fixed intently on Ranjiku. Under Soifan's stare, Ranjiku felt a bit uneasy. The second division. Immediately, her thoughts turned to Shin. Did Captain Shin bring me back? Ranjiku asked. That's right, Shin-sama brought you back. So, what is your relationship with Shin-sama? Soifan questioned, her tone sharp. Soifan's questioning made Ranjiku flustered. Seeing her panic, Soifan's eyes narrowed slightly. Her sudden panic, did she really have some kind of relationship with Shin-sama? Please don't misunderstand, there's nothing going on. Captain Shin is my benefactor, so I just wanted to repay him. I treated him to a meal, but I didn't expect to get drunk myself. Ranjiku explained, a bit embarrassed. Is that really all? Soifan pressed. Yoruichi, standing nearby, gave Soifan a silent thumbs up. Good job, Soifan, keep digging. Really, that's all. Ranjiku lowered her head in embarrassment, then nodded to Soifan. Soifan observed Ranjika closely, finding no sign of deceit in her expression. It seemed she was telling the truth. That's good. Soifan thought to herself with relief. Since you're awake, shouldn't you be leaving? Soifan said bluntly, dismissing Ranjiku. This was also Yoruchi-sama's intention. Okay, I'll leave right away. Sorry for the trouble. Ranjiku wasn't stupid, she could tell Soifan didn't welcome her, and neither did Yoruchi Shihuin standing beside her. Where is Captain Shin? I'd like to say goodbye to him, Ranjiku said after standing up. Hearing this, Soifan looked at Yoruchi-sama. How should she answer? Should she just kick her out? Or take her to see Shin-sama? Shin is busy right now, I'm afraid he can't see you, Yoruchi told Ranjiku. Is that so? Ranjiku didn't doubt it, though she felt a bit disappointed. She knew captains had a lot to do and were always busy. Having a meal with her was already giving her a lot of face, she couldn't ask for more now. Of course, this was based on Ranjiku's understanding of other captains. As for Shin, he actually had nothing to do and was quite free. Ahem. Just then, Shin appeared behind Yoruchi. Yoruchi's face darkened instantly. I just said you were busy, and then you come out, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? At this moment, Yoruchi wanted nothing more than to beat Shin up and teach him a lesson. But Yoruchi also knew very well that if she really fought Shin, the result would definitely be her getting beaten. She would absolutely be the one getting pummeled. Captain Shin. Ranjiku looked happy when she saw Shin. Shin ignored Yoruchi's dark face and murderous gaze, smiling slightly at Ranjiku as a greeting. Captain Shin, I'm leaving now. But I won't forget your kindness from before. Ranjiku didn't think treating Shin to one meal was enough to repay him. All right, I look forward to your repayment, Shin said with a faint smile. Ranjiku breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Shin-sama wasn't so hard to get along with after all. With a happy heart, Ranjiku walked out of the second division. The alcohol she had drunk earlier had completely worn off, and she was perfectly fine now. After Ranjiku left, Yoruchi's gaze fixed on Shin. Shin looked around but didn't see Retsu Unohana. Has Sister Retsu left? Shin asked. Yoruchi didn't answer Shin's question, but Soifan did, nodding to him. Yes, Captain Unohana has already left. Oh. Shin nodded, then under Yoruchi's stare, walked towards the back, calling Soifan along with him. Yoruchi stared wide-eyed as Shin left, completely ignoring her. Yoruchi was feeling a bit unhappy now. She wanted to chase after him, but thought better of it. Just wait, Shin should come back looking for her. But Yoruchi was too confident. Shin was currently training Soifan and had no time to look for Yoruchi. Soifan, your strength in all aspects isn't weak, but your Ryatsu is relatively weak, Shin said to Soifan. In other aspects, Soifan was definitely not weak, but her Ryatsu couldn't be called strong. Improving Ryatsu was difficult, and breaking limits was even harder. After reaching a certain limit, it was very difficult to improve further. Even Shin couldn't help Soifan with this. Unless Shin had the bug-like Hogyoku. If he had the Hogyoku, he could definitely help Soifan increase her Ryatsu. But the Hogyoku hadn't been fully created yet. Perhaps a prototype existed, but the true, complete Hogyoku was still a long way off. Soifan nodded. She also knew that her Ryatsu was significantly lacking compared to Shin-sama's standards. Of course, that was by Shin's standards. By captain-level standards, Soifan was definitely a solid captain level. Without any exaggeration, Soifan had captain-level strength. Her Ryatsu fully reached captain level, and she was even stronger in other aspects. Although your Ryatsu isn't strong, you can still learn some powerful Kido. Previously, Soifan had learned assassination techniques and Shuinpa from Shin. As for Kido and the like, although she had learned some from Shin, they were all weaker ones. She hadn't learned any truly powerful Kido before. I will listen to Shin-sama. Soifan was very obedient to Shin. Whatever Shin wanted her to learn, she wouldn't refuse. Actually, learning Kido is quite easy. Shin smiled at Soifan. Learning Kido really wasn't hard, the hard part was having the Ryatsu to unleash it. If your Ryatsu wasn't enough, you couldn't unleash powerful Kido, even if you knew how. Next, Shin began to teach Soifan Heido number 90. Kuro Hitsuji, along with other powerful Heido, and even Bakudo. He taught them all to Soifan. Under Shin's guidance, Soifan's strength began to improve. For the current Soifan, even a little progress was very good. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 810, tuition fee required. Next bonus, 100. After finishing her work, Yoruchi came to the backyard and saw Shin earnestly guiding Soifan. Although Shin might slack off in other things, he never slacked off when teaching people. Yoruchi knew this very well. After all, Yoruchi had been taught by Shin back in the day. If not for Shin's serious teaching, her current strength definitely wouldn't be this strong. Weren't you angry? Why did you come here? Shin asked Yoruichi. Yoruichi rolled her eyes at Shin. She had indeed been angry before, very dissatisfied and unhappy with Shin. What's the point of sulking by myself? Shin didn't come to comfort her, so who was she sulking for? Yoruichi was angry just to show Shin, but since Shin turned and left, who else could she show? That's right, sulking by yourself is indeed pointless. It's good that you know that, Shin said with a smile. Yoruichi rolled her eyes again, then watched Shin instruct Soifan, resting her chin on her hand. Yoruichi was now considering whether she should learn some Kido too. If she learned some Kido, it wouldn't be bad. She would have more combat methods. Originally, when she was learning from Shin, Shin had taught her Kido, but Yoruichi had rejected it at the time, saying she didn't want to learn Kido. Of course, she eventually learned some, but they were all relatively low-level Kido. Those Kido should be fine for dealing with low-level hollows, and maybe Jillian-class Minos Grande. But against a Jutsus or Vasto Lord, they would be useless. She wouldn't be able to beat them. Shin, since you're instructing Soifan, why don't you instruct me as well? Yoruichi said to Shin. Hearing Yoruichi's words, Shin shook his head slightly at her. Forget about instructing Yoruichi. Forget it. You'll probably get bored after a while. When I taught you before, you rejected it. Thinking back to how Yoruichi had rejected him and didn't want to learn, Shin couldn't be bothered to teach her now. That was then. Now I suddenly want to learn. Just teach me, Yoruichi flashed to Shin's side and massaged his shoulders to please him. Soifan glanced at Yoruichi-sama, then continued her training. Shin-sama wasn't teaching Yoruichi-sama, but teaching her instead. Soifan felt her body fill with motivation. If you want to learn, you can. But you need to pay tuition. As long as you pay the tuition, I can instruct you, Shin said to Yoruichi with a faint smile. Hearing Shin's words, Yoruichi pouted slightly, feeling very unhappy and uncomfortable inside. Even I have to pay tuition. Are you kidding me? Hey, did you think you wouldn't have to pay tuition? Your face isn't that big, Shin rolled his eyes back at her. Did she think she didn't need to pay? How much is the tuition? Yoruichi asked Shin gloomily. Actually, Yoruichi suspected Shin wanted to rip her off. If Shin did rip her off, that would indeed be depressing. Well, let's charge by time. How about 100,000 per hour? This is already very fair. If it were anyone else, this price wouldn't be nearly enough. Shin had an expression that said she was getting a huge bargain. And it was true. If it were anyone else, Shin might not even bother. All right, I agree. Yoruichi calculated for a moment. It wasn't unacceptable. And based on Yoruichi's understanding of Shin, if she didn't give him money, Shin probably really wouldn't teach her. Here's the money. 2 hours for now. Yoruichi gloomily took out the money and said to Shin. Shin nodded to Yoruichi with a smile, then put the money away. Next, it was time to teach Yoruichi. Since he decided to teach Yoruichi, Shin absolutely wouldn't cheat her. He would definitely teach her well. Let's get this straight first. If you don't teach me well, watch out for my fist, Yoruichi threatened Shin. Okay. If I don't teach you well, you can hit me all you want. Shin nodded to Yoruichi. Of course, even if she really hit Shin, she would have to be able to beat him first. Which Kido do you want to learn? Shin asked Yoruichi. Anyway, Shin knew all Kido. Whatever Yoruichi wanted to learn, Shin could teach her. Let's start with Heido number 91, Yoruichi thought for a moment and said. Heido number 91. Senju Koten Taiho. It was extremely powerful and could instantly destroy a city. Of course, if Shin used it, it wouldn't be as simple as destroying a city. I can teach you that. Shin nodded to Yoruichi. Teaching Heido number 91 certainly wouldn't be easy. The higher the level of Heido, the harder it was to learn. However, Yoruichi had enough Ryatsu. The rest depended on Yoruichi's talent. Previously, Shin felt that Yoruichi's talent for learning Kido was just average. Soifan, come over too. I'll teach you both together, Shin called out to Soifan, asking her to come over as well. Hearing Shin call her, Soifan immediately nodded and walked over to Shin. Soifan had already mastered Heido number 90. Kuro Hitsuji, which Shin had taught her earlier. Now she just needed to learn Heido number 91. Senju Koten Taiho. As for other higher-level Kido, Shin didn't plan to teach them anymore. Not because he wanted to hide them, but because the higher the level of Kido, the harder it was to teach. And most importantly, they were harder to use. Some Kido even required sacrificing parts of one's own body, like Ido Keiso, which required burning one's own body to activate. The power unleashed was indeed great, but the damage to oneself was also great. You really know how to slack off, Yoruichi rolled her eyes at Shin. He took her money but didn't teach her individually. Shin shrugged slightly. The money she gave wasn't enough for individual tutoring. Besides, teaching 2 people was the same, and the quality of teaching wouldn't be bad. Alright, stop talking nonsense. If Soifan learns it and you don't, you'll be embarrassed. Shin didn't plan to waste words with Yorichi anymore and started teaching directly. Actually, teaching Heido was similar to teaching ninjutsu. Shin had experience teaching Kushina and the others, so teaching Yorichi and Soifan now was very simple. Moreover, Shin had taught Yorichi and Soifan before. But no matter how amazing Shin was, he couldn't make Yorichi and Soifan learn Kido instantly. They still needed to work hard and learn slowly. If they didn't work hard, Shin couldn't help them. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 811, bonus, meeting Senjimaro Shudera again. Next bonus, 100. After teaching Yorichi for several days straight, Shin finally, and quite helplessly, refused to continue the lessons. Why won't you keep teaching me? It's not like I'm short on cash, Yorichi argued. She hadn't delayed a single payment, she had handed over all the tuition fees up front, yet Shin still turned her down. I think you're doing this on purpose. You've probably already mastered those Kido spells, Shin retorted, rolling his eyes at her. He had been instructing Yorichi for a long time now. Soifan had mastered the techniques ages ago, yet Yorichi kept insisting she hadn't learned them yet. Shin didn't buy a word of it. Does it matter if I've learned them or not? As long as I pay you, isn't that enough? Yorichi countered, looking at him expectantly. Shin shot her a look of disdain. Do you really think throwing money at me is enough to make me waste my time? You're overthinking things. Do you really think I'd just squander my time like that? Shin asked, his tone exasperated. He wasn't about to waste his life away, regardless of how much Yorichi paid. To be honest, Shin didn't care all that much about money. As long as he had enough to get by, having a mountain of wealth was pointless to him. Fine. If that's how you want to play it, I'll have to pull out the big guns, Yorichi said. She stashed the money away and began to prowl toward Shin. What big guns? Shin didn't even wait to find out. He couldn't be bothered to deal with whatever scheme she was cooking up, so he used Shuinpa and vanished on the spot. He was done wasting time with Yorichi. He decided to go find Retsu Unohana instead. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen her in a few days. It was high time for a visit. He actually ran away, Yorichi muttered, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She had planned to give Shin a little benefit, but the guy had bolted without even saying goodbye. That detestable jerk. It went without saying that he was heading straight for Unohana. Where is Captain Shin? Soifan walked in carrying a tray of tea, looking around in confusion. Soifan was truly industrious, arguably the hardest worker in the entire second division. Since Shin barely managed anything, he dumped all the responsibilities onto Yorichi. Yorichi, naturally wanting to slack off, passed everything onto Soifan. Compared to Shin and Yorichi, Soifan had no one else to delegate to. And given her personality, she wouldn't dream of asking anyone else for help anyway. As far as she was concerned, any order from Shin or Yorichi was a sacred duty. No matter how difficult the task, she would see it through personally. As a result, Soifan ended up with the short end of the stick, constantly burdened with work. One could say she was being bullied by her superiors. However, she didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. In fact, she was happy to do it, which suited Shin and Yorichi just fine. Of course, Shin wasn't heartless. He often felt a pang of sympathy for her and made sure to take care of her. Spending time with Soifan whenever he was free was the greatest reward she could ask for. Don't bother looking for that guy. He already bolted. If I had to guess, he's probably at the 4th Division barracks, Yorichi said grumpily. She snatched the tea from Soifan's hands and downed it in one large gulp, fuming. This isn't hitting the spot. Get me some sake, Yorichi barked. Soifan paused for a second, startled, but quickly nodded. Yes, Lady Yorichi. I'll get it right away. She ran off to fetch the alcohol and returned promptly. Good. Now, sit down and drink with me, Yorichi ordered. She was in a foul mood and intended to drown her sorrows. Getting drunk was a surefire way to wipe away the frustration. I have to drink too, Lady Yorichi. Soifan asked, hesitating. Of course. What's the point of drinking alone? You're joining me. Yorichi nodded firmly. Oh, okay then. Soifan didn't dare refuse. If she said no, Lady Yorichi would definitely be upset. Meanwhile, Shin had indeed gone to the 4th Division, just as Yorichi predicted. It wasn't that Yorichi was a fortune teller, she just knew Shin too well. Aside from the 4th Division, he didn't really have anywhere else to go. What are you doing here? Shin was surprised to see a very unexpected face, Senjimaro Shudera. She was actually hanging around the 4th Division barracks. He glanced at Unohana. I guess they know each other. Still, Senjomaru surely hadn't come all the way down from the Soul King Palace just to chat with Unohana. Am I not allowed to be here? Senjomaru smiled faintly at Shin. It's not that you can't be here, but your presence feels incredibly suspicious. Is your goal to recruit Sister Retsu into Squad 0? Shin asked pointedly. No. We invited her a long time ago, and she refused back then. My main reason for coming here is you, Senjomaru said, looking at Shin with a serious expression. She had come for Shin, intending to persuade him once again to join the Royal Guard. That was why she had sought out Unohana. She hoped to convince Unohana to help sway him. However, Senjomaru was disappointed. Unohana showed zero interest in helping her recruit Shin. It seems you really won't give up, Shin said, giving Senjomaru a deep look. She had said before that she wouldn't give up, but Shin hadn't expected her to be this persistent. Of course I won't give up. After all, this is the first time I've ever been rejected, Senjomaru replied, her eyes locked on his. Joining Squad 0 isn't a bad thing. Besides, if you come to the Royal Palace, Big Sister here can keep you company, she added, shooting Shin a seductive glance. Swing. Unohana suddenly drew the blade at her waist and pressed the edge against Senjomaru's neck. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she stared the Royal Guard member down. At that moment, Senjomaru genuinely felt the pressure of a lethal threat. Senjomaru was powerful, certainly, but compared to Unohana, the first Kenpachi, she was still a step behind. Especially now that Unohana was even stronger than she had been in the past. Senjomaru, on the other hand, had stagnated. Increasing one's strength wasn't easy, even residing in the Soul King Palace didn't guarantee breaking through a bottleneck. Retsu, are you serious? Senjomaru asked, eyeing the blade. There was a hint of teasing in her eyes. It seems my intel was correct. Unohana's feelings for Shin ran deep. If that was the case, getting Shin to join Squad 0 would be even harder than anticipated. Unohana clearly didn't want him to leave. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 812, still not giving up, next bonus, 100. Unohana gave Senjomaru a long, hard look before finally sheathing her blade. Since Shin doesn't want to join Squad 0, don't force him. I don't want to fall out with you over this, Unohana said seriously. Fine. If that's how it is, pretend I never came, Senjomaru said, feigning a look of pity. It truly was a shame. He was perfectly suited for Squad 0. She couldn't fathom why he would refuse, she didn't see any downside to joining the Royal Guard. Senjomaru left, but as Unohana watched her retreating figure, she turned to Shin. I don't think Senjomaru Shut-era will give up that easily. Unohana knew Senjomaru well enough to know she wouldn't just walk away. Even though she acted as if she had conceded, she was undoubtedly plotting her next move. It doesn't matter. Even if she doesn't give up, so what? What can she actually do? Shin shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. That's not necessarily true. She might actually try something unconventional with you, Unohana warned, eyeing Shin. Shin paused for a moment, then realized what Unohana was implying. Does she think Senjomaru would try to seduce me? That seems unlikely. And even if she did use that tactic, it's not like I'd definitely take the bait. Unohana was seriously underestimating him. Though Shin didn't say anything out loud, he mentally reprimanded Unohana. She really doesn't trust me. Sigh, it hurts my feelings. Alright, let's stop talking about her, Shin said, dismissing the topic of Senjomaru to chat with Unohana. It wasn't until evening that Shin finally left the 4th Division. And he didn't leave voluntarily, Yoruchi personally came to retrieve him. If Yoruchi hadn't shown up, Shin probably would have just stayed at the 4th Division barracks indefinitely. You really didn't want to come back, did you? Yoruchi stared at Shin, annoyed. Yeah. If you hadn't come, I really might have stayed there, Shin admitted with a nod. You have the nerve to say that out loud. Believe it or not, I'll hit you, Yoruchi threatened, raising a fist and waving it at him. Shin just shrugged at the threat. Shin didn't believe in holding back just because his opponent was a woman. If they fought, Yoruchi might end up being the one getting spanked. Hey! Why are you ignoring me again? Yoruchi shouted, chasing after him when Shin kept walking without responding. Why do you have to watch me every single day? Shin asked, exasperated. This woman was ruining all his fun. Hee hee. If I don't watch you, what if you suddenly fly away one day? What would I do then? Yoruchi chuckled. Where would I fly to? Don't worry. Even if I fly away, I'll take you with me, Shin said, patting Yoruchi on the head. Yoruchi stopped talking and quietly followed behind him. As for the future, well, she was definitely going to keep watching him. Captain Shin. When Shin and Yoruichi returned to the barracks, Soifan called out to him, then pointed toward a figure sitting nearby. It was Senjimaro Shudera. Shin blinked in surprise. Uno Hana had guessed right. Even though Senjimaro said she was giving up, she clearly hadn't. What are you doing at the second division? Shin asked. Next to him, Yoruichi frowned, instantly annoyed by this woman. She knew exactly what Senjimaro wanted, to take Shin away to the royal palace. Just the thought of it was unacceptable to Yoruichi. She absolutely wouldn't let Shin go to Squad 0. I need to stay in the Siriidii for a while, but I don't have anywhere to go. I plan to stay here with Captain Shin for a few days. You don't have an objection, do you? Senjimaro asked with a smile. You really don't know when to quit, Shin muttered. She claimed she had nowhere to go. If Shin actually believed that, he'd be an idiot. Right. Since we're being honest, let me tell you, you aren't welcome here, Shin said with a faint smile. Senjimaro's brow furrowed slightly. Not welcome. She had expected this reaction. I've already spoken to Captain Commander Yamamoto. He agreed to let me stay at the second division for a while, Senjimaro countered. Oh, really? But could I trouble you to get one thing straight? This is the second division. Do you know how things work here? Shin asked calmly. In the second division, Shin was the true authority. Even orders from Old Man Yamamoto could be completely ignored if Shin chose to do so. Do you really have the heart to chase me away? Senjimaro asked, putting on a pitiful, puppy dog expression. Why wouldn't I? Shin smirked playfully. Exactly. This place doesn't welcome you. Soifan, show the guest out, Yoruichi said, highly satisfied with Shin's choice. But what if I don't want to leave? Senjimaro sat there, not moving an inch. Then I'll have to throw you out, Soifan said coldly, staring at her. She didn't care about Senjimaro's status as a royal guard member. Status meant nothing to Soifan, only Shin's orders mattered. Little girl, you aren't strong enough to fight me, Senjimaro said with a smile. And it was true. Although Senjimaro wasn't specialized in combat, she was still a member of Squad 0. The current Soifan was no match for her. If they fought, Senjimaro could easily handle her. But Soifan didn't care. She attacked Senjimaro without hesitation. Seeing this, Senjimaro raised an eyebrow and effortlessly blocked Soifan's hand, immobilizing her instantly. Captain Shin, I'm just here to stay. I promise not to disturb you. How about it? Senjimaro stood up and addressed Shin directly. She knew that if she didn't get Shin's approval, she wouldn't be able to stay. Is that so? I hope you keep your word. In that case, you can stay here for now. Shin thought for a moment, then nodded at Senjimaro. However, staying here won't be for free. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 813, 813, is there some kind of conspiracy? Next bonus, 100. If we manage to reach 100 horsepower before I go to sleep, I'll release the bonus chapter today. What? You're actually asking me for rent? Senjimaro Shudera stared at Shin, her face a mask of disbelief upon hearing his demand. Is there something wrong with that? Did you plan on freeloading here, eating and sleeping for free? Shin chuckled coldly at the member of the 0 division. Letting you stay here is already an act of mercy on my part. If you think you can stay without paying, you're dreaming. Fine. How much? Senjimaro looked at Shin and ultimately decided to endure it. It was just money, after all. To her, currency was nothing more than a number. Let's say, 1 million a day, Shin said after a moment of thought. He figured if he asked for anything higher, he might actually scare her off. 1 million seemed like the sweet spot, high enough to be annoying but low enough to be payable. Yoruichi Shihuin's mouth twitched. Shin was ruthless. Opening his mouth and demanding 1 million right off the bat. That wasn't a small sum. Only 1 million. Senjimaro replied flatly. She didn't even blink at the amount. Although she spent most of her time in the Soul King Palace where currency was obsolete, that didn't mean she was broke. Senjimaro had lived for a very long time. The wealth she had accumulated over the centuries was astronomical. Seeing you act like such a sugar mommy makes me regret asking for so little, Shin sighed, genuinely feeling a bit of remorse. He should have fleeced her for more. Are you planning to go back on your word? Senjimaro asked. If Shin reneged on the deal now, that would be truly excessive. Relax. I've never gone back on a deal in my life. Shin glanced at her. Did she really think so little of him? Was he the type of person to break a promise over money? Good. Senjimaro nodded, reluctantly accepting his integrity. How long do you intend to stay? Yoruichi asked Senjimaro. If it were up to her, she would have kicked this woman out immediately. I haven't decided yet. It depends on my mood. But rest assured, my finances are more than sufficient, Senjimaro replied with a calm smile. Shin, I really don't think you should have agreed to this, Yoruichi said, turning to Shin. She felt this was a mistake. It's fine. Even if she stays, it doesn't matter. Just treat her like she doesn't exist, Shin said to the visibly annoyed Yoruichi. Saying something like that right in front of me, isn't that a bit rude? Senjimaro couldn't help but interject. To speak of ignoring her while she was standing right there was beyond disrespectful. Is it? I don't think it's particularly rude, Shin replied nonchalantly. All right, listen up. I'm allowing you to live here, but don't you dare disturb our work. If you do, don't blame me for kicking you out without a second thought. Shin set the ground rules immediately, issuing a warning to Senjimaro. He wanted her to understand that her high status in the Soul Society meant absolutely nothing here. Don't worry. I know my boundaries. I won't give you the opportunity, Senjimaro said coolly. By now, she was gradually getting used to Shin's infuriating manner of speaking. When she mentioned opportunity, she meant she wouldn't give Shin an excuse to evict her. Shin didn't care. He doubted Senjimaro could stay here for long anyway. If he guessed correctly, she would eventually have to return to the Soul King Palace. She couldn't leave her post forever, so he didn't mind waiting her out. Actually, I'll be honest with you. You're wasting your time here. Trying to recruit me into the Zero Division is basically impossible, Shin told her bluntly. You said basically impossible, not absolutely impossible. What if you change your mind? Senjimaro smiled back at him. Shin looked at her in surprise. Did this woman have an incredible temper? He hadn't expected her to be this patient. Fine, let me rephrase. I'm telling you right now, it is absolutely impossible, Shin said, cutting off any hope. Also, even if the Zero Division needs to recruit people, isn't it a bit desperate to keep pushing after being rejected? Is there some kind of conspiracy here? Shin suddenly fixed his gaze on Senjimaro, staring at her intently, his eyes filled with profound suspicion. A conspiracy? Senjimaro was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. You're overthinking it. In truth, the others have already given up on recruiting you. I am the one who wants you to join. Senjimaro admitted that her persistence was largely her own personal desire, rather than a mandate from the group. However, Shin only believed about half of what she said. Trusting her completely? Not a chance. He wasn't naive enough to believe someone just because she was a beautiful woman. I know you don't believe me right now. But don't worry, I will make you believe, Senjimaro said, unbothered by his skepticism. Sure. I'd love to see how you plan to do that, Shin chuckled. I think there really might be a conspiracy. Shin, be careful, Yoruichi whispered, eyeing Senjimaro with undisguised suspicion. She was deliberately using this attitude to try and drive the woman away. As for your opinion, I don't particularly care, Senjimaro said to Yoruichi, as if seeing right through her tactics. Yoruichi snorted coldly but didn't argue further. Forget it. Fighting with this woman was a losing battle. Senjimaro had lived far too long and knew far too much. Senjimaro settled into Shin's barracks, and no one said a word. In fact, most of the other captains didn't even know she was there. Old Man Yamamoto knew, of course, but he had no intention of interfering with Senjimaro's affairs. She belonged to the Zero Division, he had no authority over her. In the hierarchy of the Soul Society, the Zero Division technically outranked the Godai 13, a fact Yamamoto had to accept, however grudgingly. Is this how you handle your official duties? Senjimaro asked Shin later. She had expected to see how Shin managed his squad, but it turned out he was just slacking off. Shin hadn't lifted a finger. All the work was being handled by Soifan. Even the vice captain, Yoruichi, was slacking off right alongside Shin. Shin shrugged. This is exactly how I work. If my subordinates can handle it, why should I do it myself? Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 814, bonus, just do my job. Next bonus, 200. You're just a guest here. There's no need for you to worry about the 2ND division's business, Shin said, looking at Senjimaro. I think I've analyzed your personality pretty well by now, Senjimaro remarked, glancing at him. When it came to work, he was incredibly lazy. However, that actually made him a good fit for the Zero Division, as there wasn't usually much work to be done in the Soul King Palace. Why not reconsider joining the Zero Division? If you join, life will be very relaxing. I think you should give it some serious thought, Senjimaro urged. I think you should stop bringing that up. I'm not joining the Zero Division, period. Shin gave her a flat look. Sure enough, she hadn't given up. By the way, since you're staying in the 2nd Division barracks, you wouldn't mind helping out a bit, would you? Shin asked suddenly. Before Senjimaro could react, Shin pulled out a stack of paperwork and dumped it into her hands. Yes, right into her hands. Senjimaro stared at the documents, falling into a stunned silence. Silence mixed with speechlessness. She now fully understood just how shameless Shin could be. "Captain, there's a mission." Just then, a squad member entered the room and reported to Shin. It was a mission from Head Captain Yamamoto. Shin glanced at the mission order. The moment he heard there was a mission, he had already guessed what it might be. Seeing it now, he realized his prediction was spot on. It was exactly as he thought, a mission to the world of the living to deal with hollows. It wasn't strange that Shin could guess this. Currently, almost all missions were related to the world of the living. Unless it was a purge of Hueco Mundo, the assignment inevitably involved the human world. "All right, I got it. You can go," Shin said, waving the messenger away. "Looks like I have to leave the Siri for a bit." Shin wasn't particularly interested in the world of the living. The human world's development was too slow in this era, there was no entertainment, and it was honestly less interesting than the Siri. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Senjimaro asked. "Accompany me? What for?" Shin looked at her skeptically. "Why would I want you to come along?" Honestly, Shin had no interest in a babysitter. Going alone gave him more freedom. Without waiting for a response, he set off. Passing through the Senkamen, he arrived in the world of the living. The intelligence report stated that a group of Ajuchas-class Minos had entered the human world. Shin found this strange. Why would Ajuchas run to the world of the living? For ordinary hollows, devouring human souls was a way to evolve. But for a middle-class Minos like an Ajuchas, eating human souls offered negligible gains. Although human souls contained Ryuryoku, the amount was pathetic compared to hollows or Shinigami. It offered no benefit to an Ajuchas. Were they just here to go shopping? Forget it. It wasn't worth overthinking. It wasn't Shin's job to figure out their motives, his job was simply to eliminate them. He arrived in what would be the future Karakura town, the Jurichi, or High Spirit Zone. This was the only place that would attract strong hollows. Shin looked bored. A mere Ajuchas wasn't worth his serious attention. Hiding. Shin couldn't see the Ajuchas immediately. It didn't matter. Even if it was hiding, Shin could find it. He released a terrifying wave of spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, sweeping across the entire city to locate the target. When Shin unleashed his Ryatsu, it immediately drew attention, specifically from the Vizards and Kasuki Urahara. Oh dear, this isn't good. Captain Shin is in the world of the living. Kasuki Urahara wore his usual slightly punchable smile, but his eyes were solemn. I don't know why Captain Shin is here, but I need to lay low. Can't let him find me. Urahara honestly decided to hide. There was no shame in hiding from Shin. Urahara was currently in exile from the Soul Society. If Shin caught him, it would be troublesome. Shinji Hirako and the others were equally serious, suspecting Shin might be there to arrest them. The Soul Society hadn't given up on hunting them down, after all. They had encountered captains before but had chosen to retreat. Found you. Shin located the Ajuchas. In reality, neither Urahara nor the Vizards could escape Shin's sensory net. However, Shin had no intention of acting against them. It was meaningless. That wasn't his mission. I'll just do my job, Shin muttered. Other matters had nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't bother with them. Arriving at a relatively remote area, Shin finally found the target, a green-skinned Ajuchas. When Shin found it, the creature saw him too, as Shin hadn't bothered to conceal his presence. Hey. You see me, but you're not running. Shin asked the Ajuchas. He hadn't suppressed his Ryatsu at all. Even a Vasto Lord would feel threatened by his presence, let alone an Ajuchas. Shinigami. The Ajuchas stared at Shin gravely. It showed no intention of retreating, instead, it prepared to attack. Seeing its stance, a playful smile appeared on Shin's face. You actually want to attack me? You were sent here on purpose, weren't you? Shin asked. I don't know what you're talking about. Shinigami, die. The Ajuchas fired a Siro at Shin. A beam of destructive light shot instantly toward him. Facing the attack, Shin didn't dodge or evade. He simply opened his hand and reached out to grab the Siro. His palm made contact with the energy beam. Upon impact, Shin's hand crushed the Siro instantly, shattering it as if the Ajuchas' attack were nothing more than a bad joke. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 815, 815, I only wanted to invite you. Next bonus, 200. With an attack that weak, you aren't even fit to scratch my back. Shin stared down at the Ajuchas, his voice dripping with disdain. The terrifying display of power had left the Ajuchas paralyzed with fear. Not even a Vasto Lord could crush a Siro with their bare hand so casually. Yet, faced with this Soul Reaper, his strongest attack had been shattered like glass. Forget it. I don't care why you're here. Since you've come to the world of the living and crossed my path, there is only one outcome for you, death. Shin suspected this jutsu had been deployed here intentionally, but he couldn't be bothered to verify it. He simply raised his hand. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Dragon Strike Heaven-Shaking Lightning Cannon. A blinding bolt of lightning erupted from Shin's palm. The blue electrical torrent tore through the jutsu's body instantly, vaporizing it into nothingness. They insisted I handle something this trivial. Shin muttered, dusting off his hands. I wonder if this creature's appearance has anything to do with Aizen. The thought of Aizen crossed his mind. He wondered if the man was plotting against him. However, Shin wasn't particularly worried. If Aizen truly tried to scheme against him, Shin would teach him a lesson, one he would never forget. Time to head back. Shin looked around Karakura town. There really wasn't much to see. Just as he turned to open a senkamen, a gate opened on its own. From within, Senjimaro Shutera stepped out. Surprised to see me? Senjimaro asked. Not exactly. But what brings you here? Shin looked at her with a questioning gaze. I wanted to witness Captain Shin's power for myself. It seems I arrived a step too late, Senjimaro said, sensing the residual racier dispersing in the air. A look of regret crossed her face. Had she arrived sooner, she might have glimpsed a fraction of Shin's true strength. To be honest, I don't like being watched, Shin said, walking up to her. He patted her shoulder gently, his tone shifting. So, I suggest you tread carefully. Don't make me dislike you. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shin's words caused a flicker in Senjimaro's eyes. It sounded less like advice and more like a threat. However, she simply smiled, not taking it too seriously. Surely, Shin Uzumaki wouldn't actually attack a member of the Royal Guard. Although they belonged to different divisions, they were technically colleagues. Whether it was Squad 0 or the Godii 13, both existed to protect the Soul King. Since you put it that way, I understand, Senjimaro replied. Are you planning to return now? The job is done. Why stay? Unless you're planning to treat me to dinner. Shin glanced at her sideways. If you're buying, I won't refuse. Senjimaro covered her mouth and chuckled. You know, Shin, a personality like yours isn't exactly popular with women. Is that so? Then what kind of personality do women like? Shin laughed out loud at her comment. If his personality wasn't popular, she clearly didn't know how many women were interested in him. After all, sometimes, looks were everything. With a face like his, he could afford to be willful. You don't seem convinced. Very well, I'll treat you to dinner, Senjimaro said. And while we eat, I'll teach you how to attract a woman's affection. Dinner sounds good, but we can skip the lecture. Do you really think I lack female admirers? Shin spread his hands helplessly. Senjimaro found herself at a loss for words. Looking at him, she had to admit, he probably didn't have any trouble in that department. Let's go. Back to the Soul Society first. Shin opened the senkamen and stepped through, with Senjimaro following close behind. Upon their return, Shin immediately called out to his subordinates. Yoruchi, Soifan, drop what you're doing. Senjimaro Shutera is treating us to dinner. Hearing this, Senjimaro froze. When did I say I was treating them? I said I was treating you. When did I invite them? Despite her internal annoyance at Shin's unauthorized arrangement, she remained silent. What? Is there a problem? Shin asked, seemingly noticing her stunned expression. Of course not. There's no problem at all. It's a good opportunity to thank them for taking care of me. Senjimaro shook her head. It was too late to say no now. Great. Then let's have a feast. Yoruchi eyed Senjimaro, already calculating how to eat her out of house and home. In reality, Senjimaro cared little for money. Yoruchi's plan to bankrupt her was destined to fail. They arrived at one of the most famous restaurants in the Siriidii. The food was excellent, but naturally, the prices were far from friendly. Senjimaro glanced at the menu indifferently, then looked around the table at Yoruchi, Soifan, and Unohana Retsu. Her mood soured slightly. I only wanted to invite you, Shin. Having the whole group tag along inevitably made her feel a bit depressed. There are aspects of the Siriidii that are indeed better than the Royal Palace, Senjimaro admitted. Right. I think there's no need for you to go back to the Royal Palace at all. It's too boring up there, no fun. Just stay here in the Siriidii, Shin said with a smile. Unohana Retsu smiled at his words, while Senjimaro's expression stiffened. While this place has its charms, as a whole, it can't compare to the Royal Palace. That is truly the best place, Senjimaro said, shaking her head. Furthermore, in the Royal Palace, you can learn things that simply don't exist in the Siriidii. It would help improve your strength. Her words were a blatant attempt to lure Shin. Shin understood her implication perfectly. However, he showed no interest in her hinted invitation. While it was true that the royal palace held secrets unknown to the Siriidii, Shin simply didn't care. If there was anything in the royal palace that interested Shin, it was the Soul King himself. Aside from that, nothing else caught his eye. If Senjimara knew Shin's true thoughts regarding the Soul King, she wouldn't be inviting him to join Squad Zero, she'd be trying to arrest him. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 816, I never wanted to be captain anyway. Next bonus, 200. Life continued, calm and without ripples. If there was any change, it was Senjimara Shudera. She had been staying here for a year now and still hadn't left, which left Shin speechless. Was I not clear enough? Or does she actually think she has a chance to convince me to join Squad Zero? In reality, Senjimaro had already given up. But even after giving up on recruiting him, she didn't want to leave. She found the Siriidii far more interesting than the royal palace, and she began to understand why Shin had no desire to join Squad Zero. Compared to the royal palace, this place is much more fun. It's a shame I have to leave, Senjimaro said with a look of regret. Oh. You're leaving. That is a pity, Shin said, sounding terribly disappointed. Could it be that you can't bear to see me go? Senjimaro asked, hearing his tone. No, I'm not reluctant to see you go. I'm reluctant to see your money go. If you leave, the free meals stop, Shin said with a look of genuine financial loss. So you were only after my money all along. Senjimaro rolled her eyes at him. Phew. Finally, someone is leaving. Yoruchi exhaled loudly, looking visibly delighted. To be honest, Yoruchi really didn't like Senjimaro staying here. The sooner she left, the better. I can't believe we've lived together for a year and our relationship is still this bad. By the way, I hate you too, Senjimaro said, turning her head to address Yoruchi coolly. The relationship between her and Yoruchi was terrible. Yoruchi couldn't stand her, and Senjimaro had no affection for Yoruchi either. Shin, farewell. Perhaps I will come to find you again in the future, Senjimaro said with a final smile at Shin. With that, she departed to return to the royal palace. Truthfully, her year-long stay was an anomaly. If she stayed any longer, Ichibe Hyasub, the monk, would likely come down personally to drag her back. Members of Squad Zero were absolutely forbidden to leave the royal palace unless it was a matter of utmost importance. They had to protect the Soul King. But in reality, the Soul King was a joke. A tragic, cosmic joke. Although the Soul King was the linchpin holding together the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living, he lived in the most humiliating way possible. Even the title of ruler was in name only. He only existed, only remained alive, because the stability of the worlds required his Ryoryoku to maintain balance. If the Soul King died, everything would collapse into chaos. I have some business to attend to, so I'm leaving the affairs of the second division to you guys, Shin said, starting to walk out. However, before he could escape, he was grabbed. Yoruchi glared at him. Where do you think you're going? Honestly, you are a terrible captain for the second division, Yoruchi scolded. Am I? Where have I failed? Shin asked with a smile, refusing to admit any fault. Seeing Shin deny it, Yoruchi grew even more annoyed, shooting him a glare. Fine. Since you force me to say it, don't blame me for not saving you any face. First of all, you dump all of the 2ND division's work on me and Soifan. Have you ever actually handled the second division business? Yoruchi asked, full of resentment. Lady Yoruchi isn't exactly in a position to say that. Soifan muttered quietly from the side, only to receive a sharp glare from Yoruchi. Soifan felt wronged. If anyone had the right to complain about hard work, it was her. No one knew the struggle better than she did. I really am unlucky, Soifan thought to herself. In the past, she had been willing to handle these tasks, but even she was getting tired of it now. She was only the third seat, yet she was shouldering the responsibilities of a captain. You hear that? Did you hear what Soifan said? Shin asked Yoruchi with a laugh. Yes, I heard her. But so what? Does that mean you can just refuse to admit your mistakes? Yoruchi demanded. Don't forget how lazy you are. You're practically an expert at slacking off. Running off now, he's probably going to find Unohana Retsu. How about we go to the captain commander and ask him to make you the captain of the second division? Shin's eyes lit up as he suggested it to Yoruchi. To be honest, I never wanted to be captain anyway. If he could dump the captaincy onto Yoruchi, that would be fantastic. Then, no matter what happened, they wouldn't be able to find him, and he could finally have some true peace and quiet. Unlike now, even though Soifan did the work, some things still required Shin. Certain documents needed the captain's seal or approval. Forget it. I have absolutely no interest in being captain, Yoruchi refused, shaking her head. Not everyone wanted the job. Yoruchi felt she was doing just fine as a lieutenant. She didn't care about power or authority. Besides, even as a lieutenant, she could give orders within the 2nd Division. She practically exercised the captain's power anyway. Then how about you, Soifan? Want to be captain? Shin looked at Soifan. Yoruchi was a lost cause, her personality was too similar to his. They both hated troublesome things. Dumping the captaincy on Yoruchi was next to impossible. No. Soifan shook her head. She didn't want to be captain. Captain Shin, I won't complain anymore. I'll handle everything from now on. You just stay as the captain, Soifan said, urging him to keep the position. All right. But moving forward, you're going to have to work hard, Soifan. Don't worry, I'll give you a reward. A reward guaranteed to satisfy you, Shin said. Hearing this, Soifan's eyes lit up slightly. A reward from Captain Shin, she looked forward to it immensely. Rest assured, Captain Shin. I will not fail your expectations. Soifan said excitedly. Yoruchi's expression turned bizarre. Why is she so excited? Sigh. It really is hard to understand what goes on in Soifan's head, Yoruchi said, shaking her head. All right, I'm leaving it to you, Soifan. I'm off. Shin used Shuinpa and vanished instantly, leaving Yoruchi staring at empty space. It doesn't matter. You can't run. Watch me find you. Yoruchi decided to go to the 4th Division to find Shin. He was definitely there. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Chapter 817, I should have brought Soifan. Next bonus, 200. Inside the 4th Division barracks, Unohana Retsu's gaze drifted toward Yoruchi Shihoin. Every time Shin visited, this little tail seemed to tag along. Naturally, that tail was Yoruchi. Although Unohana was internally displeased, she didn't voice it aloud. However, even if Unohana remained silent, Yoruchi could clearly feel the hostility radiating from the 4th Division captain. And the feeling was mutual. Yoruchi harbored quite a bit of animosity toward Unohana as well. Doesn't Captain Unohana have duties to attend to? Yoruchi asked, feigning casual curiosity. While it sounded like a simple question, Yoruchi was heavily implying that Unohana should go do her job and leave them alone. I did have matters to attend to, Unohana replied, casting a side glance at Yoruchi. But for me, entertaining Shin takes precedence over everything else. Hearing Unohana's retort, Yoruchi grit her teeth in frustration but ultimately chose to stay silent. They spent several hours there. As dusk began to fall, Yoruchi finally dragged Shin away. She honestly suspected that if she hadn't physically pulled him out, Shin would have happily stayed there until the next morning. For Shin, every day was a leisurely existence. Of course, his mood would likely be even better if Yoruchi wasn't constantly shadowing him. It wasn't that he disliked Yoruchi, but having her around made it difficult to handle certain matters discreetly. I have business to attend to, Shin said, turning to Yoruchi. I'm heading to Hueco Mundo. Do you want to come along? Hueco Mundo. What are you going there for? Yoruchi stared at him, bewildered. She didn't recall receiving any missions regarding Hueco Mundo. Why would Shin want to go to the desolate wasteland now? I have my reasons. If you don't want to come, I'll just take Soifan with me. Shin didn't elaborate on the specifics. I'm going. Of course I'm going with you, Yoruchi decided after a brief moment of consideration, nodding firmly. Standing nearby, Soifan lowered her head in disappointment. She had wanted to go, but with Lady Yoruchi joining, she knew her place. It made sense, the 2nd Division couldn't be left completely unmanned. If both the captain and her lieutenant left, who would handle any sudden emergencies? One of them had to stay behind. Since Yoruchi was going, Soifan was the designated guardian. I'll have to trouble you to hold down the fort at the 2nd Division, little Soifan, Yoruchi said, playfully pinching Soifan's cheek. Soifan nodded resignedly. There was no helping it, she had to stay. Please be safe, Captain Shin, Lady Yoruchi, Soifan said dutifully. In truth, she wasn't particularly worried. She knew exactly how powerful Shin was, he wasn't likely to encounter any crisis he couldn't handle. Just keep an eye on things here, Shin instructed. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'm busy. If Unohana comes by, tell her the truth, that I went to Hueco Mundo. It might be problematic if others knew he ran off to Hueco Mundo without authorization, but Unohana was different. Even if she knew, it wouldn't cause any issues. With that settled, Shin took Yoruchi and departed for Hueco Mundo. The dimension was the same as always, an endless desert of white sand and eternal night, unchanged since its inception. Can you tell me now what we're actually doing here? Yoruchi asked. She certainly didn't believe Shin came here for the scenery, mostly because there was no scenery. Hueco Mundo was famously barren and depressing. It wasn't exactly a vacation spot. Nothing major, really. I just wanted to come and take a look, Shin replied with a smile. If you don't want to tell me, fine. Yoruichi rolled her eyes. She assumed he was talking nonsense. Come here to look. At what? Sand. Ironically, Shin was telling the truth, but in this day and age, honesty was often mistaken for deception. He hadn't come for the view, but to observe Aizen's progress in Hueco Mundo. He wanted to know if Aizen had begun his intervention in the hollow sphere of influence. This was important to Shin. He wanted to gauge how far along Aizen's Hogyoku development was. Even though the Hogyoku in Aizen's possession wasn't complete, it still possessed significant power. It should be enough to facilitate Arrancarization. Shin was curious if any Arrancars had appeared yet. Of course, he excluded a certain natural-born Arrancar from this equation, Coyote Stark, the Primera Espada, who had likely already split his soul due to his immense power. If possible, Shin wanted to meet Stark. Seriously, why did I follow you to this dump? Yoruichi couldn't help but complain. If I'd known you were going to be like this, I would have brought Soy Fawn. At least she wouldn't whine. Listening to you complain constantly is getting annoying. Shin retorted, a bit exasperated. He had actual business to attend to, and Yoruichi buzzing in his ear wasn't helping. If he hadn't thought traveling Hueco Mundo alone would be boring, he would have come solo. You find me annoying? Yoruichi's eyes went wide. Yes. Is it not a fact? You are being annoying right now. Am I wrong? Fine. I won't talk to you then. Happy. Yoruichi huffed, turning her head away like a petulant child. Sigh. This isn't the Yoruichi Shihoin I know at all, Shin muttered, shaking his head. The current Yoruichi, perhaps due to different life experiences in this timeline, bore almost no resemblance to the original Yoruichi. She was practically a different person. What are you sighing about? What's there to sigh about? I thought you said you weren't going to talk to me. Shin asked with a teasing grin. Yoruichi's expression stiffened, and she glared at him viciously. However, Shin was immune to her glares by now. Shin picked up his pace. Seeing him accelerate, Yoruichi quickly caught up. For Yoruichi, Hueco Mundo still held a degree of danger. For Shin, however, it was a playground. Even if every combatant in this dimension attacked him at once, he would crush them effortlessly. Because of this, he walked through the desert with complete impunity. Watching Shin strut through the sands as if he owned the place, Yoruichi felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. She was used to it by now. Whenever she followed Shin, they always walked with this level of arrogance. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter.